Chapter 1 There will be no next time. Xingyan, you have to accept another confession today. By the way, you have rejected Lu Xingchen so many times, aren't you afraid that he will be really disappointed and ignore you again? Lu Xingchen, holding flowers, was preparing to confess his feelings again after the party held by the school. As soon as he arrived at the backstage lounge, he heard this conversation. The voice of the person inside was very familiar. He didn't even need to think about it. It should be Jiang Qingyan's so-called male best friend Lu Yuan. It was impossible for him not to be there in such an occasion. Lu Xingchen stopped his move to push the door open, and looked at Qingmei, who was sitting in front of the makeup mirror through the slightly open gap. After so many years, he also wanted to hear her answer so that he could give up completely. Jiang Qingyan glanced at Lu Yuan lightly and was about to say something. Suddenly, she saw a pair of eyes flashing through the gap in the doorway from the makeup mirror in front of her. She was too familiar with those star-like eyes. Thinking of Lu Xingchen's superior figure and the fact that he had suddenly become the number one on the school's list of most handsome men right after entering school, her eyes darkened slightly. Pretending not to see it, she used a powder puff to touch up her makeup and replied lightly, "I don't care, the people who want to pursue me are lining up all the way to France. Lu Xingchen and she are childhood sweethearts, they have been together since birth, and he has never left her until now. This kind of friendship cannot be erased by a few simple confessions." She could also feel Lu Xingchen's love for her. From childhood to adulthood, there was only her in his starry eyes. She also said that she would be his official girlfriend after going to college and would definitely marry him in the future. But as the two grew older, Lu Xingchen became more and more outstanding. She had to work very hard to get into the top university, but he easily scored full marks, became the top scorer, and was visited by the admissions office. From that moment on, her heart became uneasy and she could not control this man. So after entering college, the agreement with him to be his girlfriend came to nothing, and she even made Lu Yuan her male best friend, using repeated rejections to consolidate her position in his heart. Jiang Qingyan did not lower her voice so that Lu Xingchen outside the door could hear her. Because of Lu Xingchen, the top student on the school list who immediately jumped to the top of the school's handsome list upon entering school, almost everyone knows that they are childhood sweethearts, which is why she has the confidence to say this today. Hearing Jiang Qingyan's cold and ruthless answer, everyone in the backstage looked at each other silently, and they all felt sorry for Lu Xingchen. Last year, there was a heavy rainstorm in High City, and Jiang Qingyan was trapped in the library, which was about to close. A piece of news: Lu Xingchen braved the heavy rain to bring her an umbrella, but she took the umbrella and left with Lu Yuan, leaving Lu Xingchen to return to the dormitory in the wind and rain. Jiang Qingyan often doesn't have time to eat breakfast because she wants to sleep in. It was Lu Xingchen who worked tirelessly to deliver breakfast to her every day, rain or shine, just so that she wouldn't go to class on an empty stomach. There are countless such things, and everyone sees everything Lu Xingchen does. They also don't understand why the popular Lu Xingchen must be with her, and why she doesn't know how to cherish him. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but sigh for Lu Xingchen. Love brain is also fatal to the academic master. There was also a little fan of Lu Xingchen in the backstage. When she heard this, she felt sorry for him and said, "What do you think of yourself as a senior? Are you just a dog that you can order around at will? People's patience is limited. No matter how much they love, after so many hurts, wouldn't Lu Xingchen ask himself late at night, is it worth it?" Jiang Qingyan glanced at the little fangirl out of the corner of her eye, and the gloom in her eyes became even darker. What she hated most was those women who felt sorry for him and had unrealistic ideas about him. Moreover, Lu Xingchen had not come out to give this wishful idiot a wake-up call until now. What was he thinking? Sure enough, she was right, and more was needed. In this way, he can truly understand who is the only one in his life. He snorted coldly, "I didn't force him if he didn't want to. If he doesn't want to, just leave. His legs are not lame." The little fangirl almost laughed out of anger when she heard this shameless statement. When the senior wakes up and doesn't want you anymore, it will be too late for you to regret. I look forward to the day when you get slapped in the face. You will never see that day. Jiang Qingyan looked coldly at this shameless junior schoolmate. "We have been childhood sweethearts for 21 years. He knows everything about me and I know everything about him. You will never have a chance. You are right, he is willing to be my dog and do whatever I want. What can you do about it?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present stared at Jiang Qingyan with wide eyes. They had never imagined that there was actually someone who was so shameless. Outside the door, Lu Xingchen looked calmly at the woman who called him dog. During their 21 years together, it had always been his wishful thinking. He couldn't imagine that people who had known each other for 21 years, even if they had a little friendship, couldn't say such things. Thinking back to the past, every time after she confessed her love, she would say, "Keep up the good work. I'll see how you perform next time, and then I'll consider whether to accept you." Lu Xingchen just found it ridiculous. He raised his hand and touched his chest. Strangely, the place that should have been heart-wrenchingly painful was now as calm as a windless lake, without a single ripple. Perhaps, his heart had already died when she rejected him again and again and turned around to talk and laugh with her male best friend. Learn, senior. The little fangirl was so disgusted that she wanted to go out for a breath, but as soon as she opened the door, she saw Lu Xingchen's dignified and cold face. Her face blushed at first, but then she noticed that Lu Xingchen had obviously been standing here for a long time. Suddenly she thought of the conversation in the room just now and cast a sympathetic look at him. Thinking that Lu Xingchen was an infatuated man who was obsessed with love, she didn't know what to say. She just patted his shoulder, sighed, and hurried away. When everyone heard the girls scream, their eyes shifted to the door. After seeing Lu Xingchen's 188 centimeters tall and slender golden figure, flawless white jade profile, and the bouquet in his hand, they all showed a look of surprise. As we all know, college students love to watch the fun. When Jiang Qingyan saw that the bouquet in Lu Xingchen's hand was her favorite mix, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes, but when she thought of the scene just now, she returned to the indifferent look she gave to a stranger. Coldly said, "Next time. I'm tired. Lu Yuan will accompany me to go shopping later." Lu Xingchen looked at Jiang Qingyan, who was familiar yet unfamiliar in front of him, raised his eyes indifferently, and said in a cold voice, "There will be no next time, I still want to be a human being." Lu Xingchen turned around and left decisively. Jiang Qingyan felt a little flustered when she recalled the indifferent look in his eyes that had never appeared on her before. Just as he was about to chase after him to explain, he was stopped by Lu Yuan next to him. "Xingyan, you will be late for the beauty treatment that you scheduled soon. Don't you understand Xingchen's temperament? Let him calm down for a few days. Men should not be spoiled too much. If you chase him now, all your previous efforts will be in vain." These words really hit Jiang Qingyan's heart. The little fangirl who stood up for him just now was the best proof of that. After hesitating for a moment, she sat back in her original seat. Chapter 2: Confession to the White Silk School Beauty. Walking out of the school auditorium, Lu Xingchen looked up at the cloudless blue sky. The scorching sun shone on him. The haze in his heart seemed to be dispelled by the sun, and he felt unusually comfortable. From today on, he will live for himself, and his previous efforts are worthy of the friendship of the past 21 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening consciousness. The Godly Rich Cultivation System has been successfully bound. The Godly Rich Cultivation System helps the host reach the top of the Godly Rich. As long as the host completes the Godly Rich cultivation task, or triggers the Godly Rich's proper behavior, he will be able to obtain generous rewards. You will have money, beauty, and status. Great host, please be prepared to welcome a life full of material desires. A passionate voice sounded in Lu Xingchen's mind. Lu Xingchen, who originally had no emotion, was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils trembled slightly. System? Is it the kind of system described on Tomato Novel Network? Could it be that the comment is true, that as long as you read for more than 10,000 hours, you can get the system randomly? Lu Xingchen quickly opened his mobile phone and looked at his 10,000 hours of reading time, his breathing becoming a little rapid. You're overthinking. What's destined to happen will happen. It's all destined by fate. The voice rang in his mind again, and Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. He was not mistaken. It was indeed the legendary system, and it was also his favorite godly system. How to become a super rich person. Missions? Behavior of super rich people? Lu Xingchen touched his perfect jawline and looked at his bank card balance. There is only over 5,000 in the card, so there is no way he would behave like a rich man. Come on, the development mission. I'm ready. System tasks require specific environments to trigger, please explore on your own. With the system prompts echoing in his mind, Lu Xingchen had unknowingly walked to the square in front of the teaching building. Ding-a-ling. As soon as the shrill bell for the end of get-out-of-class rang, college students, crazier than zombies, swarmed in. In the crowd that seemed to have been drained of their energy, Lu Xingchen, who had just obtained the system and whose lips could not stop smiling, stood out from the crowd. Yes, Lu Xingchen is so handsome. Help, I'm dying. Don't be wishful thinking. He only has eyes for Jiang Qingyan. Look at the bouquet in his hand. I'm sure his confession was rejected again. Alas, Jiang Qingyan, how could I be so worthy? If there was such a handsome and well-educated man chasing me, I would take him to the hotel today and let him feel my love. That's enough, little girl Huang, your saliva is flowing out. The whispers of a pair of little sisters reached Lu Xingqian's ears. He turned his head and looked at the girl with drooling mouth, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. At this moment, Lu Xingqian finally realized how stupid he was before. With such superior conditions, why should he give up the entire forest for a blade of grass? Now is the perfect time to enjoy the youthful girls. He wants to be a sea king, at least he won't get hurt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system task. The rich never treat pure love as love, all beauties are your cup of tea. A high-quality beauty has been detected within a radius of 50 meters. Adhering to the excellent virtue of thriftiness, please express your love to the white silk school beauty who is about to leave the teaching building, and let her accept the bouquet she made by hand. Task reward, 10 million in cash. Duo Xiao? 10 million. Lu Xingqian's pupils shrank slightly. It's not his fault that he is ignorant. He is just a child from an ordinary family. Although he has a system, his thinking consciousness cannot be transformed in a short time. But his calm temperament over the years, coupled with his extraordinary roommates, helped him quickly regain his composure. Recalling the task issued by the system, he took advantage of his 188 centimeters height, stood in the crowd, and looked around, trying to find the dazzling white silk. Stars! Lu Xingqian heard someone calling him from afar. He looked up and saw Lu Yuan standing next to Jiang Qingyan, waving at him. He frowned slightly and looked at them indifferently. He didn't want to pay attention to them. Nothing was more important than 10 million. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed in his peripheral vision. With a slight raise of her eyebrows, she turned her head and saw Bai Qianqian, a well-known campus beauty who won the Golden Flower Award, hurriedly walking out of the teaching building. She was wearing a JK suit. The slim white shirt perfectly outlined her perfect figure, and the lace bow on her chest was very cute. The lower body was a blue and white plaid skirt, the hem of which was just at the thigh. Her pair of slender, white legs were wrapped in shiny white silk. Her waist-length black hair fell freely, and her slender white hands were playing with her hair, preparing to pin a burgundy butterfly hairpin on her head. He walked in a hurry and looked very anxious. Moving among the zombie-like college students, she was full of energy like the bright moon, which made Lu Xingqian's eyes light up. Not at all surprised by Bai Qianqian's outfit, Lu Xingqian knew that she was rushing to work in a JK bar outside the school, and she seemed to be quite short of money. Thinking of the 10 million yuan reward for the task, he adjusted the bouquet in his hand. As a well-known academic master in school idol on December 2nd, he instantly found a way to make Bai Qianqian cooperate with him. Xingqian, why don't you pay attention to me? Are you a little upset about what Qingyan said just now? Then you shouldn't say that. Qingyan is angry. You should apologize to Qingyan. Qingyan will definitely forgive you. Lu Yuan's noisy chatter did not enter Lu Xingqian's ears. All his attention was focused on completing the task. Jiang Qingyan, who was expecting Lu Xingqian to apologize, looked at Lu Xingqian and was stunned. She knew Lu Xingqian too well. The way he treated her now was no different from how he treated those strangers who pursued him. The two of them were completely out of his sight. Seeing Bai Qianqian passing by, Lu Xingqian was about to step forward when an arm stretched out in front of him to stop him. Xingqian, stop making trouble and apologize to Qingyan. Lu Yuan turned his back to Jiang Qingyan with a teasing look, pretending that he was doing it for his own good. Why does he always look so cold and aloof, like a banished immortal who doesn't care about the world? Why can he enter Jiang Qingyan's heart? Why? In front of so many people, he had to lose face for Lu Xingqian and confirm his reputation as a dog. Lu Xingqian's brows flashed with displeasure, and he lowered his eyes to stare at the sissy in front of him who was talking nonsense, his eyes full of impatience. Snap. Ah. Who gave you the courage to tell me what to do? Lu Xingqian took off his shoulders neatly and stared at him with cold eyes. Get out of the way, a good dog doesn't block the road. Looking at Bai Qianqian who was about to walk away, without even giving Jiang Qingyan a glance, he ran over in small steps. The 10 million could not be lost. Qingyan, I just want him to apologize to you, maybe Xingqian misunderstood. Lu Yuan covered his drooping shoulders with his hands, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, and he started to complain to Jiang Qingyan. Jiang Qingyan glanced at him indifferently and said in a cold tone, You have crossed the line. If you are in pain, go to the infirmary by yourself. Next time you'd better remember and watch your mouth. Lu Xingchen hated it most when others interfered with his behavior. Even if she didn't dare to do that, why did Lu Yuan do that? He deserved this outcome. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Qingyan turned and walked towards the place surrounded by the crowd. He wanted to see what was more important than her. A trace of surprise flashed across Lu Yuan's face, but he gritted his teeth and followed. He heard someone in the crowd seem to be confessing his love, and thinking of Lu Xingchen's posture of jogging with flowers in his hands just now, a calculation flashed across his face. Chapter 3 I Like You. By Qianqian, wait. Looking at the school beauty who was running as if she was about to take off, Lu Xingchen shouted loudly. Even though she was very anxious, when she heard someone calling her name, the polite Bai Qianqian still stopped and looked back in confusion. She frowned slightly as she looked at the tall and handsome Lu Xingchen, who was walking towards her with flowers in his hands. What's up? I'm a little busy right now. As a classmate, she had also heard of Lu Xingchen's deeds. He didn't want to have anything to do with Lu Xingchen at all, to avoid Jiang Qingyan's misunderstanding and unnecessary trouble. Lu Xingchen had already expected Bai Qianqian's reaction. According to school rumors, she only had eyes for money. If he wanted to talk to her, it would be best if he could bring her benefits, otherwise he would be rejected by her. Bai Qianqian, I like you. Ill. Bai Qianqian gave him an indifferent look, cursed him coldly, and turned to leave. Lu Xingchen had anticipated this and took a step forward to stand in front of her. A hand fell on her waist without warning, and under the huge force, Bai Qianqian fell directly into his arms. Take my flowers, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Just cooperate with me in this play, and I will give you 100,000. Lu Xingchen looked at Jiang Qingyan outside the crowd with deep eyes. He thought he might as well use her and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. With such generous conditions and her previous reputation as a lovesick person, Bai Qianqian would surely not refuse. Sure enough, Bai Qianqian, who had been resisting fiercely, lit up her eyes after hearing these words. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Lu Xingchen, her eyelashes trembling and her pupils shrinking slightly. Really? 100,000 yuan was not a small sum of money for her. Even if she worked part-time in a bar outside for a year, she would only earn this much. Besides, her mother's condition was getting worse and worse, and she couldn't wait that long. She needed the $100,000 without having to sacrifice her own innocence. Of course. You should trust my character. Lu Xingchen's tone was cold, and he whispered at such a close distance that his breath hit her ears, making Bai Qianqian's cheeks slightly red. Seeing her so alluring, Lu Xingchen inexplicably felt like teasing her. He raised his hand uncontrollably, and gently rubbed her light lip gloss with his fingertips. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a look of pleasure appeared on his face. Bai Qianqian had never had such intimate contact before. She secretly glared at Lu Xingchen behind the crowd, but for the sake of the $100,000, she let it go. Prevent him from crossing the line and warn him in a low voice, don't go too far. After saying that, a sweet and shy expression appeared on her face, and she straightened the collar of Lu Xingchen's white shirt. He glanced at Jiang Qingyan outside the crowd, and his guard became lessened. She wanted to put on a full show and make sure that Lu Xingchen got good value for his $100,000, and hoped that he would come back to her next time. His eyes flickered and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Do you really like me? Before that, you weren't using me as a shield, were you? Bai Qianqian drooped her eyelashes slightly, pretended to glance outside the crowd, then looked up at Lu Xingchen's slightly aggressive eyes and questioned softly. This shocked the college students who were watching the fun nearby. Bai Qianqian, the legendary careerist who claimed she was not interested in men, did not reject Lu Xingchen on the spot, but asked him coquettishly, could it be that? In less than a minute, the picture of Lu Xingchen embracing Bai Qianqian was circulated rapidly on the campus network, breaking the hearts of many boys and girls who had been dreaming of him. Jiang Qingyan, who was outside the crowd, appeared calm on the surface, but her hands were tightly grasping the corners of her clothes, her eyes fixed on Lu Xingchen. I seemed to hear his words in the auditorium, and I felt inexplicably uneasy. No, he loves me. Lu Yuan on the side had a dark look in his eyes. He glanced at the wrinkled corners of Jiang Qingyan's clothes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was looking forward to Lu Xingchen's answer. He finally waited for this opportunity. Lu Xingchen naturally saw the cunning that flashed across Bai Qianqian's eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Qianqian, I only like you. He placed the bouquet in his hands into Bai Qianqian's hands. He lowered his eyes to see the glaze on Bai Qianqian's lips, which were slightly blushing. He raised his hand, pinched her chin, and kissed her directly. Feeling the warmth at the corner of her lips, Bai Qianqian widened her eyes, looked at the man in front of her with no pores on his face in disbelief, and took a few steps back. Shy. Forget about it, she now wishes she could castrate him with her own hands. The man's words were deceitful, so she shouldn't have believed him. Character? Oh. Lu Xingqian didn't know what was going on. He looked at Bai Qianqian in front of him and felt an inexplicable impulse in his heart, and then his composure was lost. He rubbed his lips, which were no longer dry, with his fingertips, and his eyes became deeper, filled with unbearable desire. Personality? If it's lost, it's lost. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, confessing his love to the school beauty Bai Qianqian, and accepting the bouquet. System rewards have been issued through legal channels, please check. As soon as the system notification sounded, the phone in my trouser pocket made a ding sound. Lu Xingqian ignored the looks of the people around him and took out his cell phone to take a look. The latest item in the message column is the news about mobile banking. Card with last number 3358 received 10 million renminbi remitted from other banks from ICBC at 11:26 on September 7, 2030, and the account balance is 10,005,370 renminbi and 11 cents. When Lu Xingqian saw the number behind the account balance, his breathing quickened a little. Thinking of the current situation, he suppressed the urge to laugh. When he raised his eyes again, his cool and noble temperament was restored. His sight fell on Bai Qianqian, who was looking angry in front of him. With a smile in his eyes, he suddenly took a step forward. Bai Qianqian's eyelashes trembled nervously, but thinking of the 100,000 yuan he promised her, she couldn't bear to lose his face, so she could only pretend to be shy and lower her head to look at the bouquet in her hands, but in her heart she was madly scolding this guy without any character. Qianqian, are you hungry? Let's go eat. Lu Xingqian held Bai Qianqian's soft and boneless little hand and whispered an apology in her ear. I was wrong just now, I'll give you an extra 50,000 later. Good. Hearing Lu Xingqian's apology, Bai Qianqian's smile this time was genuine. 50,000 yuan for a first kiss is worth it. Besides, Lu Xingqian is so handsome, she won't suffer any loss. She can just think of it as kissing a male model who pays for it. Watching the two people walking away, the crowd watching the show began to have a heated discussion. TSK, a golden man and a jade woman, what a perfect match. Damn, they eat each other so well. Oh my god, the academic genius and the innocent school beauty kissing in public, what kind of idle drama plot is this? Lu Xingqian finally woke up. They are a perfect match. I'm sold. Jiang Qingyan's face was extremely gloomy at this moment. Her nails dug into her palms and blood was flowing out, but she was completely unaware of it. She stared at the receding backs of Lu Xingqian and Bai Qianqian. Xingyan, you are bleeding. Lu Yuan's concerned voice rang out. Just as he was about to reach out and lift her hand to check, Jiang Qingyan took a step back to avoid him. Lu Yuan, who had come up empty-handed, looked at Jiang Qingyan's gloomy face, and a dark look flashed across his eyes. Xingyan, Xingqian did this to make you jealous, otherwise why would he suddenly confess his love to Bai Qianqian, who he had no connection with at all? And from the way Bai Qianqian pushed him away at the beginning, you could tell that she obeyed because Lu Xingqian paid her to act out this drama. Xingqian still has you in his heart, so let us go for treatment first. Xingqian didn't say he wouldn't let you have a scar, but you probably don't want him to blame himself in the future. Lu Yuan knew Jiang Qingyan's psychology, so he had no choice but to bring up Lu Xingqian and try to persuade her. After hearing Lu Yuan's analysis, Jiang Qingyan's expression improved a lot, but she still felt a little uneasy when she thought about how he had kissed that bitch just now. He looked down at his palm and remembered Lu Xingqian holding Bai Qianqian's hand. Go to the infirmary. She can't have any scars, she can't be worse than that bitch Bai Qianqian. Chapter 4, Temporary Girlfriend for 1 month. Lu Xingqian took Bai Qianqian and just walked out of the school gate. Seeing that there was no one he knew around him, he suddenly stopped and turned around. It was the first time that Bai Qianqian was held by a boy's hand. She was a little overwhelmed and didn't pay attention, and suddenly bumped into Lu Xingqian's arms. The soft fragrance of her arms, the sweet smell of her perfume, violently rushed into his nostrils and occupied his brain. The softness in his arms made it difficult for him to resist, and he raised his hands to hug her. Feeling the heat from behind and having her nose a little sore from the collision, Bai Qianqian shuddered all over, and the male hormones that she had ignored also occupied her breathing. In his arms, I inexplicably felt safe. Make way, make way. A sudden shout was heard. Bai Qianqian suddenly woke up, and immediately broke away from Lu Xingqian's arms. Let me go, you bastard. She had just broken free when a huge force came again and she was pulled back into his arms. Watch out for the cars. As soon as she finished her words, a whistling wind passed by and she was free again. After glaring at the person riding away on a bicycle, Bai Qianqian looked at Lu Xingqian's smiling eyes and suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but she always dared to admit her mistakes. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It doesn't matter, you helped me vent my anger just now, so we're even. Give me your card number and I will transfer it to you through online banking. Those two payment softwares have limits. Lu Xingqian opened his online banking, raised his eyes slightly, and prepared to pay. When she heard that it was related to money, Bai Qianqian immediately woke up from her shyness. Just as she took out her cell phone, she paused. Her card was a second-class card and it seemed that it could not accept so much money. I have a second-class card. Bai Qianqian felt a little embarrassed for failing at the critical moment, and her voice became a few decibels lower, like a kitten. I contacted the bank to withdraw cash. 150,000 requires an appointment 1 day in advance, so I can only give it to you tomorrow. This was also the first time that Lu Xingqian had been so rich. Although he had a system, his authority in the bank was not enough to withdraw large amounts of cash on the same day. Okay, thank you. I just put on a show for you. I'm embarrassed to take so much money. Just consider this money as a loan from you. I'll return it to you later, but without interest. When she heard the price of 150,000, Bai Qianqian felt a little embarrassed to ask for so much money. Although Lu Xingqian had promised her, she still insisted on her own ideas. Otherwise, as a school beauty who won the Golden Circle Award, she would not have to go out to work part-time every day to go out and accompany others. What, you fall in love with me and want to save money for me so much? Lu Xingqian gently pinched Bai Qianqian's chin with his slender white fingers and teased with a smile. He naturally understood Bai Qianqian's insistence, but he also had his own insistence. A rich man should keep his promises. Bai Qianqian bit the corner of her lips slightly, and the breath blowing towards her made her heart beat uncontrollably faster. Looking at Lu Xingqian's handsome face, she is also a normal woman and a face control, how can she remain indifferent? But it can't be said to be love. Forget it, I've already given you my first kiss, so this one doesn't matter. Bai Qianqian hinted to herself in her heart and slowly closed her eyes. Her trembling eyelashes showed that she was not at peace. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't feel any moisture on my lips. When he opened his eyes, Lu Xingqian was already a few steps away from him, with his arms folded across his chest, leaning against the wall beside him, a smile flashing in his starry eyes. Realizing that she had been fooled, Bai Qianqian became angry, her face turned red, and she turned around and was about to leave. Don't want the money anymore? Lu Xingqian's cold voice came out. In less than a second, Bai Qianqian came back angrily and stood beside him with a pout. He thought it was cute and chuckled. An interesting idea flashed through his mind. You have to accept the money, and if you feel embarrassed, just pretend to be my girlfriend for another month. A school beauty who makes 150,000 yuan a month and is still a virgin, quite suitable. Bai Qianqian put her hands on her chest and stared at Lu Xingqian, wary of him. Don't even think about it. She couldn't imagine that the usually aloof and cool school idol, the devoted and infatuated man, could actually say such words. It turns out that people with a bad heart think everything is dirty. They all say it's pretending. Besides, I'm the most handsome boy in school, do you think I would lack women? Lu Xingqian turned his head and looked at him directly, his eyes deep, and asked with dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you again. Bai Qianqian apologized decisively. Humph. Lu Xingqian snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the shopping mall next to him. Not long after walking, he turned around and looked at Bai Qianqian, who was still hesitating. Why don't you keep up? My boyfriend wants to go shopping for clothes. As a girlfriend, shouldn't I help him choose? Or was your embarrassment just an excuse? Okay, classmate Lu, I will definitely complete the task well. Bai Qianqian showed a flattering smile and quickly followed. She felt a little guilty for misunderstanding Lu Xingqian twice in a row. Besides, she had not received the money yet and there was no contract. She had to serve her big money bag well according to her conscience. Welcome to the Guckle store, handsome guys and beautiful girls, good afternoon. As soon as I walked into the Guckle store, a mature lady shopping guide came towards me. She was over 1.7 meters tall and wore a standard OL uniform, which outlined her agile figure. The two slender and voluptuous legs are wrapped in black stockings that are completely different from Bai Qianqian's, and paired with shiny black high heels, which further highlights her charm as a royal sister. The shopping guide glanced up and down inadvertently, then looked at the JK suit next to them with the logo of a pub printed on it, and instantly understood their consumption level. But she maintained her professionalism, with a smile on her face and a very enthusiastic attitude. After all, with Lu Xingqian and Bai Qianqian here, it was hard not to like them. Lu Xingqian naturally noticed the shopping guide's gaze, but since he had money in his pocket, he didn't care. I turned around and looked around the store. To be honest, it was my first time walking into a luxury store, and I was a little curious. The store is very clean and tidy, the lighting is just right, the merchandise display is unique, and it is very comfortable at first glance. Unexpectedly, the store has a wide range of items, from clothes, shoes, and hats to rings and earrings. It's also a good thing that he doesn't have to go around various stores, which is too tiring. Are you going to choose clothes for this beauty? Recently, a batch of celebrity-like styles have been launched. Your girlfriend should be suitable for her looks and figure. You can try them. The female shopping guide noticed that Bai Qianqian's eyes lit up when she looked at the new product area and asked with a smile. Bai Qianqian quickly waved her hand and pointed at Lu Xingqian next to her. No, I'm here to accompany him to choose clothes. A shirt here costs at least 1,000 yuan, and celebrity items cost tens of thousands. She doesn't have the spare money to spend in this luxury store. The female shopping guide was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, okay, this way please. Soon, with the shopping guide's recommendations and Bai Qianqian's praise, Lu Xingqian picked out several valuable pieces of clothing. Bai Qianqian looked at the price and was secretly dumbfounded. A pure black ankle shirt for 12999, and a pair of straight draped pants for 11999. The guckle necklace on her neck is 8888 and the ring is 5999. All in all, this set costs nearly 40,000 yuan. She hadn't heard that Lu Xingqian was a rich second generation. But when she thought about how he gave her 150,000 yuan just to get her to act, and she didn't say much, she just thought he was a fool with a lot of money, and was spending money in revenge after a breakup. Beauty, your boyfriend told you to try that set and buy it if it suits you. The female shopping guide considerately closed the door of the fitting room for Lu Xingqian, then turned to Bai Qianqian and asked for an introduction. Xingyan, is that Bai Qianqian? Why is she there? Is she being kept by a rich man? Ha, this bitch who appears to be noble on the surface, it's a good opportunity to expose her and let the blind Lu Xingqian take a good look at what kind of person he is confessing to. In the aisle of the GUCCL store, Jiang Qingyan's best friend had a look of disdain on her face and pointed at Bai Qianqian in the store and cursed. Chapter 5, Self-Righteous Jiang Qingyan. Jiang Qingyan looked at the fair-skinned and beautiful Bai Qianqian in the store, and suddenly thought of what Lu Yuan said to her when she was treating her wound in the infirmary. Xingyan, you have to be careful of Bai Qianqian. That kind of gold diggers are the most experienced in confusing academic masters like Xingqian. Although she could sense Lu Yuan's little thoughts, she felt that what he said was right. This kind of greedy vixen likes to hook up with handsome and academically competent men like Lu Xingqian. She did not resist when her best friend pulled her towards the store. She wanted to see how Lu Xingqian would use Bai Qianqian as a shield after Bai Qianqian was caught with her sponsor. Up to this point, she had no idea that the man inside was Lu Xingqian. Inside the store, Bai Qianqian waved her hands helplessly and refused. No, really, no. She is not blind, the price of that dress is close to 30,000 yuan. She was just pretending to be Lu Xingqian's girlfriend, so how could she afford such expensive clothes? Beauty, this dress really suits you, and your boyfriend doesn't seem to be joking. It was the first time for the female shopping guide to see a woman saving money for a man in a luxury store, so she patiently persuaded him. When she was guiding Lu Xingqian to the fitting room just now, she saw the cash withdrawal appointment information sent by the bank, which immediately changed her consumption orientation towards Lu Xingqian. You can withdraw 150,000 yuan at a time and still have no money to buy clothes. No, he doesn't. Bai Qianqian was about to refute, but found that there was no room for refutation, because she was now openly Lu Xingqian's girlfriend. Just as she was worrying about how to refuse, a scornful and harsh sneer was heard. Hey, isn't this our by University's campus beauty? How come she just stole someone else's boyfriend in the morning, accepted his love confession, and within 2 hours, she went shopping with another rich sponsor? She is indeed a famous time management master. Jiang Qingyan's best friend walked slowly to Bai Qianqian, not hiding the disdain on her face, and sneered sarcastically. When the female shopping guide nearby saw this scene, she silently stepped back a few steps, away from the battlefield, and quietly notified the mall security to be ready at any time. This kind of scene where the original wife and the mistress meet face to face is not uncommon in luxury stores and is easily handled. Let them fight for a while first. After they start fighting, it's best to break some things to increase their performance. Then pretend to stop them and finally let the security take them away. Jiang Qingyan stood beside her best friend, silent, but her eyes were always on by Qianqian's white silk. Staring at her fair face and the white silk stockings on her smooth and slender legs, a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes, and her fingers secretly pressed lightly on her best friend's arm. Then she stepped aside, took out her cell phone from her bag and started recording. After a while, she took the video to confront Lu Xingqian. Bai Qianqian, who was sitting on the sofa, glanced at the woman she had never seen before, then looked at Jiang Qingyan beside her with a look of understanding in her eyes. She had heard such vicious and harsh words countless times since she was a child, and her heart had long been immune to them and was not affected at all. She simply ignored this jumping clown and sat quietly on the sofa, waiting for Lu Xingqian to come out of the fitting room. It would be most satisfying to slap him in the face. When Jiang Qingyan's best friend saw Bai Qianqian being silent, she thought she was hiding her guilt and a sarcastic look appeared on her face. Don't think you can get away with it by keeping silent. Qingyan, call Lu Xingqian. I want to see his expression when he sees Bai Qianqian with the other woman's sponsor. Let him know who is worthy of his love. He is really blind to confess to such a person. Even if it is to irritate you, you can't be so desperate. I think you are right. You must not forgive him so easily this time. When the female shopping guide heard Lu Xingqian's name, she looked thoughtfully at Bai Qianqian, who was calm beside her, and secretly glanced at the fitting room. The show was about to begin. Click. The sound of unlocking was heard, and everyone in the store looked at the door of the fitting room. Jiang Qingyan's cell phone camera immediately turned around, and she even took a few steps back to find an angle so that Bai Qianqian and the door of the fitting room appeared in the same frame. The next second, everyone present was stunned. Jiang Qingyan and her best friend didn't expect that the person who walked out of the fitting room was Lu Xingqian. Bai Qianqian and the sales staff in the store were stunned by Lu Xingqian's appearance and temperament. Lu Xingqian wore a pure black ankle shirt on his upper body. With his bony white hands, he gently adjusted the guckle necklace on his neck. Through the top two unfastened buttons, only the outline of his pectoral muscles and the white and delicate collarbone could be seen, but it made him look more atmospheric. The straight-leg draped pants with excellent texture and appropriate length highlight his slender legs, and the pure white Air Force One makes him look more sunny and clean. He looks just like a noble and aloof young master from a wealthy family. This was the only thought in the minds of everyone present. Lu Xingqian walked up to Bai Qianqian, lowered his eyes lazily, looked at her who was amazed by him, and said in a casual tone, "Am I handsome?" When the two looked at each other, Bai Qianqian felt her heart stop and her breathing became difficult. Those two words seemed to explode in her mind like fireworks. Handsome. She whispered back in a mosquito-like voice. Then she immediately lowered her head guiltily, not wanting him to see the blush on her face and hiding her emotions. Such a handsome, rich, well-built, and intelligent schoolboy, which young and naive girl wouldn't be moved? But she knew that she was not worthy of him and he could not give her the person she wanted for her whole life. Jiang Qingyan, who was standing by, saw that Lu Xingqian treated her as nothing and came out to interact directly with that bitch Bai Qianqian, and suddenly she felt suffocated by the pain in her heart. The desire in his eyes didn't seem acted. Lu Xingqian looked at Bai Qianqian, whose ears were red and who lowered her head, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. He raised his hand and pinched her chin, asking her to raise her head, and asked dissatisfiedly, "Why don't you try on clothes?" Before Bai Qianqian could answer, Jiang Qingyan's best friend couldn't help it and stood up and shouted angrily, "Lu Xingqian, what are you doing? Donate your eyes if you don't need them." Lu Xingqian glanced at her coldly, turned his head and stared at Bai Qianqian, and resumed his spring-like smile, with a slightly raised eyebrow. "Didn't you see that I was talking to my girlfriend?" Girlfriend? As soon as these three words came out, Jiang Qingyan's best friend felt like something was stuck in her throat. She looked at Lu Xingqian in disbelief, then turned back to look at Jiang Qingyan, whose face had lost all color. Jiang Qingyan couldn't believe that these three words would come out of Lu Xingqian's mouth. Seeing him lift Bai Qianqian's chin in an intimate manner, her heart was in a state of panic. It seems that she has forbidden him from doing this since he entered college. Could it be that? The thought flashed through Jiang Qingyan's mind, her pupils shrank slightly, and she felt that she couldn't go on like this. I put down my phone, walked forward, and said in a tone that was as non-cold as possible, "Xingqian, stop it. I know you are using her as a shield just to get my attention. As long as you are more obedient, less jealous, and more generous in the future, I will accept you next time you confess your feelings to me, okay? Let her go. This is not good in public." Chapter 6, just think of it as a dog bite. Jiang Qingyan never realized her mistake from beginning to end, but maintained a condescending attitude. I said to Lu Xingchen, I'll give you a chance to apologize to me. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll reluctantly forgive you. Jiang Qingyan crossed her arms confidently, waiting for Lu Xingchen to admit his mistake, but Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. Although he doted on her over the years, he always maintained his own self. He really didn't understand where this woman got the confidence from, as if he would definitely apologize to her. He just glanced at her, then turned back and looked at Bai Qianqian, who had a calm expression. She doesn't seem to care at all about what is happening now. Perhaps I need to remind her that a good girlfriend should cooperate with her boyfriend to stay away from the harassment of his ex. Unconsciously, Lu Xingchen's gaze fell on her pink lips again. Then, in her shocked and panicked eyes, he refused again. Bai Qianqian's ears turned red instantly. At this moment, all the sounds around her seemed to be blocked out, with only her heartbeat, which was almost 180 miles per hour, constantly beating against her chest. Bai Qianqian felt the warmth on her lips and wanted to push away this man who had lost his character again. But thinking about the current situation, if she pushed Lu Xingchen away, the relationship between them would be exposed. She is just fulfilling her obligation of 150,000 yuan a month. Anyway, I've been kissed before, so this one doesn't matter. Just treat it as a dog bite. But her tightly closed eyes, trembling eyelashes, and the hands that never raised to tightly grasp the hem of her skirt betrayed her true thoughts. She had no idea of resisting at all. Jiang Qingyan's face was full of disbelief. As she looked at the two people kissing, her mind went blank. No, it's impossible. How could he kiss Bai Qianqian? How is it possible? He said he wanted to save his first kiss for me. Why did it happen like this? Jiang Qingyan's best friend was also confused. Why did he suddenly change his mind when he had always loved Jiang Qingyan? She was not present when he confessed his love to her, and he could use the excuse that Lu Xingchen wanted to piss off Jiang Qingyan. But now, as she looked at the two people who were forgetting each other, she had no reason at all. Suddenly, a shrill old-fashioned cell phone ringtone rang out. Bai Qianqian immediately stepped back, broke free from Lu Xingchen's restraints, and took out a mobile phone with a cracked screen from her backpack. I'll take a call. After saying that, he walked to an empty corner of the store. Having tasted the sweetness, Lu Xingchen is in a good mood now. He raised his eyebrows slightly, turned to look at Jiang Qingyan beside him, and said coldly, "This is my choice. I want to be a human being, so Jiang, you should find someone else to be your dog." Jiang Qingyan noticed the indifference in Lu Xingchen's eyes and suddenly became anxious. "Xingchen, I was just about to explain when Bai Qianqian came over in a hurry. Brother Xingchen, I have something urgent to do, so I have to leave first. I can't accompany you shopping. I will double compensate you next time." When Bai Qianqian heard that her mother's condition had worsened in the hospital, she was very anxious, but she did not panic. He turned around and explained to Lu Xingchen in a friendly manner, then turned around and left the store quickly. Lu Xingchen watched Bai Qianqian leave quickly and wanted to follow her, but he was still wearing Gucci's clothes and had to pay, which would take some time. "Lu Xingchen, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. If you need money, call me anytime." Lu Xingchen sent a message on the social software, and he was not in the mood to spend money. "In addition to the clothes I tried on before, I also packed up the lavender dress and checked out together." Looking back at the female shopping guide, he waved his hand indifferently. Then he simply ignored Jiang Qingyan and her annoying bestie, sat on the sofa in the lounge area, waiting for the clerk to pack and check out. "Handsome guy, the total amount is 325,629. Do you want to pay by card or online?" The female shopping guide was very respectful. She leaned over to hand Lu Xingchen the receipt and also handed him her business card. A moving white light flashed before my eyes, and a white finger gently stroked the palm of my hand. Lu Xingchen saw through the female shopping guide's little thoughts at a glance, but did not refuse. This female shopping guide is pretty good looking, with a figure as agile as a rabbit and a pair of slender, slightly plump long legs in black stockings. The key is that she is pretty good looking and the makeup on her face is not that heavy. It's not okay to be a girlfriend, but it's okay to be a female friend who you meet occasionally. Swipe the card. Lu Xingchen casually put the card in her hand, following her thoughts. The tender and smooth feeling is completely different from Bai Qianqian's. It feels fleshy and softer in the hand. The female shopping guide did not reject Lu Xingchen, but gave him a charming smile. She looked at Lu Xingchen in front of her and felt that being with him was better than being with those greasy middle-aged married men. At worst, it's not a loss to have a short-lived romance. It would cost several thousand to order a male model of this quality in a nightclub. Jiang Qingyan originally thought that after Bai Chanxian left, she would have the opportunity to talk to Lu Xingchen and resolve the misunderstanding between them. But when he saw that female shopping guide seducing Lu Xingchen like a vixen and Lu Xingchen still didn't refuse, his face turned completely black and he couldn't bear it anymore. He walked straight up and pulled the female shopping guide away. He glared at Lu Xingchen and shouted, "Lu Xingchen, I was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have called you a dog. I apologize to you. There's no need for you to degrade yourself like this. I know you're not that kind of person. If you stay the same as before, I will marry you after you graduate from college." The female shopping guide in black stockings was suddenly pushed away. She was stunned for a moment and was about to fight back, but when she saw the disgusted expression on Lu Xingchen's face, the anger on her face suddenly disappeared. "Stand aside obediently, ready to watch the show." Lu Xingchen looked at Jiang Qingyan in front of him. After removing the childhood sweetheart filter, she was not even as good as the female shopping guide in black stockings. He looked at her proud slender figure again, and glanced at the female shopping guide in black stockings, who was some fat and some thin, with her plump curves. He wondered if he had been bewitched by someone before. Seeing that Lu Xingchen was silent and lowered his head without saying anything, Jiang Qingyan thought that Lu Xingchen agreed. She reached out and held his hand, whispering, "Xingchen, just hold my hand from now on, okay?" Lu Xingchen was doubting his previous judgment when suddenly a greasy hand covered with thick sunscreen came into his hand. Thinking about the time when Lu Yuan held hands while showing her his manicure, she suddenly felt disgusted. "Stay away from me." Lu Xingchen immediately leaned back and shook off Jiang Qingyan's hand. He lowered his head and frowned slightly, looking at the sunscreen smeared on his hands, feeling a little unlucky. "Wipe it." The female shopping guide in black stockings was very considerate. She took out a few wet wipes from the front desk and handed them to Lu Xingchen. Looking at the fair, tender hand in front of him, without any makeup, and the wet wipe on the hand, Lu Xingchen looked at her in surprise. "Thank you. I took the wipes and wiped my hands to make sure there was no greasy feeling, and then I relaxed my frown." Afterwards, he directly took the hand of Rui, the female shopping guide in black stockings, and his mood immediately improved a lot. "Choose which bag you like and check out together." Lu Xingchen ignored Jiang Qingru and looked at this sensible shopping guide, curling his lips slightly and said nonchalantly. In his eyes, a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars seemed worthless and could be given away casually. Chapter 7, 100 times cash back on consumption. "Then I would like to thank my handsome brother." When the female shopping guide heard Lu Xingchen's words, her brows raised with joy, and she turned and walked towards the bag area in the store. She is not like Bai Chanxian, who will not save money for men, but she will not go too far either. She picked out a bag that cost just over 20,000 yuan, glanced at Lu Xingchen's indifferent look, twisted her hips happily, and went to the counter to pay. Jiang Qingyan just stared blankly at the interaction with that person, as if she had lost her soul. She couldn't believe why the person who had only eyes for her before changed so quickly. She just rejected his confession a few times and showed some concern for Lu Yuan during some holidays. Apart from that, she didn't do anything. But she forgot that she really had done nothing for Lu Xingchen. "Handsome brother, your card." The smiling female shopping guide called the mall's door-to-door delivery service, put the card in Lu Xingchen's hand, and gave him a wink. The chocolate ice cream they had this morning was very sweet. "Do you want to try it together?" The female shopping guide in black stockings leaned against Lu Xingchen's arm, and the hint in her words was very obvious. She has made up her mind to catch this handsome, rich, and generous man with excellent looks. Her reserve is a tactic she uses against those penniless paupers. "I've sent it to you on WeChat. Please agree. Forget about it today. I'll call you when I have time." Lu Xingchen hugged her slender waist, not caring about the eyes of the people in the store at all. He kissed her fragrant lips and chuckled. Then he turned around and left the store. Too many things had happened to him today and he really had no interest in them. He wanted to go back and sort out his thoughts. "That person is waiting for your news, and there is also someone called Yao Yan." Yao Yan waved her cell phone, ignoring Jiang Qingyan who was staring at her fiercely, and shouted at Lu Xingchen who was about to walk out of the store. Lu Xingchen didn't look back, but waved and soon disappeared at the door of the store. "Madam, are you shopping? If you are shopping, please ask another shopping guide to serve you." Yao Yan raised her eyebrows and gave Jiang Qingyan a winner's smile. She said something lightly, then turned and left them. She was too lazy to even look at this idiot who was wearing cheap clothes and smelling of pungent cheap perfume. "Who said we don't want to buy anything?" If your shopping guide doesn't serve us, believe it or not, we will complain to you. Jiang Qingyan's best friend couldn't stand this humiliation and immediately jumped out and shouted. With Lu Xingqian's contact information, Yao Yan was very confident. She turned back with a provocative look and chuckled, "Oh, what are you going to buy? If you also buy something worth 350,000, I can apologize to you." Looking at the two speechless people, Yao Yan picked up the bag that Lu Xingqian gave her. "Or if you buy the same bag, I will admit that I misjudged you and apologize to you." "Buy it, I." Before she could finish her words, she was pulled by Jiang Qingyan. Looking at the gestures Jiang Qingyan made, she almost couldn't breathe. "Humph, let's go." With a sullen look on his face, he snorted coldly, and then the two of them walked away in disgrace. "Humph, you want to fight with me, but you don't even know what you are." Yana snorted complacently, gently stroked the bag she had loved for a long time in her hand, and a bright smile appeared on her face. "Baby, send me the video and I'll treat you to milk tea later." Yao Yan turned around and called out to her colleague, then sent the video of herself fighting the two women directly to Lu Xingqian. At this moment, Lu Xingqian, who had bought several of the latest models of Apple phones, received the video as soon as he walked out of the mall. He chuckled, transferred 10,000 yuan to her, and suddenly stopped. Ding! If you have money, you have to spend it. The super rich never think too much when spending money. The main character is a rich and willful person who is approachable. Congratulations to the host for triggering the super rich behavior. Get reward. I just spent 412,589 in the mall behind me, and got 100 times cash back. The reward has been issued through legal channels, please check it carefully. As soon as the system's voice fell, a familiar ding sound came from the phone in his hand. At 15:48 on September 23, 2030, the ICBC received remitted from other banks 41,258,900 renminbi from the card with the last number 3358, and the account balance was 50,851,681 renminbi and 11 cents. 50 million. Although he had the experience of spending 10 million for the first time, Lu Xingqian couldn't help but breathe a little faster. Unexpectedly, within just a few hours of getting the system, he went from being a pauper with only 5,000 yuan in his pocket to a multi-millionaire with a balance of 50 million yuan. Suddenly there was a sense of unreality. Soon, he received a call from the bank's private customer service. After a brief chat and a few questions, he directly cancelled his previous cash withdrawal appointment. Thinking of Bai Qianqian's hurried look before leaving, he didn't send a message to Bai Qianqian directly, saying that he could go to withdraw cash now, and it would be better to meet tomorrow. He opened the mobile banking app and directly transferred 1 million yuan to each of his parents. In less than 3 minutes, his dear mother sent a video call. "Son, are you being kept by a rich woman?" This was his mother's first question. Seeing that her son's expression didn't change much, Mother Lu looked at her husband next to her in confusion and said, "Did you win the lottery? This shouldn't be the case. Your Lu family shouldn't have such good luck. Stop guessing. Isn't the stock market going to explode recently? I saved some money before, and I made some money in the past few years. I also made some money by leveraging, and it's all legal." In order to prevent his mother from having wild thoughts, Lu Xingqian found a relatively reasonable reason that this matter about the system must not be told to anyone. This reason was enough to fool his parents given their intelligence. "Oh, so that's it. That's right, my son's IQ can enter the world's top IQ club, hee. I was just guessing with your dad whether it's like what's written in Tomato's novel, you have that godly rich system." Lu's mother's unintentional words made Lu Xingqian sweat profusely. Lu Xingqian, prophet, the knife is out. Read less e-books. Now that you have money, you too should spend it. You should go traveling, right? Go. Lu Xingqian said in a lazy and wanton tone. Yes. My husband has requested annual leave. I will book a ticket immediately. I want to go to the grassland. By the way, do you want me to help you please your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Mother Lu grew up in pampering all her life, so naturally she didn't have much guilt education and directly asked her husband to book the tickets. Finally, he asked Lu Xingqian again. Lu Xingqian thought of the snobbish faces of Jiang Qingyan's parents and frowned slightly. No need, there is no possibility for Jiang Qingyan and me. Mother Lu was stunned for a moment, but did not dissuade her. She smiled and said, "Okay, Mom supports you. My eldest son is handsome and talented, he can find anyone he wants." The two chatted for a few more sentences, and then, under the urging of Lu's father to choose a hotel, he hung up the phone in a hurry. Lu Xingqian put down his phone, feeling warm in his heart. He was very glad to be born in such an open-minded and loving family. Lu Xingchen? You're smiling so brightly, are you thinking about my body again? A soft and charming teasing voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chapter 8 Apollo IE, a 10 million sports car. Hearing this familiar voice, with a tone that teased him, Lu Xingchen was about to take a step away when he paused, a trace of helplessness on his face. Turning around, his eyes fell on the radiant woman behind him, and he suddenly felt a headache. Qin Shuya, the only daughter of the chairman of the Qin Group, is the director of the student union's investment promotion department. It just so happened that Lu Xingchen was also pulled by his roommate before. With his amazing looks and academic dominance, he joined the student union with 3 others, which happened to be the investment promotion department. The investment promotion department sounds nice, but in fact it is just trying to attract investment for large-scale events held by the student union. With Qin Shuya, the rich lady, around, they don't have to do anything but flatter her. It has been more than 2 years since 4 people moved into Lu Xingchen's dormitory, and no new people have moved in. The reason why Lu Xingchen had a headache was because this senior liked to tease him too much. Those who knew her would think it was due to her personality, but those who didn't would definitely think she was a complete female hooligan. Hello, senior. Lu Xingchen greeted her cautiously, glancing at Qin Shuya's attire. She was wearing a lavender deep V off-shoulder evening gown. The LV belt outlined her slender and perfect waist. The necklace made of a pigeon egg-sized ruby on her collarbone looked very valuable, but it also set off her fair, delicate and flawless neck like white jade. The dark brown wavy hair is neatly arranged on the shoulders and neck. The charming and bright eyes and sexy red lips complement each other, making her a model of a noble lady. She was dressed rather formally today, with bodyguards following her. I guess she was going to attend a banquet and had no time to tease me. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Senior sister, you go and do your thing first, I'll go back first. If you are so afraid of me, can I eat you? Qin Shuya curled the corners of her lips slightly, stepped forward, and grabbed Lu Xingchen by the collar. After looking him up and down, there was a bit of inexplicable anger in her eyes. He glanced at Lu Xingchen coldly, pulled his collar, and walked towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked nearby. The car was so quiet that even the 2 people's heartbeats could be heard clearly. The driver tactfully got out of the car after the 2 people got in. There was a hint of doubt in Lu Xingchen's eyes as he looked at Qin Shuya, who suddenly got angry, not knowing why. Although this senior liked to tease me before, she never lost her temper and always had a smiling face. Why is it that now? Senior sister, you. Why don't you look for me? Lu Xingchen was about to speak when he was interrupted angrily by Qin Shuya. He was full of question marks and looked at Qin Shuya in confusion, not understanding what she meant. I said, if you want to find someone to support you, why don't you find me? Do you look down on my beauty as a school beauty, or do you look down on my Qin group? Qin Shuya turned her head and looked at Lu Xingchen with a grim face. When she saw that he was wearing common brand name clothes, she became even angrier. She has been wearing top-notch custom-made clothes since she was a child, and she has never looked down upon such famous brands. It seems that the one who supports Lu Xingchen should be an older woman with some money, otherwise how could the clothes she gave him be so common and cheap? It was only because Lu Xingchen was beautiful and had a good temperament that the clothes were raised to a higher level. It was such a waste of her good looks. Now Lu Xingchen was even more confused. When did he become someone's kept man? Following Qin Shuya's gaze, he looked down at his GUCCL brand clothes and the latest models of Apple phones in his bag, his eyes revealing understanding. She must have misunderstood. Senior, you. Lu Xingchen was about to speak when his mouth was blocked by a finger. Qin Shuya's complexion had returned to normal, and her fair, slender hands gently fell on his flawless, handsome face and stroked it gently. Finally, it fell on his collar. She raised her eyes slightly, and her seductive eyes looked directly into Lu Xingchen's deep and charming eyes. Lu Xingchen was shocked by her bold behavior and his breathing became more disordered. This woman is playing with fire on purpose. Lu Xingchen, let me support you. I am the only daughter of the Qin group. I must be richer than that old woman. You can live a better life by following me. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to reach out to stop her hand, he heard this outrageous statement. His eyebrows raised slightly. He didn't expect Qin Shuya to have such intentions towards him. If there was no super-rich system, he might have agreed. Who doesn't like to live off others? But he is now on his way to becoming the richest man, so there is no need for him to give up an entire forest of beautiful women for a woman. Just as I was about to refuse, the system prompt sound came to my mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system task. The first principle of the super rich is to only choose the expensive ones, not the right ones, and the same goes for women. Noble and charming senior sister, how can you give up so easily? The world of adults is never a single choice question, multiple choices are the answer. Facing the teasing of the senior sister, please fight back. System task: tease the senior sister in reverse. Mission reward: Apollo will top-end sports car worth tens of millions, total value 35 million. Apollo IE? When Lu Xingqian heard about the system reward, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. This system really understands his preferences. Compared to the more expensive Apollo Evo, he still prefers the dark purple Apollo Ali, which takes off as soon as the door opens. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Qin Shuya's dark purple deep evening dress, and there was a hint of unusual meaning in his innocent eyes. Lu Xingqian put his arm around Qin Shuya's slender waist and said in a casual and lazy tone, "Senior sister, there are no old women around me. Also, do you want to support me so much?" The distance between their noses was less than 3 centimeters, and Lu Xingqian's breath when he spoke hit her face. A sudden surge of male hormones flooded into Qin Shuya's nasal cavity. She was originally a little angry, but at this moment all her anger disappeared, and she allowed Lu Xingqian to hold her in his arms. But after hearing his words, Qin Shuya's eyes suddenly widened. She looked up and stared at Lu Xingqian, secretly sighing that she had been confused by this male Deji and did not investigate it first, causing such a big mistake. I didn't. Qin Shuya, who had learned the truth, no longer had the courage she had just now. I guess she has the desire but not the courage, otherwise she wouldn't have been doing it for more than 2 years. Oh, no? Lu Xingqian asked back with a chuckle. Looking at Qin Shuya, who turned her head with a blushing face, her deep eyes were filled with emotion. Qin Shuya suddenly widened her eyes in shock, turned her head to meet Lu Xingqian's burning gaze, and quickly closed her eyes shyly. After a long time, Qin Shuya, with a ruddy face, sat in the Rolls-Royce, looking at Lu Xingqian's back as he walked into the campus. The white fingers fell on the corners of his lips, rubbed them gently with the fingertips, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seems that he has really let it go. On the other side, Lu Xingqian, who had just walked into the campus, listened to the prompt sound of the system in his mind, and couldn't suppress the curling of his lips. Chapter 9 by Chanxian asks for help. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and flirting with the rich senior Qin Shuya. Because the host performed so well, I will reward him with a VLP parking space. System rewards have been issued through legal channels, please check. As soon as the system prompt sounded, the image of the underground parking lot of a nearby shopping mall flashed in Lu Xingqian's mind. The gorgeous dark purple Apollo Ali, worth 35 million, was quietly parked in the mall's VLP parking space. The scene changed again, and the car's top-notch accessories and a stack of relevant documents and contracts came into view. Lu Xingqian's excitement at this moment was even more intense than when he was teasing Qin Shuya just now. No man could resist the temptation of a sports car worth tens of millions. If he wasn't really a little tired today and it was already dark, he would have turned around to enjoy the feeling of being pushed on the back. Damn, this is life. Lu Xingqian let out a long breath, looked at the tree-lined road under the dim lights on campus, touched the extra car keys in his pocket, and felt extremely comfortable. Not long after, Lu Xingqian slowly came to the dormitory door. As soon as the first knock was made, the dormitory door was quickly opened. The 3 roommates touched their chins and looked up and down at Lu Xingqian with inquiring looks in their eyes. Lu Xingqian raised his chin slightly, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. According to custom, one must knock on the door at least 3 times before it will be opened. But today they were so happy and made such a big scene. Something is wrong. Just when he was about to turn around and hide, he caught a glimpse of the newly launched Apple phone in his hand, and he felt confident. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before? Why don't you welcome me back to my bedroom quickly? Lu Xingqian puffed out his chest and raised his head, curled the corners of his lips slightly, and walked in with a swagger. Here, one for each of you. Don't say that my brothers have become rich without thinking about you. Looking at the 3 indifferent people, he directly threw the bag containing 5 fruit phones into the arms of the third brother Li Xiang, and sat on his stool. Li Xiang looked at the bag in his hand in confusion. When he saw that there were 5 newly released Apple mobile phones in it, he was stunned. Damn, second brother, are you going to find a rich woman? Li Xiang's shout made the other 2 people's eyes fall on Lu Xingqian. No, second brother, you can't do that. If you need money, just tell me. Although my family is not as rich as Sister Qin, I can still take out a few million. Wang Yihao, the fourth and youngest student in the dormitory, said hurriedly. He said that the pile of Guckle stuff this afternoon was of dubious origin, and that the Lu Xingchen he knew was not that kind of person. Then there is only one possibility: he was short of money, and then he gave himself to a rich woman in exchange for money and these things. Second brother, tell me, what is going on? As the eldest brother of the dormitory, Lin Feng is only a few months older than the others, but due to family reasons, he has always been calm and steady. Lin Feng glanced at Lu Xingchen's slightly raised eyebrows. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. He thought that it would not be what those two people had guessed. Hearing the three people's concern, Lu Xingchen felt warm in his heart. He didn't know about other dormitories, but their dormitory was like brothers. He stretched lazily and said lightly, I'm rich. I figured out some things today, I'm happy. Each of us got a cell phone, just to celebrate my singleness again. After hearing Lu Xingchen's words, the three of them looked at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What happened in the morning was spread all over the school's campus network and confession wall, so it would be hard for them not to know. The three of them didn't care too much. Although Lu Xingchen responded to Jiang Qingyan's requests, his attitude was always cold and he maintained his self-awareness. If a top student in school idol is willing to die for a woman, then they have really chosen the wrong person. Okay, I feel relieved when you say that. To celebrate Lao Er's return to being single, do you want to have a drink? Li Xiang smiled and took out a mobile phone, pulled out the beer he had bought from under his desk, and made a gesture to Lu Xingchen that everyone would understand. Forget it, I'm tired, let's go eat hot pot in a few days. Lu Xingchen waved his hand and walked directly into the bathroom. The dormitory returned to silence again. After the remaining person took his phone, he saw the extra phone and they looked at each other. Hiss, could it be that second brother really succeeded in getting Bai Qianqian? A bold idea came to Wang Yihao's mind and he took a breath. They naturally also saw the picture of Lu Xingchen turning around and confessing his love to Bai Qianqian, but everyone agreed that he just randomly pulled the best-looking one to act out the scene. Not to mention that Lu Xingchen had never had any alone contact with Bai Qianqian before. Take Bai Qianqian, the legendary career-oriented school beauty, for example. She is not so easy to deal with. As one of the well-known rich second generations in the school, Wang Yihao has often heard people in the circle complain that Bai Qianqian is hard to pursue. In the past few years, countless rich second generations have returned empty-handed. He didn't believe that his second brother, with whom he had no intersection, could get her all at once. But he couldn't figure out where the extra iPhone would go. Jiang Qingyan? Impossible. Lu Xingchen was not the kind of person who would turn back. After thinking about it, there is only Bai Qianqian. How terrifying. Li Xiang and Lin Feng said in unison. Coincidentally, a call came in on the phone that Lu Xingchen had placed on the table, and the screen suddenly lit up. Brother, the electricity, oh shit. Wang Yihao was just about to hand the phone to Lu Xingchen in the bathroom, but when he saw the caller note, he blurted out in his native language with clear pronunciation. Lu Xingchen, who was about to unbutton his shirt, looked at Lao Si, who was holding his cell phone in confusion, and reached out to take his phone. When he saw the name above, a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. He picked up the phone and went to the corridor. In the dormitory, Wang Yihao had a serious expression on his face. He swallowed his saliva and pointed at the door. Bai Qianqian, it's really Bai Qianqian. Damn, I didn't expect that the second brother is the real love saint. Just after escaping from the sea of suffering, he caught a big fish. Li Xiang and Lin Feng also had incredible expressions on their faces. Just now they just thought that Lu Xingchen was still in the process of pursuing them, but since he took the initiative to talk on the phone for a long time that night, the progress was much faster than they imagined. At this moment, Lu Xingchen, who was chatting on the phone in the corridor, heard the crying sound from the phone and his expression became very solemn. Lu Xingchen, could you please come to the hospital and pay for me? My mother's condition has worsened and she needs surgery. Don't worry, I will definitely return the 150,000 yuan to you. On the phone, Bai Qianqian's helpless sobbing voice reached Lu Xingchen's ears. Lu Xingchen didn't expect that Bai Qianqian needed money for this reason. He hurriedly comforted her, send me the location, I'll come over right away. As the key person who triggered the system task and obtained 50 million today, Lu Xingchen naturally could not be so cold-blooded and ruthless, and he immediately agreed. Looking at the hospital address sent on the mobile phone, Lu Xingchen was slightly stunned and looked back at the dormitory door. I have to go out for something urgent and I probably won't be back tonight. Li Xiang, remember to check your phone. Lu Xingchen gave instructions, turned around and went downstairs. Chapter 10, Like the Moon, Always Clean. The three people in the dormitory looked at each other silently. Ahem, I'm not going to be a godfather, am I? Li Xiang touched his chin thoughtfully. Just as Lu Xingchen was driving the Apollo Li worth 35 million to the hospital. In the hospital, Bai Qianqian, with red and swollen eyes, was standing in the corridor outside the ward. She looked down at the location that had just been sent, glanced at the time, and felt very embarrassed. My mother is going to have an operation tomorrow, and the surgery fee must be paid in full tonight. She only collected 50,000 yuan from her former store manager and her roommate, leaving her 150,000 yuan short of the surgery fee. This was also the reason why she agreed to act with Lu Xingchen and did not refuse when he kissed her. Your mother's disease has worsened quite seriously. After the first stage of surgery, she still needs to take special medicine from abroad to recuperate. After her body has recovered, she still needs a second stage of surgery to fully recover. Considering what the doctor said, the special medicine plus the second stage surgery would cost at least 600,000 yuan. Bai Qianqian lowered her eyebrows and her eyes turned red again. She felt that life was so difficult. No matter how hard she tried, it would be impossible to collect the 600,000 yuan within half a year. She turned around and looked at her mother's pale face through the glass in the middle of the ward door, and her heart ached. Grandpa, are you feeling better? Dad, is Grandpa going to be discharged from the hospital soon? Grandpa, can we play games together when we get home? In the ward, a crowd of people surrounded another bed, laughing and joking. Bai Qianqian looked again at her mother's empty surroundings and her envious and tired eyes. She was all alone. Only she can save her mother, only she can stay with her, and only she has the ability to change a quiet ward for her. Bai Qianqian turned her head and looked at the bright full moon in the sky. How she wished she could be as clean as the moon forever. Buzz. She looked down at the message sent by Lu Xingchen on her phone, and tears as big as beans fell on the screen. The kiss today might be a memory she will never forget in her life. Senior, thank you. A message was sent. Bai Qianqian raised her head again, and the naive emotion that had just emerged had already been deeply suppressed in her heart. Gently stroking the corner of her pupil, Bai Qianqian let out a long sigh, smiled again, and walked into the ward. Mom, does it still hurt? Bai Qianqian gently stroked her mother's hair and spoke with concern. Bai Qianqian's mother felt very sad when she saw her daughter, who should have been young and lively, but was now so mature. She coughed lightly and tightened her throat slightly, suppressed the tears in her eyes, reached out and touched her daughter's pretty face. Qianqian, let mommy go home. Bai Qianqian lowered her eyebrows and pursed her lips. She covered her mother's warm and rough big hands with her delicate and slender hands, and shook her head stubbornly. Mom, you will be fine, you don't have to worry about money, I can make money. Qianqian will wait for you to get better, and then make your favorite pork and celery dumplings. Qianqian, Mom, Bai Qianqian's mother was about to speak to persuade her. The door of the ward was opened and a middle-aged man in a white coat walked in. Qianqian, come here for a moment. I'll discuss tomorrow's surgery with you. The person who came was Zhang Chang, the attending physician in charge of Bai Qianqian's mother. He looked at the instrument indicators, said something softly to Bai Qianqian, and walked out. Okay, doctor. Bai Qianqian responded, turned to look at her mother, and comforted her softly. Mom, you can rest at ease. It was already very late and Zhang Chang was the only one left in the doctor's office. Sit on the sofa. Zhang Chang, who was walking behind Bai Qianqian, caught a glimpse of Bai Qianqian's torn white silk with his peripheral vision, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. The moment he entered the office, he locked the door. When Bai Qianqian heard the sound of the door being locked, her heart skipped a beat. She turned around and saw the obscene smile on Zhang Chang's face. In a panic, she lowered her head and sent a shared location to Lu Xingchen, then dialed the number on silent mode. On the other side, looking at the hospital right in front of him, Lu Xingchen parked the car under the attentive guidance of the parking lot security guard. As soon as I locked the car, the phone in my pocket vibrated. Looking at the shared location sent by Bai Qianqian, Lu Xingchen picked up the voice call and hailed it a few times. Seeing no one answered, his deep eyes instantly dimmed and he turned around and ran quickly towards the inpatient building. In the office, Zhang Chang glanced at Bai Qianqian's seductive JK uniform, and his gaze finally stopped on her long, white legs. He walked forward and sat on the sofa. Qianqian, the surgery fee is not ready yet. Zhang Chang's obscene voice was heard, and his greasy and disgusting big hand slowly reached towards Bai Qianqian's legs. Bai Qianqian's eyes suddenly became very sharp. She stood up and moved away, walking to a position separated from him by a coffee table. Dr. Zhang, please be respectful. Although I am still in college, I have a sound legal consciousness. Bai Qianqian's voice was extremely cold. She looked angrily at Zhang Chang, who was still smiling obscenely, and threatened coldly, "If you want to do something wrong, I will definitely call the police. I don't believe that you are the only doctor who can perform surgery in such a big hospital. I also believe that the court will tell you the punishment for breaking the law." Zhang Chang was stunned. He didn't expect that Bai Qianqian, who usually spoke softly and docilely, had such a side to her. However, this made him more eager to conquer. "Don't worry, I will never go against a woman's will, but you have to think about it. I was the one who performed your mother's surgery. Even if you report it now, it has no evidence and will only delay your mother's surgery. Furthermore, as long as you serve me well, I will pay you the 150,000 yuan. I will also take good care of your mother's illness in the future. You will not lose out." Zhang Chang leaned against the sofa, took a sip of tea, and looked confidently at the stubborn Bai Qianqian in front of him. He smiled faintly and continued, "Your mother's follow-up treatment will cost at least 600,000 yuan. You have to sell it anyway. Why are you acting like a whore and still trying to be a saint?" Bai Qianqian was speechless. Thinking of the decision she had just made, her sharp eyes instantly dimmed and she sat on the ground helplessly. Yes, with 600,000, it is impossible for her to meet a good person like Lu Xingqian every time. Zhang Chang did not continue to destroy Bai Qianqian's psychological defenses. He just leaned on the sofa, drinking tea and admiring her desperate expression. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, she had been captured. At this moment, Lu Xingqian pressed the elevator button and looked at the elevator that had not come down for a long time, feeling very anxious. He also heard the conversation on the phone and recorded it, but he also knew that Bai Qianqian must have blocked the sound from his end. Listening to Bai Qianqian's last words, who was helpless and desperate, Lu Xingqian glanced at the floor map and rushed into the stairwell. After drinking a cup of boiling hot tea, Zhang Chang looked at Bai Qianqian, who was sitting on the ground with a dazed look in her eyes. He slowly stood up and turned off the lights in the office. "What are you waiting for? You have money now." Zhang Chang stood in front of the desk, looking at Bai Qianqian in the distance, and a cold voice came out. Chapter 11, Light Rescue. In the dark office, the moonlight shines through the window onto Bai Qianqian's pretty face. 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks, and she raised her hand to try to catch the illusory moonlight, but all she got was empty air. As the moon moved, the last ray of light on her face disappeared, and that stubborn, self-reliant, and pure soul full of hope for the future also dissipated with the moonlight. There was a hint of madness and ferocity in Bai Qianqian's eyes, and she slowly stood up. It's okay. I will teach you what the rules are later. It can be regarded as advanced training for you to serve those financial sponsors in the future." Zhang Chang looked at Bai Qianqian, who slowly stood up like a puppet, with a sick look in his eyes, and laughed obscenely. Bang! Suddenly, the office door was hit by a heavy object with a loud bang. The lock also broke under the weight, and the lights in the corridor formed a sharp dividing line with the dim office. "Bai Qianqian, are you just giving up on yourself?" Lu Xingqian's cold voice came. Bai Qianqian, whose eyes were dazed, trembled all over, turned around to look at Lu Xingqian standing in the light, and stood there in a daze. He, like the hero in the classic movie scene, stood in the light and stretched out his hand to himself. The police who came in one after another held down Zhang Chang, whose face was full of fear, and pressed him to the ground like a dead dog. Bai Qianqian showed a bitter smile. Thinking of what Zhang Chang said just now, she now felt a little repulsed by Lu Xingqian and didn't want to have too much contact with him. This is not disgust, but inferiority. He saved her today, but for follow-up treatment, she still had to sell her soul. She didn't see Lu Xingqian pay the money, so she thought that he was just a college student. Although his family had some money, it was impossible for him to come up with 600,000 yuan without any burden. Lu Xingqian is such an upright, clean and noble person. How could she bear to pull him down when he was stuck in the mud? "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lu Xingqian thought Bai Qianqian hadn't recovered from her fear yet. He walked straight in, took her in his arms, gently hugged her shoulders, and comforted her softly. In his arms, Bai Qianqian shed tears again. She still craved such a clean, warm hug without any other desires, and was reluctant to push it away. "Let me be willful just once. Just this once." Bai Qianqian thought secretly in her heart, her eyes red as she buried herself in Lu Xingqian's warm embrace, sobbing softly. "I'll take care of everything. Lu Xingqian gently stroked her head. He raised his eyes coldly and looked at Zheng Chang, who was being taken away by the police. He had already sent the recording of the phone call to the police and asked Li Xiang to hire a top lawyer and a private detective. He would never be able to get out of here in this life. He likes to abuse people, that's fine. When he gets to prison, he will ask the boss to arrange for him so that his ability to serve others can be put to good use. After finishing the record, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Bai Qianqian's emotions also calmed down. At this moment, the two of them sat side by side in the payment hall of the hospital, waiting for the payment staff to come to work. She straightened her back nervously, secretly glancing at Lu Xingqian, whose face was gloomy, and unconsciously felt a sense of oppression and guilt in her heart. Lu, classmate Lu, I'm sorry, I was too anxious and forgot that they had already gone off work in the evening. Why don't you go to the hotel next door to have a rest? I'll call you tomorrow morning. Keep the money for this hotel together with the 150,000 yuan. You still have a year to graduate, and I will definitely pay you back with clean money. Bai Qianqian apologized carefully and lowered her head silently when talking about paying back the money. She swore that she would use the clean money she earned through honest and upright work to return the good and clean him. When Lu Xingqian heard this, his expression became even darker. Didn't she know to look for him? Didn't he look like a wealthy man? Thinking of the system for cultivating super rich people, the anger in his heart dissipated again. Well, he admitted that he still had to make progress. He glanced at Bai Qianqian, who was sitting next to each other with her eyebrows lowered and her lips pursed. There was half a space between them. A light bulb went off in his head, and he felt that this was a good opportunity to make progress. Well, I've already made arrangements with the hospital. My aunt's surgery tomorrow will be performed by their chief physician. That scumbag will never be able to leave the hospital again. Lu Xingqian coughed lightly, which immediately attracted Bai Qianqian's attention, and he pretended to explain casually. Seeing her eyes full of joy, she turned her head and looked at him with admiration. He curled the corners of his lips proudly and said, "Don't worry about the follow-up treatment costs, I'll cover it." No, that's not possible. I am already very grateful to classmate Lu for helping me find a chief physician for my mother. I dare not let classmate Lu spend any more money. I can handle the subsequent expenses myself. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian waved her hands hurriedly. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Lu Xingqian's face turned as black as charcoal and he turned his head. There was anger in his deep eyes, and he gritted his teeth and grabbed the back of her neck and pulled her in front of him. Bai Qianqian, you look down on me? Lu Xingqian was so angry that he almost laughed. Bai Qianqian is simply the biggest obstacle on his road to becoming a wealthy man. I didn't. Bai Qianqian felt the breath coming towards her, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and she suppressed her shyness and said something in defense. Humph, you better not have it. Lu Xingqian snorted coldly, stroked her red eyes with his fingertips, and said lazily and wantonly, to prevent you from doing stupid things again. For 3 years, you will only belong to me. I will cover all the expenses for your aunt's follow-up treatment. I will give you another 3 million in 3 years. It's not a loss to be with me, a school hunk who is handsome, has a good figure, is good at studying, and is comparable to a top male model. Lu Xingqian's voice was originally cold and abstinent, and coupled with his actions at the moment and the deliberately low volume, it was full of fatal temptation, making people unable to resist getting addicted. Bai Qianqian looked at the flawless handsome face in front of her and swallowed silently. She finally understood why King Zhou was deceived. Oh my God! Who can resist the temptation of such a vixen? Without waiting for Bai Qianqian to speak, Lu Xingqian directly pressed her little head and nodded. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. Lu Xingqian curled his lips slightly and gently touched her delicate face. Afterwards, he returned to his lazy, noble and cold look, with his arm casually resting on Bai Qianqian's waist, leaning back in his chair and looking at his phone. Scoundrel! Bai Qianqian blushed and muttered in a low voice after seeing the 8-digit balance in Lu Xingqian's mobile banking account. She took the initiative to move closer to Lu Xingqian and leaned on his shoulder, feeling extremely sweet in her heart. Since Lu Xingqian is so rich, she doesn't have to worry about anything else. Besides, what Lu Xingqian said is right. She will not lose anything by following him. He ate everything and got paid, and most importantly, she liked him. Bai Qianqian glanced at the free and easy Lu Xingqian, with his golden proportions, muscular body, and a pretty face that flushed red. After the mother has had surgery, it is time for her to fulfill her obligations and adapt in advance. Thinking of this, she looked at it a few more times. Lu Xingqian noticed her little movement and curled the corners of his lips slightly. At this moment, as he expected, the system prompt sound rang in his mind again. Chapter 12. A small goal arrived. Ding! Doing good deeds and accumulating virtue is an important way for the super rich to maintain good qualities. When I encountered injustice on the road, I roared, reached out to the beauty, saved by Qianqian from the quagmire, and paid for her mother's medical expenses. I have done immeasurable good deeds and successfully triggered the super rich behavior. Get reward, 100 times cash back on this medical expense. 100 times cash back? Hearing the familiar words, Lu Xingqian immediately perked up. According to what Zhang Chang said on the phone just now, the cost of this surgery plus the special medicine and the second surgery fee is a total of 800,000 yuan, which is 80 million yuan if multiplied by 100. Wouldn't that mean he could achieve a small goal ahead of schedule tomorrow? Suddenly, he thought of the ward where Bai Qianqian's mother was just now, and the opportunity to make money came again. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, a child's crying was heard from the second floor. The two people sitting in the payment hall were stunned for a moment and looked up. When Bai Qianqian saw the familiar little fat boy, her face suddenly changed. She broke away from Lu Xingqian's arms and ran up in a hurry. Lu Xingqian looked through the glass fence in the corridor on the second floor at the hospital bed being pushed out, frowned slightly, and turned to walk towards the service desk. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the door of the ward. Hello, Auntie. My name is Lu Xingqian, and I'm Qianqian's boyfriend. Lu Xingqian politely greeted Bai's mother, who was woken up. Mother Bai looked at Lu Xingqian, who walked in with a pale face, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She turned to look at her daughter, who was not surprised at all, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. When Lu Xingqian came just now, she had already fallen asleep and did not see him. Late at night, I came to visit my daughter. She showed no resistance, so I guess she is not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. It's better this way, at least there is someone who can accompany Qianqian when she is helpless. Appearance reflects the heart. This young man is so handsome and polite, he doesn't look like a bad person. Hello, I'm sorry to let you see me like this. Qianqian, please entertain Xiaolu, I'll take a break. Bai's mother, who was receiving in 4 drip, smiled and nodded, revealing a warm and relieved smile, and took the initiative to create space for the two of them. Then you should have a good rest, as you may have to work hard in a while. Mom, you should have a good rest. You will have surgery tomorrow. Bai Qianqian looked at Lu Xingqian in confusion, covered Bai's mother with a blanket, and the two of them closed the door and left the ward. I upgraded my aunt's ward, and the medical staff will come to arrange it later. Lu Xingqian explained with a smile. Lu Xingqian, The top ward has a quieter environment, better medical equipment, and private professional care, so my aunt will recover better. Lu Xingqian held her in his arms and spoke softly. Bai Qianqian would never refuse this reason, and combined with the 3-month SVLP ward and private nursing package, one of his small goals was accomplished. Feeling Bai Qianqian actively hugging his waist, Lu Xingqian curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and a small goal was achieved. Lu Xingqian, thank you. Bai Qianqian pressed her pretty face against Lu Xingqian's hot chest and said thank you in a soft and sticky voice. At this moment, there seemed to be a tall and warm figure in her heart, no longer empty and cold. Is that how you thank me? Lu Xingqian lowered his head, leaned close to her ear, and whispered teasingly. Bai Qianqian felt the breath beside her ear, her eyelashes trembled shyly, and her hands that were grabbing Lu Xingqian's shirt tightened a little. The next second, when Lu Xingqian was caught off guard, she suddenly raised her head, put her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoes, and kissed Lu Xingqian's lips like a dragonfly touching the water. She quickly broke away from Lu Xingqian's arms, turned back to the ward with red ears, and packed her luggage. Lu Xingqian's eyes were full of satisfaction. He gently brushed the corners of his wet lips with his fingertips and chuckled. It was a different feeling when a girl took the initiative for the first time. Compared with Qin Shiya's reluctant attitude, this kind of subtle initiative was more fascinating. Early the next morning, Lu Xingqian paid all the fees directly, a total of more than 1 million. Ding! The total cost of this treatment is 1,008,593.36, and the cashback amount is 100,859,336.00. System rewards have been issued through legal channels, please check carefully. As soon as I paid the fee, the system notification sound rang in my mind. Byte. the ICBC received 100,859,336 renminbi remitted from other banks at 8:48 on September 8, 2030 with the last number 3358, and the account balance is 150,702,423 renminbi and 75 cents. Looking at the bank text message, Lu Xingchen was so excited that he felt dizzy. He leaned against the wall and took a few deep breaths before he calmed down a little. Don't blame him for being a loser. Only if you really need him will you understand this feeling. In less than 24 hours, his life had been turned upside down and he had achieved 1.5 small goals. I can only say that this is indeed a system for cultivating the rich, it's so luxurious. How are you? A voice as cold as moonlight, with concern but also indifferent and distant, sounded behind him. He turned his head and saw a face that was cold, clean, without any worldly air, like a banished fairy. Not bad, thank you. Lu Xingchen looked at the woman behind him with indifference and distance, with slightly aggressive eyes, and expressed his gratitude politely. I have a mild respiratory alkali poisoning caused by being too excited. I just need to drink more water. Lin Qingyin left a cold remark, put her hands in the pockets of her white coat, and walked straight past Lu Xingchen towards her office. It seemed that a handsome guy like Lu Xingchen had no attraction to her at all, and she didn't even bother to look at him for a second time. Naturally, Lu Xingchen was not the kind of person who fell in love with every person he met, so he calmed himself down and went upstairs. Xianxian, don't worry, Auntie will be fine. Lu Xingchen sat at the door of the operating room. He covered Bai Qianxian's cold and tense face with his big hands and comforted her softly. Bai Qianxian responded unconsciously. Her entire attention is now focused on the operating room in front of her. After all, this is her only relative in this world. 2 hours later, the door of the operating room opened. Doctor, my mother. The operation was very successful and the patient is in good condition. If he cooperates with the subsequent treatment, the chance of recovery is very high. After hearing the doctor's words, Bai Qianxian finally let go of her worries. He leaned weakly in Lu Xingchen's arms, tears of joy soaking his shirt. Lu Xingchen, too. As soon as he opened his mouth, Bai Qianxian's eyes went dark, which scared Lu Xingchen. After investigation, it was found that Bai Qianxian was too excited. She was also nervous all day and hadn't slept a wink. She was too tired and would be fine after a good sleep. 10 o'clock in the evening, in the presidential suite of the hotel. Bai Qianxian stretched and slowly opened her eyes. He looked around at the strange and luxurious environment, looked down at the pajamas he was wearing that were obviously not his own, and quickly got up. Get up and fill your stomach? Lu Xingchen, who was eating a midnight snack at the hotel in the living room, looked at the radiant Bai Qianxian, gestured at the steak on the table, and invited her. Looking at Lu Xingchen, who had changed his clothes, Bai Qianxian's pretty face suddenly blushed. Isn't it said that it will be painful the first time? As if he had thought of something, he looked at Lu Xingchen's tall figure with a look of pity. Lu Xingchen felt the questioning look and almost laughed out of anger. His good intentions were met with doubts. Chapter 13. I will fulfill my obligations. I can't do something like taking advantage of someone while they are unconscious. The waiter changed your clothes, I'm not that. Lu Xingchen spoke slowly. Ahem, thank you. Bai Qianxian immediately put away her questioning look, her ears turned red, and she coughed, her tone filled with guilty shyness. She said, no matter what, it will definitely hurt the first time. I don't know why, but when Bai Qianxian heard Lu Xingchen's clarification, she felt a little disappointed. Looking at the carefree Lu Xingchen, Bai Qianxian thought of the 1 million medical expenses he paid. She gritted her teeth, lowered her head and walked to him, lowered her eyes and said nothing. Lu Xingchen's deep eyes were filled with a dark glow, and he subconsciously reached out to hold her slender waist, and with his other hand he grabbed her raised wrist. Curiously asked, what are you doing? Bai Qianxian felt that her right hand was restrained, and she inexplicably felt rebellious. She raised her other hand stubbornly, looked up at his perfect jawline with her bright and beautiful eyes, and whispered, I have to fulfill my obligations, you spent 1 million on me, I can't let you suffer, you said your promise is worth 1,000 gold. Lu Xingchen found this scene cute. He raised his hand and pinched Bai Qianxian's chin. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a wanton and lazy smile on his face. Then, Bai Qianxian looked up with a dazed look, looking at Lu Xingchen who was walking away, her face full of confusion. Even after she said so, he actually just threw her on the sofa and stood in front of the French window in a daze. Lu Xingchen looked down at the brightly lit sea city and adjusted the air conditioner to 16 degrees. The coolness it emitted gradually suppressed the raging fire in his body. He turned his head to look at Bai Qianqian, who had an innocent look on her face, and said with gritted teeth, "Don't you know that your relatives are coming?" Bai Qianqian's eyes suddenly widened and her face turned red in an instant. She glanced at the date on her phone guiltily, then looked at Lu Xingqian standing beside the bed, and shrank her head guiltily. Her body is really one of the healthiest among girls. She doesn't feel any pain at all when her period comes. Bai Qianqian looked down at her pajamas and the obviously newly changed bedsheets, and everything made sense. I'm sorry. Looking at Lu Xingqian's ugly expression, Bai Qianqian suppressed the corners of her mouth that were rising wildly. This matter was inexplicably funny. Lu Xingqian's gaze fell on Bai Qianqian, whose shoulders were shaking with laughter and who was moving as fast as a rabbit. The fire that had just been extinguished was reignited. There was a hint of resentment in his deep eyes, and he walked towards Bai Qianqian, who was sitting on the sofa step by step. Lu Xingqian. You. Bai Qianqian looked at Lu Xingqian's expression and suddenly felt that something was wrong. She was about to get up and go back to her room. The next second, no one will have an easy time. The next morning, Lu Xingqian stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel, feeling refreshed and stretching his muscles. The corners of his mouth never dropped, his eyebrows were slightly raised, and there was a smug smile on his face. Behind him, on the huge double bed, Bai Qianqian glared at Lu Xingqian with an indignant look on her face, raising her fist behind his back and gesticulating back and forth. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Lu Xingqian looked at his reflection in the window and smiled. "Okay, let us get ready to go see Mom." Lu Xingqian turned around, glanced at Bai Qianqian, who immediately put down her fist and pretended to be well-behaved, and chuckled. "That's my mother." Bai Qianqian's eyes widened, secretly cursing Lu Xingqian for being shameless. "Oh." Lu Xingqian suddenly stepped forward. Bai Qianqian was startled and immediately covered her mouth, staring at him vigilantly. "Your mother is my mother." Then he turned and walked out of the room. After seeing Bai's mother, Bai Qianqian stayed there to accompany her, and Lu Xingqian consciously withdrew. After agreeing to take a week's leave for Bai Qianqian, he drove the Apollo Ali away from the hospital, preparing to buy a house near the university to entertain his female friends. The sky is clear and the life is so comfortable as I enjoy the push from the sports car and the roar of the engine. But before he could enjoy a few minutes, a phone call broke the peace. Student Union President Gao Ming. Looking at the name on the caller ID, Lu Xingqian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Logically speaking, if the student union has something going on, they shouldn't call him. Qin Shuya is basically in charge of the affairs of the investment promotion department. The four of them say they are doing things, but in fact they do nothing at all. Lu Xingqian looked at the dormitory group again. There was no movement, frowned slightly, but still picked up the phone. "Xingqian, the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day are both here. Our student union is going to hold a party, and we have specially invited some alumni companies tonight to discuss the Mid-Autumn Festival party. I just called Sister Qin and she asked me to come see you." The student union president Gao Ming spoke in a very humble tone, and one could even hear that he was somewhat cautious. After all, although there are only 5 people in the investment promotion department, they are not easy to deal with. He, a mere student union president, cannot afford to offend them. Lu Xingqian frowned slightly. He really didn't like this kind of noisy banquet. Bite. "Sister Qin, you just need to go through the motions tonight. I have already told you about the sponsorship." As soon as Gao Ming finished speaking, a message from Qin Shuya came on his phone. "Okay. I promise to complete the task, crooked mouth." Lu Xingqian didn't dare to express her dissatisfaction, especially since she had teased her the night before. Although he is now a billionaire, in the eyes of the behemoth Qin Group, he is not worth mentioning at all. Without thinking, he agreed. After all, it was just a formality and he wanted to eat and drink for free. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Xingqian arrived at the hotel Gao Ming had booked in advance. As soon as I walked into the banquet hall and looked around at the people inside, I found that the heads of several departments of the student union had basically arrived. After he glanced at the 2 people in the corner, he secretly sighed in his heart. Unexpectedly, the people coming from the propaganda department were Zhang Qingyan and Lu Yuan. Lu Xingqian nodded to everyone, then sat down in a position far away from the 2 of them, leaning back in his chair and looking down at his phone. Everyone looked at Lu Xingqian in surprise, then looked at Zhang Qingyan in the corner, with a look of surprise in their eyes. Suddenly I feel that weekend meetings are not so painful anymore. Ahem, now that everyone is here, let this meeting officially begin. Gao Ming looked at the awkward atmosphere, took the initiative to stand up and started the meeting before the banquet. Lu Xingchen felt drowsy after listening to this. He raised his hand and yawned. Feeling Jiang Qingyan's fiery gaze, a hint of annoyance appeared between his brows. Without giving any face at all, he turned around and continued playing with his phone with his back to Jiang Qingyan and Lu Yuan. Suddenly, a pair of shiny black high heels appeared in his sight. He raised his head slowly, and a pair of tall, slightly plump legs came into his sight. Chapter 14, Saliva at the Corner of Mouth. Does it look good? A lazy chuckle came from above his head. Nice. Lu Xingchen's attention was completely focused on this pair of beautiful legs, and he didn't think at all. After he said that, he finally reacted. He raised his eyes and looked up, and a pretty face with a slight smile and warmth like a spring breeze came into his sight. Glancing at the slightly teasing look of the person in front of him, Lu Xingchen coughed lightly embarrassedly. Sister Qing, why are you here? He Qing, the youngest professor at Shuangdan University, is very friendly and has no airs at all. She is only 29 years old this year, but has already made great achievements in the field of biomedicine. It is said that they recently proposed the research and development of recombinant protein wall repair technology, which attracted a lot of attention and even became a hot topic for several days, with many comments expressing their support. Lu Xingchen met her when he was a sophomore. He had chosen an elective course that was easy to get credits for. In addition, Lu Xingchen was very interested in anti-aging and biomedicine, so he and she became friends after a few interactions. Even now, He Qing would occasionally share with him some new methods in the anti-aging field. Otherwise, how could he, a man who never wears makeup, have skin pores more delicate than those of most women? Lu Xingchen saw that after He Qing heard his question, she did not joke around as usual, but instead a hint of sadness was revealed between her brows. She sat down next to him, sighed deeply, and a hint of curiosity appeared in her eyes. It's not that your student union invited some well-known alumni. To be honest, I'm short of money now, so... He Qing sat down next to Lu Xingchen and waved at Gao Ming, signaling him not to stop. Then she stated her purpose without any hesitation. Everyone at the table focused their attention on He Qing. After all, it was hard to ignore such a beautiful professor. Hearing her words, everyone showed some curiosity in their eyes. College students love to join in the fun, especially when their own school is on the hot search list. Everyone knows something about He Qing's research project. Lack of investment? It seems incredible to them that such a highly praised project would not have anyone invest in it. Besides, it has been more than a year since then, and the previous capital should not be abandoned at this time. Lu Xingchen was also very confused. When he was chatting with He Qing, they also talked about some public content. This project received a huge amount of investment at the time, and she was very happy to treat him to a famous Hunan restaurant. Seeing everyone's puzzled eyes, He Qing smiled slightly and had no intention of hiding it from them. After all, today we are not only borrowing someone else's venue, but we may also need their cooperation later. He chuckled and spoke calmly. When our experiment hadn't even started yet, the investing company wanted to publicize it in advance and use the concept to make a fortune. Naturally, I disagreed, and since we had a disagreement, let it go. After that, some investors came to me, and most of them hoped that my project would be developed in a direction that is more conducive to commercialization, but I didn't want my research direction to be disturbed, so I supported it with my own money for more than a year. Now I have encountered a technical bottleneck and need money to purchase more advanced equipment. I was thinking that among the alumni companies you invited this time, there are many from the biomedical departments, so I wanted to try my luck. Maybe someone can understand my persistence. When everyone heard this, they all nodded in understanding. We are all still college students who have not yet entered the society and have our own strengths and weaknesses, so we all support He Qing's persistence. Lu Xingchen looked at He Qing thoughtfully. He had heard He Qing's vision for this technology. He Qing's father was a soldier who died due to serious injuries on the battlefield. If this technology is used on the front line in cooperation with the government, although it will not make much money, it can greatly reduce the death rate of soldiers. This was her only original intention in starting the project. Okay, I won't disturb you from having a meeting here any longer. I'll come in when the banquet starts. When He Qing saw her come in, everyone's attention turned to her. Besides, since she was a teacher here, no one dared to laugh like before. In order not to make Gao Ming's work difficult, she took the initiative to get up and leave. Maybe she had been suffering from insomnia these days, or maybe she came in a hurry today and hadn't eaten all day. She had just taken 2 steps when suddenly her vision went dark. Lu Xingchen reacted quickly, stood up, and caught He Ching with his chest. Everyone was shocked and stood up quickly. He Ching also recovered. Not wanting to trouble everyone, she waved her hand and said, "It's okay. I have hypoglycemia. I'll be fine after eating something. You don't have to worry about me. You guys continue with the meeting, I'll just take care of Sister Chang." Lu Xingqian, who had nothing to do, said something to everyone, then used his arms to pick up Yi Ching like a princess and walked out the door. I'm fine. Being carried in public like a princess, Yi Ching blushed. Lu Xingqian acted as if he didn't hear it and walked out with her in his arms. Light smoke, light smoke. Lu Yuan reminded in a low voice. Jiang Qingyan came back to her senses, glanced at everyone's eyes on her, her expression changed, and she methodically explained the propaganda department's arrangements and the funding needed. However, her heart had already flown away with Lu Xingqian, who was holding Yi Ching in his arms. "Lu Xingqian, why do you still appear in front of her?" Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Qingyan, who was absent-minded after her speech, and knew that her heart had already flown away with that man. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Thinking of the people who would be coming soon, his expression became better, and there was even a hint of pride in his expression. In a private room in the hotel, Lu Xingqian returned the ordering tablet to the waiter, then turned around and looked at Yi Ching, who was sleeping on the table, with concern. She was truly stunning today. The champagne-colored evening dress contrasts with her fair skin. There is only a thin silver chain around her neck, which runs along her delicate and clear collarbone, adding the finishing touch. Not to mention the lower body, a pair of long, white and tender legs. Without any decorations such as black or white silk, it has a kind of natural beauty like a lotus emerging from clear water. She is now different from her usual gentle and approachable self, with a look that keeps people at a distance. When she is asleep, she has an inexplicable cuteness, a soft and tender beauty that makes people's hearts melt. Lu Xingqian watched Sleeping Beauty patiently for half an hour. Suddenly, he saw a trace of crystal-clear saliva at the corner of Yi Ching's mouth. He looked at the waiter who came in quietly to serve the food. In order to maintain her dignity as a professor, she silently picked up the napkin and gently placed it at the corner of Yi Ching's drooling mouth. Just as he was about to wipe his saliva, Yi Ching slowly opened her eyes as if she had sensed something. Looking at Lu Xingqian's hand that seemed to be touching her face, the confusion in her eyes instantly turned into understanding, and then she closed her eyes again. She must still be dreaming. After all, she has this kind of dream several times every spring. It's because she is obsessed with appearance, otherwise she wouldn't be 29 and still single. Lu Xingqian smiled dotingly and gently wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. "Sister Qing, you are drooling because of hunger, why don't you eat before sleeping?" Chapter 15, Sister, will you support me? At this moment, Lu Xingqian's words were like a magic sound, constantly echoing in Yi Ching's mind. She looked at Lu Xingqian's starry eyes staring at her tenderly, and she unconsciously became a fangirl. She lay on the table in a daze, not stopping Lu Xingqian from wiping her saliva, an intimate act, and even seemed to enjoy it. "Sir, the dishes are all here. Call me if you need anything." The waiter's voice awakened Yi Ching from her daydreaming. She immediately sat up straight and caught a glimpse of the water-stained napkin in Lu Xingqian's hand out of the corner of her eye. Her face showed some annoyance, and her saliva would leak out. "You are not allowed to tell anyone," Yi Ching begged in a threatening tone. Lu Xingqian curled his lips slightly, as if nothing had happened, and looked at her stupidly. "What happened? Didn't Sister Qing come to eat?" Poof. Yi Ching was amused by his silly look. She rolled her eyes at him charmingly and said coquettishly, "You are smart." Then she turned to look at the dining table, and when she saw the delicacies on the table, her eyes widened. You wouldn't deliberately trick me." Yi Ching gritted her teeth as she looked at the smiling Lu Xingqian. This table of king crabs and Buddha jumps over the wall would cost at least 30,000 yuan. She was very poor now. But thinking about how Lu Xingqian had taken care of her just now and how she was drooling in front of him, she sighed. "Forget it, just this once, you must lick the dishes clean today, otherwise I will force you to wash the dishes here." Lu Xingqian smiled slightly. He knew what Yi Ching was thinking, but in order for her to eat more, he did not refute it. The two of them ate for more than an hour. Looking at the empty plate on the table in front of him, Lu Xingqian nodded with satisfaction. Yi Ching glared at him with resentment on her face. It turns out that good-looking men are just vases, they are full after eating so little. Not as good as spicy hot pot. Lu Xingqian drank a sip of tea and rinsed his mouth, then shook his head after a long while. To be honest, these king crabs, Buddha jumps over the wall, and Xiao Qinglong are not as delicious as Malatang. Wild boars can't eat fine bran. He Ching glared at him fiercely. Although she also thought it was average, this meal was worth his monthly salary, so even if it didn't taste good, it was still a delicacy. Waiter, check out. He Ching rolled her eyes at Lu Xingchen, who was taking advantage of her. If it weren't for the fact that he was handsome, spoke well, and they had been chatting for a year, she would have asked him to stay and wash the dishes today. The waiter heard the call and came over in confusion. Madam, this gentleman has already paid the bill. Ah, how much? He Ching looked at Lu Xingchen in surprise and turned to ask the waiter. The total is 53,678.33. Do you need more dishes? The waiter didn't understand but still asked patiently. No need, she probably doesn't want to be a bloated ghost, just go down if you're fine. Lu Xingchen looked at the two people staring at each other and waved his hand jokingly. He Ching opened her lips slightly and looked up and down at Lu Xingchen. After seeing that he was wearing expensive brand name clothes, she tentatively asked, You are being kept by someone? You have such a good channel, but you don't share it with me. This was the third time he had heard this kind of question. Didn't he look like a man who made his fortune on his own? Through the mirror in the box, Lu Xingchen saw his flawless, ascetic face. Well, it really didn't look like that. Lu Xingchen smiled and said, Do you need it? How could a female professor who was less than 30 years old be kept by someone? When He Ching heard Lu Xingchen's words, her face darkened slightly, and her tentative eyes suddenly became solemn. She stared straight at Lu Xingchen. I said you need money and I can help you, why are you doing this? Lu Xingchen was slightly stunned by the sudden question. She seemed really angry, but why? He Ching didn't understand why she did that, she just didn't want this good-looking boy to become the plaything of those ugly women. If he was to be degraded, he could only be hers. She stared at the silent Lu Xingchen, thinking that she was right. She sighed, raised her hand and placed it on his handsome face. Xingchen, there are many solutions to the money issue, but you made the stupidest decision. Fortunately, it's not too late to turn back now. Break up with that person. Tell me how much money you need. Although I am short of investment now, I can still come up with a few million. Lu Xingchen slowly raised his head and a deeper smile appeared on his face. Sister Chang, are you going to support me? Silence, soundless silence. He Chang didn't expect Lu Xingchen to have this idea. Her original intention was to help Lu Xingchen, and she would be able to repay him in the future with his abilities. But seeing Lu Xingchen, he looked at her pitifully like a cute puppy. A bold idea arose in her mind, to support him. If I support him, he won't fall into the hands of those bad women. Besides, I'm an upright woman and I won't do anything to him. So thinking this way, it's not impossible for me to support him. A little black angel was spinning above her head, confirming her thoughts. She originally wanted to hear what the little white angel had to say, but after waiting for a long time, she didn't see any little white angel. Her eyes fell on Lu Xingchen again, who was rubbing his face gently against her hand, and she made a bold decision. Yes, I want to support you. If you let those old women support you, you might be abused by steel wool or something like that, but I won't. I'm also good looking. Just follow me. It's a deal. Tell me how much money you need and I'll get it for you. Lu Xingchen was also stunned. He was just joking, but he didn't expect He Ching to really agree to it. He is a future super rich man who possesses a super rich training system, but he is actually kept by a woman who is short of money. But he didn't feel repulsed like he did when Qin Shuya brought it up before. Instead, he found it very interesting. Lu Xingchen curled the corners of his mouth slightly and reached out to hold He Ching's waist. So should I sacrifice myself for my sister now? He Ching didn't even have time to react before she was in Lu Xingchen's arms. She pursed her pink lips, her eyelashes trembling slightly, her eyes followed Lu Xingchen's open collar, and when she saw his stunning figure, she swallowed silently. Lu Xingchen looked down at the woman whose eyes were filled with panic. The refreshing fragrance from her body filled his nostrils madly, constantly attacking his last bit of sanity. Cough. He Ching coughed lightly, pretending to be calm, suppressing the real thoughts in her heart. No, I'm not that kind of person. It would have been more convincing if she had controlled her gaze from fixed on his collar as she said this. Lu Xingchen saw through everything and raised his eyebrows slightly. But I want to be with my sister. Lu Xingchen looked pitiful. He placed his bony fingers on her smooth chin, lifted it slightly, and looked into her eyes. I will feel more secure this way. The low and seductive voice, coupled with the breath full of hormones, made He Ching's cheeks turn red instantly. Staring at the pitiful Lu Xingchen, she thought to herself, well, it's not impossible. She is not greedy for beauty, she just wants to give him a tiny sense of security. Miss, you can't go in. Just as Ching was about to agree, the waiter's voice came from the door, as if he was stopping someone. She quickly came to her senses and broke away from his arms, but her pretty face was still red. Chapter 16. I'll pay for today's consumption. I'll go and take a look. Lu Xingqian watched the fat meat that was about to reach his mouth slip away. His eyes suddenly darkened. He stood up coldly and walked towards the door. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Xingqian saw that annoying face. The people inside are my friends. Xingqian, I'm here to see how Professor He is doing. Almost all the people over there have arrived. Zhang Qingyan was still explaining to the service staff when she saw Lu Xingqian open the door from the inside, and her face lit up with joy. When she looked past Lu Xingqian at the door and looked at Qing, whose face was blushing in the room, she felt a little flustered. Her woman's sixth sense made her feel a little uneasy. She set her gaze on Lu Xingqian again, looked at his dry lips and his tightly clenched fists slowly loosening. She must have been overthinking. Is it coming so soon? Qing screamed, looked at her watch, and found that it was already past 7 o'clock. He stood up immediately, walked past Lu Xingqian and Zhang Qingyan, and hurried towards the banquet hall. She must attract investment today so that she can use her savings to help Lu Xingqian. You didn't even wait for me. Lu Xingqian stared at Qing's beautiful hollow back with burning eyes, and muttered in dissatisfaction. He ignored Zhang Qingyan and followed Qing's footsteps. Zhang Qingyan stood there in disbelief. She looked at Lu Xingqian's departing back, recalling the heat and burning desire in his eyes, and felt heartbroken. In the past 2 years, she had never felt such a burst of desire in Lu Xingqian's eyes. Every time she looked into his eyes, his star-like eyes were so clear and pure that she was afraid that even if she left one day, he wouldn't have the slightest fluctuation. But she forgot that on the night of graduation, his sincere and passionate confession was ruthlessly rejected by her, and it was she who extinguished the burning flame with her own hands. Lu Yuan, who was turning a corner in the distance, looked at the distraught Zhang Qingyan and slowly walked to her side. Reaching out and grabbing her hand, he comforted her softly. Qingyan, you still have us. A best friend is more important than anything else. There are plenty of men, you don't have to. Lu Yuan had just said half of his words when Zhang Qingyan violently shook his hand away. Her eyes were unclear and she stared at him coldly. Lu Yuan, you have crossed the line. Once, twice, never 3 times. Zhang Qingyan gave a cold warning and turned to walk towards the banquet hall. Lu Yuan suppressed the strong love in his eyes, and after Zhang Qingyan disappeared around the corner, his eyes suddenly showed malice and jealousy. Lu Xingqian, you won't be so proud for long. In the banquet hall, Lu Xingqian followed Qing closely. He felt very unhappy when he saw those greasy, pot-bellied middle-aged men looking at Qing with obscene eyes. Even looking at Qing's beautiful clothes, he felt a little unhappy and wanted to tear them into pieces when they were alone. Professor He, this way. A brilliant voice came from not far away. In addition to several capable ministers, he was also surrounded by several fat and big-eared Mediterranean men. When Qing saw the people around Gao Ming, her eyes lit up slightly. She came here today just for these people. They are all well-known chairmen of school enterprises in the biomedical field. The one in the middle, Wang Liang, owns 70% of the shares and has a net worth of over 100 million yuan. He should be able to afford to invest in her project. Behave yourself and stop making trouble, otherwise I won't have the wallet to support you. Qing thought of the previous unhappy endings, turned around and solemnly warned Lu Xingqian behind her. She is clearly a kept woman, but she is still so possessive that she won't even shake hands with me. Seeing Lu Xingqian silent, she glared at him fiercely, turned around with a friendly smile, and walked over. This must be Mr. Wang. I have heard of your name for a long time. Your deeds are really well known. I remember when I was in school, my biopharmaceutical teacher often mentioned you. Qing raised her wineglass, spoke the words she had prepared for a long time, and greeted everyone one by one with a smile. In order to prevent Lu Xingqian from making trouble, she used the wineglass in her hand instead of shaking hands. Professor He, you are joking. After all, you should be the pride of those teachers. Lu Xingqian stood silently behind Qing, feeling very bored listening to those smooth and greasy words. His eyes gradually fell on Qing's fair and delicate back. The straight waistline passing through the shoulder blades carved by God was so tempting that he couldn't help but want to touch it gently. Qing, who was dealing with these greasy old men and trying her best to promote her research ideas, felt the burning gazes from behind. Her face turned slightly red and she secretly cursed him as a little hooligan. TSK, Professor He, to be honest, your project has a great purpose, but the profit is not big. You know, once it enters the government, it cannot be commercialized and cannot make money for the company. I am afraid. Wang Liang's words were very direct, and He Cheng understood this truth, so she was not very disappointed. I came here today just to take advantage of the sentiment that we are from the same school and department. Maybe he can understand. I know Mr. Wang, but this is my insistence. Sorry for bothering you. He Cheng replied with a smile. Don't be impatient, I haven't finished yet. Wang Liang's words made He Cheng stop turning around and looked back at him in surprise. Wang Liang glanced at He Cheng's curvy figure and her long, slender legs, and said with a lewd look, I also want to regain my original passion for studying biomedicine, but I haven't read any books in these years. I have invested in this project, but I hope Professor He can come to my house to give me lessons to fill in the gaps in my knowledge. He Cheng, who had regained hope, turned pale when she heard this. Oh, my project cannot be tainted with any dirt, so put away your filthy eyes. He Cheng didn't tolerate him at all. She cursed him in public, turned around and left angrily. Wang Liang's face suddenly changed and he snorted coldly, You don't know what's good for you, He Cheng. You think your project is really good, but it's a project that's just as fruitless as yours. Without me, I'd like to see who will invest. Don't think I don't know that you became a full professor at such a young age. Who knows, you might have slept with someone. Why are you pretending to be a whore and still pretending to be a virtuous woman? When He Cheng heard this, she was instantly filled with anger. Why did he deny all her years of hard study day and night without any evidence? Why did he use disgusting commercialization to tarnish her dream? She was so angry that she wanted to raise her hand to slap the stinky mouth that was polluting the air. The next second, her wrist was held by a big hand. Don't dirty your hands, Lu Xingchen said coldly. He then protected He Cheng behind him, kicked the middle-aged greasy man in front of him to the ground, and then punched him in the mouth one after another. Don't open your mouth if you want to spit shit, it's annoying. Lu Xingchen looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and accidentally kicked the tooth that fell to the ground away. I will pay for the consumption here today, as an apology to Senior Gao Ming. The sponsorship has been arranged. If anyone has any dissatisfaction, feel free to come to me, Lu Xingchen. After apologizing to Gao Ming, he glanced at the greasy man who paid too much attention to He Cheng and spoke coldly. Just as he was about to pull He Cheng, who was worried, away, he heard an inarticulate voice behind him. Chapter 17 Is 50 million enough? He Cheng, I will announce today's events to the entire industry, and no one will invest in you anymore. This pretty boy can't give you anything. Only I can help you realize your dream. The annoying dog barking successfully stopped Lu Xingchen from moving forward. He was just about to turn around and teach the greasy man a lesson when he saw the worried look on He Cheng's face. Sister Cheng, don't worry, he can't do anything to you, I will take care of your project. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to say I've invested in your project, his mouth was blocked by He Cheng's slender, white fingers. He Cheng shook her head at him, raised his blood-stained hand worriedly, and gently wiped the blood off with a disinfectant wipe. I'm worried about you. I wonder if it's painful. Why are you so stupid? After wiping the blood clean, I saw that although his hand was not bleeding, it was a little broken, and I felt a little heartbroken. Lu Xingchen really didn't expect this to be the answer. He stared at her with deep eyes and his heart beat faster. Everyone present was inexplicably fed a mouthful of dog food. Even Wang Liang, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he heard. Seeing Lu Xingchen's wound that was about to heal, she decided to make a quick decision as he must be in pain. He turned his head and stared at Wang Liang coldly. Who do you think you are? You are just a small enterprise with a market value of over 100 million yuan. If I want to commercialize it, even the Qin Group will ask me to cooperate. And don't compare yourself with him. He is younger than you, has a better figure than you, has more hair than you, and is not as greasy as you. There is not even a single hair on your body that compares to his. You are just trash, a complete playboy. After cursing, He Cheng reached out and held Lu Xingchen's arm, and walked out with a smug look on her face, like a victorious fighting cock. Suddenly, she was pulled back by a great force. She looked at Lu Xingchen, who was standing motionless, in confusion, and patted the back of his hand gently, signaling him not to be angry. Lu Xingchen looked at He Cheng lazily with his head tilted to the side, pulled out his arm from her, put it around her slender waist in front of everyone, and held her in his arms. Taking advantage of his height, he looked down at Wang Liang and said coldly, I can't give him anything? Baby, I invested in your project. Is 50 million enough? Lu Xingchen stared at He Cheng sincerely and asked. 50 million. Wang Liang seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed out loud with blood still flowing from his mouth. Kid, there should be a limit to bragging. My company is worth hundreds of millions, but I can't even come up with 50 million in one go. Do you think we are just playing house? He Ching, you just followed such a young boy, huh? No wonder you were so naive at such an old age, and you were not talking about feelings. What a foul mouth. Even though Wang Liang was prepared, he was still kicked down by Lu Xingchen. Buzz. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Lu Xingchen took out the Apollo liquor key and pressed it lightly. In the banquet hall, everyone looked through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows at the top of the line supercar Apollo alley facing the banquet hall, and suddenly the lights came on. They all turned to look at the dark purple car keys in Lu Xingchen's hand, their eyes widened in shock. Most people in the banquet hall had already seen it, and most of the time during the banquet was spent discussing which top rich second generation was having dinner here. I'm also thinking if I can get to know him when the time comes. After all, the best alumni company here today is Wang Liang, whose market value exceeds 100 million yuan. Otherwise, this banquet could not be hosted by Gao Ming and there would not be anyone from the school. Unexpectedly, the top rich second generation turned out to be Lu Xingchen. Those small bosses who had coveted He Qing suddenly trembled all over and silently hid behind the crowd, hoping that Lu Xingchen would not remember them. Wang Liang was also stunned, looking at Apollo 1E not far outside the window in disbelief. 50 million, is that enough? Lu Xingchen ignored this loser, turned his head to look at He Qing who was calm, tightened his hand around her waist slightly, and asked softly. That's enough, 30 million is enough. When He Qing was chatting with Lu Xingchen, they talked about his roommates and learned that Wang Yihao had a good relationship with him. Wang Yihao is one of the richest second generations in Beijing. His father's name is well known in all fields. He can definitely afford an Apollo 1E. So she subconsciously thought that this was still Wang Yihao's car, and she also cooperated with Lu Xingchen to play this drama. Men, after all, value face the most. Go away. Lu Xingchen nodded to Gao Ming, took He Qing's arm and left the banquet hall. Under the gaze of everyone, he drove away in a 35 million supercar. Here, Xingyan, do you know that Lu Xingchen is so rich? Lu Yuan glanced at Zhang Qingyan, whose face turned pale, and asked tentatively. Zhang Qingyan and Lu Xingchen are neighbors. If they had known about Zhang Qingyan's identity. If he knew, this would be a good opportunity to make her give up, which would be beneficial to him no matter what. Zhang Qingyan naturally knew about Lu Xingchen's family situation, and also knew about his three roommates with extraordinary backgrounds. But he did not directly expose Lu Xingchen. He glanced at Lu Yuan coldly. This is not something you can know. Ever since Lu Xingchen ignored her, Lu Yuan has lost his effect on her. Don't think that she doesn't know about the little tricks he played on Lu Xingchen before. It's just that she doesn't want to waste any more expression on Lu Yuan now. After leaving the parking lot, He Qing let herself go. I looked at this sports car with enough money to buy a whole set of high-tech instruments with curiosity, and finally fell on the seat with disappointment. There is no such legendary pushback feeling. Ugh. Lu Xingchen looked at the densely packed vehicles in front of him speechlessly. This kind of road pushback feeling, I'm afraid it's not looking for death. He Qing followed Lu Xingchen's gaze towards the congested lane ahead, and instantly understood, lowering her head shyly. This is my first time sitting here, don't laugh. Lu Xingchen, who didn't even raise his lips, was punched innocently. Seeing the taillights of the car in front turn on again, he reached out and grasped her smooth chin, pulled her in front of him, and kissed her hard. He Qing was kissed and quickly pushed back to her seat. She was so confused that she glared at Lu Xingchen innocently. You should understand your position, I am the one who supports you. And you should concentrate on driving. No matter how good your relationship is, Wang Yihao can't just hit you without paying for it. I can't afford it. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen's lips curled slightly. No wonder he looked so calm after seeing his sports car. It turned out that he thought the car was lent to him by Wang Yihao. Lu Xingchen's hand fell dishonestly on her white thigh. Aching, why do you want to support me? Feeling the burning palm on her thigh, He Qing shyly turned her face away and said proudly, I have so much money that I don't know where to spend it, is that not okay? Lu Xingchen tightened his slender fingers slightly, and in silence, the dazzling Apollo 1E left the main force and headed towards the outskirts of High City. Chapter 18 Can Eat Ice Cream. Gradually, He Qing also noticed that there were fewer and fewer vehicles around. Are we going to the suburbs? He Qing looked at Lu Xingchen in surprise. Lu Xingchen glanced at her proudly, and there was a hint of madness in his low and hoarse voice. Don't you want to try a sports car? He Qing didn't understand and stared at him in confusion. The next second, she was so frightened that she grabbed both sides and screamed loudly. The legendary pushback feeling arrived as promised, but the dizziness brought by the sports car at high speed was also present. Half an hour later, He-Ching squatted on the side of the sparsely populated road, retching continuously, "Lu Xingchen, I don't want to ride in your car anymore." It was a double torture both mentally and physically. I was terrified and dizzy at the same time. You said you wanted to feel the push on my back, but besides, I've only had this car for 2 days, and I want to experience the feeling of racing on this sparsely populated road. Lu Xingchen touched the tip of his nose guiltily, and gently patted He-Ching's smooth back with his other hand. He-Ching didn't say anything, just rolled her eyes. After drinking a sip of water, the discomfort almost disappeared. Now thinking about it, it was indeed quite exciting just now. Lu Xingchen hugged her from behind, gently grasped her neck with his bony fingers, and slowly raised his chin. "Ah-Ching, look up." He-Ching, who had been retching with her head down, just raised her head and saw the sky full of stars. In this sparsely populated suburb, the Milky Way in the sky becomes more obvious and truly beautiful. He-Ching leaned her head against the person behind her, glancing at Lu Xingchen's extraordinary jawline, and felt extremely moved. "You still remember?" She didn't expect that when she was chatting with him, she casually said that she wanted to see the starry sky with the Milky Way hanging high in the sky when she was a child, and he actually remembered it. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows nonchalantly. "Ah-Ching, I like it." The breath blowing against her face stirred up waves again for He-Ching's gradually calming heart, but she still insisted, "I performed well and knew how to please the sponsor." Lu Xingchen naturally knew her proud character and did not expose her little thoughts, but just hugged her tightly. "So should I continue to work hard and try to make my sponsor dependent on me?" A hot hand quietly fell on her waist. He-Ching felt the chaotic breathing rhythm beside her ears, her heart tightened, and she hurriedly grabbed his wrist. "No, Xingchen, please give me a little more time." She did not reject Lu Xingchen, and even had to admit that according to her face-obsessed personality, Lu Xingchen was the best choice for a boyfriend, but it was not yet love. As a single woman for nearly 30 years, she has her own persistence and wants to find a man she truly loves and entrust the rest of her life to. Otherwise, with her excellent looks and impressive academic qualifications, she would have had countless boyfriends. Lu Xingchen was stunned for a moment, his eyebrows slightly lowered, and the corners of his lips curled up. "If you don't let go, your evening dress will get torn." He-Ching, who was originally thinking about how to persuade Lu Xingchen effectively in case he got too excited, paused, looked down, and immediately let go of Lu Xingchen's wrist. Her pretty face turned red and she swallowed a few times in embarrassment. Lu Xingchen smiled slightly, carefully took off the car key that was hooked on her evening dress, and whispered in her ear, "Ah-Ching, how long will it take?" "Humph." He-Ching snorted shyly, immediately broke away from his embrace and returned to the car. After racing and gazing at the stars, it was time for the two to set off. An hour later, Lu Xingchen stopped downstairs of He-Ching's house. "Go to your office tomorrow to sign the contract?" His big hands gently brushed across He-Ching's white thighs, tapped them with his fingertips, and turned to look at her. Although he has money, let's be honest, signing a contract is good for both of them. He-Ching, with a slightly red face, was about to get off the car and looked at Lu Xingchen in confusion. "What contract?" "Ha, so you never believed that I could come up with 50 million. Are my words so unbelievable?" Lu Xingchen's eyelashes narrowed slightly. Without further ado, he directly opened the mobile banking app, swiped to the balance screen, and placed it in front of her. He-Ching was about to explain, but when her eyes fell on the phone screen in front of her, her eyes widened. My goodness, the number of digits in that bank balance is longer than her life. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, brother, dad. 150 million. So this car is yours? What else? She suddenly thought of something, looked at Lu Xingchen hesitantly, and her expression suddenly darkened. After a moment's silence, she gritted her teeth. "Lu Xingchen, I take back what I said just now in the hotel." "No, you are not allowed to." Lu Xingchen's voice was as cold as frost, his star-like eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke in a way that would not allow anyone to refuse. You are too expensive. Even if I sell myself, I can't come up with so much money later." He-Ching was almost crying. She finally met a man who was interested in her, but she really couldn't afford him. "Ha!" Lu Xingchen was so angry that he laughed. He grabbed her by the back of her neck and pulled her in front of him. After a long time, He-Ching touched her slightly swollen lips with an innocent look on her face and rolled her eyes at him in dissatisfaction. "Isn't that right? You just want to take the opportunity to kiss me, you stinky man." She turned her head away proudly, muttered something and cursed. Seeing Lu Xingchen raised his hand again, she hurriedly got out of the car and went upstairs. Lu Xingchen looked at the exquisite residential building in front of him, thoughtfully. He will have more and more women in the future. Although the hotel is a good place to go, it is not as good as his own home. Maybe he should buy a house near the university and use it as his daily residence. After that, I didn't see He Qing for 3 days. According to her, she had to draft the contract as soon as possible and get ready for Mr. Lu's inspection. In fact, she just needed some time to adapt to the rapidly developing relationship between the two. Bai Qianqian has been staying with her mother and has not returned to school. Lu Xingchen has been living a very leisurely life these days. Apart from attending classes, he plays games with his roommates. There happened to be no classes that day, so Lu Xingchen got out of bed and went to the bathroom. He looked at the time and it was only 9 o'clock. Just as he was about to go to bed for a nap, a message popped up. Yao Yan, brother, have you forgotten about me? Lu Xingchen stopped going to bed and sat on the gaming chair, his eyelashes slightly closed, his slender fingers fiddling with a Vacheron Constantin watch that the fourth brother had given him 2 days ago. This strange name kept replaying in my mind. The next second, a sexy picture of her wearing an OL uniform with Balenciaga shoes on her legs was sent. When Lu Xingchen saw this outfit and that face, he suddenly remembered that female shopping guide. Yao Yan, stinky brother, did you remember? Lu Xingchen raised the corners of his lips, interesting. He had never met this type of woman before, and the impulse from that day resurfaced, and it just so happened that he had nothing to do today. After thinking about it, he raised his hand and sent a message. Lu Xingchen, I haven't forgotten. Are you free? In the specialty store, looking at the door which had not yet opened for business, Yao Yan decisively asked for leave from the store manager. She didn't care about Lu Xingchen's attitude at all, as long as she got the money, it was enough. I looked at myself in the mirror with exquisite makeup today and touched up my lipstick with satisfaction. Yao Yan, of course I am free. I want to eat ice cream today. Chapter 19 Yao Yan's Secret. Lu Xingchen's deep eyes were filled with hungry desire, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. Lu Xingchen, send me the location, I'll pick you up. Without further ado, he decided to have some meat today. Hearing the noise below, Li Xiang, who was lying on the bed opposite, stuck his head out from behind the bed curtains. His sleepy face was full of curiosity. He glanced at Lu Xingchen's chat interface from the corner of his eye. His mouth was so long that an egg could fit in it. Damn, second brother, you are finally becoming a man, and I don't have to worry about going to bed every night. Just as he finished speaking, 2 messy-haired people stuck out from behind the bed curtains. Be careful and don't kill anyone. Lin Feng warned them in a serious tone. Wang Yihao sponsored an unopened box of tools for committing the crime, and gave him a look with a grin. Oh, you can use this size? Lu Xingchen, who had committed a small crime, quickly slipped away while Wang Yihao wanted to compete with him on the spot. He took a look at the location sent by Yao Yan, which was the shopping mall next to the school. His car happened to be parked in the mall's VLP parking lot. He looked for her first and then took the elevator to the underground parking lot. As soon as he entered the mall, Lu Xingchen saw a circle of people gathered in the mall lobby. One of the people being watched was his female companion today, Yao Yan. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to step forward to help, he saw Yao Yan giving him a rejecting look. You little bitch, I worked so hard to raise you, but I don't want anything from you. I just asked you to help your brother, and you treat me like this? You are an ungrateful person. Opposite Yao Yan, there was an old lady with disheveled hair, who pointed at her and cursed her. After that, she threw a tantrum and sat on the ground, howling loudly. The mall security guards wanted to step forward to stop her, but she scratched them back. You are an ungrateful person. Your brother calls you sister all the time, but now he is short of money for getting married, and you are unwilling to help. You are so black-hearted and you don't deserve to be a sister. You eat well, dress well, and carry branded bags now. All of this was given to you by your father and me, and this is how you repay us. Now you turn around and look down on us for being poor. Are you still a human being? One wailing sound after another rang out in the mall lobby. The people around just lowered their heads and whispered to each other. After all, they had seen this kind of drama too many times, and in order to avoid being bitten back by the dog, they all chose to watch the show in silence. Some people just have bad brains. You, a little girl, are the same. You work in a GUCCL store and you get a new man wearing branded clothes every few days. Now your mother is unwilling to help you. People are all made of flesh and blood. What's wrong with helping her? A security guard in the mall stood on the side of the old lady. He had long been fed up with these salesgirls who were dressed in bright and fancy clothes, especially Yao Yan. Last time, he just wanted to add her WeChat, but she rejected him harshly. Now that he has the chance, he must take revenge and let everyone see what kind of person she is. Yao Yan looked coldly at these two scums of the same character and rolled her eyes. Who do you think you are? I just rejected your WeChat a few days ago. Do you know my experience? Do you know what kind of life I lived before? Besides, who are you? What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Yao Yan looked at the speechless security guard and sneered in a low voice, You don't know anything. You stood up today just to belittle me and retaliate against my rejection. You even exposed my unbearable side so that you can grasp my dirty thoughts. Don't you see who you are? Even if I, Yao Yan, am blind, how can I fall for you? Just as everyone was applauding Yao Yan's amazing fighting ability, she turned and looked at her stepmother. He stared at her with cold eyes that Lu Xingchen had never seen before. How dare you mention my father, a vicious stepmother who favors boys over girls and tortures his stepdaughter. What? Do you think that I have completely forgotten that you tampered with my application form so that your son, who always ranked last in the class, could go to school? You withheld all my tuition fees without telling my father, and even wanted to marry me to a man to find a wife for your good-for-nothing son? Hearing Yao Yanhan's loud shout, everyone looked at the old lady on the ground in shock, unable to believe that in this day and age, such a thing could still happen. He turned and looked at Yao Yan with a look of pity and encouragement. You are talking nonsense. You are unfilial. If you don't give me alimony, I will sue you and fight you in court. The old lady felt the change in the eyes of the people around her, and in order to cover up her guilty conscience, she stammered and refuted. She really thought so, and with her son's encouragement, she acted on impulse. Yao Yan sneered, walked up and slapped her in the face. Bang! Who do you think you are? I am waiting for you to sue me. But before that, you slandered and spread rumors in public, just wait for the lawsuit. And you, a security guard, distorted the facts and retaliated maliciously. I will also report it to the mall. Bah! Yao Yan originally wanted to play with them for a while, but after seeing Lu Xingchen coming, she changed her mind. How could a qualified worker let the sponsor wait for her? In order to avoid being treated like a monkey by others, she secretly winked at Lu Xingchen, asking him to go first while she went out to find him. Lu Xingchen saw that he raised his chin lazily, as if he didn't see her eyes, and walked through the crowd to her side. He pinched her chin and kissed her beautiful red lips. Is it so shameful to be my woman? Lu Xingchen showed his love in a high-profile manner. The rumors about the old lady were self-defeating. Who wouldn't love to be supported by such a young and handsome sponsor? Yao Yan's eyes suddenly turned red. She raised her eyes and stared at Lu Xingchen. She had always regarded her as her future boss, but what he did today, which seemed insignificant and even a bit greasy to ordinary people, was indeed an invaluable support to her. She was really moved. Although she knew that she was just one of his temporary choices and she shouldn't be tempted by this relationship that could hardly last a month, who could blame her for being stupid? This was the first support and recognition her father had given her since he passed away, and she was reluctant to throw it away. If there ever comes a day when he gets tired of playing with her, she will keep this precious thing in her heart and leave quietly. What are you thinking about? In the sports car, Lu Xingchen glanced at Yao Yan, who was staring at her phone in a daze, and asked casually, Did you do this? Yao Yan did not hide anything and showed Lu Xingchen the notice of the security guard's dismissal sent by her sister. The security guard had been in trouble more than once or twice, but because the security captain was his relative, everything had gone peacefully. Are you ready to thank me? Lu Xingchen joked with a smile. The prerequisite for that shopping mall to have an SVLP underground parking space is to become a distinguished supreme member of the mall, and the system also provides this benefit for the parking space. It is easy to see which is more important, a small security guard or a top member of a shopping mall. Tier. Yao Yan did not answer directly, but lowered her head and added a few more holes on the black stockings that had been shaved. Then, she raised her head with smiling eyes and said in a charming tone, Is this okay? Chapter 20. The plot is inevitable. 2 hours later. Apollo IE, parked on a secret roadside, set off again. Lu Xingchen stared at the road conditions intently, but he couldn't suppress the upward smile on his lips. To be honest, this was the first time he felt that this sports car was not so good. The space was too small and it was very cramped. Are we going back now? Looking at the sports car heading back towards Shuangdan University, Yao Yan, lying in the passenger seat with a flushed face, asked reluctantly. Although she knew she shouldn't speak and should be prepared to be kept, she still couldn't help herself. Where to go back to? In his mind, Lu Xingchen was still thinking about it. He was stunned for a moment, and glanced at Yao Yan, who was pouting. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. I called you out today for a mission. I drove so far just. Yao Yan breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes fluttered like butterfly wings, the corners of her lips curled up again, and her relaxed brows were full of life. She tilted her head and looked at Lu Xingchen, who was holding the steering wheel with one hand, and opened her red lips slightly. What mission? During the red light, Lu Xingchen tapped the steering wheel with his fingertips, paused for a few seconds, and moved his eyes away from Yao Yan's too slender and smooth long legs with difficulty, staring at her who was deliberately seducing him. He smiled casually and said, "How about I buy you a house near the university?" It has to be said that Yao Yan is as charming as her name suggests, especially now, which makes Lu Xingchen want to keep her in a golden house. It's just a house, nothing to him. Ah. Yao Yan opened her red lips slightly and took a deep breath. There are no cheap apartments near Shuangdan University that are suitable for keeping mistresses. There are basically only residential buildings, and even the cheapest one costs more than 2 million. She and Lu Xingchen had only met twice in total, and she never expected that he would receive such a generous gift. Then my legs are no longer weak, my waist is no longer sore, and I am full of energy. Yao Yan smiled and sat up, looking at him with her eyes. At the entrance of the sales office, Lu Xingchen took Yao Yan's hand and walked straight in. After becoming rich these days, he now turns his disdain on those novels about the rich on Tomato Novel Network. After all, after becoming rich, I haven't met those brainless idiots. But the great thing about the plot is that no matter what you do, you can't avoid it. Lu Xingchen encountered this situation as soon as he walked into the sales office lobby. A young saleswoman came up and glanced at the two of them. Based on her experience over the past few days, she quickly and self-righteously determined Lu Xingchen's identity. A rich second-generation man dressed in branded clothes and a woman in OL uniform. Based on the experience of the past 2 months, the rich second-generation man would first deceive them with sweet words, and then point fingers at their property, appearing very dissatisfied. The final outcome is to buy a cheap loft apartment and register it under the name of a rich second generation, or just leave and rent a house. She has experienced this kind of combination and seen many times in the past 2 months. Welcome to Fengyan Sales Office. If you haven't confirmed yet, feel free to take a look. The young saleswoman spoke in a weak tone and her eyes were wandering. She didn't consider Lu Xingchen as a customer at all. After he finished speaking, he even turned around and left, which made Lu Xingchen very confused. Lu Xingchen and Yao Yan frowned at the same time. Are you going to act like a jerk in the novel and get slapped in the face later? Yao Yan asked in a low voice, raising her head and looking around. What are you looking at? Lu Xingchen's eyelashes narrowed slightly. Yao Yan covered her mouth and chuckled, find another young and beautiful intern. Now there is a beautiful intern who came forward to receive us. In the end, you spent a huge amount of money to buy the property. The man just now regretted it very much. The young intern got a generous commission and also added you on WeChat. In the end, you got the beauty. Read less novels. Lu Xingchen was speechless. However, Yao Yan was partly right. After the young female salesperson left, a male salesperson who looked no more than 2 years older than him came up cautiously. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, do you need me to introduce them to you? Li Mingxiang suppressed his nervousness and immediately went forward to ask the female salesperson after seeing her leave. He has not opened the store for 2 months. If he still has no sales this month, he will be fired, so he has to try his best to grab every customer. Moreover, he once passed by a Guckle store and saw the exact same OL uniform. As everyone knows, the salesgirl has a very unique vision. The man she follows won't be too bad, and Lu Xingchen's cold and noble temperament can't deceive anyone. No need to introduce, Jinxiu Huacheng has 2 3-bedroom apartments, fully decorated, preferably opposite each other, or in the same building. See if there is one that meets the criteria and pay in full directly. Lu Xingchen's voice was as cold as ice, and his words were straightforward. He didn't have much pursuit for the kind of pretentious and then slapped in the face plots, and a rich man would not waste his time on those insignificant people. Ah. Yes, there are 2 units on the 15th floor of Building 10 in Jinxiu Huacheng, facing each other. Each unit is 148 square meters, and the total price of the 2 units is about 12 million. Do you think it's okay? Li Ming was not stunned by the unexpected performance. Instead, he professionally selected a house that met the customer's needs. He now really wanted to thank the real estate information he had memorized every day for the past 2 months, as it finally came in handy. Okay, prepare the contract. Okay, please take a seat in the lounge area over here. Lu Xingchen sat on the sofa in the rest area, looking at the 2 bottles of water on the table, and sighed with a smile. That's why some people can succeed. Yes, when I first arrived at the store manager told us that we are a service industry, customers are always the first, what matters is attitude and details, even if you don't like it, you have to keep a standard smile on your face. Yao Yan leaned in Lu Xingchen's arms and agreed softly. Then, she raised her eyes and stared at his profile, thinking of her ID card that was taken away, and took advantage of his unpreparedness to print a saliva stamp. Xingchen, tonight I will risk my life to accompany you, and I will definitely make you feel that this money is worth spending. She didn't expect that Lu Xingchen would really put a house worth 6 million yuan in her name. Thinking that she now has a home in High City, she couldn't help but feel happy. Lu Xingchen glanced to the side, his eyelashes trembled slightly, his throat rolled slightly, his deep pupils were dark and unclear, and there was a surging undercurrent. It's not his fault that he has no self-control. It's just that looking down at the OL uniform from this angle gives you a different feeling. Lu Xingchen said lazily, "You are the best." There is a strong atmosphere of ambiguity between the two of them. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, do you have any properties you like? How about Jinqiu Huachang? I am most familiar with that property. Do you want me to introduce it to you? Or can we go and see the property directly? The young female salesperson who had just left came to Lu Xingchen in a pretentious manner, and her attitude changed drastically. As an experienced salesperson, Yao Yan understood immediately when she heard the word Jinqiu Huachang. She sneered and was not going to waste her breath with such a person. We are ready to sign the contract, you don't have to waste your time. As soon as these words were spoken, the young female salesperson's expression suddenly changed. As a woman, you don't help other women, but instead bully us. Don't think I don't know. Isn't it because he is a man that you signed the contract with him? The noise immediately attracted the attention of the entire sales office. Lu Xingchen, who was originally leaning lazily on the sofa, shook his head with disdain. Chapter 21, Lao Wang Next Door. He didn't expect that he would actually meet the fairy in the online jokes in real life. Yao Yan was also stunned for a moment and gave her a speechless look. Seeing the 2 men remain silent, the young female salesperson thought she was right and occupied the moral high ground. He crossed his arms with a proud look on his face. You must sign a contract here today, otherwise I will expose what happened here. This guy can't be a fool. I thought the idiots in online novels were all made up, but I didn't expect it to be realistic. Yao Yan almost thought she had traveled through time and space into those novels. Lu Xingchen shook his head speechlessly and was about to call the manager. Li Ming hurriedly ran over with a stack of contracts. Wang Ke, go get treatment if you are sick, don't disturb my customers. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, I am really sorry. I have already reported this to our superiors and will definitely give you a satisfactory reply. Lu Xingchen admired Li Ming's attitude towards work and nodded slightly. Give me the contract. You can't sign it. This order is mine, you men deserve to die. The young saleswoman was furious when she saw that she was ignored. Looking at Lu Xingchen's attractive face and the brand names on his body, she couldn't help but think of the man who cheated on her for marriage, and she walked straight forward and grabbed Lu Xingchen's face. Bang! Yao Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. No one could hit her big money sponsor. He grabbed her wrist with one hand steadily and quickly, and the crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the sales office lobby. The noise here also alarmed the security and lobby manager. Stop it, Coco, calm down. A gentle middle-aged man stepped forward to stop Wang Ke, who was about to go crazy, and asked someone to take her aside to calm her down. After learning what happened from the people at the scene, his eyes became dim. He came to Lu Xingchen and bowed respectfully. I am really sorry for giving you a bad home buying experience. I can give you the greatest home buying discount and hope to calm your anger. There was nothing wrong with this approach, but the next words made Lu Xingchen, who was just watching the show, become furious. But I also hope that this lady can apologize to our employees. After all, violence is wrong. The staff at the surrounding sales offices were all stunned. Manager Wang is obviously an old employee. Although he is usually quite doting on Wang Ke, how could he be so confused? In the service industry, customers are always king. It is obvious that Wang Ke had to take action first. Lu Xingchen raised his chin slightly, looked at him lazily with his eyelashes lowered, and said arrogantly, What can you do if you don't apologize? We can't do anything, but after all, this lady was the first to hit someone, so we will file a lawsuit. And as long as the property is under Fingyan Real Estate, we will blacklist the two of you and inform the Haisher Real Estate Sales Group of your behavior. Manager Wang threatened in a flat tone. The doubts in Lu Xingchen's mind were explained. No wonder there were so many stupid employees in this sales office. It turned out that the upper beam was not straight and the lower beams were crooked. He really didn't know where the person in front of him got the confidence to threaten him. Who gave you the right? A low but majestic voice sounded, and Lu Xingchen turned his head and saw a man in his 30s in a suit and a woman dressed the same as Manager Wang, sweating profusely, running towards him hurriedly. Mr. Lu, Manager Li, Manager Wang, and Wang Ku. When Li Ming saw his superior coming back, he immediately stepped forward and explained what had happened swiftly and without any exaggeration. The man called Mr. Lu's face became darker the more he listened. His eyes fell on Lu Xingchen from time to time, and he looked very nervous. Manager Wang did not make any excuses and kept a calm expression. With his performance of being the regional sales champion for 7 consecutive years and the fact that he also had some negative information about Mr. Lu, he was not worried that he would do anything to him. His eyes fell on Lu Xingchen. Manager Wang knew that he was a rich second generation, but this title did not work for him. In his opinion, they were nothing more than a bunch of useless people who were just eating and waiting to die. As long as this rich second generation walks out of the sales office, today's events can be twisted into another version, and even if it is reported to the company later, no evidence will be found against him. The worst that can happen is that you'll be criticized and have no hope of promotion. But thinking about what happened to Wang Ku during this period, he felt that it was all worth it. Wang Ku and you have been fired. The company's legal department will also investigate you. You can't escape responsibility for the things you did behind my back. Get out. After listening to Li Ming's explanation, Mr. Lu became furious and roared loudly. Manager Wang, who was originally calm and composed, suddenly changed his expression, stared at himself with wide eyes and said, "You fired me? Don't forget that you are not clean either. If you settle accounts with me, both of us will suffer." He knew he had some dirty laundry in his hands, but so what? He was just the general manager of a branch sales office, and this Mr. Lu was a big shot who was called by Mr. Wang himself and asked him to serve him well. Fangyan Real Estate is just one of Wang Xiao's small businesses. He can still distinguish between what is important and what is not. Then, he came to Lu Xingchen with a fawning and servile manner, his tone full of flattery. "Mr. Lu, it's all my negligence. Anyway, as long as it pleases you, you can kick me a few times." Wang Yihao told him to do that? Lu Xingchen glanced at it lazily. He guessed it at once. Although he rejected Wang Yihao's request to give him the house directly, this guy definitely had to give some instructions. "Yes, I heard that you were driving here, so Xiaoli and I were ready to greet you at the entrance of the underground parking lot. I didn't expect this to happen. I'm really sorry." When Mr. Lu saw Lu Xingchen's expression, he felt relieved and hurriedly explained. Seeing his attitude, Manager Wang suddenly panicked. Only then did he realize that he had offended a big shot. Plop! The sound of someone kneeling down was heard. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, my daughter was just deceived into marriage, and her parents fell ill after hearing the news. She was hit hard and her emotions were unstable, so she did what she did today. Please be magnanimous and forgive her." Manager Wang's tears were streaming down his face. Seeing this, Wang Ku, who was standing beside him, also collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. But Lu Xingchen ignored it. Why should you vent your suffering on others? He won't buy into the moral blackmail at all. Moreover, he did nothing. Manager Wang only had to bear the consequences of violating the law. Wang Ku's only outcome was to be fired and never be hired again. "Security guard, take him away." Mr. Lu showed displeasure between his brows. This security guard should be replaced. He has no sense of propriety at all. He turned around, squatted on the ground, smiled and flattered. Mr. Lu does not need to be morally blackmailed by them. He has to pay the price he deserves because of what he did. According to what he did before, he will never get out of this life. That girl is not a good person either. She is actually his illegitimate daughter. After her adoptive father and biological mother knew about this, they became seriously ill. She gave up on them and went to live with her biological father. She has also caused a lot of trouble in the sales office in the past few months. If it weren't for his 7-year sales champion, that girl would have been fired long ago. Chapter 22. Are you doing justice to Bai Qianqian by doing this? Lu Xingqian didn't pay too much attention to it. In his consistent philosophy, he never distracted his attention with unnecessary people. For example, Zhang Qingyan now and Lu Yuan in the past. After signing the contract, the man, led by the mature female manager, came to the house in Jinqiu Huacheng. Standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, looking at the boys' dormitory of Shuangdan University not far away, Lu Xingqian nodded with satisfaction. You. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he turned his head. Just when he was about to ask Yao Yan how she felt, he saw her lowering her eyebrows and eyes, quietly looking at the Doubleday University in front of her. Lu Xingqian saw ambition in those beautiful eyes, and could also feel her depression and regret. He put his hands in front of her and silently stared at her empty, alluring earlobes. What are you thinking about? On the surface, she looked like a gold digger, but apart from the bag, she didn't have any valuable jewelry on her body that a gold digger should have. And she is very sensible. If she didn't have that kind of family, she might have been an independent and strong woman. Upon seeing this, Manager Li tactfully retreated and closed the door. The sound of the door closing brought Yao Yan back to her senses. She felt the warmth of the chest behind her and her palm gently stroked the back of Lu Xingqian's hand. She tilted her head to meet Lu Xingqian's gentle gaze, her lips curved slightly. I made a lot of money in the Guckle store over the years, but I didn't buy anything and was usually very frugal, just to have a home in high city. I didn't expect that my long-cherished wish would actually come true. Yao Yan turned around and held Lu Xingqian's cheeks with both hands. Her tone was sincere and tears gradually appeared in her eyes. Lu Xingqian, thank you for not looking down on me and giving me a home. To be honest, she was very scared when she was in the mall today, so she took the initiative to release herself in the car and grab the man in front of her. Just as proactive as now. Lu Xingqian hugged her tightly, and his breath, sweet and warm with a hint of aggressive perfume, flowed into his nostrils. He subconsciously lowered his eyes to look at her, and his charming and enchanting eyes looked directly at her without hiding his thoughts. The moment their eyes met, Lu Xingqian. This is an indescribable dividing line. The afternoon sun came into the room and fell on Lu Xingqian, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. He chuckled lazily with his lips curled up. His sight fell on Yao Yan, whose face was full of resentment. His eyes were burning and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. Don't look at him. He looks like a dignified and aloof school idol. If you laugh behind his back, it's so embarrassing. Yao Yan glanced at the torn store clothes on the ground and quickly put on the new clothes sent by Manager Li, fearing that he would cause damage again. Thinking of what happened just now, her face turned red with shame and she lowered her head, not daring to meet that burning gaze again. Satisfied, Lu Xingqian slightly withdrew his gaze, turned his head, and looked through the floor-to-ceiling window at Shuangdan University across the street. The ambition and regret contained in Yao Yan's beautiful eyes at the beginning appeared in my mind again. Do you want to continue studying? Lu Xingqian's wanton and cold voice sounded. Yao Yan paused slightly as she adjusted her skirt. Just now, she was looking at the Shuangdan University campus so close to her and couldn't control her emotions. Did he notice it? As an active canary, she went online to learn about the advantages and disadvantages of being a canary. In her opinion, Lu Xingqian's words were a test, testing whether she would have the ambition to escape from his control. I don't want to. I have a handsome brother who gives me money to spend in a house. How nice it would be to just eat and wait for death. Yao Yan had a relaxed expression and said the most untrue words. She really wants it. When she was in school, she was always at the top of her grade. She could obviously have been admitted to 2 majors, but that year her stepmother secretly changed her application and enrolled her in a technical college in order to save money. Her father also died of illness in the same year. There was no money for her to repeat her studies, so she had no choice but to go to a technical college. It was from then on that she truly escaped from that hell. She had originally thought that after working for 5 or 6 years, she would be able to buy a small apartment in high city, and after she had a family, she would take the postgraduate entrance examination. But now as for the postgraduate entrance examination, she would think about it after he got tired of it and gave up on her. Looking around at this big house of more than 100 square meters, I am already very satisfied. Good days must come step by step to a stable life. Lu Xingqian suddenly stood up, raised his hand and held her in his arms, gently stroking her smooth cheek with his hot palm, and said in a low voice, "Really don't want to? I'm not testing you. I have always believed that reading makes people wise, and I also hope that you will always tell me the truth." Hearing this, Yao Yan's whole body stiffened, she held her breath, and her eyes fell on the campus in front of her. He supports her in taking the postgraduate entrance examination. A hot tear slid down from the corner of her eye and dripped onto the tip of Lu Xingqian's nose. Yao Yan stood up and supported his chest with her hands, looking down at the warm smile on the handsome boy's face. She felt that the sufferings of the first half of her life were healed at this moment. I want to read. She opened her lips slightly, leaned over slowly, and took back her own tears from his nose. A feeling of happiness filled her whole body. Another indescribable dividing line. The last rays of sunset steal into the living room. Yao Yan looked back at our home, closed the door with a smile, and put her arm around Lu Xingqian. Then I'll go back to school first. Lu Xingqian stroked her hair with a satisfied look on his face. Yes, leave it to me. I guarantee everything will be ready in 3 days. Yao Yan waved the card with a deposit of 1 million yuan in her hand with full confidence. Although she wanted to stay with Lu Xingqian all night, there was too much missing in the house. The two had just walked out of the community gate and were about to go their separate ways when a familiar voice came from the side. Lu Xingqian, are you doing this to me? Zhang Qingyan stood not far away, with an expression of disbelief on her face, and questioned Lu Xingqian loudly in a trembling voice. She saw with her own eyes that Lu Xingqian put his arm around Yao Yan's waist, and she leaned in his arms, and the two looked very close. Especially the blush on Yao Yan's face that had not yet faded, and the red marks on their necks that looked like strawberries, both of which showed that the two had just. She couldn't believe what she saw. She thought Lu Xingqian kissed Bai Qianqian in public just to get revenge for her coldness and rejection. But now it seems that Lu Xingqian has really given up on her. Lu Xingqian turned his head to look at Zhang Qingyan with an expression as if he had betrayed her, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. Who are you to question me? Mind your own business. Lu Xingqian's tone was as cold as frost. He patted Yao Yan's slender waist, turned around and walked towards the gate of Shuangdan University opposite without mercy. He always treats people who are not in his sight like this, not wasting even a bit of attention. Zhang Qingyan was stunned. Yes. What was her identity? Lu Xingqian confessed his love to her so many times, but she rejected him every time. What kind of person is she? Suddenly, a beautiful white flashed in her peripheral vision. He glanced at Yao Yan, who was watching the show on the side. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he asked loudly, Lu Xingqian, are you doing this to Bai Qianqian? Chapter 23. Do you like me? Since she can't get it, no one should want it. Hearing Bai Qianqian's name, Lu Xingqian subconsciously stopped, turned around and saw Bai Qianqian not far away. He stared at Bai Qianqian's outfit today without blinking. A pretty face with almost no makeup, without any flaws, willow-shaped eyebrows, cherry lips, bright big eyes that sparkled, and his favorite glittering lip gloss on the pink and white lips. She was wearing a pure white gardenia dress that he had seen online on a whim one day. The hem of the skirt just touched the knees, revealing 2 white and slender legs. Although not covered with white stockings, it gave off a more pure beauty. Bai Qianqian today has completely different feelings from her previous self when she wore heavy makeup and JK clothes. Seeing her like this, Lu Xingqian lowered his gaze to the slightly raised corners of her lips and recalled the scene that night. Zhang Qingyan felt relieved when she saw Lu Xingqian standing there silently, Bai Qianqian running over with tears in her eyes, and Yao Yan standing beside her at a loss with an unnatural look on her face. She wanted to see today how Lu Xingqian could maintain his cool attitude in front of his original wife and the mistress. It would be best if both of them broke up with him, made a big fuss about it, and then he would belong only to you. This time, she must have a firm control over him. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Lu Xingqian, I miss you so much. Bai Qianqian threw herself directly into Lu Xingqian's arms, the familiar male hormones rushing into her nose. She rubbed her head against Lu Xingqian's chest with nostalgia and said in a coquettish voice. I miss you too. Lu Xingqian said in a doting voice. He hugged Bai Qianqian in his arms, brushed his fingertips across her cheek, finally stopping on her smooth chin and gently lifting it up. Lips slightly moist. Bai Qianqian's heart was pounding wildly. Even though this was the 3rd time, she still couldn't overcome the tingling electric sensation all over her body. She leaned against Lu Xingqian softly. Zhang Qingyan was going crazy looking at such a close intimacy. She took a deep breath and turned to look to the side. However, when she saw Yao Yan's smiling face, which still had a slight smile on her lips, and even a bit of a sweet look on her face, she was stunned. No, sister, aren't you angry at all when he interacts intimately with another woman in front of you? As if she had noticed Zhang Qingyan's gaze, Yao Yan curled her lips in disdain. She has always known her position. She is just a canary kept by Lu Xingqian. What right does she have to be jealous? What's more, Lu Xingchen treated her very well, buying her a house, giving her cash, and even paying for her postgraduate study. How could she not be satisfied? At first, when she saw Bai Qianqian, she was prepared to be beaten, but when she saw that Bai Qianqian didn't seem to have any intention of targeting her, she immediately felt relieved. Watching the interaction between the dignified and aloof rich second-generation academic hunk and the pure school beauty in front of me, I inexplicably feel a little bit good about it. To be honest, she also liked Bai Qianqian's pretty face without any makeup. After a long time, Bai Qianqian broke away from Lu Xingchen's arms and took a deep breath. She rolled her eyes at him, looked at Jiang Qingyan with the corner of her lips raised in contempt, then turned her head and looked at Yao Yan. She had seen this woman before. She was the clerk at the GUCCL store that day. A breeze blew by, and her delicate nose caught a sweet and alluring scent of perfume. This scent was also on Lu Xingchen's body just now. He looked back at the red mark on Lu Xingchen's collarbone and understood. As they are both wanderers in the world, she should be kept by Lu Xingchen. Bai Qianqian suppressed the slight jealousy in her heart, smiled brightly, took a step forward and held Yao Yan's hand. "Hello, sister. My name is Bai Qianqian. Your perfume smells so sweet. How about adding your contact information or sending me a link?" The soft and tender voice fell into Yao Yan's ears. She was slightly stunned, her eyes passed over Bai Qianqian's shoulder and fell on Lu Xingchen, who had expected this, and she sighed inwardly that this little man was really scary. Looking at Bai Qianqian, who was obviously the same age as him, he felt more pity in his heart. "Okay. Sister lives in this neighborhood, come to our house when you have time." The two of them chatted happily, some even ignoring Lu Xingchen. Not to mention Jiang Qingyan, she didn't even appear in the sight of the three people. She was completely confused now, and even doubted her own eyes. Why could the two of them still be talking and laughing like best friends? She just came out from here with Lu Xingchen. Didn't you see the mark on Lu Xingchen's neck? Jiang Qingyan took a step forward anxiously and interrupted the two loudly. But the two of them simply ignored her. "The car has arrived, and when the house is decorated, you are invited to come and warm our home." Yao Yan raised her hand and gently pinched Bai Qianqian's tender little face. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. She turned around and left in the car. Bai Qianqian obviously didn't expect her action. Her pretty face blushed and she waved at her in the car. Then, she threw herself directly into Lu Xingchen's arms, held his arm, and walked towards the school gate, leaving Jiang Qingyan standing there alone with a sullen face and a grinding sound of her teeth. "I behaved well. I tell you, my money is not taken for nothing." Bai Qianqian glanced at Jiang Qingyan behind her and took credit in a low voice. "It's not for nothing. Why did you come back so suddenly? Why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could pick you up?" Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and stared. He was not panicked at all just now. However, he expected that the two would not fight, but he did not expect that they could talk and laugh and add each other's contact information. So the reason why we are human is that our desires can never be satisfied. For example, now, Lu Xingchen saw that there was no one around, so he grabbed Bai Qianqian's waist and stared at her with his incredibly hot eyes filled with desire. The deep voice was filled with a hint of jealousy. "You're not jealous when you see me with other women. Your acting skills are not good enough." Hearing this, Bai Qianqian's eyelashes trembled slightly. The breath blowing against her face and the sexy, low voice were full of fatal attraction to her. She didn't know why, but since that night in the hospital, Lu Xingchen's figure often appeared in her mind and could not be shaken off. She could no longer control her heartbeat, just like she could no longer control her hands that once doted on money. Yes. I am jealous." Bai Qianqian's voice became lower and lower, and the last two words were not much louder than the sound of a mosquito, but Lu Xingchen still caught it. Lu Xingchen's eyes fell on her blushing ears and her eyelashes trembling like butterflies. He couldn't help but want to tease her, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Bai Qianqian, are you in love with me?" Bai Qianqian widened her eyes, and at this moment, her mind went blank. Who likes you? I'm just fulfilling my duty." Bai Qianqian retorted with a trembling voice. She didn't even believe what she said and she didn't have the confidence at all. "Oh, your relative should have left." Chapter 24: Qin Shiya's room. Bai Qianqian's face turned red. Before she could answer, the familiar feeling of suffocation came over her again. Her lung capacity was really much worse than Lu Xingchen's. Suddenly, her whole body stiffened, her smooth back was brushed by the hot fingertips, and the familiar feeling came over her again. But now she is no longer the Bai Qianqian who was carried away by the world. After this period of time, she calmed down, realized the gap between herself and Lu Xingchen, and positioned herself very well. What's more, he should have no shortage of women now, and his eyes unconsciously fell on the kiss mark on Lu Xingchen's neck. She found the right opportunity and suddenly broke away from Lu Xingchen's arms. I have to go to report for leave today, please call me if you have anything. Shaking the latest model of Apple phone in her hand, Bai Qianqian turned around and ran into the campus. Lu Xingchen's fingertips fell on the oily lips, the corners of his lips slightly raised, but he did not chase after her. He had just been with Yao Yan this afternoon, and out of respect for Bai Qianqian, he suppressed the anger brought about by his youth and strength. Back in the dormitory and lying on the bed, Lu Xingchen recalled what had happened recently. It has been a long time since the system tasks or the rich behaviors were triggered, and he is not sure about the triggering criteria. Logically speaking, spending tens of millions to buy a house today can be considered an act of great wealth, but the system did not react at all. It seems that it is not easy to be the protagonist in Tomato Novel Network. No way, old Lu, you are so depressed already? Li Xiang suddenly leaned over from the bedside and looked at Lu Xingchen, who had gone to bed early, and shook his head. Lu Xingchen was just about to retort and show his manliness when his cell phone rang with special concern. Bite. Xin Shuya, Lu Xingchen, be my male companion for a day tomorrow. Xin Shuya, positioning. Xin Shuya, you must come. If you don't come, I will go to your dormitory and eat cookies on your bed. 3 messages bombarded him in succession, especially the last one. Lu Xingchen, who had a slight obsession with misophobia, cursed inwardly. Anything is allowed, except that no one is allowed to eat in his bed. He gritted his teeth and was about to agree, but he saw Li Xiang, who was standing beside the bed with a servile look on his face, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Yes, I'm sick. Is there something wrong with the student union? Then can you help me? Lu Xingchen's tone was weak, pretending to be in deficit. Li Xiang, who just wanted to do something naughty during the countdown of the game, was stunned for a moment. I quickly said with concern, not really, have you found a vixen? Why don't you go to the hospital? Is there anything going on with the student union? The Mid-Autumn Festival party will be held in the next 2 days, so they don't have time to deal with our investment department. If there is something going on with Sister Qin, I can help. Ding ding ding. 3 particularly concerning ringtones rang in succession in the quiet dormitory. Li Xiang reflexively ran under his bed and picked up his phone. She glanced at the screen of her mobile phone, glared at Lu Xingchen fiercely, and sent a voice message to the phone in a very servile manner. Sister Qin, he is in the dormitory, nothing happened, I will ask him to reply to your message right away. Putting down the phone, he glared at Lu Xingchen. Okay, I treat you as a brother, and you treat me as an enemy, and I almost got fooled by you. I tell you clearly that it is impossible to help you at all. It has been a minute. If you don't reply to Sister Qin's message, huh? After saying that, Li Xiang sat down on his gaming chair and his eyes fell on the computer screen again. Lu Xingchen, oh my gosh. Good little dog. Lu Xingchen knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't refute. He replied to the message while lying on the bed, sighing helplessly. Xin Shuya, good boy Pat. After getting a satisfactory answer, Xin Shuya put down her phone with a look of satisfaction, raised her eyebrows, and looked at the old man in a suit opposite her. Then you just wait for my boyfriend to amaze everyone tomorrow. My dear father, don't forget to prepare 1/3 of your shares. You don't want your mother to know that you lost the bet, do you? After saying that, Xin Shuya raised her chin proudly like a proud peacock, turned around and went up to the 2nd floor of the villa. Rebellious daughter, rebellious daughter. Xin Shuya's father roared angrily, took a big mouthful of the soft stewed beef, and put down his chopsticks angrily. Damn it, I want to see which wild boar is the one who took away the cabbage that I have carefully cultivated for so many years. Boy, you'd better not come tomorrow. Xin Shuya's lips curled up slightly when she heard the roar that had no deterrent effect. It was a good opportunity to let Lu Xingchen meet her parents in advance, and announce her relationship in the circle, so that there would be no short-sighted people who would keep eyeing her. Furthermore, this opportunity can also further narrow the distance between her and Lu Xingchen. The nominal girlfriend should have more opportunities to do sweet things with him than the previous senior schoolmate. Xin Shuya's raised mouth corners could hardly be suppressed. She went to the 2nd floor and walked to the innermost room, which was the only room she had the key to. When I opened the door, it was pitch black inside, except for a little cone of moonlight coming through the skylight in the center of the room. The moonlight enveloped the wooden sculpture in the center. It was an ugly puppy that looked like a dinosaur. It was only the size of a palm, but it had occupied Xin Shuya's entire life. The light suddenly came on, and on the walls were photos that recorded a boy's entire life from infancy to college. In addition, there are some old objects protected by glass covers in the room, including pens with split tips, test papers glued together with glue, etc., which fill the entire room. If you look down at the entire villa from the sky at this time, you can find that this room actually occupies 1/3 of the villa's area. Qin Shuya walked slowly among these old objects, and finally came to the center, gently stroking the wooden carved puppy, her beautiful eyes filled with emotions so thick that they could not be dissolved. I finally waited for it. At the same time, Lu Xingqian, who was solo beating Li Xiang in the canyon, raised his hand and touched the wooden sculpture of a puppy that was covered with patina, as if he had telepathy. Damn, I lost again. No, you always take out this wooden sculpture during every solo. It must be its power that enables you to beat me. Let me touch it too. I'll admit defeat this time. Li Xiang watched the crystal explode again on the screen, then turned around and saw the wooden sculpture on Lu Xingqian's desk, which came up to him in a mean manner. Lu Xingqian's star-like pupils flashed with imperceptible nostalgia, and his voice was low, "Get out." After cursing, he quietly put away the wooden sculpture and directly opened his 5-game winning streak solo record. My mom won't let me play with idiots, so don't infect me with your stupidity. Looking at the devastated Li Xiang, Lu Xingqian lay down on the bed again with satisfaction. In the evening of the next day, Lu Xingqian looked at the location and curled the corners of his lips slightly. Recalling the reminder sound of the system task release that suddenly popped into my mind in the middle of last night, I looked at the hotel in the distance with anticipation in my eyes. Chapter 25. You dared to hit on my boyfriend. Yesterday at midnight, he had just fallen asleep when the sound of a system task being released rang in his mind. Ding! Triggering the system task, the second principle of the super rich, no one else is allowed to covet the woman that the super rich has set his eyes on. After teasing Qin Shuya, you have obtained her first kiss. Qin Shuya is now yours. Please attend the banquet and become her male companion to help her deal with the troubles with bad intentions at the banquet. System task: become Qin Shuya's shield boyfriend tonight. Task reward: 70% of the shares of Life Medical Technology Company. When Lu Xingqian saw the mission reward, he let out a roar of release in the middle of the night, scaring the other three. The names of life science and medical technology companies have been very popular in the past 6 months. The company's biomedical technology has achieved major breakthroughs, making it a rising star in the anti-aging field. But its situation is very difficult because the founders are basically grassroots and the connections behind them are not enough to allow it to occupy and sweep the market safely. It is said that 2 months ago, the Qin Group entered the market strongly to support the Life Medical Technology Company, thus avoiding it from being eaten by a pack of wolves. However, the current situation is still not optimistic. When Lu Xingqian saw this reward, he immediately thought of Li Xiang. He believed that he would also be willing to get involved to improve his family's status. As soon as he reached the door, he was stopped by the security guard. Of course, the security of this kind of banquet usually wouldn't lead to the kind of inconsiderate and stupid things described in novels. It was simply that Lu Xingqian left the invitation letter that Qin Shuya had mailed on the car. Lu Xingqian smiled apologetically, turned and walked towards the parking lot. Damn, Chen Xiong is so powerful. Apollo IE Limited Edition, this top configuration costs more than 35 million. It seems that Chen Xiao has become rich and no longer cares about his brothers. Mr. Chen, can I take a photo? Brother Chen, I want to take some photos too, I love you the most. As soon as Lu Xingqian walked into the parking lot, he saw his car surrounded by a group of people. He frowned slightly and walked over slowly. When he saw 2 men with surgical masks taking off their shoes in front of his car and preparing to step on the car to take pictures, the goosebumps caused by his mild obsession with cleanliness broke out again. Have you asked the car owner for his opinion? Lu Xingqian's voice was as cold as frost, but full of majesty. The people who were laughing over there turned their heads when they heard the questioning tone. Chen Xiong, who was in the center of the crowd, showed a trace of panic on his face, but when he saw Lu Xingqian wearing mass-market luxury goods, he heaved a sigh of relief. Anyone who can afford an Apollo LE has custom-made clothes. Only the 2 young models next to him like these mass-produced brand-name luxury goods. Her sight fell on Lu Xingqian's flawless white jade face. She glanced at him slightly, with disdain flashing in her eyes. She actually regarded Lu Xingqian as a male model of the same level as these 2 young models. Who are you? Why are you meddling in other people's business? That's right, the owner is right here. Why are you talking so much? Please forgive him. A male model of this level thinks that others will treasure what he cannot get. So that's how it is. I really thought he was the owner of the car. There was a hint of sarcasm in everyone's eyes. I have the final say over my car, so I don't need to worry about this clown. Chen Xiong waved his hand. He is now very nervous, afraid that the real owner of the car will come back. Initially, he was just the first one to come and see the coveted sports car, then this group of friends came and lifted themselves up to a high place right away. There was someone he liked among them, and he didn't want to lose face in front of her, so he agreed reluctantly. Now I just hope everyone finishes taking pictures, enters the banquet hall quickly, and ends this farce. Hearing his words, everyone turned to look at Apollo Le who was surrounding them. They were really looking forward to the view of the two young models in short skirts lying on top. Beauties in sports cars are always exciting points for men. Seeing the two young models taking steps forward, a hint of coldness surged in Lu Xingqian's deep eyes. Buzz! The lights of the Apollo IE, which was quietly parked in the parking lot, suddenly lit up, and the dazzling light made the two young models cover their eyes. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned their eyes to the pretentious Chen Xiong. Chen Xiong's face showed guilty panic and he looked around. When he saw the iconic purple car keys in Lu Xingqian's hand and the vague expression on his face, he was stunned for a moment. Someone in the crowd saw the car keys in Lu Xingqian's hand and shouted, "Damn, what is going on, Chen Xiong's car?" A rich second generation looked at him with contempt. Chen Xiong looked around and saw the puzzled expressions of the people around him. The girl he liked also showed a hint of disdain in her eyes. He felt that this could not go on. He gritted his teeth, forced a smile on his face, and walked straight towards Lu Xingqian. "I dropped my car keys before and he picked them up. I wrongly blamed you just now. Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly walked out of the crowd and walked towards Lu Xingqian. With his back to everyone, he whispered, "Boy, lend me your car keys for a while, and when this is over, I will give you 100,000 yuan. Chen Xiong still thought that Lu Xingqian was kept by some rich woman and was driving for that rich woman. 100,000 yuan to let him show off. Even though it's a bit of a loss, it's worth it. He was sure that Lu Xingqian would not refuse, so he raised his hand and grabbed the car keys in Lu Xingqian's hand. Lu Xingqian lowered his eyes and glanced lightly, raised the corners of his lips in a wanton and arrogant manner, and raised his hand nonchalantly. Snap! Ah! The sound of bones breaking and screams of agony rang out at the same time. The pretentious guy knelt in front of Lu Xingqian, covering his arm, with cold sweat on his forehead. Lu Xingqian lowered his eyes and sneered, "Who do you think you are? You force me to borrow my car for 100,000 yuan? Sure enough, novels still have realistic elements." When everyone heard this, they looked at Chen Xiong with a hint of disdain. Most of the people were smart and dispersed, walking to a nearby place to continue watching the show. Although he is just an insignificant heir of the Chen family is very proud. If they beat him, have you thought about what to do? A superior voice sounded, and everyone looked at the person who spoke, then glanced at Chen Xiong on the ground, their eyes flashing with excitement. The girl that Chen Xiong had been licking actually spoke up for him. Could it be that a licking dog really? Just when everyone was surprised, the girl stood up and said, "Just follow me. I will guarantee it, and the matter will be over." Lu Xingqian's eyes fell on her, with only one thought in his mind. These two are pure idiots, a perfect match. Don't try to harm this good boy. Idiot. Lu Xingqian sneered speechlessly. Who do you think you are to have the guts to hit on my boyfriend? The Chen family, I've never heard of its name. It's a low-class bunch. I expect to hear about its bankruptcy tomorrow. And Shangguan Hon, is this the security of your Shangguan family? Then I have to think carefully about the cooperation between Qin Group and your Shangguan family. The voices cold as frost fell into Lu Xingqian's ears. There was no joy on Lu Xingqian's face as he had someone backing him up. Instead, he turned to look at the person who came, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Chapter 26. Which rich kid would write an online novel? He deliberately avoided Qin Shuya these days and the two hardly met. He acted on impulse that night in order to complete the system task, but he regretted it after returning home. The people he is teasing now, whether it is by Chanqian, He Qing, or Yao Yan, are basically all those he can match. Qin Shuya is the only daughter of the Qin Group, and will inherit the huge Qin Group in the future. For such an heir from a wealthy family, marriage is no longer their own responsibility. Although he now has the super-rich system, it still takes time to accumulate foundation. Even if he is rich, the Qin family will choose a stable and well-matched family for marriage. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Lu Xingqian sighed slightly. Study. Call me Yair. Qin Shuya, wearing a light purple deep the evening dress, walked to Lu Xingchen, naturally took his arm, and whispered a reminder. Raising her beautiful eyes as bright as the full moon, she gave him a look. Lu Xingchen remembered the mission he came for today, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly, pretending to be intimate. Yair. As soon as he said this, a hostile look fell on him. Lu Xingchen glanced at the man who came with Qin Shuya. He looked good and a little handsome. There is a sharpness in his whole body, especially his eagle-like eyes and the white spots on the lower part. It is obvious that he is not a good person. Uncle Li, you handle this. I want to hear the news of the Chen family's bankruptcy tomorrow morning. Qin Shuya's voice was as cold as frost, filled with unquestionable majesty. Ignoring Chen Xiong, who was howling like a ghost, and Shang Wanhong, who was standing beside him, she turned around and walked towards the venue with Lu Xingchen in her arm. Are you nervous? Qin Shuya asked casually. Lu Xingchen did not hide anything, a little bit. Then he stopped, turned around and looked at Qin Shuya, lowered his chin slightly, curled his lips and chuckled, his tone lazy and wanton. Yair, I am a normal man, if you continue to be so presumptuous. Lu Xingchen took a step forward, stretched out his hand and pressed Qin Shuya against the wall, his deep eyes filled with the desire of the he people. He lowered his eyes to her tempting lips, licked the corner of his lips slightly, and suddenly lowered his head. Qin Shuya didn't expect Lu Xingchen to be so bold. Lu Xingchen has been avoiding her these days, and she has also heard some things about Lu Xingchen and other women. She is really afraid that he will be taken by someone else again. She thought of her plump figure and sighed that the little methods on the internet were unreliable. Seeing Lu Xingchen's flawless handsome face getting closer and closer to her, Qin Shuya closed her eyes nervously. She had never been in a relationship for more than 20 years, so she was just a talkative person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so embarrassed by Lu Xingchen's teasing last time, and she wouldn't have taken 3 days to recover. Yair, are you waiting for me to kiss you? Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and looked at Qin Shuya, whose eyelashes were trembling slightly, and chuckled. To be honest, teasing Qin Shuya is quite fun. Seeing her usually acting like a queen, but now acting like an innocent little woman, there is an inexplicable sense of contrast. Hearing this, Qin Shuya's eyes widened instantly and the tips of her ears turned red as if bleeding. She rolled her eyes fiercely, with a bit of coquettishness on her face. I didn't. I was just testing your concentration to prevent you from having any bad intentions towards me. Very good, your performance is qualified. Although she said this for the sake of face, she was still slightly disappointed. Looking up at Lu Xingchen's tempting lips, she felt like kissing him. Let us go, senior sister, I acted well, didn't I? Lu Xingchen stood up straight and glanced at the corner of the corridor. This is all the self-consciousness of the shield boyfriend. Qin Shuya reacted instantly, looking at Shang Wanhong's departing back at the corner, and suddenly felt a little angry. Humph. Good. She snorted coldly, gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Xingchen, then turned and walked towards the banquet hall. Lu Xingchen was casual, chuckled, took a few deep breaths, suppressed the evil fire that suddenly rose in his lower abdomen, and then followed. The dinner was extremely boring, just a bunch of people coming and going, saying smooth and irrelevant things. Lu Xingchen followed Qin Shuya sleepily the whole time, blocking her advances again and again, so that everyone at the banquet knew that Qin Shuya had a gigolo as her boyfriend. She was still a little in love, and announced it in public. When those who had feelings for her saw her love-minded look, they suppressed the idea of marriage. As the banquet was about to end, I didn't hear the prompt sound of the system completing the task, and I felt a little anxious. What's wrong? Qin Shuya noticed his abnormality and asked with concern. She was very satisfied with Lu Xingchen's behavior tonight. At least now she was officially his girlfriend, and she could use this excuse to have more opportunities to spend time with him in the future. Lu Xingchen was silent for a moment, not knowing how to say that his task was not completed yet. He hesitated for a long time. I drank, I can't drive. Then I'll arrange for someone to drive your car back. It's just right that you can take my car. There's something else I need your help with tonight. Xingchen, this matter is a bit troublesome, if you don't want to. Qin Shuya thought that she would take Lu Xingchen to meet her parents in a while. She felt a little shy and a little nervous. She was afraid that Lu Xingchen would directly refuse. After all, this was not a trivial matter. When Lu Xingchen heard this, he immediately became energetic and patted his chest arrogantly. Senior sister, don't worry, I will help you no matter what happens. It's ridiculous. 70% of Life Medical shares are worth at least 300 million. Even if I asked him to sleep with me today, he wouldn't hesitate. There is no need to work so hard. Xin Shuya's brows relaxed, and she pretended to be nonchalant. I just need you to help me meet my parents. I made a bet with my father that if I can bring back a boyfriend with a good figure and high appearance today, my father will transfer part of his assets to me. Ah, this. Lu Xingchen turned his head suddenly, a little surprised for a moment. Seeing his reaction, Xin Shuya felt a huge burden in her heart lift up again, and she quickly explained, "It's nothing, we'll just meet once and leave. If you have any concerns, forget it. In the end all his property will be given to me anyway." Hearing this, Lu Xingchen frowned slightly, and sighed with some dissatisfaction. "You look down on me so much? After all, we have been friends for many years. If I don't help with such a small favor, am I still a human being? I was just surprised just now. Don't you wealthy families usually attach great importance to matching people of equal status? And most of them are family marriages, child marriages, etc. I never thought that your parents' requirements for you were so low, as long as you look good." Xin Shuya was full of doubts. Where did you hear this? As far as I know, although there are marriages in my circle, they are generally based on mutual affection. The kind of marriage of convenience basically does not exist. For people like us, being well matched is not very important. After all, I am rich enough. Ah, isn't it? I read all those novels about wealthy and powerful CEOs on Tomato Novel Network, and that's how it's written. Lu Xingchen didn't expect this answer. Xin Shuya, have you ever seen anyone from a wealthy family who writes online novels? Chapter 27, The Queen Still Uses Cosplay? Along the way, Xin Shuya told him some things about her family. Soon, Lu Xingchen arrived at her home. "Senior sister, your family is really rich." Lu Xingchen looked at the mansion covering several thousand square meters, was silent for a moment, and uttered this sentence. He finally saw the mansion where it took half an hour to walk to eat. "Just know it, be respectful to me in the future. If you provoke me, I will punish you to clean the villa by yourself," Xin Shuya said with a smile. "Wow, Yair, this is your boyfriend. He is so handsome, with such a good figure, such a pretty face, and abdominal muscles. He eats so well that even mom is jealous." As soon as Xin Shuya finished speaking, a delicate explosion was heard from the huge villa. Immediately afterwards, in front of Lu Xingchen's surprised gaze, a woman who looked to be about 28 or 29 years old rushed out. He looked Lu Xingchen up and down for a long time, and finally poked his abdominal muscles. He grabbed Xin Shuya's arm with excitement and shook it hard. When Lu Xingchen heard the woman's words, his pupils trembled slightly, and he looked at Xin Shuya's helpless and doting expression. "My biological mother, a biological mother in her 40s. Xin Shuya nodded affirmatively. "TSK. The woman groaned in dissatisfaction and muttered, "How can a girl tell others her age casually? If you were not my biological daughter, I would definitely turn against you today." For a moment, Lu Xingchen could hardly tell who was the daughter. Xin Shuya was not surprised by this, obviously she was used to it, and tilted her head nonchalantly. "Falling out? You took the opportunity to touch my man's abdominal muscles, and you still have the nerve to fall out with me? Shu Tingting. How dare you touch another man?" A loud shout came from inside. The man's facial features were very regular, sharp yet kind, with a tall and well-shaped figure wrapped in a pure black shirt. Perhaps because he was at home, he was wearing a neat and formal British shirt with an open collar and slightly rolled-up cuffs, revealing a piece of his forearm with faintly visible blue veins, and his muscular lines were like a sculpture. To be honest, if it weren't for his wrinkled face, he would really be a good match for Xin Shuya's mother standing together. A true overbearing president and a soft and sweet little wife, but her mother is obviously very well spoiled and a little too young. Shu Tingting was frightened by the shout and quickly hid behind her daughter. Damn the old man, he was just checking his future son-in-law for his daughter. Was it that necessary? Boy, are you the gigolo kept by Yair? Seeing his wife hiding behind Xin Shuya, Xin Xian's gloomy eyes fell on Lu Xingchen. Seeing his overly young, flawless, and handsome face, Xin Xian's eyes burned with anger. It turned out that Xin Shuya was just like her mother, a complete obsession with appearance. Thinking about how Shu Tingting had just called him an old man and poked his abdominal muscles, he couldn't stand Lu Xingchen at all. Lu Xingchen's eyebrows moved slightly, sensing the hostility of this old man. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a sweet tone, "Hello, uncle." "Hello, sister. My name is Lu Xingchen, and I'm Yair's boyfriend." Xin Shuya narrowed her charming peach blossom eyes and stared at Lu Xingchen, who was like a little fox. She glanced sideways at the old man with a sullen face, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. He can be infuriating. Okay, sister supports you. Shu Tingting stretched out a small fist from behind Qin Shuya to cheer for Lu Xingqian. But when he felt Qin Xiong's murderous gaze, he shrank back in fear. Lu Xingqian found the way this family got along with each other very interesting. She is your aunt. You are old enough now, you should know the hierarchy, learn more, and when you take Yair out in the future, don't let people think that we are from the Qin family and have poor judgment of people. Qin Xiong quickly turned his gaze back to Lu Xingqian and warned him in an arrogant and sarcastic tone. Uncle, I won't go out. I'll just stay at home and accompany Yair. I'll enjoy it while I'm young and strong, so I won't be unable to do it when I'm old. Lu Xingqian smiled and pretended to be a pure little white flower. He secretly sighed in his heart, no wonder so many people like to be a green tea, it's really cool. Seeing that Qin Xiong's face was so dark that ink seemed to be dripping out, he secretly gave Qin Shuya a smug look and perfectly completed the task she had assigned him. You. It's too cold, let's go inside and talk. Qin Shuya's lips curled up slightly, holding her mother with one hand and Lu Xingqian with the other, glancing at her father lightly, and the family of three walked in happily. Damn, my dear daughter, your boyfriend is so awesome. This is the first time I have seen that old man look so ugly. Shu Tingting was also very relieved. She also knew that Qin Xiong had been brainwashed by the people in the old house and arranged blind dates for her daughter with those ugly men whom she looked down upon. If Yair hadn't said that she had a way, she might have run away with Yair and found her a stepfather with 8-pack abs, who was young, handsome, and sensible. She had argued with Qin Xiong about this matter before, but she was powerless and had no influence. She just ate and drank every day and didn't care about anything, so she couldn't get involved. These days I can only call him an old man and poke him in the heart to make him angry. Thinking of Qin Xiong's expression, she couldn't help but give Lu Xingqian a thumbs up. Xiao Lu, I support you too, you are very handsome, and my daughter must marry a good-looking man. Thank you, sister. He discovered that Qin Shuya's mother is definitely obsessed with appearance. Hearing this name, Shu Tingting was even more satisfied. Good, sweet, and sexy voice, my dear daughter, you have found a treasure. Xiao Lu is simply better than your father when he was young. Ahem. Before he could finish his words, a warning cough came from behind him. Qin Xiong looked at the sweet family of three and felt a little aggrieved. At the dinner table, Lu Xingqian looked at his father-in-law who was staring at him resentfully, and his scalp tingled. Uncle, I like Yair, and my sexual orientation is normal. He took Qin Shuya's hand and showed it to her. Seeing that Qin Xiong's face darkened a little, he looked away and raised the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. Father, I have brought the people here, so don't bring those ugly things to me in the future. Sort out the things you promised as soon as possible and transfer them to my name. Also, tell the people at the Qin family's old house to behave themselves. I am not my mother. She is kind and beautiful, but I am cold-blooded and ruthless. If you continue to expect something that does not belong to them, you may be sad for a while. Qin Shuya was like a queen at this moment, and her cold words were filled with unquestionable majesty. Shu Tingting looked at the silent area, raised her hand to cover her heart with her index finger raised, and said in a delicate voice, What should I do if my good daughter is too beautiful? It hit my heart directly. Xiao Lu, you will be blessed in the future, you don't even need to cosplay, my daughter is the queen. The undisguised meaning in his words made the silent atmosphere suddenly become strange. Lu Xingqian looked at Qin Shuya, whose ears were blushing, thoughtfully, and actually felt a little expectant in his heart. Ahem. Qin Xiong on the opposite side also coughed shyly. Then he sighed, I will warn them. Your mother and I will be relieved that you have a companion. Okay, go back to sleep. You, come back to the house with me. Qin Xiong grabbed Shu Tingting's arm, held her in his arms, turned around and walked towards his own territory. He actually wanted to take this opportunity to push her. She is almost 30 years old and has never been in a relationship. Which parent would not be worried? As for the brothers in the old house, Qin Xiong snorted coldly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. But Shu Tingting saw the coldness in his eyes and knew that he had obviously misunderstood her. She stroked his chest in a flattering manner. Husband, I was wrong, don't be angry, I just feel sorry for Yair. Qin Xiong lowered his eyes and stared at the little fool who had been protected by him for more than 20 years and was not tainted by the world. He chuckled dotingly, then be considerate to your husband tonight, okay? Chapter 28 She really likes Lu Xingqian. Actually, your dad is okay. Lu Xingqian stared at their backs thoughtfully. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He deserves to be angry. He performed well tonight. A hint of tenderness appeared between Qin Shuya's brows, and she turned to show admiration to Lu Xingqian. Suddenly, a prompt sound indicating that the mission was successful appeared in Lu Xingchen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and becoming Qin Shuya's shield boyfriend, protecting her from other men's covetousness. Receive system rewards, 70% equity of a life science and medical technology company. The rewards have been distributed through legal channels, and all equity changes are expected to be completed in 2 days, so stay tuned. Finally succeeded. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. He took a look and realized it was getting late, so he should retreat. Act with me again. Qin Shuya saw that Lu Xingchen had completed his mission and wanted to leave, so she hurriedly found an excuse and pretended to be unable to speak. Ah! It's not over yet? Lu Xingchen looked at her in confusion. But when he saw the embarrassed expression on Qin Shuya's face, he immediately agreed, okay. He triggered 2 system rewards on Qin Shuya in succession. He couldn't just use her and then throw her away. He is a top student, school idol, and provincial 3 good youth, and he would never do such a thing as crossing a river and then destroying the bridge. Qin Shuya breathed a sigh of relief, then her pretty face blushed slightly, and she whispered in Lu Xingchen's ear. After a moment's silence, Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Shuya in front of him, lowered his head and touched the tip of his nose. After a while, Lu Xingchen sat on the 3-meter-wide princess bed, feeling a little at a loss. He didn't expect that the role Qin Shuya asked him to play was to stay with her in a room for a night because he was afraid that her parents would become suspicious. What's wrong? Tell me what you need, and I'll ask Uncle Li to prepare it. Qin Shuya's voice came from the bathroom door. Lu Xingchen looked up and was stunned for a moment, saluting her unconsciously. Qin Shuya's wet hair was casually draped over her shoulders. The collar of her white bathrobe was V-shaped. Her graceful figure looked like a picture of a beauty emerging from the bath. The bathrobe was very short, just above the thighs. The 2 long legs were stained light pink due to the hot water and were stained with some water droplets that had not been wiped off, and were exposed to his sight without any cover. This scene was so heart-wrenching that it directly ignited the raging fire in Lu Xingchen's body. Not lacking. Lu Xingchen's voice was low, as if he was trying to suppress some emotions. He pulled the quilt on the bed, covering half of his body, and remained silent. Oh, then wait for me, I'll turn off the lights after I finish blowing my hair. Qin Shuya thought he was nervous, so she comforted him softly. This bed is big, it won't be a problem if we each take half. Lu Xingchen lowered his head and hummed softly, not daring to look at her, and took a deep breath quietly. He has a super rich cultivation system. Through the system task triggering method, it can be judged that he must become a sea king or a scumbag in the future. It is impossible for him to be with one person for the rest of his life. Qin Shuya is not like Yao Yan. Yao Yan is realistic enough and knows her position. Even if she knows that he has another woman, she will be very happy and won't even care if he gives her a large sum of money. Qin Shuya grew up in a loving family. The love she wanted could not be taken away by others. If she were to be with him, she would suffer a great blow in the future. Moreover, she had taken care of him over the years and would not allow him to hurt her. After Qin Shuya finished blow-drying her hair, she changed into a lavender pajamas and came to the bed with her ears red. Sleep, go to sleep. A mosquito-like sound sounded. Then, all the lights in the room went out. After a rustling sound, a faint and elegant fragrance flowed into Lu Xingchen's nostrils. Glancing sideways, I saw her trembling eyelashes, her stiff and motionless sleeping posture, and her very irregular breathing. Lu Xingchen's Adam's apple rolled, and he turned his body to the side as if nothing had happened, with his back facing her. Qin Shuya noticed his movements, turned sideways, and stared at his back, with a hint of disappointment flashing in her clear and beautiful eyes. Xingchen, thank you for helping me today, otherwise I would have been harassed by those ugly people in the future. The gentle voice of a royal sister sounded in the quiet room. The voice was very small, but it was clearly caught by Lu Xingchen's ears. Lu Xingchen's hand grabbing the pillow suddenly trembled. No one knows that he is actually a voice control. No need to thank me, senior sister has helped me a lot in the past few years. Lu Xingchen's voice is low and sexy. What he said was the truth. Qin Shuya had taken good care of him over the past few years. She basically took care of everything by herself, whether it was in some activities of the Student Union Investment Promotion Department. In terms of study, she would occasionally give her some documents left by former seniors, or send her some latest papers. The most impressive thing should be that during the rainstorm, he gave Jiang Qingyan an umbrella. After Jiang Qingyan and Lu Yuan left, he returned to the dormitory in the heavy rain. But when he had just walked a short distance, he saw her with her skirt soaked. She not only sent him back to the dormitory, but also personally brought him medicine when he had a fever the next day. In fact, he is not an emotionally numb person. He could feel the difference between Qin Shuya's treatment of him and the other 3 roommates, but he just pretended not to notice. Because of his childhood experiences, he is really sick. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen noticed that a corner of the quilt behind him was lifted. Can't you really notice? Qin Shuya's voice rang in his ears. Lu Xingchen felt the arm reaching out from behind and the hot body temperature. His whole body stiffened and he dared not make any unnecessary movements. Lu Xingchen, can't you really feel my love? Qin Shuya's voice trembled slightly, and her hot tears wet Lu Xingchen's back. She didn't understand. He had clearly given up on Zhang Qingyan. He could be ambiguous with Bai Chanqian, flirt with He Cheng, and be with Yao Yan, so why couldn't he accept her? I had clearly taken the initiative to have intimate contact with her in the car last time, so why was he still avoiding her afterwards? She has expressed her feelings so boldly tonight, why is he silent? She really liked Lu Xingchen. He was the first person to be nice to her, the first person to celebrate her birthday, and the first person to say, "I will marry you in the future." She didn't know what had happened. It was as if he had forgotten everything. He had completely forgotten the beauty of the small mountain village. Hearing Qin Shuya's crying, Lu Xingchen sighed, turned around and hugged Qin Shuya tightly. "Senior sister, I." Just as he was about to explain, his mouth was blocked by Qin Shuya's hands, and he begged, "If you are rejecting me, don't say it, okay? Just pretend that I was drunk tonight and talked nonsense, and we can still be the same as before. Please." Because of the height difference between them, Qin Shuya panicked and accidentally hurt Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen's body suddenly stiffened, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and a low groan sounded, Chapter 29. She said I was a dog. After the excruciating pain, Lu Xingchen sighed that he was lucky. Qin Shuya saw the dense beads of sweat on Lu Xingchen's forehead and became even more flustered. "Sorry, are you okay?" She was so anxious that her voice was trembling. She didn't know whether she was afraid or shy. "It's okay." Lu Xingchen replied in a low voice, gritting his teeth. Qin Shuya's eyes were blurred with tears, and she apologized in panic and helplessness. "I'm sorry, Aiken, I really didn't mean it, I like you." This sentence was like the last spark that ignited the explosives, and Lu Xingchen was stunned. He supported himself on the bed with his arms, half stood up, lowered his head, looked directly into her eyes, and Qin Shuya could feel the abundant emotions in those eyes. "Lu Xingchen, I like you and I want to be with you. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough." Qin Shuya also took it all in and confessed her love to him passionately. Snap! Lightning flashed across the night sky, illuminating the room instantly. Lu Xingchen looked at her silently, her eyes sparkling with little stars. The look of love on her face made him feel very surprised. She really loves it. Then he should not hurt a girl who loves you wholeheartedly. He doesn't know how to love, just like being with Zhang Qingyan, he is just used to it, used to having her in his life. His heart is hard, and no one can enter his heart. Being with her would only hurt her because he had nothing to offer her. Apart from money, he has nothing now, and the thing she lacks the least is money. "I love you, Aiken, can you try to like me?" Qin Shuya was almost humble. She raised her eyes to look at the man on her body. Those star-like eyes were always so deep and charming, and his face was full of restraint and forbearance. Over the years, his personality hasn't changed at all, but the love he had for her had changed. Or maybe it was just a child's play at the time, and he had never been moved at all. A burning feeling of suffocation came over Qin Shuya. After he softened his heart, she took big, deep breaths, secretly hating her insufficient lung capacity. "Senior sister, I'm sorry, I'm sick, I can't." Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and stared at Qin Shuya, whose face was rosy, and apologized softly. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. He wanted to confess his unbearable situation to her. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. The sound of an old retro cell phone rang, instantly interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere. Lu Xingchen glanced at the caller ID, looking very nervous. He immediately stood up and walked to the window to answer the phone. "Xingchen, can you come to my place?" A low and gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. Bang! I just want to drink some water." Qin Shuya saw him turn around and immediately apologized. He quickly got out of bed, picked up the cup, and wiped the water stains with toilet paper. The person on the other end of the phone heard the female voice and immediately replied, I'm not in a hurry. If you are free tomorrow, please come over. As soon as the words fell, the other end quickly hung up the phone. Lu Xingchen glanced at the time on his phone. It was 1 a.m. His eyebrows moved slightly, as if he had thought of something, and his expression was a little flustered. He turned around and snatched the tissue from Qin Shiya's hand, and quickly wiped the water stains on the ground. Senior sister, I am not suitable for you, let us just be friends. Something may have happened to my friend, I want to go and see him. Before leaving, Lu Xingchen left these words with a serious expression and then walked out of the room. Qin Shiya sat on the princess bed, frowning, thinking about his last words. She knew Lu Xingchen's character very well. If he had no feelings for her at all, he should have just rejected her directly like so many other girls who had confessed to him. There was no reason for him to make up some unfounded excuses to lie to her. Qin Shiya didn't care about the time and picked up the phone directly. Uncle Li, find out for me what happened to him after he was 7 years old. Also check where Lu Xingchen went tonight. Uncle Li woke up and said. Uncle Li, okay, miss. Lu Xingchen drove the Apollo Li towards the west of Haishur in the heavy rain. The purple sports car was as cool as Batman in the dark night. But at this moment, Lu Xingchen, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked at more than 10 missed calls and his expression became increasingly ugly. Please don't let anything happen to you. He whispered anxiously. The traffic was smooth late at night and in less than an hour he arrived at a community near a forest park. The environment here is very good and very quiet, but also very remote. After parking the car, he got out and ran into the apartment building regardless of the heavy rain outside. On the 7th floor, Lu Xingchen panted slightly and knocked on the door a few times. Seeing that no one opened the door, he directly entered the password and opened the door. As soon as I entered the door, I looked around the dim living room, turned and ran into the bedroom, but still didn't see anyone. He frowned and turned into the bathroom. When he saw the woman hiding in the bathtub, holding a basketball-sized dog doll tightly in her hands and trembling all over, he couldn't help feeling a little heartbroken. At the same time, I also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. He walked slowly to the bathtub. The woman in the bathtub seemed to sense something and looked up slightly. When she saw him, she was stunned for a moment. Why are you here? Zhao Yuro, do you really want to die? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows lazily, looking at him with dissatisfaction in his starry eyes. Then, he reached out and snatched the dog doll from her hand. Seeing that it had obvious signs of being rained on, he understood. Lu Xingchen raised his hand and clasped her smooth neck, raising his chin slightly. Woof! Don't be angry. Zhao Yuro showed an expression of flattering and admitting her mistake, then grabbed Lu Xingchen's wrist with both hands and sniffed the scent of his wrist. After that incident in her childhood, she developed a psychological disease called skin hunger. Every time she had an attack, she needed to touch Lu Xingchen's skin to get relief. As they both grew older and had a certain degree of endurance, she now only needed to smell Lu Xingchen's scent to endure the remaining discomfort. Half an hour later, Zhao Yuro felt better, let go of Lu Xingchen's arm, and took back the dog doll that he had been holding in his arms. Well, please apologize to Qin Yan and me when you go back. Today is a working day and I didn't expect you two to go out. I'm sorry. She and I broke up some time ago, there is no possibility for us to be together in the future. There was a dark light in Lu Xingchen's deep eyes, and he spoke lightly. Ah. Is it because of me? But I just heard. That's my senior schoolmate who takes good care of me. I'm going to be her shield. When Qin Shiya was mentioned, Lu Xingchen felt complicated. He then turned around and looked at Zhao Yuro coldly, warning her, don't mention her. She said I'm like a dog. There's no possibility for the two of us. After hearing the latter sentence, Zhao Yuro fell silent and didn't say much. She knew that Zhang Qingyan had touched his sore spot and there was no room for easing the situation. After a moment of silence, he joked, okay, let's break up. I think she's pretty average. No, you still have me, so I'll be your backup. Why don't you stay at my house tonight? If I get sick, you can help me relieve the symptoms in time so that I don't have to be so sad every time. Zhao Yuro laughed and teased, but didn't take it seriously. According to Lu Xingchen's personality, he would not be willing to accompany her even if they broke up. Chapter 30, Accompany You Tonight. Lu Xingchen let out a nonchalant click of his tongue, glanced at her who was hugging the dog doll tightly, lowered his eyes and brows, and thought for a moment. He raised his chin slightly and looked into Zhao Yuro's eyes. Seeing her obviously teasing expression, he said in a casual tone, "Okay, then I'll stay." Anyway, he has broken up with Jiang Qingyan, doesn't have a formal girlfriend, and will become a sea king in the future, so there's nothing wrong with him staying with her tonight. It's a good idea to keep the wealth within the family and let her have a good sleep. When Zhao Yuro heard this, her eyes widened and she opened her mouth in shock. "You actually agreed?" Then his face changed, he raised the dog doll in his arms, and looked at Lu Xingchen warily. "Who are you?" "Get off, Lu Xingchen, or I will be rude to you." Lu Xingchen snorted, leaning lazily against the bathroom wall, lowering his eyes and glancing lightly, with the corners of his lips raised. "TSK, Zhao Yuro, are you scared?" "Don't worry, I'm not so hungry that I won't choose what to eat." Zhao Yuro's funny expression froze as her thoughts were seen through at a glance. She looked up and down at Lu Xingchen with doubtful peach blossom eyes, and there was a rare seriousness on her face. "Are you serious?" Lu Xingchen tilted his head lazily and hummed softly. "I'm going to the room." The cold voice echoed in Zhao Yuro's mind. She sat in the bathtub in a daze, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses, with her eyebrows slightly raised. He rubbed the stuffed dog in his arms fiercely and whispered excitedly, "Do I have a chance?" The happiness between his eyebrows and eyes was revealed on the surface, which was completely different from the nonchalant look just now. Zhao Yuro took a deep breath for a while, calmed the corners of her mouth that couldn't be suppressed, and her face returned to that nonchalant expression. She slowly walked out holding the dog doll. "I came to the bedroom, and with the help of the night light on the bedside table, I looked at the person's extraordinary profile under the quilt, with his ears slightly red." She glanced at the messy floor, threw away her dog stuffed animal, turned off the night light, raised the corners of her mouth, and quietly got into bed. She leaned her whole body against Lu Xingchen's. His hot skin was like a big furnace, roasting her pretty face red, but it also brought her a sense of security that the dog doll had never had before. Zhao Yuro placed her nose close to his shoulder, greedily inhaling the scent from his body, like a fox spirit in myths and legends. Enjoying this hard-earned night, this was the first time she felt so relaxed. The pressure of the past 10 years disappeared in an instant, and dying now would be the most comfortable state for her. Since she and he left that mountain village, she was placed in an orphanage, while he returned to his home, and the two have hardly seen each other. A year later, due to the sequelae of that incident, she contracted the disease and accidentally discovered that his scent could heal herself. Coincidentally, he came to see her at that time, and she knew that he was also sick and had been receiving treatment for almost the entire year. From then on, he came to see her often, and every time she held his hand and sniffed it for hours to relieve the unbearable pain. However, this stopped when he was older because his parents introduced him to a girl from the neighborhood and rarely let him go out casually. She also has a certain degree of self-control. She asked him for a dog doll with his scent on it, and it lasted for a week or two each time. After that, when she went to college, he seemed to have officially started pursuing her. Since then, although she also moved to High City with him, except for renewing the scent of the doll, she tried her best to avoid being alone with Lu Xingchen. She was already a perverted and troublesome orphan, and she couldn't cause him any more trouble. That's enough. If you get alkali poisoning from breathing in a while, there won't be a next time. Lu Xingchen reached out and pushed her head away, still breathing heavily, and whispered with a sidelong glance. Zhao Yuro was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at Lu Xingchen's extraordinary jawline, her tone full of anticipation. "Will there be a next time?" "Yeah." Lu Xingchen responded lazily. After getting a positive answer, Zhao Yuro just looked at him straight. Her slightly curled eyelashes blinked like a fluttering butterfly, and suddenly a teardrop as big as a bean fell on his shoulder. "Why are you crying?" "It's not for you." Lu Xingchen wiped her tears in a bad mood. Lying flat on my back, looking at the ceiling, I talked to myself. I figured it out. From now on, I'm going to be a scumbag and I won't get married. Anyway, someone like me can't love anyone. It's so nice to just play around in this world. Next time you get sick, just call me and touch me if you want. It's boring to endure it. We both need to live well. Live well. These 5 big words kept echoing in Zhao Yuro's mind. Her heart was pounding and she was full of anticipation for a better life in the future. Okay, we must live well, just for Xiaopang and the others. When Lu Xingchen heard the name, he sighed, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. After a long silence, Zhao Yuro suddenly spoke. "Why don't you take off your clothes before sleeping?" Lu Xingchen tilted his head and stared at her with deep eyes in confusion, and said jokingly, "Is your condition getting worse again? Why do you want me to eat grass near my home?" Dirty. People with a dirty heart think everything they hear is dirty. In the dark, Zhao Yuro pretended to be dissatisfied and refuted, but it would be more convincing if her face was not so red. Next time, please prepare some spare clothes for me, 3XL ones, of better quality. Lu Xingchen spoke bluntly. Although Zhao Yuro had never attended high school, she had been writing novels over the years and had become a small wealthy woman by buying copyrights. Otherwise, she would not be able to afford this house worth more than 2 million yuan. Letting her spend some money can also alleviate some of her feelings of guilt. Got it. Zhao Yuro happily agreed, then glanced at his raised legs thoughtfully, and asked curiously, "So, with my body like this, you really don't react when I hold you in my arms? How about I help you solve it? Just treat it as a reward. Anyway, I don't plan to find a man in this life because of this disease." At the same time, a restless little hand touched his cheek. Lu Xingchen snorted, glanced at her coldly, and said in a cold voice, "Don't think I don't know that your relatives are coming." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Yuro's hands froze instantly. She really had forgotten. The pain of my relatives is really nothing compared to that disease. Suddenly, a pair of hot big hands clasped her waist. She felt nervous, excited and thrilled, but there was not a trace of fear. Lu Xingchen's hand finally fell on her neck. He grabbed her head and placed it in his arm. He hugged her tightly and whispered, "If you dare to seduce me again, be careful or I will be rude to you. I have pretended to be a cool and aloof academic master for so many years, have you really forgotten that I am actually a pervert?" I was wrong. Zhao Yuro muttered with her pretty face pressed against his skin, thinking to herself, "I'll dare to do it again next time." Lu Xingchen looked at the well-behaved Zhao Yuro in his arms, raised the corners of his lips with satisfaction, and gently stroked her furry head, as gently as if he was stroking a dog. Chapter 31, Braised Pork with Biased Memory. They both slept very peacefully, as if they were back in the cellar when they were children and relied on each other. Although he had class today, it didn't matter to him whether he went or not. After all, he always got full marks in every exam and his GPA was always far ahead of everyone in his major. If he didn't go to class one day, the teacher would just think he was doing an experiment. It was not until around 1 o'clock in the afternoon that Lu Xingchen slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. When he turned his head, he looked into Zhao Yuro's rippling peach blossom eyes. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, and her eyes moved, giving off a clear and foolish feeling. "Why do you like me? Now you know I didn't lie to you, I'll tell you I have an amazing sleeping face." Lu Xingchen teased narcissistically. Zhao Yuro silently rolled her eyes, pouting her pink lips, with a mischievous look in her eyes. She grew up in an orphanage and is not someone you can easily mess with. Lu Xingchen took a breath and glared at her. He raised his bony hand, held her delicate chin, and warned her in a deep voice, "Zhao Yuro, have you heard the story about people who played with fire and got burned?" Before he finished speaking, he stood up and glanced at her who had done something bad, his deep eyes flashing, ready to fight back. He is not the kind of person who would suffer a loss. If she wants to blackmail the emperor to control the princes, Lu Xingchen can only give her 2 words, dream on. This is a simple dividing line. As dusk approaches, the sunset dyes the sky red and falls into the room through the windows. Lu Xingchen stood in the kitchen, embracing the afterglow of the setting sun, cooking a very homely meal. After a whole afternoon of counterattack, he felt very relaxed. Today is a good day. Happy singing floats into the bedroom. Pervert, hooligan, big bad guy. Zhao Yuro blushed, buried her head in the cotton pillow, and cursed Lu Xingchen repeatedly in a low voice, and couldn't help but feel secretly happy in her heart. She was afraid that this was just a pipe dream, so she closed her eyes and didn't want to open them. Even if it was a dream, she hoped it could last longer. Get up and eat while it's hot. I'll go back after eating. Order less takeout in the future. After Lu Xingchen finished cooking, he pulled away the pillow and quilt on her head. Just like playing with a puppet, he carefully helped her put on clothes and patiently persuaded Zhao Yuro, who was a little reluctant to stay in bed. "Humph, my mouth hurts and my hands are sore, how can I eat?" Zhao Yuro stayed in bed coquettishly. As long as she could eat later, Lu Xingchen could stay with her for a while longer. Even one more second would be happiness for her. After so many years, Lu Xingchen could see through her little thoughts at a glance. Her deep eyes were filled with desire. She bent down lazily and whispered lovingly, "I'll stay with you tonight. I'll get up early to go to class tomorrow, okay?" Zhao Yuro looked up in surprise, and seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, she nodded proudly. Those peach blossom eyes were very bright, revealing undisguised joy. She got a satisfactory answer, and in order not to upset her rumbling stomach, she immediately prepared to get out of bed. But Lu Xingchen grabbed her ankle, and she looked at him with her big eyes blinking in confusion. Lu Xingqian raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a low and sexy voice, "Your mouth hurts and your hands are sore, I will feed you later, but don't walk on your feet, otherwise what should I do in this long night?" After saying that, he clasped her wrists with his bony hands, and asked her to wrap her arms around his neck, with her legs also clasped by him. Zhao Yuro hung on him like a koala and walked towards the restaurant. Only when she sat in front of the restaurant did she react to what Lu Xingqian had said. Her pretty face was red as if blood was about to drip out. She pursed her lips and lowered her eyes, looking at her pair of white and tender feet. "Lu Xingqian, I regret it, why don't you just leave?" Zhao Yuro recalled the madness of the afternoon and was so scared that she burst into tears. Lu Xingqian chuckled and pretended not to hear. He picked up a piece of pig's trotter and put it to her mouth, speaking gently as if coaxing a child. "Be good, open your mouth, you will be replenished by what you eat, and you won't be afraid after eating the pig's trotter." Only then did she remember that this man was a pervert at heart, so she stopped pretending to be pitiful. She snorted at him, opened her mouth angrily, and swallowed the piece of collagen. Man is iron and rice is steel. Only when you are full will you have the strength to deal with him. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuro's wrists were no longer sore. She grabbed the bowl and chopsticks and started to eat her meal. She was really hungry, and the food Lu Xingqian cooked was really better than takeout. Lu Xingqian touched her puppy's head lovingly, his eyes dim. This scene was very familiar to him. He felt that he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember it at all. "The braised pork you made is really delicious, and it still tastes the same as before." Zhao Yuro took a bite of the braised pork that was fat but not greasy, and her pretty face was full of satisfaction. She recalled the hard-earned piece of braised pork when she was a child. At that time, the piece of meat was only the size of a walnut, but it was the first time the two of them had sex in a year. Since then, she has eaten braised pork many times, but no matter how famous the chef is, he can never make it taste as good as it did that time. She originally thought that the taste was the result of beautification through a memory filter, but today she realized that what Lu Xingqian cooked was really delicious. Lu Xingqian was stunned for a moment in surprise. He didn't remember giving her braised pork. Although he often went to the welfare home and secretly brought her food, it was usually beef, mutton, ribs, and the like. Because his mother doesn't like eating fatty meat, the family never makes braised pork. Although I cooked for her a few times after she went to college, I never delivered meals to her since she moved out of the welfare home. What am I? Just as he opened his mouth, his phone rang. After looking at the caller ID, Lu Xingqian looked up at the clock in the living room, his eyebrows slightly raised. "Sister Qing, it's so late, what?" "Xingqian, my contract and report are ready. Are you in school? Do you have time?" They both spoke at the same time, but stopped talking at the same time. Sure. I'm so excited, please come back tomorrow." They both answered at the same time. Lu Xingqian glanced at Zhao Yuro, who was clasping her hands together and begging him to agree, and smiled slightly. "I'll be there in an hour." "Thank you." On the other end of the phone, He Qing thanked him softly, seemed a little embarrassed, and hung up immediately. Zhao Yuro was completely relieved when she saw Lu Xingqian agreed. She was extremely sober after eating. Tomorrow she still had to negotiate with other companies about the copyright of the novel. She couldn't be greedy for the temporary comfort and go against the small amount of money. In this respect, she and Lu Xingqian are very similar. After all, they have both been poor. "What, you've become rich too? Contracts and reports?" Zhao Yuro looked at him curiously. In recent years, as her books have become popular, I have seen many celebrities wearing haute couture. Only then did I realize that although Lu Xingqian's outfit has no logo, its design and materials are both top-notch. Seeing her gaze, Lu Xingqian lowered his head and realized that this outfit was prepared by Qin Shuya. After sending a safe message to Qin Shuya, he showed his balance, raised his eyes and smiled softly. "I made a little money. I just want to invest in a small project, not much, only 50 million. Chapter 32 Lu Xingqian is such a good person. 150 million. Zhao Yuro's eyes widened, and she let out a roar. A feeling of jealousy and powerlessness suddenly rose in her heart. Then I lose. She was really afraid that Lu Xingqian would suffer, and she was also afraid that he would drive a Land Rover. No, he no longer cared about the Land Rover. Woo woo woo. Lu Xingqian caught a glimpse of her self-pitying expression, his deep eyes lit up slightly, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he thought of a joke from his youth. "Lu Xingqian, when I make a lot of money in the future, I will renovate this welfare home. I will put soft mattresses in every room and build independent bathrooms so that the little ones who come in the future can enjoy a good life. No, now that I have money, the first thing I will do is to support you, so that you can be with me every day and sleep in the same bed. Hee hee, it makes me happy just thinking about it. So, I heard from the brothers and sisters in the welfare home that a small goal is to make a lot of money. If one of us earns a small goal first, we will adopt the other person. If I earn it first, you will be my wife. If I earn it first, I will be your wife. This is what Zhao Yuro said to Lu Xingchen when he met him for the first time a year after receiving psychological treatment. Lu Xingchen looked at her while she hugged his arm and sniffed happily. With his other hand, he skillfully touched her messy little head and smiled dotingly. Okay. From that day on, his illness seemed to get better. His parents seemed very happy, which was why he went to the welfare home to see Zhao Yuro so many times afterwards. Lu Xingchen's eyes suddenly became very sharp, like a vicious wolf in the forest. He suddenly lowered his head and approached Zhao Yuro, and the distance between them was less than a finger's length. Zhao Yuro was startled and leaned back reflexively. But she didn't know when. The back of her neck had been grabbed by Lu Xingchen's big hand, and she couldn't move. What? She was so frightened that her voice trembled a little, staring at him in confusion. Wife. Lu Xingchen's voice was low and emotional. Zhao Yuro's pupils dilated slightly and her eyes widened. These two words exploded in her mind like fireworks, causing her body to go limp and fall into his arms. He still remembers. He didn't forget. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen's breath broke into her nostrils, and her whole body felt as if an electric current passed through it. She felt numb and tingling, and had no power to resist, so she let him use his magical powers. 5 minutes later, Zhao Yuro pushed Lu Xingchen away, gasping for breath. What's wrong? Lu Xingchen gently stroked her back. After Zhao Yuro calmed her breathing, she stared at him and thought for a while and whispered softly, I'm not ready yet, don't call me that. Please, let me take it easy, you gave me too much love at once, I am afraid. She was afraid that, just like when she was a child, behind the sweet candy lay a dark cellar and a cruel hell. She hugged her limbs unconsciously, buried her head in her knees, and huddled on the stool with her body trembling. She really didn't want to go through that kind of pain again. Lu Xingchen stuffed the dog doll into her arms, hugged her gently, and comforted her with an unprecedented gentle tone. Okay, I won T-Bark, there is still a long time to go, take your time. They were in the same boat, and only he knew how she felt at the moment. Zhao Yuro is different from him. After he was taken back, he underwent psychological treatment in time. Although there are some sequelae, his personality is calm and he can control it. Zhao Yuro was sent to an orphanage. At that time, some policies were not yet popularized. Although she was able to have enough food and clothing, the psychological trauma remained. Not only did this disease arise, but her current social phobia and fear of going out to see people are also largely related to it. That's why she became a writer of online literary novels. Half an hour later, seeing that she fell asleep, Lu Xingchen put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and walked out with a pile of takeout bags. Boom! Lu Xingchen drove the Apollo Ali directly into the campus of Shuangdan University. At this time, more than 20 minutes had passed since he mentioned an hour. The top sports car Apollo Ali appeared on the university campus, instantly attracting a lot of college boys and girls. The bright purple streamlined body, cool and shining lights, and the roar of the engine made everyone stop to take pictures wherever he went, and even some beauties in black stockings wanted to come up and chat with him. Lu Xingchen didn't have the mood to show off or strike up a conversation. He had just gotten a campus access license plate a few days ago, and it took some time to activate it when he entered the school for the first time, so he stayed at the school gate for a few more minutes. As soon as the red and white barrier was raised, Apollo 1E shot out without any hesitation and drove towards the experimental building. After parking the car, he hurried upstairs. At this moment, in the laboratory where Yi Qing was, a boy wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of glasses with strong degrees, who at first glance looked like a boy with good grades, was sorting documents with a dissatisfied look on his face. She kept complaining, Sister Qing, don't trust those little boys in the future, they are unreliable. I've also heard of Lu Xingchen. He doesn't look like someone who can study hard. It's like talking to a cow if you expect him to understand our research. And it is said that he is a scumbag. While he confessed his love to Bai Qianqian, he was still having an affair with other girls. You have to be careful, because this kind of boy is the best at smooth talk. You. Shut up. Yi Qing lowered her eyes to hide the worry in her eyes, turned around and shouted at the boy. He is the investor I found. Are you complaining that I don't know people well? He doesn't look like he's a good student, but did you find out that he always gets first place in his major? Research is so intense nowadays, and you still have time to gossip about others. Are you really doing your research well? Pang Hao, it was your supervisor who recommended you to me, saying that you are down to earth and capable, so I let you join the project team. Look at the data in recent times. How many times did your senior help you revise it? If you really don't like my project, just turn right when you go out, I won't stop you. He Qing scolded him mercilessly in public. This time she was really angry. Lu Xingchen is such a good person, why should he be slandered and gossiped about behind his back? If his mentor hadn't helped her when she was getting a full-time job, she would have definitely kicked him out, even though he was a little clumsy these days but didn't make any big mistakes. Although Lu Xingchen was a little late, he had told her half an hour in advance, and He Qing also extended the rest time for the students below, so it was not his turn to complain. Sister Qing, Xiaohao is young and doesn't understand things, so why not punish him by making him clean more for a few days? Don't make yourself angry, you are our pillar. An older doctoral student stepped forward and pulled Pang Hao, easing the tense atmosphere in the laboratory. He Qing snorted coldly and glanced at Pang Hao indifferently. This will not happen again. Who dares to make my beautiful sister Qing angry? Lu Xingchen stood at the door and knocked, breathing slightly heavily, smiling and joking nonchalantly, then walked in slowly. Chapter 33, Love. As soon as he ran upstairs, he heard He Qing's furious voice. He couldn't hear it clearly, but when he reached the door, he saw her angry face. When He Qing heard Lu Xingchen's voice, her expression changed instantly, transforming from an icy beauty into a gentle queen. Xiao Xiaoqian waved at him, her tone full of tenderness. Did you come here running? Let's go to my office and take a rest. It happens that everyone in the research room hasn't arrived yet. Lu Xingchen looked at her delicate makeup, her moist and shiny lips, and the fact that she was wearing his favorite diamond-studded high heels in the laboratory. The corners of his lips curled slightly. Whispering softly, Sister Qing, are you feeling sorry for me? He Qing's cheeks flushed slightly and her eyelashes trembled. She looked into his deep and charming eyes, and recalled the day when she boasted that she would support him. She avoided his gaze uncomfortably. Be serious, come to my place and take a look at the contract in advance. In order to prevent him from continuing his outrageous remarks, I reached out and grabbed his wrist, then walked towards my office. The people in the laboratory were stunned and screaming wildly in their hearts. Damn, you told me this is Sister Qing? No, although Sister Qing is a very nice person, when has she ever acted like a little woman like this? Is Sister Qing obsessed with looks? When she discussed with Xiao Wei, she never scolded her. God, can't you give us ugly people a chance to survive? Shut up, Xiao Wei is not wrong. Instead of looking for God, why not take a good look at your own data? Your focus is misplaced. Shouldn't you be focusing on that handsome guy? Damn, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten whether Sister Qing had taken the initiative to grab his wrist just now. When he came in, his eyes were not innocent either. Could it be? Sister Qing, please don't be in love. She is the backbone of our project. Without her, who can we rely on? In the laboratory, a group of masters and doctors were chattering about a heated discussion. Shaoli, notify those who haven't come back yet as soon as possible, prepare the report materials and meeting room in advance. What are you doing here? He Qing's voice, as cold as snow, filled the ears of everyone in the laboratory. Then she took a glass of ice water and walked into the office. Phew, I feel better. It's still the same Sister Qing. The boy who just said the love word smiled playfully and pretended to be relieved. In the corner, Pang Hao, who had just been scolded, clenched his fists, stared at the office covered by the blinds with gritted teeth, and a breath of anger lingered in his chest. Damn Lu Xingchen. He hated him so much. She hated why that man was not her, why she took the initiative to hold his wrist, and why she didn't scold him when he spoke rudely. Was it just because he had money to invest? The doctoral student who was standing next to him and helping him outside helplessly, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Don't think too much, if you make achievements, Sister Chang will naturally see it. She is not that kind of person, otherwise we would have found the investment for our project long ago." He looked at Pang Hao, who unclenched his fists and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want Pang Hao to cause trouble for He Qing and delay the progress of the experiment at the critical moment. He was counting on this experiment to graduate. In He Qing's office, she placed the cup of water in front of Lu Xingchen, handed him a tissue, and motioned for him to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Lu Xingchen thanked him softly, his eyes always on the contract, reading it very carefully. He did not invest in He Qing on impulse because of her beauty, especially after he got 70% of the shares of the company rewarded by the system yesterday. Although Yi Ching won't make any money if this project is successful, he will be able to show his face to the military. If he invests through a life science and medical technology company and gets official endorsement, the crisis the company is facing now can be easily resolved. 20 minutes later, Lu Xingchen raised his head with a frown. When Yi Ching heard the sound of the contract closing, she looked up suddenly, looked at the expression on his face, and her expression tensed. If you have any questions, just tell me directly. After all, this is just a preliminary version and it can be revised later. Lu Xingchen looked over with her starry eyes, and said with a rather unhappy tone, Sister Qing, how come the total investment has become 30 million? Are you helping me save money? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly moved closer, sat down next to her, put his hand quietly on her slender waist, lowered his eyes and raised his eyebrows, looking straight into her eyes. What, you are reluctant to spend all my money? Are you going to break your promise and don't want to support me anymore? He whispered softly, his hot breath hitting Yi Ching's earlobe. An ambiguous atmosphere filled the entire room. The quiet office forms a sharp contrast with the noisy laboratory outside, and also brings a different kind of stimulation. Yi Ching held her breath, her whole body stiffened and she dared not make any unnecessary movements. The skin from her collarbone upwards quickly turned red, and she did not dare to answer his question directly. These days she has been immersing herself in working day and night to avoid thinking about her ridiculous self that night. She didn't dare face her own heart because she was 8 years older than Lu Xingchen. In fact, the contract and report were completed last night. She prepared herself mentally throughout the day before making the call after dusk. I haven't thought about it yet. Yi Ching answered with a trembling voice and a low tone. She now despised herself for being so cowardly, but she didn't dare to gamble on something that would affect her whole life. Her mother had lost the bet the second time, and the previous experience was too tragic. Oh, okay. Lu Xingchen could feel her nervousness, loosened his hand, and moved away. He was not in a hurry as he had several targets. For him and Yi Ching, the success of this project is more important than love. In his words, love grows over time. Yi Ching felt him let go of her without hesitation, and her heart suddenly tightened, with a sense of loss. She looked up at Lu Xingchen, who was standing next to her and opening the contract again as if nothing had happened. She felt a little helpless. Emotionally, she liked him, but rationally, she didn't dare to take a chance. As she pulled herself apart, Yi Ching's eyes turned slightly red. She looked at Lu Xingchen's outstanding profile, gritted her teeth, and made a bold decision. Lu Xingchen. Hearing his own name, Lu Xingchen looked up in confusion. The next second, the wet, hot and soft lips fell on his face, and then quickly left, like a dragonfly touching the water. Looking at Yi Ching, whose cheeks were flushed and who was fidgeting, Lu Xingchen chuckled meaningfully. He put his arms around her slender waist, lifted her smooth chin, stared at her with deep eyes, and said in a lazy and low tone, I don't want to be responsible after I kissed you, you scumbag. Yi Ching closed her eyes and her eyelashes trembled slightly, feeling very anxious. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen's breath forcefully took over her body, frantically plundering the oxygen in her body. At this moment, she had completely lost her ability to resist, or she didn't want to resist at all. Chapter 34 He is my real father. After a long time, while taking a breath, Yi Ching raised her hand, covered his lips, and said coquettishly with a trembling voice, Xingchen, give me some more time, let's get along slowly, okay? Okay, I'll wait for you. Lu Xingchen's Adam's apple rolled. He raised his fingertips and placed them on the corners of her lipstick-stained lips, gently wiping away the traces that had gone out of bounds. Yi Ching stared at his gentle and restrained eyes, her heart melting. She put her arms around his neck, exercising her lung capacity which was far from what it used to be. Knock knock knock. Sister Qing, everyone is here. Do you want to go to the conference room with Mr. Lu? The oldest doctoral student outside the door asked softly. Got it, coming right away. Yi Ching woke up suddenly, quickly separated from Lu Xingchen, and tidied her hair in panic. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at the different shades of lipstick on her lips, she turned around and glared at the audacious little hooligan. She dressed up like this today just to welcome him, thinking that everything would be over after signing the contract, so she didn't bring anything else in her bag except loose powder. She had no choice but to wipe off all the lipstick. Her lips were originally pink, and they still looked good with this makeup. Lu Xingchen put his arms around her waist from behind, looked at her radiant face in the mirror, lowered his head and whispered, Ah Ching, you look beautiful no matter what. Yi Ching's heart was hit hard. Damn it! This man is like a vixen, his sweet words always hit people in the heart. In order to prevent her face from blushing again due to his teasing, she immediately pulled him out of the office. "Ching, Sister Ching, it's ready over there." The doctoral student waited for a while, and the moment Ching came out, he noticed that the lipstick on her lips had disappeared. His eyes fell on Lu Xingqian's smug face, and his heart felt slightly sour. He has been following Ching for more than 3 years, and he applied to join in since the beginning of this project. It is impossible for a top beauty of the same age as you to not have any thoughts when she has been with you for 3 years. He often fantasized late at night that as long as this project was completed, he would be able to graduate successfully, and then he might have the courage to confess his love to her. What if she agreed? He knew Ching very well. She was a complete academic fanatic. She might never have thought about getting married in her life. She needed a partner who didn't need to accompany her all the time, but who could be there when she needed him and who could provide certain emotional value when she was helpless. He has been acting like this in recent years, so when Pang Hao showed his love for Ching, he didn't care at all. He knew that Pang Hao couldn't even get to the table. But Lu Xingqian was different. He saw joy, excitement and love in Ching's eyes when he just came out. And he was so rich and handsome. Looking at the backs of the two people walking side by side, he sighed. After all, it was just an unrealistic fantasy of his. He should focus all his energy on graduating successfully. He took a deep breath, a gentle smile appeared on his face again, and he followed. In the conference room, Lu Xingqian sat in the main seat. On his left was the project leader Chang, and on his right was her deputy, the doctoral student. "Mr. Lu, this is the report information, please take a look." "Thanks." Lu Xingqian looked at him in surprise, then looked down and saw the name behind the deputy on the report, Li Zhang. He is actually a good talent. At least he has good control over his emotions and addresses people appropriately. He is not like the idiot who just made Ching angry and is now glaring at him in the corner. The briefing began soon. Chang is worthy of being the youngest full professor at Shuangdan University. Considering his situation, his report is very easy to understand and clear. In less than 20 minutes, the purpose of the project, its future development direction, its difficulties and its irreplaceability were clearly analyzed and laid out in front of him. After listening to this report, Lu Xingqian realized that he had really made a lot of money from this investment. If this project is successful, once they cooperate with the military, they will be valued by the military instead of simply showing up. Did you say the same thing to those investors before? Lu Xingqian looked at Ching curiously. If she really wanted to explain everything like this, there would be no reason for those businessmen not to invest in her. Even if it is not very commercial, there is still profit to be made, and with this relationship, the company's future development will be guaranteed to a certain extent at critical moments. No, I don't like the fact that there are so many profit considerations in this project, nor do I like them to commercialize it at every turn, saying that they can make so much money. This is my dream, so I hid the latter. Ching spoke casually, and when she thought of the faces of those businessmen, her lips curled up with a bit of disdain. Lu Xingqian nodded. This was indeed the case. If this project were to be commercialized, the profits would be staggering. No one would give up making money in exchange for something that might not be guaranteed. It just so happened that his life science and medical technology company had no shortage of commercial projects, so it needed this illusory reputation. Sometimes, borrowing the power of another to bully others could be very effective. During the break of the meeting, Lu Xingqian quietly told her about this matter. After all, the share transfer had not been completed yet, so it was not a good idea to publicize it. Ching was surprised and looked at him with starry eyes. "Xingqian, I didn't expect you to be the major shareholder behind the Life Medical Technology Company. My latest project is to study the most popular anti-aging project under your company. No wonder you always ask me about anti-aging knowledge, you are really awesome. Then I will invest in this project in the name of the company. Of course, you need the title, and I need the money, best of both worlds." Chang blinked happily, no wonder he was so rich, everything could be explained. After resolving this issue, the following meeting was very relaxed, until Lu Xingqian saw the 30 million, then he frowned and shook his head again. "I just read your analysis report in the office. In exchange for 50 million, we will use the best equipment. The sooner the project succeeds, the better it will be for us." Lu Xingqian tapped the table with his fingertips, and his tone was quite unacceptable. Ching's eyes flickered. After knowing that he was the major shareholder behind the Life Medical Technology Company, she had no objection. Indeed, the sooner the better. Li Zheng on the side was stunned for a moment, staring at Lu Xingchen with burning eyes, and the stubborn dissatisfaction with him taking He Qing away completely disappeared. Li Zheng, he is my real father. The sooner the project is completed, the better, and I can graduate sooner. Lu Xingchen was startled by the change in his eyes, and silently moved his stool so that he was almost close to He Qing. Different from everyone else's ecstasy, Pang Hao in the corner stared at Lu Xingchen, who was almost sticking to He Qing. He was burning with jealousy and almost lost his mind. But when he saw that everyone was very happy except Professor He Qing, who had no expression, he remembered what He Qing said at the beginning: "I don't like so many interests involved, this is my dream," and he snorted coldly, as if he had found a way to get rid of him. Especially Lu Xingchen's next words made him feel that his chances of winning had reached its peak. After reporting everything, Lu Xingchen looked at the contract on the table and had no other objections. "That's great. Let's change the amount. Wait a few days, and when things over there are settled, we can discuss the specific time to sign the contract privately." Lu Xingchen tilted his head and looked at He Qing lazily. After all, it is not him alone, and signing a contract with the company requires a coordination process between the two parties, which is more complicated. Chapter 35. I have good looks and money, what do you have? Furthermore, this experimental project has not yet been successful. If the news of the cooperation is released too early, it may be interfered by villains. He and He Qing reached a consensus on not announcing the news of the cooperation in advance. Seeing He Qing nod, the originally lazy and wanton Lu Xingchen suddenly stood up, raised his hand to hold He Qing's tender and smooth hands, hooked her palm lightly without leaving a trace, and said in a playboy tone, "Since a preliminary consensus has been reached, may I have the honor to invite the beautiful Miss He Qing to dinner with me?" He Qing was startled by his sudden action, and she raised her beautiful eyes and glared at him secretly. The burning heat from his hand made her cheeks slightly red, and she struggled to pull her hand free from his grip. Li Zheng, who was standing by, saw this scene and secretly sighed that Lu Xingchen was so young but so capable. No wonder he was able to win the girl's heart. Glancing at the blush on He Qing's cheeks and the shyness in her eyes, it was clearly a show of reserved attraction between a man in love and a woman who was intentional. If she didn't want to go, she would have slapped him with her free hand long ago, given her famous icy beauty personality. In the lab, other people were watching this scene, their eyes interacting wildly, the fire of gossip burning. "Let go." He Qing saw the teasing look from the people below and whispered coquettishly. "Then do you agree?" Lu Xingchen's tone was wanton. Yes, he did it on purpose. Although he promised to give her time and let them get along slowly, it did not stop him from asserting his sovereignty. Almost every boy in this project team had some thoughts about her, especially the idiot in the corner whose eyes were about to burst into flames. "Let Sister Qing go. If you don't let go, I will call the police." A jealous roar came from the corner, and instantly everyone's eyes fell on the idiot. As Lu Xingchen expected, that idiot Pang Hao couldn't help but get jealous and jumped out. Lu Xingchen raised the corners of his lips and slightly raised his chin, glancing at him coldly and uninhibitedly, with an arrogant and disdainful look, waiting for what to come next. When he was chatting with Qing during breaks, he talked about this idiot. He didn't want this great project to be taken away by him, so he used a little trick and Pang Hao took the bait. When He Qing heard this, her eyebrows twitched slightly, and her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction with his meddling in her affairs. Just as she was about to open her mouth to scold, Lu Xingchen gently hooked her little finger. She tilted her head in confusion and looked into his deep eyes. After noticing the faint smile, she sighed helplessly and immediately understood what he meant. She only hoped that Pang Hao would stop at the right time. The project was nearing completion, and for the sake of his mentor, she could tolerate him a little and make his resume look better. Otherwise, don't blame her for being unkind. How could Pang Hao, a mere spoiled senior student, understand the situation clearly at once? He just felt that it was his scolding that scared Lu Xingchen and made him let go of He Qing's hand. Lu Xingchen's current look is just pretending to be relaxed. As for the changes in He Qing's eyes, I imagine them in a wild and beautified way. He thought that the unhappy expression on He Qing's face was because she was unhappy with Lu Xingchen's harassment, and now she was looking at him to encourage him to keep up the good work and expose the hypocritical mask of Lu Xingchen. "Humph, what I, Pang Hao, hate most is rich second generation like you, who think that just because you have a little money, you can make everyone submit and buy everyone's dignity. Don't think that no one can see through your purpose. Don't you just want to take advantage of this opportunity to get close to Sister Qing and take advantage of her? You are no different from those businesses, just as dirty and disgusting. Get out. We don't need your investment. Sister Qing can attract clean investment. We don't need your dirty investment." Pang Hao stood on his self-proclaimed moral high ground and spoke eloquently. While cursing Lu Xingchen, he caught a glimpse of the surprised and stunned expressions on the faces of the people around him. They must have been shocked by his courage to speak his mind. In the conference room, the seniors looked at Lu Xingchen with disdain expressions, and Yi Qing rolled her eyes at Lu Xingchen in dissatisfaction. He really enjoyed the moment when the spotlight was on him, as if everything here was in his hands. Perhaps from today onwards, Yi Qing's attitude towards him would change greatly, and those pretty senior students in the laboratory would also look at him differently. Thinking of this, he felt elated, as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Do you think if you add more money, Sister Chang will look at you differently? You are using that stinking money to pollute her dream. You clearly don't understand anything, but you sit here and pretend to understand. It's really ridiculous. You. Enough, Pang Hao, shut up. Yi Qing couldn't stand listening to this idiot's speech, and her stupidity was about to relapse. Pang Hao, I am officially informing you that you have been fired from the project team. You will receive a system notification tomorrow morning and you don't need to come here anymore. I will send a copy to your supervisor about what happened here. You can take care of yourself. Yi Qing's face was as cold as ice, showing no mercy at all. After saying that, he turned his head and lowered his eyes to look down at someone who was leaning on the chair and pretending to be innocent, and snorted coldly, "Let go." Lu Xingchen grinned, loosened his hand that was drawing circles on her palm, and pretended to look down at the contract. Looking around and seeing the gossipy eyes of everyone in the project team, she thought that she could use Lu Xingchen's identity to dissuade some people from having such troubles in the future. With her eyebrows raised slightly and her red lips opened, she said in a cold and unrestrained tone, "Lu Xingchen is pursuing me, and I also have some feelings for him. You can spread the news. If someone wants to pursue me, at least he must be better than Lu Xingchen, otherwise don't bother me. Okay, the meeting is over, everyone go back and have a rest." She lowered her eyes and glanced at Lu Xingchen's raised lips, glared at him coquettishly, "Wait for me here, I'm going to change my clothes, I'll treat you today." As Yi Qing walked to the office, Lu Xingchen received a few thumbs up, and then everyone dispersed. Only Pang Hao had not yet recovered from the huge drop in his consciousness and was standing there in a daze. Why is this happening? She clearly encouraged me. Pang Hao couldn't believe it. Lu Xingchen lazily leaned back on the chair, crossed his legs, and said in a defiant tone, "Encourage you? How did you get this illusion? You don't think that just because she hates me, she will like you? I'm rich, pretty, younger than you, in better shape, and smarter than you. What do you have? A stupid brain? When you join a project team, you don't focus on the experiment, but your mind is full of unrealistic fantasies. I still say you are naive? Or stupid?" Pang Hao opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Because he was surprised to find that there was nothing wrong with what Lu Xingchen said, and he had no room for rebuttal. Coincidentally, Yi Qing changed her clothes and walked over from the office. "Pang Hao, you have some talent and your supervisor praises you highly, but after you joined the project team, your work has been a mess. There has been every time that someone in the team has had to clean up your mess. Especially yesterday's experimental data was extremely wrong. It can even be said that you didn't put in any effort at all. I hope you can focus on your studies in the future and take care of yourself." Seeing him like this, Lu Xingchen shook his head. It was better to have a little frustration now than to be taken advantage of by others after entering society. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at Qing beside him, with a hint of surprise flashing in his deep eyes. Chapter 36, Joining the Game and Ruining Me? This is different from the last time when the champagne-colored evening dress was bright and elegant. Yi Qing took off her white coat and wore a black retro suit on the upper body. Her fair and delicate collarbone shone in the slightly open neckline. A silver-white platinum LV necklace perfectly highlighted her slender swan neck. The lower body is also a short suit skirt, which just touches the thighs, but perfectly outlines her mature curves. The slender and straight long legs, wrapped in charming black stockings, and the diamond-studded high heels stepped on the smooth floor, making a shocking crisp sound. She is definitely a domineering and educated woman, and she is always the heroine in novels. However, in front of Lu Xingchen, there was a hint of tenderness between her eyebrows, which was extremely moving. "Didn't you say you'd treat me to a meal? Right here?" Yi Qing blinked her eyelashes, stroked her hair charmingly, and raised the corners of her lips delicately. With a smile in her bright and beautiful eyes, she looked at the dazed and obsessed Lu Xingchen and joked with a smile. "Hiss, Qing, you are so beautiful. Your legs are so long that they are going to kill me, I'll give them all to you." Lu Xingchen took a breath of cold air, and there was no thought of eating in his mind. His eyes never left the pair of black silk legs that were longer than his life. Bang! You rascal, don't put your hands up. He Qing blushed and slapped his hand away, warning him coquettishly. Lu Xingqian curled the corners of his lips slightly, his deep eyes surged, his bony fingers trembled slightly, and he suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He raised his eyes, lifted his eyelids, looked at the charming He Qing, and said in a strong nasal voice, "Okay, I'll listen to watching." Such an intimate name made He Qing's cheeks red as blood. She glared at him fiercely and walked out of the laboratory. Pine Hao, who was standing behind him, stared blankly at He Qing, who was acting like a little woman in front of Lu Xingqian. He felt extremely sad and was eventually pulled away by his senior brother who was guarding the laboratory. Looking back at the huge laboratory, he felt extremely regretful. If this project succeeded, he would be safe and sound and would be able to obtain a place in graduate school smoothly. But now, the cool Apollo Ali drove away from Shuangdan University again. Compared to the empty passenger seat when it came in, this time Lu Xingqian was accompanied by He Qing, who was wearing black stockings and had beautiful legs. The two chatted casually about the new developments in the anti-aging industry. Lu Xingqian looked at her sweet smile, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. She should shine in the industry she likes and display her own confidence and style. She shouldn't be touched by a patient like him. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me and smiling? He Qing tilted her head and blinked in confusion. Lu Xingqian retracted his gaze and looked at the dejected dog being led by someone on the zebra crossing in front of him. A hint of obscure meaning flashed in his eyes and he chuckled. "I just think you are very beautiful, Qing. Please always keep this confidence and don't give up yourself for anyone." His voice was relaxed and carefree, but there was a hint of distance and sobriety in his tone. He Qing noticed his sudden change in mood, raised her eyelashes, and her eyes fell on his thumb that was constantly rubbing the steering wheel. Is he struggling? She raised her hand and placed it on Lu Xingqian's big hand holding the steering wheel, and said without any context, "Lu Xingqian, Happy New Year." The cheerful tone along with these 4 words that healed everything poured into Lu Xingqian's ears, defeating his depressed mood. He looked at He Qing's bright smile and was stunned for a moment. Happy New Year. Lu Xingqian's eyes lit up slightly, and in an instant he returned to his cool, noble, and unruly appearance as a top student on campus. For the rest of the way, he never glanced at the seductive pair of legs in black stockings. Looking at the top-notch restaurant that was about to arrive, Lu Xingqian glanced at He Qing who was sleeping in the passenger seat, and secretly sighed that she was so careless. She was really not afraid that he would take advantage of her. Wake up, we are almost there. The cold voice fell into the ears of Sleeping Beauty. He Qing hummed softly and slowly opened her eyes. She was a little dazed from her sleep and looked around in confusion. When she saw the sign for the Sea Care Hotel, her eyes widened. There's no need to spend so much money on this. This restaurant is famous for its luxury. A piece of red wine foie gras the size of a fingernail costs 38,888. It is said that if you want to have a meal at Zakair Hotel, the meal cost starts at least 50,000 yuan. People who come here are either rich or noble. If they want to enter the store, they need to go through an asset test. It is commonly known as the world of the rich, because the waiters here basically have assets starting at 1 million. Am I poor? Lu Xingqian asked casually. To be honest, this was his first time here, and he brought He Qing here for the secondary purpose of eating. The main purpose was to see if he could actively trigger the behavior of a super rich man. No one would complain about having too much money. Having a system but not thinking about taking advantage of it is pure idiocy. He Qing was suddenly speechless, thinking of Lu Xingqian's bank balance. She had said too much. Buzz. Suddenly, a cell phone vibrated in the narrow space of the sports car. Lu Xingqian, who was waiting for the red light, saw through the rearview mirror that He Qing's pupils suddenly dimmed. It seemed that he was very displeased with the person who called. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up the phone. He Qing turned the volume of the phone very low. Even in the same sports car, Lu Xingqian could not hear clearly what was said on the phone. He only knew that there was a softer female voice on the other end of the phone. He Qing showed no emotion on the surface, but from the clenched fist in her other hand and the occasional sarcastic and disdainful sneer, it was clear that she was not at peace inside. In less than a minute, she hung up the phone. He took a deep breath with an expressionless face, adjusted himself, turned around and apologized to Lu Xingqian gently. Xingqian, I may not be able to have dinner with you, something happened at home. How about you just drop me off at the intersection ahead and I'll treat you next time? Address. What? Lu Xingqian turned his eyes and gazed deeply at Yi Qing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, with a hint of indifference between his brows. I'll tell you the address you want to go to, and I'll take you there. No need to numb. As soon as she said this, Lu Xingqian pressed his fingertips on her lips. He leaned closer, rubbed her lips gently with his thumb, and said in a way that did not allow any rejection, I brought you out. It's so late now. If something happens to you, no girl will dare to come out with me in the future. What? You love me so much that you are willing to sacrifice yourself to ruin my reputation and prevent future troubles? Yi Qing felt the touch on her lips, her ears turned red, and she replied shyly, No, I'll send the address to you. The green light. A horn sounded from the car behind. Lu Xingqian let go of his hand, and Apollo Li jumped out at the end of the green light. Driver of the car behind, oh my god. Bite. A special attention reminder sounded. Yi Qing's pupils dilated slightly, she pursed her red lips silently, and her clenched fists relaxed slightly. When Lu Xingqian saw the address sent to him, the corners of his lips curled slightly, he turned on the navigation and sped away. He knew that only by saying this would Yi Qing agree to let him take her there. Judging from her reaction just now, the phone call was not simple. Chapter 37 Catharsis. After this phone call, the atmosphere in the car became unusually depressing. Lu Xingqian had his own considerations and changes in his thinking, and Yi Qing also had her own worries and annoyances. The address she gave was very remote, in a residential area on the outskirts of High City. Although it was night, the infrastructure of this community was quite good, with dim lights, clean and tidy streets, and a faint scent of sandalwood. It's quite quiet here. Lu Xingqian raised his straight nose and suddenly spoke. Yi Qing was stunned for a moment, and the increasingly gloomy expression on her face eased a little. He cleared his throat and raised the corners of his lips with a bit of disdain. It is indeed quiet. There is a Buddhist temple behind it. For some people, it is a good place to go. Lu Xingqian glanced sideways at the unusual Yi Qing without saying much. He just held the steering wheel with one hand, and suddenly grasped her soft finger with the other hand, and said solemnly, If there is any trouble, you can trust me. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Xingqian clearly felt Yi Qing tremble slightly. Yeah. Yi Qing lowered her proud head, which had never fallen, and stared at Lu Xingqian's big hand with distinct joints. The burning heat from the palm of her hand seemed to warm her icy heart. Tick. A drop of hot tear fell on the back of Lu Xingqian's hand with blue veins, followed by a downpour of tears. Lu Xingqian looked at Yi Qing in surprise. She was bright and beautiful, and she attended the banquet to solicit investment despite her illness, but she burst into tears because of such a simple sentence. Creak. After a sudden break, Lu Xingqian slowly wiped the tears from her face, raised his hands to hold her slender waist, leaned over, and gently held her in his arms. Woo woo woo. This action seemed to break down Yi Qing's psychological defenses at once, and she threw herself into Lu Xingqian's words, her tears soaking her clothes. Lu Xingqian didn't ask any more questions, but just gently patted her back with the palm of his hand, silently comforting her. Yi Qing did not explain and just vented her inner emotions crazily. 5 minutes later. Yi Qing cried until her voice was hoarse, Lu Xingqian, thank you, I can do it now. He loosened his arms around her and looked at Yi Qing, whose sobbing had stopped instantly and whose emotions were gone, with a probing look in his deep eyes. Yi Qing slowly and methodically tidied up her slightly messy hair, covering her slightly red eyes, and took deep breaths to adjust her breathing rhythm. In less than 2 minutes, she regained her image of a cool and beautiful educated female professor. Excuse me. Yi Qing glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, showing a bright smile, coughed lightly, and explained in a slightly hoarse voice, I will cry first to prevent myself from losing control of my emotions, and then I will be invincible in a while. Do you think I'm crazy? Actually, I'm this kind of person deep down. Are you scared? Lu Xingqian did not answer. She curled the corners of her lips slightly and leaned forward. The light coming through the windshield was almost blocked, and Yi Qing fell into her shadow. He raised his hand and suddenly pinched Yi Qing's smooth chin. A hint of madness flashed in his deep eyes. He suddenly possessed her and frantically plundered the little air in the sports car. Yi Qing was forced to exercise her lung capacity and felt suffocated after doing it many times. Her cheeks flushed red, her butterfly-like eyelashes trembled slightly, and she stared with wide eyes at the handsome guy with his eyes closed who was so close to her. Unable to bear it any longer, she raised her fair palm and tapped his shoulder repeatedly as a reminder. The long-lost break made her gasp for breath. Sorry. The light from the street lamp once again fell on Yi Qing through the windshield, and Lu Xingqian's low, apologetic voice rang in her ears. Suddenly, he turned his head, with a bit of stubborn madness still in his eyes, and said arrogantly, "No one can scare me now, you don't have to worry about it. We've arrived at the place you gave me. I'll be waiting for you downstairs." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the car window on the other side. He-Ching raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at him with dodgy eyes. Her fingertips fell on his swollen lips. Just as she was about to say something, the phone in her hand vibrated again. Suddenly, her eyes became dim, she turned her head and whispered softly, "Then you wait for me here." Grass. Looking at Yi-Ching's back as she went upstairs and disappeared, Lu Xingchen punched the steering wheel hard and uttered a swear word for the first time in his 4 years of college. His emotions were almost out of control just now, and he really didn't like this feeling. This was not the first time. The last time was when he bought a house with Yao Yan. He just thought it was his first time, so he was so obsessed and crazy, and didn't think about that matter at all. He wanted to be a scumbag, but he didn't want to lose himself again because of this incident. After taking a deep breath for a while, Lu Xingchen slowly calmed down. He raised his eyes and looked at himself in the rearview mirror. Seeing the noble and cold eyes, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He opened his phone, sent a message to a friend, then leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and calmed his breathing. Room 402, 4th floor, residential building. Yi-Ching's face was as cold as ice at this moment. She stared at the mirror above the door with cold eyes and snorted with disdain. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as the knock on the door sounded, the security door opened from the inside without any delay. "Fu Bao, you're finally back, come in and sit down." A woman with a few strands of white hair, who looked somewhat similar to her, greeted Yi-Ching into the house with enthusiasm and surprise. As soon as he entered the room, he squatted down to change his slippers, put down his bag, pulled her to sit on the futon, and took out a plate of fruit from the kitchen and placed it on the coffee table. Every movement he made was very gentle. He was especially careful when helping her change her shoes and put away her bag, for fear of damaging anything. Yi-Ching remained expressionless, following her instructions like a puppet, sitting on the mat at the door, watching her busy life with indifferent eyes. After doing everything, the woman seemed a little at a loss. She just sat opposite Yi-Ching and looked at her with burning eyes. "Fu Bao, you have lost weight. Is it because you don't eat well or are too tired from doing research?" After a moment's silence, the woman took the initiative to speak, asking carefully and with concern. Yi-Ching couldn't make up her mind after all, so she just hummed softly. When the woman heard the sound, which was similar to the flapping of mosquito wings, she was very happy and continued in a soft voice, "Fu Bao, Mommy will go to the Buddhist temple tomorrow and ask the Bodhisattva to bless your research to go smoothly. The Bodhisattva has blessed you for so many years, she will not sit idly by. Your research this time will definitely be successful like before." The woman had a very pious expression on her face. As she spoke, she picked up the Buddhist beads at hand and kept turning them, as if she couldn't wait to pray for her. After these words and actions, the slightly eased coldness in Yi-Ching's eyes instantly dissipated, and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth as she sneered lightly. "Let's talk business. You said on the phone that you found something my father left behind. Take it out. Don't waste time." Yi-Ching's tone was as cold as ice, as if she was talking to a stranger, and her tone was devoid of affection. The Buddhist chanting in the room stopped abruptly. The woman looked a little embarrassed and then nodded slightly. "Sit down for a moment, Mom will get it out for you." The woman's voice was still gentle, but tears welled up in her eyes. She slowly stood up and walked into the bedroom. Chapter 38. The rich man is lonely and unbearable. After a while, the woman took out an army green hat from the room and handed it to Yi-Ching in a flattering manner. Yi-Ching's eyes were dim as she stared at the hat in her hand. Her slightly trembling fingertips gently stroked the folds on it, revealing a nostalgic expression. "Fu Bao, mother. Okay, now that I have the things, it's time for me to go back." Yi-Ching interrupted her directly, carefully put the army green hat into her bag, stood up and was about to leave. She felt embarrassed to let Lu Xingchen wait downstairs for so long. Parking space under the residential building. After calming down, Lu Xingchen was slumped in the driver's seat, thinking about life and boredom. He felt that he had been thinking too much recently and had lost his original intention of being a scumbag. Thinking about the fact that he was now in contact with several women besides Yao Yan, he had become a little forgetful of his roots. A scumbag? If you want something, just do it. If you worry too much, you will lose your original intention. Lu Xingchen felt deeply sorry for the system and was ready to watch some short videos, using his plump and slim sister to fill in the attributes of a scumbag. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the system task under specific circumstances. The life of a super rich man never needs to be considered too much. Those who look back and forth are licking dogs, and those who move forward courageously are scumbags. The night is long, and the rich man is lonely and unbearable. You decide to correct your hesitant character and take the initiative. Please take the initiative tonight and sleep in the same bed with I Ching before 3 a.m., and keep it for at least 3 hours. Task reward, Starry KTV. Lu Xingchen took a breath of cold air. This task was not easy at all. According to I Ching's personality, she is not that fast-paced. Even sleeping in a suite is not an easy thing, let alone sleeping in the same bed. After hearing about the mission reward, Lu Xingchen's eyes fell on the short video playing on his mobile phone. The Starry KTV is the background where the beautiful woman is dancing in the video. He felt a little regretful now. If he had known earlier, he could have triggered the system task and obtained some valuable commercial building videos. However, he was also quite satisfied. Although the scale of this Starry KTV was not large, its decoration was very luxurious. The most important thing was that the 5-story building where the KTV was located was also given as a gift by the system. In Haishur, where every inch of land is valuable, this piece of land starts at least 300 million. Knock knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the car window. Lu Xingchen immediately put away his phone, opened the car window, and asked cheerfully with the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably, "Are you going back?" I Ching was embarrassed to hear this and told Lu Xingchen to go back alone. She would stay here for another day. After hesitating for a moment, she thought that the environment upstairs was really not suitable for Lu Xingchen to stay overnight, and there were no extra rooms. But seeing Lu Xingchen's expectant expression, he said politely, "I have to stay at my mother's place tonight and go back tomorrow morning. It's getting late, so you decide whether to stay here for the night or go back." "Okay. Then we can go back together tomorrow. You can take my car." Lu Xingchen raised her eyebrows slightly and agreed immediately without waiting for him to finish speaking. He saw through I Ching's thoughts at a glance, but for the sake of the system mission, he absolutely could not just leave like that. That was an asset starting at 300 million yuan, so what was his face worth? "Ah Ching, let's get in." He got out of the car immediately, with a smile on his face, and stood in front of her obediently. He looked up at the lights on the residential building and walked upstairs without giving her any chance to regret. I Ching stared at Lu Xingchen with wide eyes and found that she had still underestimated how cunning this man was. He clearly saw through it and was doing it on purpose, just like the last time in the hotel when he wanted to trick her into supporting him, he played dumb. "Ah Cheng, let's go. Don't you want me to get on?" "It's okay, you don't have to worry about me driving in the middle of the night, or about me driving back from the suburbs alone and being scared. If you don't want me to, I'll drive back right away." When Lu Xingchen saw I Ching standing there motionless, an idea flashed in his mind and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He turned around and pretended to look innocent and hurt, then went back to her and muttered pitifully. I Ching's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she kept looking Lu Xingchen up and down. Why didn't she realize before that this little man had such a green tea side, pretending to be weak and helpless? It was as if the person who had forced her to exercise her lung capacity like a little wolfdog just now was not him. Don't think she didn't see it. When Lu Xingchen said this, he had no intention of opening the door of the sports car. She sighed helplessly, lightly tapped his cheek with her scallion white fingertips, and smiled softly. "I'm afraid of you, go up. And talk less, especially with the woman upstairs." When Lu Xingchen heard her words, his eyebrows slightly raised, with a bit of pride on his face. "Don't worry, I will abide by male ethics and never talk to other women alone. If you are worried, we can sleep in the same bed tonight, so that I can be in your sight all the time." Wishful thinking. I Ching blushed slightly, wrinkled her delicate little nose, and turned to go upstairs. Lu Xingchen chuckled, put his hands in his pockets, and followed leisurely. The night was long, and he had other tricks to complete the task. Walking into her house, Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking around, he could only say that it was difficult to comment on the style of this home. When Lu Xingchen stepped into the house, he felt like he was entering a Buddhist temple. The first thing you see is the golden statue of Bodhisattva in the center of the room. The surrounding walls are all covered with colorful paintings of the 18 arhats. A woman is kneeling on a cushion, constantly beating a wooden fish in her hand and chanting Buddhist scriptures in a low voice. The woman seemed to have heard their footsteps coming in and immediately stopped reciting Buddhist scriptures. "Buddha, Mom Nu Yu Wun Ti Leave, who is he?" The woman immediately stood up and turned around happily, but when she saw Lu Xingchen behind He Qing, her face instantly turned very ugly. Hello, Auntie. My name is Lu Xingchen. You can just call me Xiao Lu. I am Qing's. Lu Xingchen politely extended his hand to greet her, but halfway through his words, the woman simply ignored him and walked in front of He Qing. Fu Bao, who is he? He Qing's mother looked at her solemnly, questioning her. He Qing raised her chin coldly and unruly, with a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth. She put her arm around Lu Xingchen and opened her red lips. Who else could you bring home late at night? My man, whom Lu Xingchen already knows. Okay, you don't need to know her name, and we won't have any contact in the future. I'll take you to my room, and you'll sleep there tonight. She turned her head and the disdain on her face instantly disappeared. She gently pulled him towards a bedroom, and she was completely different from the one she had just spoken to. You finally gave me a legitimate status. Lu Xingchen also noticed that the mother and daughter were abnormal, but he didn't ask much. He put his arm around her waist, his fingertips gently stroked the soft flesh on her waist, and whispered softly. He didn't notice that the woman behind him had her pupils shrink slightly when she saw this action. She stared at Lu Xingchen's back with indifference, and there was an unhappiness in her expression that she had never seen before. Chapter 39. Are you going to give me a status? Walking into the bedroom is like entering another Buddhist temple. The walls are also decorated with arhat patterns and are engraved with Buddhist scriptures everywhere. Even the table lamp on the bedside table can reflect the shadow of the Buddhist scriptures when it is turned on. He Qing obviously hadn't been back for a long time. When she saw the bedroom, a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Qing, oh no, it should be girlfriend, are we going to sleep here tonight? Lu Xingchen held her trembling hand, pointed at the only bed in the room briskly and expectantly, lowered his eyes and chuckled. You're dreaming. You sleep here and I sleep in the living room, watching you not being disturbed by that woman. He Qing rolled her eyes at this guy and curled her lips. Suddenly, her heart tightened. Looking up at Lu Xingchen, who was so close to her, a hint of anticipation and nervousness flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she did not resist at all. The voice trembled. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Lu Xingchen's hands tightly clasped her slender waist, sniffing the fragrant and soft He Qing in his arms, with a hint of wantonness at the corners of his mouth. Qing, by not objecting to this title, are you going to give me a status? The burning gaze fell on He Qing's pretty pink face, and her deep eyes were filled with desire. He Qing's cheeks turned red instantly. He turned his head away nervously, pretending to be confused. What status? I just did it to deal with that woman. Lu Xingchen chuckled, and his fingertips gently moved her trembling eyelashes, then stroked across her delicate face, and finally landed on her soft ears. It was very interesting. I leaned over and whispered, Qing, are you going to go back on your word? The atmosphere in the room was very harmonious. Lu Xingchen flirted with her freely, while He Qing was shy and awkward. Bang! What are you doing? The door was pushed open forcefully, and He Qing's mother asked coldly. Lu Xingchen was startled and let go of his hand guiltily, standing obediently beside He Qing. Hearing the woman's question, He Qing acted contrary to her usual behavior and put her arms around Lu Xingchen's neck. He glanced coldly at the woman at the door and continued to do the same. I'm sorry you have to rest here for one night. If you need me, come to the living room and call me. She wiped the lipstick off the corner of his mouth and patted his shoulder softly. Turning around, He Qing's face regained its indifferent and cold expression. She stared at her mother at the door, her tone as cold as frost. Bring me a quilt, I'll sleep in the living room. After saying that, he pushed her shoulder away, considerately closed the bedroom door for Lu Xingchen, walked straight to the living room, took a few more futons and placed them on the ground, arranging them in a row. Lu Xingchen was the only one left in the bedroom. He stood close to the door and didn't hear any quarreling. He felt relieved and turned over to lie on the bed. He Qing obviously didn't want him to know about the abnormality between her and her daughter. He also had his own secrets, so she chose to respect him. When she wants to tell him, he will naturally help her solve it. Ding ding ding. Lu Xingchen had been lying in bed for a while, still thinking about how to complete the system task, when the message alert on his mobile phone suddenly rang. Yao Yan, pictures. Yao Yan, pictures. Yao Yan, the house has been renovated, but someone didn't come, poor thing. Lu Xingchen took a glance and saw two photos of houses. One is his own simple European-style house, and the other is the more homely and warmer house under Yao Yan's name. His eyes fell on that line of words, and Yao Yan's meaning was clear at a glance. Unfortunately, he had important things to do today and was no longer in the dormitory. Lu Xingchen, not in the dormitory, what are you doing? Yao Yan, not you. Cough cough cough. The profound and extensive text made Lu Xingchen, an ignorant man, choke on his own saliva. Yao Yan, missing my brother picture. Yao Yan, picture. Before Lu Xingchen could recover, a picture of beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings from Balenciaga was sent to him. Next, within a few seconds, a picture of Yao Yan wearing pajamas and standing in front of the window of her new home appeared in his eyes. Lu Xingchen, I will watch it later if I like it and want to watch more. Those who understand will understand. Lu Xingchen, transfer 30,000 yuan. Perhaps it was the power of money, beautiful pictures bombarded me. Lu Xingchen was choked by his own saliva and his coughing became louder and louder. Knock knock knock. What's wrong? Drink some water. He Qing came in with a cup of warm water and looked at Lu Xingchen, who was coughing and out of breath. Pat him on the back gently to calm him down. No, it's okay. Lu Xingchen recovered, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and waved his hand. It's okay, go to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow. He Qing's mother's faint voice came. Lu Xingchen raised his eyes and saw the thoughtful and slightly disgusted expression on her face. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a little confused but didn't say much. Go to bed early. He Qing was not in a good mood. She comforted Lu Xingchen softly, then got up and walked out. Lu Xingchen was lying on the bed, thinking about the woman's expression just now, and suddenly sat up. She wouldn't think I'm weak, right? After more than 10 minutes, he carefully observed Yao Yan's photography skills and learned very seriously. Lu Xingchen, why don't you charge me? He looked at the interface that was stuck on the last transfer message from more than 20 minutes ago, feeling a little confused. 10 minutes later, while Lu Xingchen was watching a donkey hoof repair video to calm down, a message from Yao Yan popped up above him again. This time is different from the previous ones, it is a 13-minute long video. Glancing at the video cover, Lu Xingchen's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his blood pressure, which had dropped after repairing his donkey hoof, soared again. Click on the video. Yao Yan was wearing expensive but finely crafted pajamas and lying in her new home, feeling extremely comfortable. Handsome brother, they have already decorated our house. The charming voice startled Lu Xingchen, and he immediately turned the volume of his phone to the lowest. Although Yao Yan's appearance is not as good as Qin Shuya and He Qing, her figure is far better than theirs. The S-shaped curve combines the physical advantages of Qin Shuya and the beautiful legs of He Qing. Her face, which is not too beautiful, makes her even more attractive. Lu Xingchen didn't expect that this was just a transitional scene at the beginning. What followed was even more important. The 30,000 yuan was not a loss at all. An hour passed just like that, and Lu Xingchen watched the video of his home carefully several times. As a result, he is now staying in an air-conditioned room, sweating profusely, tossing and turning and unable to fall asleep, and he is almost exploding with the heat. I could only take deep breaths and look at the strange Arhat murals around me to relieve the heat radiating from my body. It really hurts people a lot. Looking at the received transfer, Lu Xingchen gnashed his teeth and cursed inwardly. He glanced at the time and was shocked to find that it was already past 2 a.m. The mission is not yet completed. Lu Xingchen drank the boiled water in the cup on the bedside table in one gulp, holding the empty cup, and quietly opened the bedroom door. Who would have thought that the first thing he saw was He Qing lying in the middle of the living room, her steady breathing suddenly becoming short. She didn't even cover herself with a blanket. She slept in her clothes, lying on her side with her knees bent and her back to the bedroom. Chapter 40 Sister, I'm afraid of the dark. When I got closer, I realized that she didn't have a quilt or even a mattress. The whole person lies on 4 cushions arranged vertically in parallel. Lu Xingchen looked back thoughtfully in the direction of her mother's bedroom, and suddenly understood the indifference in He Qing's eyes. Ah Qing, are you asleep? Lu Xingchen pinched his throat and whispered. Half a day later, the only response she got was the sound of her even breathing and the scent of sandalwood wafting from the front of the Bodhisattva statue. Lu Xingchen squatted down slowly, his eyes wandered for a moment, and his movements suddenly paused. Perhaps it was because of the incense burning in the living room, the feeling of heat came over him again. The sound of deep breathing is particularly clear in the quiet night. Suddenly, his gaze paused, staring at He Qing's ears that were red as blood, and a hint of lightness appeared at the corners of his lips. Pretending to sleep, right? You'd better pretend to be good so that he can complete the system task. Realizing that He Qing was awake, Lu Xingchen became more casual and no longer tiptoed. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, a smile surged in his deep eyes, and he lay down on his side. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, rested his chin on her shoulder, breathed into her ear, and whispered in a low, hoarse voice, "Ah-Ching, I'm afraid of the dark." The person in his arms was stiff all over, as if he was really asleep, without any reaction at all. However, her ears, which were so red and tender, betrayed her completely. At this moment, Ching, who was facing away from him, had a slightly disordered breathing. In the dark night, her pair of beautiful eyes, as gentle as water, moved around, her face had a very complicated expression, and her heart was beating faster than ever. Especially after hearing Lu Xingqian's low and magnetic ah-ching, her whole body seemed to be electrified, her cheeks flushed, her brows showed shyness and nervousness, and the corners of her lips revealed a bit of uncontrollable joy. Lu Xingqian noticed the nervousness of the person in his arms. He placed one hand on the back of Ching's fair and tender hand and whispered softly, "Aren't you afraid of cramps?" Ching was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that Lu Xingqian behind her had already discovered that she was pretending to be asleep and was deliberately teasing her. She deliberately stretched her arms, then pretended to have just been woken up, and raised her hands to rub her eyes. He spoke in a sticky nasal voice, "The living room is really hot." Then she pretended to be surprised to find that Lu Xingqian was also in the living room, and reached out in panic to move his hand away. "Lu Xingqian, why are you also in the living room? There is no air conditioning here, go back to your room and sleep." Suddenly, the sound of suppressed laughter rang out in the silent living room, especially loud. Her eyes widened, and she didn't pretend to have just woken up. She couldn't get out of Lu Xingqian's arms, so she turned around and stared at Lu Xingqian. After looking at each other for a moment, she raised her eyes and glared at Lu Xingqian, who seemed to be smiling, and said in dissatisfaction, You are so outrageous." Lu Xingqian raised his right eyebrow slightly, staring at the angry and ashamed ah-ching in his arms calmly, with a hint of teasing in his voice, "Are you not pretending anymore?" These three short words completely destroyed Ching's shy protective shell. Her whole body was as red as a cooked shrimp. She lowered her eyes and pursed her lips, not daring to look directly into Lu Xingqian's eyes that could see through everything. "How did you find out?" Ching was very dissatisfied, because she had acted very well. Lu Xingqian chuckled lightly, curled the corners of his lips, and whispered softly, "Different trades require different skills. It's a good thing you didn't go into acting, with your stiff acting skills, otherwise you would have starved to death." Hearing this, Ching became even more shy and couldn't even raise her head. I secretly cursed my toes for not living up to their expectations and allowing them to be caught with such a ridiculous handle. The two were silent for a while. Ching, who had calmed down, simply stopped pretending. She raised her eyes and stared at Lu Xingqian, saying delicately, "Haven't you hugged enough yet? Go back to bed quickly. If you don't sleep, you'll have dark circles under your eyes tomorrow." Lu Xingqian lowered his eyelashes and looked at Ching's eyelashes that fluttered like butterflies and her face as delicate as a peeled egg, and smiled softly. "I'm afraid of the dark, especially in this unfamiliar environment." He spoke in a sticky tone, acting like a spoiled child with a sunny face. The hand holding Ching's waist tightened again, as if he would not give up and would not let go until she agreed. Ching laughed out of anger. She didn't expect to see such a shameless Lu Xingqian twice today. "No, you promised me to take it slow. I'm scared." "Lu Xingqian, you are a 21-year-old adult man. Don't think I don't know that you still practice Sanda. Don't be so childish. I'm scared. Lu Xingqian, if you continue like this, I will ignore you, and I won't give up the investment." "I can't give up, please, just go back to sleep." Faced with the rogue Lu Xingqian, Ching had no choice but to coax him softly. Originally, she wanted to say that if you continued to do this, she would not invest and would block all contact information, but on second thought, investment is still important, especially this kind of investment that has no desire to interfere in the project, which cannot be rejected. When Ching was out of sight, Lu Xingqian's lips were almost pulled up out of control. He discovered that he had to use different approaches when dealing with women with different personalities. A heroine like Ching, who has been independent and self-reliant since childhood, cannot use the methods used to deal with the overbearing rich second generation like Yao Yan. On the contrary, this kind of green tea method is more likely to make her fall. "Ah-Ching, I'm afraid." Lu Xingqian's star-like eyes were extremely pure, his face pretended to be innocent and pitiful, and his originally cold voice turned into a gentle male clip. "The tone is pitiful, there are arhats all over the walls of my bedroom. When I close my eyes, it feels like someone is staring at me. I'm scared. Can you stay with me tonight?" Ching was about to speak. Then he thought of his past self, a hint of loneliness flashed across his face, and after a long time, he sighed. I patted his arm gently and said helplessly and lovingly, I'm scared of you, let go, I promise you, okay? Lu Xingchen curled his lips nonchalantly, glanced at the time, quickly stood up, gave the girl a romantic princess hug in front of the Buddha statue, and turned and walked into the bedroom. 2:52 a.m. Lu Xingchen tilted his head nonchalantly, lowered his eyes and stared at He Qing beside him. His eyes were tender and he was in a good mood. He even found the Buddha statue above his head more pleasing to the eye. Loosen up a little and it won't be hot when you turn on the air conditioner. He Cheng hit her arms that were tightly wrapped around her waist in dissatisfaction and spoke in a delicate manner. Just hug me. Why are you hugging me so tightly? Feeling Lu Xingchen's arms loosen, He Qing adjusted herself into a comfortable position in his arms and slowly closed her eyes. Just treat him as a big, soft ragdoll tonight. He Qing was not very opposed to his request. Instead, she enjoyed it a bit. Lu Xingchen's whole body was like a big furnace, making her feel warm all over, and he had a really good figure. This was He Qing's first time having this novel experience. Even in this room that she hated, she felt very at ease and safe. Chapter 41. Where is that woman? He Qing seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move, and even her breathing was cautious, not daring to breathe heavily. But even if she didn't think about anything and didn't do anything, the atmosphere was still very ambiguous. Boom, boom, boom. My heart was beating so fast that I couldn't control it at all. He Qing, dead hand, I will never forgive you. At this moment, she suddenly felt Lu Xingchen's relaxed arms tense again. He Qing's face was filled with annoyance. At this moment, she really didn't know what to do. Lu Xingchen's breathing was a little short, he lowered his head slightly, and whispered almost close to her face, Ah Qing, have you heard the story of playing with fire and getting burned? Practice makes perfect, and knowledge gained from books is always shallow, right? His low, hoarse and magnetic voice penetrated He Qing's ears. His words were full of teasing and joking, and every word touched her heart. He Qing didn't dare to move, pretending to be innocent, pretending not to understand what he said, and deliberately changed the subject. It is common sense to put out fires with fire extinguishers. Oh, I'm so sleepy, go to sleep. She said so, he should be able to understand. In the middle of the night, she shouldn't have coveted that little sense of security, which led her to fall into a dangerous forbidden area. Many thoughts arise unconsciously in my mind. What if he couldn't control himself? Should she resist? He must have been exercising constantly for many years to maintain such a good figure. He is so handsome, if he has a baby, will it be super cute too? As He Qing thought about it, her thoughts went astray. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened, so she looked up in confusion. In an instant, the huge waves surging in Lu Xingchen's deep eyes came into view, and she was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes and her breathing trembled. Ah Qing, what are you looking forward to? Lu Xingchen's low and sexy voice sounded in his ears. The next second. After a long time. In desperation, she bit the corner of his lip hard. Ah Qing, you are so cruel. Lu Xingchen wiped the blood from his lips with his fingertips and spoke in dissatisfaction. But it would be more believable if he could remove the murky look in his eyes. Now this behavior has reached the maximum range that He Qing can accept for the time being, and she simply chooses to ignore Bai Lianuo's remarks. I reached out and lifted his face, looked into his eyes, and said in a very calm tone, who is more beautiful, me or her? Lu Xingchen paused, the raging fire in his chest was extinguished by a sentence, and the surging desire in his eyes gradually faded away. After the two of them stared at each other for a full 10 minutes, Lu Xingchen sighed and loosened his hands around her waist. The voice returned to its original coldness, you look good. He didn't lie at all. Although Yao Yan had a good figure, when it came to beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, He Qing was undoubtedly the best among them. Glancing sideways at her expressionless profile, Lu Xingchen sighed. This relationship had already come to an end before it even began. He didn't think he would be treated like the male protagonist in the tomato novel network. He Qing was obviously not a love-brained person, and it was impossible for her to accept such a scumbag behavior from him. After a moment's silence, Lu Xingchen looked at the big Buddha on the ceiling and said in a relaxed tone, when we get back, I will ask the company to send someone to hand over the project to you, and carry it out as we agreed. Forget it, let's go to sleep. Sorry. Lu Xingchen finally apologized in a low voice and then turned away. He had nothing to explain, and it was impossible for him to give up the mission of the super-rich cultivation system for He Qing. The relationship between the two was destined to be two parallel lines that did not intersect. Why? He Qing's low voice suddenly rang out. Lu Xingchen pursed his lips and said nothing. He couldn't say it was the system's problem. What's more, he also discovered that he really had the talent to be a scumbag. When he was with them, he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt, but was looking forward to it. If you feel unsatisfied, you can make some requests to me, or after this project is over, I can invest 50 million in the next project for free, just as an apology. Lu Xingchen's voice was very calm, but his hand tightly grasping the pillow betrayed his nervous and guilty heart. Ever since he got the system, he had thought about situations similar to today's, but when faced with this situation, he still had no idea where to start. Perhaps, he has a different kind of feeling for Yi Qing, different from Yayan's money transaction, by Chanshan's tentative teasing, and Jia Yurua's friendship of dependence on each other. He has an urge to truly fall in love with Yi Qing. But that's all, because he knew he wouldn't love anyone. Just at this moment, that kind of violent emotion resurfaced, and there was a bit more struggle in Lu Xingchen's eyes. He was the master of his emotions. Suddenly, he smelled a fragrance from his back, and a pair of slender white arms emerged from his waist and tightly embraced his waist. Lu Xingchen paused, his eyes became clear again, and he was about to turn around. The clothes on her back were wet with tears, and the sound of Yi Qing sobbing could be heard faintly. Why can't you support me like that, woman? Are you really just in a momentary mood with me and have no real feelings at all? Yi Qing's hoarse crying voice poured into his ears. Before he could say anything, Yi Qing's chin pressed against his shoulder, and tears fell on it. A white and delicate little hand fell from his waist to the side of his face, and with a slight force, his head tilted away. His gaze fell on the red corners of Yi Qing's eyes, and a hint of guilt and heartache flashed in his eyes. Lu Xingchen, please don't leave me, okay? Let's get along slowly as we agreed and slowly like each other, okay? Yi Qing's almost humble attitude made him feel even more distressed. Lu Xingchen thought she was so stupid. She was obviously a genius heroine and a full professor under 30 years old. Why did she have to like him, a sick scumbag? Ah Qing, you. Yi Qing mustered up her courage, fearing that she might hear some bad answers from him. This time she opened her eyes and looked directly into Lu Xingchen's starry eyes, as if she had returned to the afternoon that changed her life. Tears dripped down Lu Xingchen's face. He took the opportunity to stop her from kissing him again. Ah Qing, I have a crush on you, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to chat with you for a year and treat you like this, but I can't give you the lifelong companionship you want. I don't care about those things. As long as you can think of me from time to time, that's enough. Aiken, I need you. I'm not worth it, you can. Shut up, it's enough for you to know that I like you. Chapter 42 Playing Rogue. The sky was getting slightly brighter. Lu Xingchen's arms around Yi Qing had not loosened yet, still maintaining the posture of hugging her from behind. His 1.9-meter height almost completely covered her. I'm so sleepy, I must have dark circles under my eyes. Yi Qing moved her cheeks with heat and murmured in dissatisfaction. Her heart was racing all night, and she was afraid of an irregular heartbeat. After she started chatting with Lu Xingchen, that's it. Men's words are lies and cannot be trusted at all. It was almost dawn, and he was still exactly the same as he was then, even more hateful. This is a bit unreasonable. I am holding a soft fragrance in my arms. I am not a eunuch. If you put yourself in my shoes, you might be more. Lu Xingchen's voice is low and hoarse and sexy. Yi Qing curled her lips and glanced at the man who was taking advantage of her with dissatisfaction. Then just let go and let me sleep on the floor. No, I'm afraid. Lu Xingchen immediately started to act like a rogue. There were less than 10 minutes left to complete the mission, and he couldn't let the person in his arms run away. That SAKTV worth at least 300 million. How shameless of you to be. Humph, little hooligan. Yi Qing was not surprised by this answer at all, because such conversation had occurred at least 10 times in the past 2 hours. In the end, it all ended with Lu Xingchen's shameless silence. Yi Qing was helpless and could only let him act like a spoiled brat, because she also liked the feeling of being hugged by him, which made her feel very safe, especially in this annoying room. There are only 3 minutes left to complete the mission. Fubao suddenly, Yi Qing's mother's voice sounded in the living room. Lu Xingchen thought of the way her mother looked at her, and she held her breath instantly, her heart tightening a little. He lowered his eyes and stared at the clock in the room. Yi Qing, leaning on his chest, could clearly hear Lu Xingchen's breathing becoming shorter and shorter. His throbbing heartbeat made her head dizzy through his hot chest. This is fear, so why don't you let go? Is it excitement? It's quite perverted. He Qing's beautiful eyes turned, and the fingertips that were originally on his arm slowly slid along the bulging blue veins on his arm, with the corners of her lips slightly raised. Aiken, is it exciting? Lu Xingqian, who was a little nervous and afraid that the woman would ruin his plans, was stunned for a moment, then he lowered his eyes and saw a playful expression on her face that said, I'm going to make trouble, and he sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to raise his hand to cover her delicate lips, the next second, a clear and bright cough accompanied by a delicate and coquettish voice came out, which was particularly clear, cough cough Aiken, it hurts. Just as he finished speaking, there was a bang and the bedroom door was pushed open from the outside. Seeing that there was less than a minute and a half left, he secretly hated himself for not locking the door last night. You, what are you doing? He raised his head and saw He Qing's mother's furious expression and eyes that seemed to want to kill him, and his whole body trembled. No matter how bad her relationship with her mother was, he was in the wrong because he was in someone else's house and hugged someone else's daughter. He looked at the countdown that was approaching 1 minute and subconsciously loosened his arms. Forget it, just take the beating. Thinking of the system reward that was about to come, Lu Xingqian turned his attention to He Qing. All he had to do was let her get out of bed 1 minute later. He was just about to use the excuse of clothes getting caught to keep her, when a pair of tender, white hands firmly grasped his arms and held them tightly, while she leaned tightly in Lu Xingqian's arms. Aiken, it's cold. He Qing snuggled into his arms tenderly, acting coquettishly and sweetly. While she was doing this, she didn't notice Lu Xingqian, who was silent behind her and his gradually heavier breathing. A huge desire rose in Lu Xingqian's deep eyes, his Adam's apple rolled wildly and he kept swallowing his saliva. Let go, let go, let go quickly. The woman outside the door had a crazy expression on her face. She seemed to be unable to believe He Qing's behavior and shouted angrily. Seeing this, He Qing simply ignored her, a hint of disdain appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she sneered. She turned around and looked at Lu Xingqian with a charming smile, the corners of her lips slightly raised, and she chuckled. Aiken, do you want a good morning kiss? As soon as she finished speaking, He Qing supported her hands on Lu Xingqian's chest, leaned over and stared at Lu Xingqian's slightly dry lips. Thump! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from the door. Lu Xingqian turned his head in surprise and was stunned for a moment. The woman was already in tears, kneeling on the ground, looking at He Qing above her with pleading eyes. Fu Bao, mommy begs you, please don't do this, please. The trembling crying voice made Lu Xingqian feel very helpless, and he turned his head to look at He Qing above. He Qing still maintained the same posture as before, her face full of sarcasm and disdain, her eyes calm without a trace of ripples, as if she was already accustomed to this kind of thing. Good morning, Aiken. She ignored him and spoke softly and delicately. Feeling the slight pain in his chest caused by her nervousness, the corners of his lips curled up slightly and his expression was extremely gentle. Good morning, Ah Chang. Lu Xingqian said in a low and sexy voice. Lu Xingqian couldn't care less. He couldn't try to please her mother when he saw the resistance in her eyes. He just cared about the person in front of him being happy, and as for whether they could reconcile in the future, that would be discussed later. Then he raised his hand to clasp her neck, and his other hand slid down to her slender waist, kissing her passionately. This time, He Qing did not resist at all. Instead, she was extremely proactive in front of the woman, as if she wanted to embarrass her on purpose. After a long time, the two separated breathlessly, and there was no one at the bedroom door. A prompt sound indicating that the system mission was successful was also heard in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task perfectly. You stayed in the same bed with He Qing for more than 3 hours before 3 a.m. The night of the rich man is never lonely. Throw away your worries and attack bravely. You have initially captured He Qing's heart. Please keep up the good work and keep it up. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward, Starry KTV. The mission rewards have been issued, and the ownership of Starlight KTV will be transferred within 3 days, so stay tuned. The system prompts in his mind were certainly important, but at this moment, He Qing's lips, which were glistening with water, made him even more excited. He Qing didn't even dare to look at him at this moment. Her subconscious rebellion just now put her in a dangerous situation. She looked at Lu Xingqian, whose face was flushed, and quickly left his arms. After getting out of bed, she did not forget to cover Lu Xingqian with a quilt, and took out a pack of tissues from the bedside table and threw it in his hand. You, solve it yourself. After saying that, he ran out in panic and closed the door. Lu Xingqian looked at the tissue bag in his hand with resentment on his face, threw it aside with a groan, and lay on the bed to watch the donkey's hoof being repaired. Ever since he had a woman, he no longer looked down on such despicable means. He Ching, with a flushed face, walked out of the room. Looking at the woman kneeling in front of the bodhisattva statue and constantly beating the wooden fish, the shyness in her heart instantly disappeared. He walked up to her, looked at her coldly and said, "When will that thing arrive? You'd better not lie to me, otherwise that insignificant mother-daughter relationship will be broken." Chapter 43 Aching, I support you. The woman turned her head and looked up at He Qing's indifferent and cold eyes. Her heart tightened and she persuaded her earnestly, "Fu Bao, how can you say such things? You are a piece of flesh and blood that your mother gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. How can you just abandon your mother?" As she spoke, the woman's hot tears rolled down her chin, her eyes full of longing and pleading. "TSK, I didn't give a woman to my man's mother." If He Qing had not been involved in the incident and had not experienced such a dark thing, she would never have believed that such a mother would personally give her own daughter to her man. The man tried to do something bad to her right in front of her, but she just knelt in front of the Buddha statue and kept reciting the scripture. There was no attempt to stop or persuade him. If she had not lifted up the Buddha statue, injured the man, ran out, and sought help from the Children's Protection Association and the Martyrs' Families Protection Organization, she could not imagine what kind of purgatory the days that followed would be. It was from that day that she understood everything. Everything this woman did in the name of mother was to satisfy her own inner desires. Less than half a month after her father's death, she took her to another man and quickly got married, but she ridiculously used the excuse that she had no tuition fees. The 300,000 yuan in her father's sacrifice subsidy was enough for her to complete 4 years of college. But she gave the 300,000 yuan to the man, saying that he was her and her mother's support. The funniest thing is that the man believed in Buddhism, and the woman also started to believe in Buddhism. They even attributed all her achievements to the Buddha's blessing, and her cleverness and understanding to the presence of the Bodhisattva. Everything she had gained was denied, and it was all given by the Buddha. How ridiculous! When the woman heard He Qing's words, she stopped crying and her eyes widened. She couldn't believe that these words came out of her mouth. Crash! Just at this moment, the Buddha's string in her hand broke and the beads scattered all over the floor. Aching, are we going back? Lu Xingchen suppressed his anger, got ready, and just as he walked out the door, he suddenly slipped and almost fell. Fortunately, he was quick enough to hold onto the wall and avoided slipping and falling. Are you okay? Seeing this, He Qing's face instantly showed a worried look, and she came up to hold his arm. If Lu Xingchen sprained her wrist or ankle, she would have to burn these garbage. Before Lu Xingchen could reply, he was pushed away by He Qing's mother. It's all your fault. You are the unlucky person. If it weren't for you, Aching wouldn't treat me like this. You also crushed the Buddhist beads that I have worshipped for so many years. It's all because of you, you disaster star. Get out, get out. The woman picked up the broken Buddhist beads on the ground, pointed at the door, and shouted hysterically. Lu Xingchen looked at the Buddhist beads in her hand and felt a little embarrassed. After all, he didn't know about the mother and daughter, and he felt a little guilty for stepping on and breaking the Buddhist beads that had been worshipped for several years. At the same time, he secretly complained that the quality of the Buddhist beads was really worrying. It will break if you step on it. The merchants are really cheating people. Auntie, how about I buy you another one blessed by a master as an apology? Lu Xingchen hesitated for a moment and apologized softly. Get out. I don't want to see you again, get out of my house, Fu Bao. Lu Xingchen felt that this woman seemed to have some inexplicable hatred towards her. It was not the kind of hostility that one feels when one's cabbages are eaten by pigs, but a kind of hatred that was almost insane, as if his presence was interfering with her lifelong event. Aching, then I. Lu Xingchen was just about to say that he should go downstairs and wait for her, but before he could open his mouth, He Chang, who had checked that Lu Xingchen was not injured, raised her hand to cover his lips. Don't bother with her, she's not qualified to be my mother. He Qing raised her eyes and gave Lu Xingchen a reassuring look, and explained softly. Then, he turned around and the tenderness on his face disappeared in an instant, and he stared coldly at the crazy woman on the ground. As if sensing the chill in He Qing's eyes, the voices in the room suddenly stopped and fell into silence. A minute later, He Qing sneered with disdain. Wang Xiaoxiang, I remember I told you last night not to yell at my man and not look like a crazy person, otherwise I will have someone take good care of your man who has been sentenced to life imprisonment. Did you really turn a deaf ear to my words? As soon as these words came out, the woman raised her head instantly, reached out and grabbed He Qing's hand, her eyes full of pleading. No, he is your stepfather after all, he has already received the punishment he deserves, please let him go. Just consider it as repaying my kindness for giving birth to you. Oh, I saved you from his knife that year, and I have already repaid him for giving birth to you. Moreover, I have forgiven you and prepared this house for you. As a human being, you should be grateful, right? There was a hint of disgust in He Qing's eyes. She shook her hand away and her tone was as cold as ice. She really couldn't understand why this woman couldn't rely on herself and why she always had to rely on a man, even though the man often beat and scolded her and even had her sent to the hospital several times. Especially that time, after she smashed the Buddha statue, escaped from that house, and reported the man. When she brought people back, she was breathing out more than breathing in. After seeing the people at the aid station, the scum even raised a knife. Fortunately, she was nimble enough to lift the half-broken Buddha statue again and smash it at him, saving the woman. That scumbag was also sentenced to life imprisonment and deprived of his political rights for life because of attempted murder, intentional injury, and previous crimes against girls like her. If she hadn't written him a letter of apology after she woke up, that scumbag would have gone to hell long ago. Thinking of this, He Qing's eyes became even colder. After hearing what He Qing said, the woman was completely defeated and fell to the ground crying, "Fu Bao, mommy. I just hope I can have someone to rely on. A woman must always have someone to rely on. Otherwise, when I get old, what shall I do? I am rich and powerful, why can't I be independent and self-reliant, not have to serve others all my life, and find the best caregiver when I get old?" He Qing never liked her like this, and scolded her angrily. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen stepped forward, hugged her trembling body, and said in a gentle and affirmative voice, "I support you, Qing can release warmth by herself, you don't need charity from others." He Qing tilted her head and looked up at the slightly raised corners of his lips, her heart filled with warmth. He was always like this, able to understand her thoughts and respect her needs. That's why she was willing to chat with him every day in the past year. Only from him could she feel genuine respect and understanding. Turning around and taking a look at this disgusting room, He Qing really couldn't stand it any longer. "Let's go, no more waiting, it's bad luck." After saying that, she stretched out her hand and pulled Lu Xingchen towards the door. Seeing the two were about to leave, Wang Xiaoshan panicked and tried to stop them. "No, you can't go, Fu Bao, it was Mama's fault. Mom will never say anything again. Don't you still have to wait for Dad's belongings? Express delivery is very convenient, just send it to me when the time comes, and it will be my reward for giving you this house." He Qing replied coldly, without stopping for a moment. "Knock, knock, knock." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and Wang Xiaoshan breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 44, Qing has a fiancé? Caught up, finally caught up. The master said that this person was destined to be blessed with good fortune and was also a famous Buddhist. As long as Fu Bao marries this man, she will be able to turn over a new leaf and live happily ever after. When He Qing heard a knock on the door, she thought it was a courier. She glanced at the woman behind her in confusion and opened the door. Outside the door, a man in a dark gray suit and with a big belly was smiling as he kept knocking on the door, holding a courier box in his hand. This must be Aunt Wang's daughter. After the man locked his eyes on He Qing, a greasy and obscene smile appeared on his face. He adjusted his tie self-righteously and stretched out his greasy hand. "Hello, my name is Yang Jixiang, and I'm your fiancé." As he spoke, seeing that He Qing didn't say anything, his greasy hands reached out to grab her fair and slender hands. Lu Xingchen next to him was still looking at the greasy middle-aged man, feeling as if he had seen him before. She caught a glimpse of him trying to touch her woman's hand and snorted coldly. He raised his hand and grasped his wrist like an iron clamp, and twisted it gently. In a blink of an eye, his wrist was twisted 180 degrees, and he fell to his knees in front of Lu Xingchen, screaming, "Who the hell are you? You dare to delay my good deeds? Do you believe that I will make you have no chance to survive in Haishur? Dogs barking early in the morning is not a good habit." Lu Xingchen raised a hint of disdain at the corner of his lips. He exerted a little force on his wrist, and a crisp sound of bone cracking was heard. The arm was directly removed by Lu Xingchen. Then he let go of his hand, took the wet wipes handed to him by He Qing, and wiped the hand that taught him a lesson with disgust. "What are you doing?" Wang Xiaoshan's angry shout came from behind. The next second, Wang Xiaoshan rushed between Lu Xingchen and He Qing and forcibly separated them. With a worried look on her face, she helped the greasy middle-aged man up from the ground and apologized repeatedly. "Xiaoyang, are you okay? Auntie didn't expect this to happen today. Don't worry, Auntie will never let you suffer any injustice. Sit down and take a rest. Auntie will let Fu Bao take you to the hospital." "Humph, Aunt Wang, I came here only for the master's sake, and also because you have been worshipping Buddha all year round. If there is no explanation today, let's forget about this engagement. Yang Jishan's expression was distorted with pain, and he expressed his dissatisfaction in a cold voice. If it weren't for the fact that the girl was pretty, he would have turned around and left. Then he glanced at Yi Qing, who had been watching coldly, and Lu Xingchen, who looked like a pretty boy, and a look of viciousness flashed in his eyes. When he brings her home, he will definitely torture this bitch. Don't give up, it's all this wild man's fault. Auntie will vent your anger for you. When Wang Xiaoxiang heard this, she panicked and quickly explained. Then she turned around, picked up the feather duster for cleaning, and glared at Lu Xingchen. It's all this wild man's fault. If it weren't for him, this situation wouldn't have happened today. You should apologize to my son-in-law as soon as possible, leave Fubao and stop harassing her. She already has a fiancé and is getting married soon. If you dare to ruin my family's good fortune, I will personally go to your school to make trouble. I want to see which school can educate a gigolo like you. Hurry up, apologize, and get out. An unprecedented gloomy expression appeared on Wang Xiaoxiang's face. She yelled hysterically at Lu Xingchen, waving the feather duster in her hand to give herself courage. That's right, she was just shouting to give herself courage. She now looks like a fox taking advantage of the power of another. It all started when that greasy middle-aged man came in. Lu Xingchen looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly felt that his Aching was really amazing, and he felt sorry for Aching. A stepfather with bad intentions who beats people at every turn, a mother who blindly prays to gods and relies on men, and Aching who was independent and self-reliant and relies on herself for everything. He couldn't imagine how much suffering she had to endure with gritted teeth after living in such a family for so many years. Thinking of this, Lu Xingchen ignored the crazy woman in front of him who was shouting and screaming as usual, reached out and held Aching's soft hands, and comforted him softly. Aching, you have suffered, and I will take care of everything in the future. Hearing the word fiancé, Yi Qing, who was stunned, felt the warmth of the palm, and a glimmer of light finally appeared in her dull eyes. Yi Qing tilted her head and looked up at Lu Xingchen's eyes, which were filled with sincerity and heartache, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. A few years ago, when she was in college, she was a study maniac and was known as the representative of those who went all the way to a master's and doctoral degree. But her queen-like beauty and figure also attracted many suitors. Among them, there were one or two who were outstanding in her eyes, but without exception, they all backed off after seeing her unreasonable mother and learning about her family situation. What's worse, while despising her, he also wanted to make her his secret lover. Last night, she had already anticipated today's situation and didn't want Lu Xingchen to get involved, but she still felt a little bit of anticipation. Fortunately, he did not disappoint her expectations. He was the only one who could understand her suffering. He was the only one who cared about her feelings at the first time when facing this situation and gave her a ray of warm sunshine in the darkness. Akun. Yi Qing called him in a soft and trembling voice. Unable to hold it back any longer, she threw herself into Lu Xingchen's arms, sobbing softly. Yang Jixiang, whose arm was removed, saw Yi Qing actually throw herself into the arms of the pretty boy in front of him. His face turned as black as charcoal and the fat on his face trembled with anger. He glanced at the disappointing Wang Xiaoxiang and coughed heavily. Ah. Aunt Wang, let's forget it. Since your daughter has a boyfriend, then return the jade tablet that the master blessed to bless her with peace to me, and let's just pretend that this engagement never happened. He spoke frankly, and if he could restrain that vicious look, Lu Xingchen would look at him with a higher regard. No, it can't be forgotten. Wang Xiaoxiang became more energetic when the jade card was mentioned, and the hesitation she had felt after seeing Yi Qing crying disappeared instantly. You evil person, let go of my daughter and get out of my house. While shouting and cursing, he swung the feather duster in his hand towards Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes, and he reached out and grabbed the wooden handle of the feather duster, shouting in a deep voice, enough. Shocked Wang Xiaoxiang, he dodged the feather duster and swung it lightly, hitting Yang Jixiang in the face. He covered his nose in pain and tears and snot streamed. It seemed that she didn't expect Lu Xingchen to actually fight back. Wang Xiaoxiang was so frightened that she stood there, staring at him at a loss. Damn it, you dare to hit me, call the police, kid, I'm a senior HR at Life Medical Technology, I have connections with HRs of famous big companies in High City, unless you kneel down and kowtow to me and send that bitch to my bed, otherwise I will make sure you can't survive in High City and can't find a job. Yang Jixiang covered his bleeding nose and stared at Lu Xingchen viciously. Chapter 45. Unfortunately, I am the chairman. While he was uttering these harsh words, he was also secretly glancing at Yi Qing's expression. Seeing the astonishment and shock on her face, and her looking up at Lu Xingchen with sympathy, he seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his chin, waiting for this damned boy to kneel down and beg for mercy. That bitch's attitude would also make a 180-degree turn and she would actively try to please him. This wasn't the first time this had happened, and he was already very good at it. With a smug look on his face, he spoke arrogantly, "He Ching, right? I heard that you are a doctor in biomedicine, so you should understand the value of life medical technology companies in High City. Only I can give you a better job in future." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiang, who was shocked by Lu Xingchen, also reacted and glared at Lu Xingchen with confidence again. "Did you hear me? Let my Fubao go. How can a pretty boy like you be worthy of my Fubao? My son-in-law and Fubao are destined to be together. Fubao, let him go quickly and go take care of Xiaoyang. With him, you will definitely have smooth sailing in the future and be blessed by the Buddha. You have to take good care of my son-in-law and ask her to find you a stable job so that you don't have to do those crappy experiments. You're not a woman who can live a good life. Oh, I am so lucky to have met a son-in-law like Xiaoyang. My mother and I finally have a backer. Your father is also blessed by the jade tablet in prison, so our lives will definitely get better and better." Wang Xiaoxiang became more and more excited as she spoke, her eyebrows dancing with joy, as if she had already imagined the wonderful life she would have in the future. Yang Zhixiang was also very proud when he heard her words. He glanced at Lu Xingchen with contempt and snorted coldly. "Aching." Lu Xingchen put his arm around He Qing's trembling shoulders and was about to comfort her softly when he received a dissuading look from her. After what happened today, she completely gave up on the only woman in the world who was related to her by blood. She was also very fortunate to have found a confidant who could understand her. She couldn't let him suffer because of her, and everything needed to be understood. "Call." He Qing left Lu Xingchen's arms, took a long breath, and stared at the familiar yet disgusting face in front of her. Seeing her actions, Wang Xiaoxiang thought she finally understood, and secretly sighed that it was not in vain to find that master. Sure enough, as soon as Xiaoyang arrived, her daughter finally obeyed. His eyes fell on Lu Xingchen, who was picking up his phone next to him. He snorted coldly and pointed at the door without any hesitation. "Get out of here, Fubao has made his choice." Suddenly, a light cough was heard from behind her. She changed her words instantly, raising her chin with sarcasm. "You hit someone, you can't leave without an apology, otherwise my son-in-law will make it difficult for you to survive in High City. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize. No, I can't just let it go like this. Hit me with the feather duster, I want it back." As she spoke, she picked up the feather duster on the ground again, and was sure that Lu Xingchen would not dare to fight back, so she was about to hit him in the face. The thing she disdains the most in her life is good-looking men, like He Qing's father, who died early and had no blessings. Seeing this, He Qing reached out and grasped the wooden handle of the feather duster, feeling the stinging pain in the palm of her hand. Thinking of the force she felt the first time, she glanced at Lu Xingchen's palm, and a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes. Bang! A loud slap landed on Wang Xiaoxiang's face. She instantly widened her eyes, covered her face, and stared at He Qing in grief. "Fubao, how can you hit your mother?" "Ha, my mother had already died when she handed me over to that man personally. This is the second time." He Qing's tone was as cold as ice. She snatched the feather duster from her hand and looked at her with no emotion in her eyes. "Wang Xiaoxiang, I told you not to try to challenge my bottom line, why didn't you listen? From today on, the last bit of our blood relationship is gone. You can continue to live in this house under my name as alimony, but I will no longer give you money every month. From now on, we will never see each other again in this life or this life." He Qing's tone was firm. After she finished speaking, she took Lu Xingchen's hand and walked out the door. Bang! When she passed by Yang Zhixiang, she snorted coldly, and the feather duster in her hand fell on his nose again, and blood spurted out. His tone was cold, mixed with a hint of the pleasure of revenge. "Who do you think you are to dare to threaten my man?" Lu Xingchen, who was following behind her, looked at her domineering scene with shining eyes. "My Aching is so cool." He couldn't do anything to her biological mother, but he would not show mercy to this man. He aimed at the man's fatal weakness and raised his leg quickly. Ah! A scream like a pig being slaughtered rang out. "Call the police! Call the police!" Yang Juan's face turned pale and he shouted in a trembling voice. But Wang Xiaoxiang had already collapsed at this time. She fell to the ground powerlessly and could not hear what others said at all. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and looked at him on the ground. His tone was wanton and arrogant. "Yang Zhixiang, senior HR of a life medical technology company, has been in this position for 8 years. Because he is a relative of a company executive, he abused his power to accept bribes of 670,000 yuan and used hidden rules to interview 5 female employees. You should be able to receive the news that you have been fired and that your legal responsibilities will be pursued by checking your mailbox now. You are looking for trouble with me, ha? Hearing this, Yang Zhixiang's eyes widened, not caring about the pain in his lower body, and trembling in his voice. You, who are you? Slander, I'm going to sue you for slander. Unfortunately, I am the current chairman of the Life Medical Technology Company and the absolute shareholder holding 70% of the shares. Lu Xingchen left a few words lightly and followed He Qing out of the room. No, it's impossible. How is it possible? Yang Zhixiang couldn't accept this fact, and after the two of them went out, he immediately took out his cell phone. When he saw the latest message in the company email, which contained dozens of names, including his cousin who was a senior executive, he looked as pale as death. Damn you two, you bastards. I curse you both to die miserably. Shut up. Wang Xiaoxiang, who was originally sitting on the ground with a dazed look in her eyes, roared angrily, staring at Yang Zhixiang, whose face was covered in blood and who was unable to stand up due to pain, with gloomy eyes. I picked up the feather duster on the ground and threw it at his stinky mouth again and again. Don't scold Fubao, don't scold Fubao, don't scold my Fubao. He kept on talking until his mouth was completely rotten, and he showed no sign of stopping. Downstairs. Lu Xingchen looked at Yi Qing, whose eyes were lifeless in the passenger seat, and gently held her hand. Ah Chen, I still can't be cruel enough to make her homeless. Am I a saint? Yi Qing glanced at the upstairs window and laughed at herself. Ah Qing, people are all made of flesh and blood, just make yourself feel comfortable. Thank you, let's go. I will never come back in this life. Yi Qing retracted her gaze and looked straight ahead. From today on, she no longer has any relatives in this world. Feeling the change in the emotions of the people around him, Lu Xingchen whispered softly, Ah Qing, you still have me. Yi Qing turned her head, her thick eyelashes trembled, she smiled slightly, and said in a delicate and sweet tone, Aiken, I want to eat ice cream. Chapter 46, Two Women Confronted in the Cafeteria. In the school cafeteria at noon. Lu Xingchen angrily took a bite of the fragrant charcoal roasted duck leg. He was very excited when he heard Yi Qing's words in the morning, thinking that she was hinting at him like Yao Yan, but it turned out that this woman really just wanted to eat ice cream. After eating, she went to the laboratory building and refused his one-click follow-up request on the grounds that the contract still needed to be adjusted. He could only eat a meal in the school cafeteria alone, feeling depressed. Hey, isn't this Lu Xingchen? Why didn't the school beauty from my university have dinner with you? Aren't you boyfriend and girlfriend? An extremely annoying voice sounded at the table. There was a hint of impatience in Lu Xingchen's black eyes. He sighed inwardly and looked up to see Jiang Qingyan and Lu Yuan. Your arm is healed now, how dare you bark in front of me? With his eyebrows slightly raised, he looked directly into Lu Yuan's eyes, speaking in a nonchalant and casual tone, seeming a little arrogant. Well. Sensing Lu Xingchen's oppressive gaze, Lu Yuan's sarcastic words that were about to come out of his mouth felt like a thorn in his throat. He held them back so hard that his face turned red. He could only snort coldly and silently distanced himself from him. Jiang Qingyan. She looked at Lu Xingchen with a complicated expression. He was a strange person like this, but he was inexplicably attractive to her. Thinking of the rumors about Bai Qianqian being kept, and the fact that the female shopping guide hadn't seen her since they ran into each other that day, she raised the corners of her lips slightly with the connection and her powerful imagination. He glanced at Lu Xingchen triumphantly and sat down at the table opposite him. This time he should finally see clearly who is the right match for him. Lu Xingchen, please come back. I forgive you. We grew up together. Jiang Qingyan spoke proudly, with an unconcealable look of joy on her face. Lu Yuan, what did I miss? Why did she forgive me? Lu Xingchen, what happened? Is she mentally ill? Both of them looked at Jiang Qingyan in confusion. Humph, you don't have to pretend you don't understand. You haven't seen Bai Qianqian these days. Let's break up. It is said that she has found a rich old man and sent her many famous brands. That kind of slut is not worth wasting your time. Just give her a way out. Jiang Qingyan chuckled self-righteously. Lu Xingchen was speechless. He was about to finish the rice in his bowl and leave this idiot as soon as possible to avoid being infected with his stupidity. Suddenly, a pure and beautiful person broke into Yu Guangzhong's sight. Lu Xingchen, I miss you so much. You haven't come to see me these days. The soft and sweet coquettishness came with the fresh fragrance. The next second, one of his arms fell into softness, and the heroine that Zhang Qingyan mentioned appeared beside him. Lu Xingchen tilted his head and closed his eyes, with a slight gleam in his black eyes. The last time he met Bai Qianqian, she was wearing casual clothes and it was already dark. Even then, he was stunned by her purity, and today was even more so. Perhaps it is because she is free from the pressure of life and psychological burden that Bai Qianqian becomes more sunny and pure. Her flawless white face was lightly made up, adding a hint of radiance, and her pink lips were shimmering with a bit of water, looking delicate and tempting. Her long, slightly curly black hair was casually draped behind her, and her beige slim-fitting short t-shirt highlighted her fair and delicate collarbone and slender waist. The fullness of her body pressed on Lu Xingchen's arm, adding to her charm. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of beautiful legs in shiny white stockings under the blue and white plaid skirt. They are slender and delicate, which is completely different from Yi Qing's voluptuousness. Lu Xingchen really couldn't help but take a few more glances, but just these 2 glances made him unable to extricate himself and deeply immersed in it. His look almost pissed off Zhang Qingyan on the opposite side. It's just a leg, everyone has one. She thought so in her mind, but her eyes unconsciously fell on the pair of beautiful legs wrapped in white. She did feel a little guilty and unconfident. Bai Qianqian originally met Lu Xingchen just because she wanted to act with him, and after the act she also had to bring food back for her dear roommate. But seeing Lu Xingchen being so fascinated that he lost his mind, she was not so anxious anymore. She was slightly delighted in her heart, glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, and whispered softly, "Does it look good? Do you want to touch it?" As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 people opposite him instantly became angry. "Zhang Qingyan, bitch, you only know how to hook up with men. Lu Yuan, I'm so jealous, why does he get the favor of all the women?" The person involved, Lu Xingchen, looked at Bai Qianqian tentatively and dropped his hand on her leg with lightning speed. Feeling the heat coming from her legs, Bai Qianqian's breathing became a little short and her face turned red instantly. She just wanted to make a joke, how could he take it seriously in public? Okay. Let go. Bai Qianqian lowered her eyes and bowed her head. She quickly moved Lu Xingchen's big hand away with her delicate jade hand and pouting shyly. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows slightly, curled the corners of his lips, raised his hands to hold her slender waist, and his hot breath fanned Bai Qianqian's ear. "It was Qianqian who asked me to touch you, and I did as I was told. Why is Qianqian still shy?" "I fulfilled one of Qianqian's requests, so Qianqian also fulfilled one of my requests and gave me a kiss." Hateful. Put the blame on someone else. And still push it further. Bai Qianqian's clear and innocent eyes stared straight at Lu Xingchen. How come she just discovered that this cold and aloof school hunk had such a shameless side? Seeing that Bai Qianqian had no intention of moving, Lu Xingchen sighed pitifully. "Alas, I was not in school today, and I was thinking of buying a lot of clothes for Qianqian. I was mistaken for a poor and ugly old man. Forget it. Being scolded is my fate. Who made me like Qianqian so much? Let me scold you." After Lu Xingchen finished his tea talk, he lowered his brows and pursed his lips, picked up the plate and was about to leave. When Bai Qianqian heard these meaningful words, she glanced at Zhang Qingyan opposite her, and the article "How to Be a Perfect Girlfriend" that she was memorizing emerged in her mind. She was just fulfilling her duty, she wasn't going to kiss her actively. After preparing herself mentally, Bai Qianqian stood up, reached out to grab Lu Xingchen's collar, and hooked her hands around his bent neck. Wow. Damn, this kid is so lucky. No, isn't that the innocent school beauty Bai Qianqian? The person opposite her is Lu Xingchen. Aren't they really walking together? Oh my god, am I the only ugly person here to make up the numbers? Exclamations and discussions were heard one after another in the cafeteria. Bai Qianqian woke up instantly, secretly cursing herself for being blinded by Lu Xingchen's beauty. Just as she was about to release her hand that was hooked around his neck, she saw Lu Xingchen's hand holding her waist slightly tightened, continuing the non-stop lung capacity training, which was really life-threatening. Zhang Qingyan, who was sitting opposite them, was like a clown, unable to believe what she was seeing. Didn't they break up? Which brand-name luxury items were given by Lu Xingchen? Can she really tolerate Lu Xingchen being with another woman? One question after another flashed through her mind, and she remained there in a daze, unable to recover until Lu Xingchen finished his question. Walk with me. Lu Xingchen gently wiped the water stains from the corners of her mouth with his fingertips. His tone was light and casual, and he pulled Bai Qianqian, whose ears were red, out of the cafeteria from the east gate. At this moment, Qin Shuya, who had just heard the news that Lu Xingqian appeared in the cafeteria and was about to come to find him, stood quietly at the south gate, watching the two people leaving, her eyes dim. Chapter 47, A Little Bit of a Taste. Lu Xingqian held by Qianqian's smooth little hand and walked along the famous tree-lined path on campus. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around. Bai Qianqian was lost in thoughts and fell into his arms without noticing. Lu Xingqian lowered his eyes and stared at Bai Qianqian, who was frightened in his arms, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Her slightly curved eyelashes trembled slightly, and her big, watery, clear eyes were full of confusion, as if asking him why he suddenly stopped. The sunlight filtered through the shade of the trees and fell right on her face. Her flawless white complexion was as translucent as white jade, and the little water stains on her tender pink lips shone with an alluring glow. Has Qianqian been impatient and thrown herself into his arms? Lu Xingqian's Adam's apple rolled, and his tone was wantonly and lightly teasing. He really liked teasing her because she blushed easily. Sure enough, after hearing Lu Xingqian's slightly teasing words, Bai Qianqian's pretty face turned red, she pouted her pink lips, and rolled her eyes coquettishly. Unexpectedly, this time she did not shyly break away from his arms. Instead, she opened her arms and tightly embraced Lu Xingqian's mermaid line. That innocent and sunny face gently pressed against his chest, rubbing slowly. Scumbag, hooligan, bad guy, if you were in a novel, you would be the villain who does all kinds of evil and robs decent women in broad daylight. Bai Qianqian pressed her body tightly against his, feeling the hot embrace, her voice soft and sweet. Maybe she really fell in love with this scoundrel. Ever since he met him in Yaoyan at the school gate that day, whenever he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the image of him hugging Yaoyan. Although she pretended not to care at all and even took the initiative to chat with Yaoyan, she had to admit that she was really jealous. She knew that falling in love with this man would not have good results, but she really couldn't control it. Who can not love a handsome man who gives you a lot of money and saves you from the quagmire? The image of him reaching out to her from the light that day has long been deeply engraved in his heart. Realizing that Bai Qianqian was in a bad mood, Lu Xingqian raised his hand and pinched her smooth chin. His dark pupils looked directly into her beautiful eyes, and his tone was lazy and wanton. Why are you scolding me so harshly? How have I offended you? No, I'm just stating the facts. Bai Qianqian looked at him directly without any fear. Looking at the handsome face in front of her that beats all the male stars in the entertainment industry, the words that Yaoyan said to her suddenly emerged in her mind. That's right, after that night, Yaoyan took the initiative to contact her early the next morning. When accompanying Yaoyan shopping and choosing household items, Yaoyan also explained her relationship with Lu Xingqian, and she naturally did not hide it. Perhaps because they were in similar situations, they quickly formed a united front and became good friends. Last night, Yaoyan said something to her that he thought made a lot of sense. That stinky man Lu Xingqian was born with a playboy's face. As long as he is not sick, we will always follow him. Let me tell you in secret, he is very strong in that aspect and my sister can't handle it alone. Qianqian, we don't suffer any loss by following him. He provides us with good food and drink, and he gives us a house and money. He is handsome, has a good figure, and is strong. We don't have to serve him normally, and we have plenty of free time. Even in heaven, we won't get such treatment. After reminiscing for a moment, she suddenly raised her hand and hooked it around Lu Xingqian's neck, starting a new round of lung capacity training. After a long time, she felt numb all over due to lack of oxygen, and collapsed in Lu Xingqian's arms, gasping for breath. Hearing the muffled laughter he couldn't hold back, I punched him hard on the abdominal muscles, like a vicious puppy. Stop laughing. Then he raised his eyes and stared at Lu Xingqian with a smile in his eyes, gently stroked his cheek with one hand, and softened his tone. Lu Xingqian, can I make a request of you? Lu Xingqian lowered his eyes and stared into her wet eyes, nodded slightly, and said in a low and sexy voice, same as always, one request for another. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously shifted to the off-white slim-fit t-shirt, his saliva rolled, and his breathing became a little short. She can't possibly come to visit relatives today. Bai Qianqian didn't say anything. Noticing Lu Xingqian's burning gaze, she felt a little shy, but more proud and secretly happy. She held her head high with her chest puffed out and looked very proud. Until her blue and white plaid skirt moved slightly, she suddenly left his arms and said softly and sweetly, Lu Xingqian, I want the house in Jinqiu Huacheng, the one opposite Sister Yaoyan, and before you said that the acting agreement would be extended for 3 years, I agreed. After saying this, she entangled her hands nervously behind her back, feeling extremely uneasy. She knew the house was worth far more than $3 million, but she just wanted it. As Yaoyan said, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. After all, Lu Xingqian is still a student. When he feels empty and lonely at school, the first thing he thinks of is Jinqiu Huacheng, which is only across the street. Lu Xingqian put his hands in his pockets lazily, raised his eyebrows, and asked with interest, "So you didn't sleep all night because of this? How did you know?" Bai Qianqian suddenly looked up and asked in surprise. "Did Yao Yan teach you this, or did you come up with this on your own?" Lu Xingqian glanced at the darkness in her eyes and did not answer. Seeing that Lu Xingqian did not agree directly but kept asking, Bai Qianqian felt a little disappointed. I thought of it myself." In order not to implicate Yao Yan, she took all the responsibility on herself. Then she gritted her teeth and said with a lost look, "I am vain and a gold digger. This is my true self. Just pretend I never said this. In the next few days, I will definitely play the role of your girlfriend well, and after the National Day, no one will talk about it anymore. I will definitely return the money you spent. Thank you and I'm sorry." When she spoke the latter part, Bai Qianqian pretended to be calm on the surface and didn't cry, but her eyes were already filled with tears and her trembling voice was filled with sobbing. When Lu Xingqian saw her like this, he inexplicably felt that she was cute, just like the last time in the presidential suite. He liked the look of Bai Qianqian with red eyes. "Are you leaving now? Don't you still have obligations to fulfill before that?" Seeing her turning around and about to leave, Lu Xingqian raised the corner of his lips and stretched out his arm to block her way. Bai Qianqian looked up and stared at Lu Xingqian, feeling extremely heartbroken. It turned out that he really just liked her body. It turned out that he was just temporarily interested in her and was not even willing to spend more time with her like Yao Yan did. "All right. Then give it to him, and consider it as the interest for using so much money from him. I don't have classes in the afternoon, where should I go?" Bai Qianqian's voice was as cold as ice, as if she had returned to being the innocent schoolgirl who only wanted to make money. Lu Xingqian chuckled and raised his chin slightly, indicating the direction of Jinqiu Huacheng. "Of course, we are going to your house. Also, why do you have that expression? Are you going to face me, my girlfriend, like this for the rest of my life?" Chapter 48. The monitor has a crush on Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian raised her head, and a dazed look flashed across her tear-filled eyes. He agreed. Lu Xingqian stared at her ignorant look, stepped forward, clasped her slender waist with his hot palms, gently wiped the red corners of her eyes that were shining with water with his fingertips, and whispered affectionately, "Are you stupid? You still want to pay back the money? I told you, I paid that money voluntarily, and you don't have to pay it back, do you understand? Let's go and take a look at your house." Standing on the familiar 15th floor, Bai Qianqian looked at the warm house number of Yao Yan's house opposite, still a little dazed. She didn't expect that this matter would go so smoothly. A house worth more than 6 million yuan was given to her just like that. "Go in, what are you thinking about?" Lu Xingqian gently rubbed Bai Qianqian's furry head and whispered lovingly, "It's too late for you to regret now, my girlfriend." Hearing this, Bai Qianqian's eyes widened instantly. "What girlfriend? And the whole life before that? I didn't agree to that with you. I only agreed to extend it for 3 years, and I was just pretending to be your girlfriend, just pretending." Bai Qianqian became conscious instantly. Men are good at lying with their words, especially a handsome man like Lu Xingqian. Although she liked him very much, it was impossible for her to entrust her whole life to him. Lu Xingqian narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of danger flashed across his deep eyes. He stared at Bai Qianqian, his voice low and slightly dissatisfied. "You have to fulfill your obligations. Do you have other lovers? After 3 years, you will leave me and find someone else?" At this moment, Lu Xingqian's possessiveness was overflowing, and he looked a bit like a yandere protecting his food. Who has to fulfill his obligations? I just said that I didn't have classes in the afternoon, so I didn't agree to it. Besides, I was just pretending to be your girlfriend, and I was already at my maximum last time in the hotel. Bai Qianqian felt the man's hot breath coming towards her, turned her face away, and whispered a sophistry. It is said on the internet that the easier it is to get a man, the less he cherishes him. Sister Yao Yan is a ready-made example. It's been several days and he hasn't looked for her, and now he's flirting with her at the door of the house across the street. Humph, scumbag. Bai Qianqian wrinkled her nose and glared at Lu Xingqian fiercely, making up her mind that she must not let Lu Xingqian get her so easily. Ha! Lu Xingqian was so angry at this woman who went back on her word that he laughed. If he had known earlier, he should not have been soft-hearted. Take her to the hotel, punish her severely, and then tell her those words. He lowered his eyes and looked at her arrogant and self-righteous expression, and his gaze unconsciously fell on her lips. The last sentence made him successfully recall the feeling of the presidential suite next to the hospital. The gloom in his eyes instantly dissipated, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He rubbed Bai Qianqian's lips with his fingertips and smiled lazily. Okay, then use the method you used last time and make me satisfied, and tomorrow this house will be in your name. Hearing this, Bai Qianqian's breathing tightened. She immediately broke away from his arms, covered her mouth tightly, her pretty face flushed, and cursed him as a hooligan. Bite. Suddenly, the sound of the elevator arriving was heard. The elevator door in the middle of the corridor slowly opened, and Yao Yan, wearing sunglasses and a black stepmother dress, walked out. He glanced at Lu Xingqian in the corridor and Bai Qianqian, whose face was flushed, standing in front of the door opposite, and instantly realized what was about to happen. He gave Bai Qianqian a look that said, "I understand," as someone who's been there before, and turned to walk towards his home. "No, Sister Yao, help." Bai Qianqian immediately ran over, grabbed her arm, and hurriedly explained, "It's just right that my sister is back, and things will get more familiar with each other. This big pervert needs that. Sorry to trouble my sister." After saying that, she looked at the elevator door, which had not yet closed, and was about to walk in. "I pedaled my calves very fast, but I couldn't get into the elevator. Where to go? You called me a pervert, do I have to live up to this title?" Lu Xingqian's eyes were dark as he stared at Bai Qianqian, who was being picked up. Bai Qianqian looked at the slowly closing elevator door and dejectedly accepted her fate. She looked up again with eyes full of flattery. Who said you are a pervert? You are obviously a handsome, elegant, suave, a cool and elegant academic master, a noble school hunk, and my financial sponsor. I am so grateful to you, MMM. Before she could finish her flattery, Lu Xingqian, whose breathing was becoming heavier, covered her mouth with his hand. Carrying Bai Qianqian, he walked into the house opposite without saying a word. Yao Yan, who was still holding the vegetables in her hand, stared at the backs of the two men, blinked her eyes, and quickly sorted out the content of their conversation in her mind. She looked down at the stepmother's skirt she was wearing. Maybe she should change into what she wore last night to greet the angry Lu Xingqian. This is a dividing line that makes people panic. 3 hours later, in the living room opposite. Bai Qianqian's eyes were red, and there were 2 lines of tear marks on her pretty face. Her lips were slightly parted as she lay on the white blanket in the living room, pounding the doll pillow in her arms in frustration. Damn Lu Xingqian, he's just a pervert, a stinking hooligan, humph. He only knows how to use sweet words, hiss. As she was cursing, she accidentally touched her swollen upper and lower lips, and she gasped in pain. She was so angry that she punched the pillow hard again. Thinking of Lu Xingqian, who had just deceived her with sweet words, he was just like an evil big bad wolf. She didn't know what she was thinking at the time, and she was fooled. Stop talking. The culprit, Lu Xingqian, chuckled, took out 2 popsicles from the refrigerator and walked over wrapped in a face towel. He lowered his eyes and stared at her swollen lips, feeling guilty for a second, then he gently placed the popsicle wrapped in a face towel on her lips to apply ice to reduce the swelling. Hiss, it hurts. Bai Qianqian was in so much pain that she squeezed out a few tears and glared at him fiercely. It's like this again. She hasn't been able to eat properly these past 2 days. Woo woo woo. Be good, prepare your documents, I'll take you to transfer the ownership tomorrow. Lu Xingqian chuckled wantonly and used a classic tactic, hitting him with a stick and giving him a sweet date. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, the resentful expression on Bai Qianqian's face dissipated a little. When Auntie recovers completely, let her move in with you. And don't take part-time jobs anymore. I will support you until you graduate. Lu Xingqian brought up his great mother-in-law, and Bai Qianqian could no longer be angry and nodded obediently. In fact, ever since Lu Xingqian paid her mother's medical expenses, she quit most of her part-time jobs and only kept a part-time job in a flower shop to earn some living expenses. But since Lu Xingqian said so, she decisively decided to quit this part-time job and study hard. Maybe it would be her turn to support Lu Xingqian in the future. Seeing how well-behaved she was, Lu Xingqian smiled and tidied up her fluffy and messy hair. Suddenly, Bai Qianqian sat up and stared at Lu Xingqian. Not tomorrow. Lu Xingqian? I can see that you didn't read the class group messages. Tomorrow is the whole day for Mid-Autumn Festival rehearsals. The class will rehearse on its own in the morning and go to the auditorium for rehearsal in the afternoon. I am also participating in the show, so I have to go. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala is on the 28th, don't forget, our class has organized a group activity afterwards. It seems that we are going to KTV. Yes, it's the KTV with the famous Starry Night sound system. It is said that it was found by the class monitor. We will pay for it ourselves then. Bai Qianqian stared at Lu Xingqian's confused expression and knew that he never cared about the class group news, so she patiently told him about the more important class activities in the past few days. He never cared about this kind of news. Usually it was the boss Lin Feng who informed them. He hadn't returned to the dormitory these few days, so naturally he didn't know. Class monitor? When Lu Xingqian heard this name, he glanced at Bai Qianqian and his lips drooped slightly. He seemed to have heard before that the class monitor had a crush on Bai Qianqian. Chapter 49. Open your mouth and I'll feed you. He remembered that when Wang Yihao went there to play before, he shared a photo in the dormitory group. The protagonist of the photo was Bai Qianqian, who was dressed as a waitress. He just took a look at it and filtered out the photos that were not related to study. When I mentioned this today, I remembered this matter. His dark eyes stared at Bai Qianqian's innocent face, and his voice was slightly deep. Have you worked part-time at Starry Sky before? Yes. I worked part-time there for a while during the summer vacation. I have to say that the KTV was really beautiful, and there were no messy things. There was also special training for new employees, and the salary was high. No wonder people stayed there for a long time. Bai Qianqian didn't notice Lu Xingqian's emotional changes and said a lot of things cautiously. Lu Xingqian finally figured out that this pure and cool school beauty was actually a chatterbox behind the scenes. Even with swollen lips, he is still so talkative. However, after hearing what she said, he was quite satisfied with the original star-studded team. If possible, there would be no need to undergo a major reshuffle like the life science medical technology company did. After talking for a long time, Bai Qianqian realized that Lu Xingqian was motionless. She curiously stretched out her white and tender feet and hooked his trouser leg, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lu Xingqian felt the smooth touch on his calf, his Adam's apple rolled, he lowered his eyes and gestured, his voice low and hoarse, "What do you think?" "I was wrong." Bai Qianqian noticed something was wrong, her face turned red, and she immediately retracted her white and tender feet, apologizing from the bottom of her heart. Lu Xingqian's face suddenly turned cold. He leaned over Bai Qianqian, looked down at her, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Bai Qianqian, stay away from that class monitor, he has a crush on you. I don't like my woman being stared at by other men." I know, get up quickly, Lu Xingqian." Bai Qianqian's entire body looked like a cooked shrimp, her red color extremely obvious. Lu Xingqian raised the corners of his lips slightly, staring at her swollen lips with lingering interest, but finally decided to let her go. After getting up, I quickly went to the bathroom and took a cold shower. As soon as I came out, I saw Bai Qianqian sitting on the ground with her head tilted and her brows furrowed. Seeing Lu Xingqian coming out, he looked up at Lu Xingqian and asked curiously, "You just said that the monitor has a crush on me? But we haven't seen each other many times in the past 3 years." "Maybe you are wrong." Lu Xingqian glanced at her and looked down at his cell phone. Wang Yihao, the Double Holidays PHS, had sent him a file 20 minutes ago. After browsing for 2 minutes, he snorted coldly and forwarded it directly to Bai Qianqian. Create a chance encounter at the supermarket where she works part-time. Class reunions are always her part-time job. Invite her to dinner under the pretext of a dormitory party. Every week I would secretly go to her part-time job to sit down. He's really something, trying so hard to get close to her, disgusting. Lu Xingqian felt inexplicably jealous. He leaned back on the sofa and looked down at his phone. The strong possessiveness brought on by the sequelae of his illness came back to him. 5 minutes later, Bai Qianqian put down her phone and breathed a long sigh of relief. She didn't expect that the class monitor actually had a crush on her. The silence in the room also caught Bai Qianqian's attention. She looked up and saw Lu Xingqian with his lips drooping. "Lulu, boyfriend, are you jealous?" Bai Qianqian threw away the popsicle in her hand and threw herself directly into his arms, acting softly and coquettishly. Feeling the fragrance emanating from the person in his arms, Lu Xingqian's emotions gradually calmed down, and he reached out and hugged Bai Qianqian's slender waist. He buried his head in her chest and said in a low voice, "Qianqian, I am very possessive. If you have someone you like, tell me and I will let you go, but you must not betray me, okay?" Bai Qianqian felt the hot breath in front of her, her face turned red with shame, and she was also very surprised. Now Lu Xingqian seemed like a poor little person who was unloved. His tone was very humble. He held her arms tighter and tighter while speaking, and seemed to feel very insecure. He is so rich and has a happy family, how could this happen? Although Bai Qianqian had doubts in her heart, she suppressed her curiosity, reached out and gently touched Lu Xingqian's head, and comforted him sweetly in a soft voice, "Lulu, I like you, give me some time to spend together, I will give myself completely to you, don't worry, I will never betray you." Hearing this, Lu Xingqian raised his head and looked directly at Bai Qianqian, who was sitting in his arms. Her smile could really heal people's hearts. Gradually, Lu Xingqian became obsessed with watching, and the fire that had just been suppressed was ignited again. Bah, you bad thing, I'm still comforting you, can you please think about something serious in your mind? Bai Qianqian blushed and wanted to leave his arms, but found that Lu Xingqian held her even tighter. Don't move, give me a hug. Lu Xingqian didn't let go, hugged her tightly, lay on the sofa, and enjoyed the leisure of the evening. It was not until night fell and the street light shone into the house through the floor-to-ceiling windows that Lu Xingqian slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at Bai Qianqian, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, picked her up carefully and walked into the bedroom. Thanks to Yao Yan's arrangement, the bedroom is fully furnished. Lu Xingqian gently put her on the bed, changed her into pajamas, and looked at her graceful figure with a tight breath. He suppressed his desire, covered her with a quilt, and slowly walked out. 5 minutes later. With red lips, Yao Yan opened the door, looked up and down, saw that the trouser legs were obviously too short, snorted, took out his special slippers, turned around and walked in. People are made of iron and food is made of steel. Even if he is the sponsor, he still has to let her finish her meal. Lu Xingqian didn't care and walked in on his own. His eyes fell on the pile of grilled skewers, kiln chicken and crayfish on the round coffee table in the living room. He sat down and filled his stomach with big mouthfuls. After eating for a while, he looked up at Yao Yan's expression, who seemed to be wondering what she was thinking, and wiped the oil stains from the corner of his mouth lazily. The living expenses will increase by 20,000 next month. Wow, my brother is so generous. Stop it. How can you let your handsome brother peel the shells? Come on, let me do it. In fact, Yao Yan was just thinking about wearing that little dress in a while. I didn't expect that in just this short period of time, my salary increased by 20,000. I can only say that this handsome brother is awesome. Ah, open your mouth and I'll feed you. Yao Yan peeled a crayfish and put it into Lu Xingqian's mouth. Just as she was about to go back and continue peeling, Lu Xingqian's hot palm clasped her abs, his breath hit her earlobes, and she fell weakly into his arms. A low, sexy whisper sounded, "I'm full, it's your turn." Yao Yan held her breath instantly, her body stiffened, her cheeks flushed, and she glared at Lu Xingqian fiercely. This enemy is indeed a top student. After that one time, he learned how to control her. Yao Yan's charming and seductive eyes were shining with tears, and she opened her red lips slightly. "Handsome brother, will you still leave tonight?" She was afraid that Lu Xingqian would be like last time. Although she was the canary kept by Lu Xingqian, this was also her home in High City, and she didn't want it to become Lu Xingqian's hotel. Moreover, in a new home, the newly bought double bed also needs a male owner to keep it warm. Lu Xingqian picked her up and smiled warmly. "This is also my home." Chapter 50 Female Anchor Who Wire. After feeding Yao Yan that day, Lu Xingqian lived a very comfortable life these days. I have been attending classes seriously these days, and playing games with my roommates in the dormitory in my free time. It was late at night and I was feeling hot all over, so I went to Jinxiu watching opposite the school to take a nap. In the blink of an eye, it is the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala at the end of September. If their class had not had a program selected, and it happened to be the program that Bai Qianqian participated in, he swore that he would never come to this extremely boring Mid-Autumn Festival party. At this moment, he was sitting in a corner seat in the auditorium, scrolling through short videos on Douhai out of boredom. The dancing of the beautiful lady in the short video is no better than that of these lousy fish and shrimp. Next, we welcome the ancient-style dance Hongyuan Xiao performed by Class 1 of the 3rd year of the School of Materials Science and Engineering. On the stage, the voice of the female host Zhang Qingyan was heard, and sparse applause came from below. Ancient-style dance? Lu Xingqian raised his eyes slightly, with a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth. I glanced at the people on the stage. They were wearing clothes that cost less than 200 yuan and covered their bodies tightly. Their thinking was even more futile than that of the ancients. There was not a bit of ancient charm in them. He shook his head and lowered his head to scroll through the phone screen again. Coincidentally, the next video is the same ancient-style dance. The blogger in the video was wearing a fairy dress with clear water embroidery. The light green chiffon of the dress is smooth, soft, and light as a feather, vaguely revealing her white, plump, and fleshy legs, charming but not worldly. She has a graceful figure with a protruding chest and a curved back, and a soft light between her eyebrows and eyes, with a faint aura of a mature woman, which is completely different from Yi Qing's mature sister temperament. Her face was covered with a milky white brocade veil that concealed the lower half of her face, but even so it could be seen that she was indeed a very beautiful woman. Although she was dressed seductively, her dancing was impeccable. Every move, pause, and strength control showed that she was a professional martial artist. Lu Xingchen looked at the blogger in the video, his brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes. He always felt that this person was somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen him or his name. TSK, just watched the short video. Wang Yihao stretched his head over, glanced at the video on Lu Xingchen's phone, shook his head and continued, "This kind of female anchor in short videos can only be watched from a distance and not played with. She looks like a fairy in the video, but there is no filter to beautify her offline, and even if she puts on makeup, it is unbearable to look at her directly. Your girlfriend is about to take the stage, but someone else has caught you being careless." Lu Xingchen glanced at the people waiting below the stage. Even though they were wearing the same clothes, Bai Qianqian was definitely the most dazzling one in the crowd with her pure temperament and school beauty looks. As if feeling Lu Xingchen's gaze, Bai Qianqian turned her head and their eyes met. After the last experience, Bai Qianqian is now more able to immerse herself in the role and is no longer shy. In public, she smiled sweetly at Lu Xingchen and waved to him. "Oh!" A burst of booing sounded in the auditorium. On the stage, Jiang Qingyan, who was reading a manuscript, stared at the shameless Bai Qianqian with narrowed eyes and burning jealousy in her heart. "This bitch has no shame, no reserve at all, she is just a gold digger." Although Jiang Qingyan was resentful in her heart, she still maintained her professional qualities as a host on the surface. She already knew that Lu Xingchen had given Bai Qianqian a house. Coincidentally, that day a rich second-generation guy in the school was planning to buy a small apartment so that he could interact with some female classmates in the future. When handling the transfer, Lu Xingchen and Bai Qianqian were in front of him. After a few visits, he found out that Lu Xingchen was going to transfer the house in Jinqiu Huaqing worth more than 6 million yuan to Bai Qianqian. With his lively personality as a college student, this matter was directly posted on the confession wall of Shuangdan University. For a time, Lu Xingchen was in the limelight and directly crushed other school handsome men to become the top of the list of the most wanted marriages in universities during the double holidays. As a result, Lu Xingchen received dozens of love letters and harassment from some gold digger women every day during his classes these days. When Jiang Qingyan thought of this, a hint of darkness flashed across her eyes. This bitch is such a bargain. After all, she hasn't married Lu Xingchen yet, and he can't take back the house he gave her now. Her eyes unconsciously looked at Lu Xingchen, who was browsing his phone below the stage, and a determined look flashed across her face. "Lu Xingchen, only I am worthy of you." Jiang Qingyan murmured confidently, thinking of the person who had contacted her recently. She would soon become a real phoenix again. By then, these so-called school beauties, shopping guides, and beautiful professors will all be eclipsed and make way for her. She believes that when Lu Xingchen sees her at that time, he will open his eyes and know who he loves the most in his heart. Lu Xingchen naturally didn't know about this past tense psychological activity. At this moment, he lowered his head and directly clicked on the live broadcast room of the female anchor in the video. "Welcome brother Fangmu Xingchen to the live broadcast room." In the live broadcast room, Hu Weiler's voice was charming and gentle, and she welcomed Lu Xingchen, whose level was less than 10, without hesitation. Lu Xingchen didn't say anything either, but clicked on her homepage and took a look. 33 years old, a retired professional folk dance actor, has an 8-year-old daughter, and his LP address is also in Haishur. She has posted more than 50 videos and is indeed very professional, charming but not coquettish. She has more than 800,000 fans. I checked her previous videos, and basically she was wearing a veil or with her back turned, and there was no useful information. Maybe I've seen it somewhere before. Lu Xingchen returned to the live broadcast room. Just as he was about to exit, he discovered that there were some rhythms in the room that were caused by him. Why did that low-level account welcome him? Stop saying this kind of nonsense in the future. That's right. We watch the live broadcast to see you dance, not to see you welcome people. No wonder you have so many fans, but there are less than 100 people watching your live broadcast. If you ask me, you should find an MCN agency to help you with operations and traffic. When a bitch puts on a chastity arch, she is showing off her charm on live broadcast here. Why is she still pretending? Yesterday, that big brother gave her 3 carnivals. It was just adding him on WeChat. After adding him, she blocked him and broke up. Let us go and leave. From now on, let her welcome those poor bastards who are not even level 10. The comments on the public screen below are more unpleasant than the last. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that the video has been vilified by someone who hired internet trolls. The live broadcast room originally had only more than 90 people, but after this chaotic speech, more than 40 people were successfully lost. Hu Weiler was furious when she saw that there were less than 40 people in the live broadcast room, and the number was decreasing. After taking a look at the comments, she knew it was from that scumbag who paid money yesterday, added her on WeChat and said he wanted to support her, and then swore at her when she was rejected. Because that scumbag is the owner of a small media company, and he boasted about it yesterday. Hu Weiler didn't tolerate them and immediately started to curse and block them one by one. Anyway, she would not be like those marginal anchors who had to maintain offline maintenance after the live broadcast, so she didn't care about these black fans who led the rhythm. However, when she saw that there were only 17 people left in the live broadcast room, she couldn't help feeling a little sad. Chapter 51 My boyfriend 1T let me accept flowers from others. She has been making this online video for more than half a year. Her dancing skills, coupled with her careful editing, helped her gain over 800,000 followers in just half a year. During this period, many media organizations approached her and wanted to sign a contract. But without exception, they were all attracted by her looks and figure, and the directions they gave were all borderline and men-pleasing. Because it is really difficult to monetize as an ancient-style dance blogger, there are no advertisements, and the quality of live streaming of just dancing is definitely not as good as the video. She doesn't want to play it safe. Although she can't make money from live streaming, the income from video playback every month is enough for her to support her daughter. But my daughter recently said she wanted to learn the piano. I spent most of my extra savings in the past few months to buy the piano, and the rest is just the necessities. I don't have money to study with a teacher. She just wanted to start live streaming to add a monetization channel, but she didn't expect that live streaming monetization would be so difficult. Oh my god, it looks like my plan to learn the piano will have to be postponed for a few months. Hu Weiler glanced at the piano next to her, sighed helplessly, and muttered to herself. Soon, she adjusted her state, and the live broadcast room returned to its initial state of singing and dancing. But after what happened just now, the number of people in the live broadcast room was only about 60 at most, and the gifts were pitifully few. Occasionally, a light board or a little heart would float by, and Hu Weiler would insert the heart-shaped gesture into her dance when she saw it, and seemed very happy. Hey, stop looking, your girlfriend is here. If you really like it, watch 10 carnivals and these small anchors will actively kneel down and lick your ass. Let me say, the level of your account is too low, it would be strange for others to pay attention to you. Wang Yihao nudged Lu Xingchen with his arm, glanced at the live broadcast room with less than 100 people, and gave some nonchalant instructions. With his experience as a level 75 big brother, this kind of small anchor is the easiest to deal with, but the risk is also high, because no one knows whether it is a human or a ghost after the beautification. Lu Xingchen glanced at the darkened stage and didn't bother to think about where he had seen this female anchor before. He lowered his eyes to glance at her dancing hard, thought of the rhythm she had just created, and casually recharged 100,000 yuan into it. He is a future super rich man, but he is not a brainless sucker. Swish, swish, swish. After 30 carnivals were displayed, Lu Xingchen stepped out, put down his phone, and his eyes fell on the stage where the lights were turned on again. Hu Weiler, who was dancing, looked at the continuous carnival special effects on the screen of her mobile phone and covered her mouth in shock. Thank you. Thank you for the 30 carnivals of Big Brother Fong Xingchen. I can dance any dance that Big Brother likes to watch. Hu Weiler's voice was trembling a little. As she spoke, she clicked on the contribution list, but did not see that name on the list. Through the gift prompt in the live broadcast room, she clicked on Lu Xingchen's homepage. It was empty, just an account of a random person, but when she saw the familiar place name on the profile, she was stunned. Grazing the stars, could it be him? Hu Weiler whispered in her heart, but quickly rejected the idea. Although his family is wealthy, it is not a family that can easily spend 30,000 yuan online. Besides, he is probably still in college and doesn't have the ability to work and earn money independently, so it should be impossible. Hu Weiler glanced at the cupboard behind the live broadcast equipment. In addition to the photo of her and her daughter, there was another very conspicuous photo. After a moment of trance, she looked at the more than 2,000 people in the live broadcast room because of 30 carnivals. After following Fong Muxingchen, she put on a gentle smile and played her best dance music. She had to seize this wave of traffic and become bigger and stronger. As for the big guy just now, she would have to wait and see his character after the next broadcast. She was afraid that he would be like the last one. On the stage of the university's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, their class's dance was the finale and received rave reviews. The dance ended and everyone was taking their bows when Jiang Qingyan, the host, promptly stopped everyone from leaving the stage. Then he stood aside, his eyes full of pride, ready to watch the next big show. Below the stage, the squad leader who was sitting in front of Lu Xingchen suddenly stood up and walked onto the stage holding a bouquet of red roses. Wang Yihao was eager to watch the fun, and nudged Lu Xingchen with his elbow, not lowering his voice at all. Hiss, I've heard that the class monitor has a crush on our school beauty bai, is he going to confess his love to her? Lu Xingchen, what do you think? The auditorium is very quiet now. Wang Yihao's voice has a wide range, and the next second a burst of whispers sounded in the auditorium. Lu Xingchen chuckled lazily as he leaned back in his seat. He raised his eyes and fixed his gaze on the charming Bai Qianqian on the stage. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he looked very confident and leisurely. He did not respond, but everyone knew his attitude. The squad leader who had just stepped onto the stage paused when he heard Wang Yihao's words. He was not prepared to confess his feelings today, but just wanted to take the opportunity of presenting flowers on the stage to interact with Bai Qianqian and let her have a preliminary understanding of his feelings. As for the recent rumors on campus, he didn't believe them at all. No one understands Qianqian better than him. She is only focused on making money, and every penny is earned through her own hard work. How could she be moved by Lu Xingchen's financial offensive? If she was so easily impressed, she would have been impressed by so many rich second generations in the past 2 years. Thinking of this, he turned his head and glanced at Lu Xingchen, who looked confident of winning, and a hint of barely perceptible disdain flashed in his eyes. He walked to the center of the stage with a smile on his face and full of friendliness. Qianqian, congratulations on the successful performance of our class. The monitor's words were very tactful. He mentioned Bai Qianqian's name at the beginning, and then made it clear that he was congratulating the class on the successful performance. Moreover, on such a big stage, no normal person would refuse even if they knew some of his little thoughts. But Bai Qianqian is not one of the normal people. She lowered her eyes and glanced at the red rose in the black package, a hint of displeasure appearing between her brows. Lu Xingchen said that he has a strong possessiveness, and accepting roses from others would only cause trouble for him. Bai Qianqian raised her eyes and glanced at the squad leader. She had not taken Lu Xingchen's words seriously before, but now it seemed that she was the one who got it. Then, her loving gaze passed through the monitor in front of her and settled firmly on Lu Xingchen. She opened her red lips and said, "The cultural committee made the greatest contribution to this dance, so why don't you dedicate it to them, monitor?" Oh. As soon as these words were spoken, waves of booing rang out again from below. The monitor's face looked a little ugly. He noticed the direction of Bai Qianqian's gaze and thought of the luxury goods on the wall where he had confessed his love before, as well as Bai Qianqian's helpless expression when she received the express delivery. He thought Bai Qianqian was threatened by Lu Xingchen's gaze, so he turned sideways to block their gazes, and said gently, "Qianqian, as the main dancer, this." He was halfway through his words when he was interrupted impatiently by Bai Qianqian. "I saw her eyes were stubborn and her voice was cold, didn't I make it clear? My boyfriend doesn't like me to accept flowers from other men, please give them to someone else." Chapter 52, A Rich Woman Plays with a Beauty. In an instant, the entire auditorium fell completely silent. The onlookers' eyes moved back and forth between Bai Qianqian and Lu Xingchen, while more male students stared at Lu Xingchen with anger in their eyes. If looks could kill, Lu Xingchen would have been cut into pieces countless times by now. The class monitor stood in front of Bai Qianqian on the stage very awkwardly. What happened was beyond his expectations and he was a little at a loss. "Thank you, class monitor, for your concern for the class performance. I will temporarily keep the bouquet of flowers for my classmates. After the performance, we will take a group photo together as a souvenir." Fortunately, the Cultural and Arts Committee members stepped in time to resolve the situation, thus avoiding an awkward situation. "Please change your seat." Lu Xingchen stared at Bai Qianqian without blinking, waved at her, and glanced sideways at Wang Yihao. There is the opposite sex but no humanity. Wang Yihao snorted angrily, gave up his seat obediently, and went somewhere else. "Are you happy?" Bai Qianqian sat down, turned her head and looked at Lu Xingchen, and asked in a soft and playful voice. "What?" Lu Xingchen pretended not to know and asked jokingly. Bai Qianqian wrinkled her nose, glared at him in dissatisfaction, crossed her arms over her chest, and ignored this guy who was taking advantage of her. "It's too empty." Lu Xingchen's hot big hand went around her neck and fell on her delicate white collarbone. His fingertips gently rubbed the smooth skin on her collarbone, and he laughed carelessly. "Qianqian, congratulations on your successful performance." As soon as he finished speaking, the hand that was rubbing the skin on his collarbone suddenly opened. A glittering platinum and gold patterned ruby necklace hung between his fingers and appeared in front of Bai Qianqian. As the spotlight from the auditorium happened to pass by, that area was instantly illuminated by the light reflected by the ruby. Wow, no wonder he is the most popular handsome guy in school. A scream was heard, and everyone's eyes unconsciously fell on where Lu Xingqian was. When I saw the expensive-looking ruby necklace on his hand, I felt a surge of envy and jealousy. Among them, there are many knowledgeable people who talked freely. Damn, I'm so envious. This ruby necklace appeared at an auction 3 days ago and was sold for more than 5.7 million, which is equivalent to hanging a house in Haishur around your neck. As soon as these words were spoken, all the college students present took a deep breath. 5.7 million. Perhaps most of them cannot save this much money in their lifetime. He just sent it out so gracefully. Now they all understood Bai Qianxian's behavior. If they had boyfriends like that, not only would they jump up and beat that guy up, not to mention rejecting him in public. That's not pursuing love, that's cutting off someone's happiness. Bai Qianxian was also a little confused when she heard what that person said. Such a small ruby necklace was actually comparable to a house in Haishur. Lu Xingqian raised the corners of his lips slightly, his dark pupils looked straight at her, and he reached out to put on the necklace for her. Are you so moved that you want to pledge yourself to me? Once you put on this necklace, you will never escape from my grasp. It's not too late to regret now. While putting on the necklace, he leaned close to her delicate earlobe and whispered softly. A hot breath hit her earlobes, and the tips of Bai Qianxian's ears turned slightly red. Her eyelashes trembled, and her beautiful eyes glanced at Lu Xingqian's face so close to her. She made up her mind, turned her head and leaned closer to his face, leaving a mark like a dragonfly touching water. Then her cheeks flushed, she lowered her head shyly and said, "Yes. I won't regret it." The girl's heart was beating wildly, and it had already gone to her head. She didn't care about so many things. She only had one thought at this moment. She wanted to be with Lu Xingqian forever, even if they had no name or status and could just be underground lovers. Lu Xingqian's eyes froze, a bit of tenderness appeared on his face. He gently patted the back of the person in his arms and whispered, "I like you." The affectionate confession made by Qianxian, like an ostrich, buried her head completely in his chest. She felt extremely happy in her heart. She wrapped her arms around Lu Xingqian's strong waist, feeling extremely safe. Although Bai Qianxian is able to be self-reliant, from now on, if she needs help, she will have a man who will silently support her, a man who is better than the fathers of those who say that she has no father and is a bastard. I like you, too. I like you very much. Bai Qianxian's voice was not much louder than a mosquito, but Lu Xingqian could hear it clearly. 5.7 million? Well worth it. Lu Xingqian raised his eyebrows slightly and stared at Bai Qianxian in his arms, with a little more doting in his eyes. Suddenly, the long-lost system prompt sounded in my mind again. Ding! In order to win the beauty's smile, I spend a fortune. The main theme is I have my money, I am willful. Congratulations to the host for triggering the super-rich behavior of playing with the beauty with a fortune. Reward, a 52-carat ultra-large deep blue diamond. System rewards have been issued through legal channels and are expected to arrive in 10 days, so stay tuned. The unintentional triggering of the super-rich behavior reward made Lu Xingqian breathe a little short. At the same time, the image of the extra-large deep blue diamond also emerged in my mind. It turned out to be a pure heart-shaped deep blue diamond, which did not even require the slightest carving and was extremely beautiful in itself. Especially the weight of 52 carats, which adds a touch of legendary color. The original version of the famous movie Heart of the Ocean weighed only 42.25 carats, which is extremely rare in the world. It was auctioned for a sky-high price of $20 million. The piece in his hand has at least doubled in value over the past 20 years. It carries special significance and can be called a priceless treasure. Lu Xingqian, can we talk about it after the party tonight? Bai Qianxian's soft, sweet and slightly shy voice reached Lu Xingqian's ears. He was stunned for a moment, then lowered his eyes to look at Bai Qianxian's head, which had already been raised, her lips slightly parted, her cheeks flushed, her brows slightly wrinkled, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. The next second, he glanced quickly. It turned out that he was just excited and subconsciously. Coupled with his short breathing, Bai Qianxian misunderstood him. Lu Xingqian raised the corners of his lips and hummed lightly, without any other movements. His eyes fell on the school leader who was making a closing statement on the stage. After the party ended, Bai Qianxian didn't know how she walked out of the auditorium. At this moment, she was sitting on the steps in front of the auditorium with flushed cheeks and feeling weak all over, waiting for Lu Xingqian to drive over. Xian, we've called a taxi. We can go directly to the Starry KTV from the south gate. Do you want to join us? The monitor looked at Bai Qian, who was sitting alone on the steps, with the ruby necklace on her neck missing. Her originally gloomy mood was swept away, and she became more certain of her original idea that she was just acting with Lu Xingqian. They were in the same class, so how could he not know that Lu Xingqian, the infatuated guy, had always liked Jiang Qingyan? How could he suddenly turn to Bai Qianqian, whom he had only met a few times? Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on his face and he extended his hand to Bai Qianqian. Dee. The clear sound of the horn, accompanied by the dazzling light, shone on his round face, so bright that he covered his eyes with his hands and took a few steps back. Chapter 53. I'm not stingy at all. The dark purple light of Apollo 1E stunned everyone in the class. Oh shit. The beautiful language expressed the excitement in the hearts of the college students. Lu Xingqian got out of the car, glanced at the squad leader arrogantly, and curled the corners of his lips slightly. He ignored him, looked at Bai Qianqian on the steps with drooping eyelashes, reached out to wrap his coat around the hem of her skirt, and picked her up in a princess hug with his full boyfriend power. Noticing her empty collarbone, he suddenly spoke in a low and sexy voice. Why did you take off the necklace? It's too expensive, and I'm afraid someone will rob you. Okay, let us go. Bai Qianqian lowered her head and buried it in Lu Xingqian's arms, acting sweetly and coquettishly. It's so embarrassing to be carried like a princess in front of so many people. Then squad leader, I will go home with Qianqian to change clothes first, and then I will be there. Lu Xingqian raised her eyebrows slightly, turned around and nodded at him, looking like a queen, and walked into Apollo Li with Bai Qianqian in her arms. The monitor stared at the departing supercar with dark eyes, muttering to himself in a self-deceiving way, she is not a vain girl. Is this vanity? Yes, you haven't experienced the love of rich people, so it's normal that you don't understand. Just work hard to make money. Young man. Wang Yihao walked out from behind him like a ghost, speaking in a frivolous tone, glanced at him with disdain, and followed Li Xiang into Lin Feng's Bentley. After getting in the car, Li Xiang glanced through the window at the sullen-faced monitor and sneered, he is trying to poach people and has come to our dormitory. He is simply overestimating his own abilities. Lin Feng glanced through the rearview mirror, raised his eyebrows slightly, stopped Li Xiang who was about to give a long speech, tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingertips, and said in a deep voice, shut up, it has a headache. After National Day is Sister Shuya's birthday. Have you prepared the gift? As soon as these words were spoken, the carriage suddenly became quiet. Li Xiang scratched his head and said with a frown, how about we do the same as last year, and send a big one from our dormitory and let the second brother deliver it? We provide the money and ideas, and he does the work. Anyway, as long as it's sent by the second brother, Sister Qin will definitely like it. Wang Yihao was a playboy and had no comment on the proposal. Lin Feng thought about it and shook his head, I guess it's not possible. The second brother was a shield a few days ago, but now he is Sister Shuya's boyfriend in public. Lu Xingqian, who the three were discussing, was currently enjoying a luxury car and a beautiful woman. Lu Xingqian, drive carefully. Bai Qianqian's pretty face flushed, she glared at him angrily and said coquettishly. But Lu Xingqian didn't listen to him. A beautiful woman with a sports car is one of the greatest pleasures in life. He raised his eyelids wantonly and let out a lazy smile, you are my girlfriend, why are you shy? Hooligan. Speaking of this, Bai Qianqian was so angry that she almost died. This guy was not honest at all. When he returned to the dormitory the next day, he was laughed at by his roommates for a long time. Today he went even further. Bai Qianqian glared at him fiercely, and was so angry that she pinched Lu Xingqian's arm hard. This performance costume needs to be returned tomorrow. It's all your fault that it became like this. Lu Xingqian raised his eyes casually, glanced at her thoughtfully, and said in a nonchalant tone, after the party is over, I will wash your clothes for you. It's considerate for my boyfriend to do the laundry himself. Bai Qianqian understood what he said instantly, her heart tightened, and she spoke haltingly, no, I have a cat claw type washing machine at home, why would I need yours? He didn't say anything, just glanced at her casually and chuckled. The Apollo 1E, which was driving slowly on the road, suddenly accelerated and headed towards Jinqiu Huacheng. A Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove past the roadside at the east gate of Shuangdan University. In the car, Qin Shuya looked through the window and watched Lu Xingqian's Apollo 1E enter the Jinqiu Huacheng opposite, her eyebrows slightly raised. Uncle Li, please buy me a house in Jinqiu Huacheng opposite Shuangdan University, preferably one opposite his or upstairs or downstairs. Putting down the phone, Qin Shuya raised her red lips slightly, her eyes flashing with brilliance. You, how did you get in? Get out quickly. Bai Qianqian's pretty face flushed, her eyes widened as she looked at Lu Xingqian, who walked in lazily, and said coquettishly with dissatisfaction. Lu Xingqian lowered his eyes nonchalantly, raised his eyebrows slightly, leaned aside lazily, looked at her sideways, and chuckled wantonly. You are shy already, your previous contract was even more excessive than this. If you don't go out, I will. Bai Qianqian was really helpless about his shamelessness. Although she didn't object to Lu Xingqian looking at her, she still felt a little ashamed. She couldn't pretend nothing had happened and felt extremely ashamed. Condition, I want tea come back tonight. Lu Xingqian opened his eyes and his voice was as cold as ice, without any hint of blasphemy. Hearing this, Bai Qianqian stopped instantly. She has to attend one more day of classes tomorrow before the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays begin. She doesn't want to go to class while being exhausted, so she doesn't mind taking a holiday. She was really tempted by this condition. After hesitating for a moment, she stayed. After thinking for a moment, she finally gave in and agreed. Liar is a puppy. Bai Qianqian stared at Lu Xingqian with her eyes, muttered something, her ears turned red, and she was extremely shy. Lu Xingqian raised the corners of his lips slightly, lay on his side on the bed, hummed good luck comes, and felt very happy. Tonight, because they were having a party at a KTV, Bai Qianqian was dressed casually. She wore a black pleated skirt, paired with a white silk bow that suited her best. She wore Prada's latest slim white camisole on the upper body, and a black knitted jacket on the outside. Her slightly curly hair was casually draped on both sides, giving her a pure yet sexy look, which was quite contrasting. Bai Qianqian, who had quickly changed her clothes, was just about to lower her head and take her performance clothes with her to go out. Suddenly, Lu Xingqian stood up and blocked her way. You promised me, if we don't leave soon we will be late. Bai Qianqian looked directly into Lu Xingqian's eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Lu Xingqian did not reply, but he exerted a little force with his arms, and Bai Qianqian sat down on the edge of the bed the next second. I'm not stingy with my girlfriend. A deep and sexy voice sounded in the room. Bai Qianqian's ears turned slightly red, and she spoke delicately and awkwardly. I don't like to watch. Lu Xingqian looked at her unblinking eyes, smiling carefree and lazy, with a frivolous frown on his brows. He said something fishy but acted honestly. Hearing this, Bai Qianqian's face turned red, and she cursed her useless eyes in her heart. Damn hand, don't move, this is my boyfriend. He is using the beauty trap, please, don't be fooled by this stinky man, woo-woo. But in the end, her emotion prevailed over her reason. Chapter 54, Have a Baby Soon. Due to Bai Qianqian's lack of self-control, the two of them arrived more than half an hour later than the scheduled time. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Starry Night KTV, Lu Xingqian found the general manager waiting at the door. He waved his hand slightly, indicating that he would talk later. Under the guidance of the waiter, the two successfully arrived at the box where their classmates were. Yulan's high box. Is this the box that the monitor reserved? Bai Qianqian raised her eyelashes and looked at the box nameplate in surprise. She had worked here part-time for 2 months before and had received some internal training about the Starry Night KTV, so she naturally knew the value of this private room. Yulong Sihai is one of the top 10 private rooms in the Starry Night KTV. The sound equipment inside is of professional level, and it has a dance floor, leisure and entertainment facilities, and the 8 service staff are all top beauties from professional schools. The monthly salary starts at 20,000, and it's for selling art but not body. At the beginning, the manager in charge of the top-level box tried to recruit her because of her beauty, but she had to go to college and could only work part-time, so she gave up. This kind of top-notch private room is naturally very expensive. According to the price list she remembered, this kind of room is charged by the hour, 88,888 yuan per hour. Add to that some top-notch dishes, and the minimum consumption starts at 100,000 yuan. There are only about 30 people in the class, so each person has to pay at least 3,000 for this party. Is the monitor crazy? Bai Qianqian muttered, turned to look at the waiter who was leading the way, and confirmed again, is this still Su Fingdi's box? That's right, the name of this box tonight is indeed Mr. Su. Bai Qianqian still couldn't believe it, but when the waiter opened the door and she saw the familiar classmates inside, she couldn't help but believe it. Qianqian, come here quickly, the steak here is delicious. Come on, stop holding on to your boyfriend. Sisters are more important than anything else. Come back to me soon. Come quickly, we have reserved a piece for you. Eat it while it's hot. Didn't you say that you like star-studded steak the most? Bai Qianqian glanced at the table in front of the three sisters in her dormitory, as well as the plates next to her classmates scattered in the big and small corners of the room, and thought to herself that something was wrong. This plate of steak is worth more than 1,000 yuan, plus the international dishes on the table. The total cost is another 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. She was naturally not afraid of such a huge expense. After all, with Lu Xingqian here, she had already taken enough advantage just now, so she didn't need a little more. But most of the sisters in the class have a good relationship with her. Even though she often works outside, they will greet her warmly when they meet her and feed her some snacks from time to time. She sighed, and under Lu Xingqian's surprised gaze, she picked up the microphone. Hasn't the monitor arrived yet? Does anyone have the monitor's phone number to ask him if he booked the wrong box? I worked here part-time for 2 months during the summer vacation of my sophomore year. This private room cost 88,888 per hour, plus the food. It would be estimated to be around 140,000 or 150,000 yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, the joy in the box came to an abrupt end. Everyone stared at Bai Qianqian with wide eyes, not knowing whether to eat or not eat the food in their hands. Most of the students in the class are from ordinary families, and their monthly living expenses are only about 3,000 yuan. Although there are a few students from better-off families, their monthly living expenses are only around 10,000 yuan. The most important thing is that it is already the end of the month, which is the poorest time for all college students. They had previously agreed that the standard for each person was 300 yuan, but they didn't expect it to exceed so much. Xian, you are not mistaken. The waiter said that these foods are free, and the total price of this box for one night is only 8888. One of Bai Qianqian's roommates looked at the steak in his hand in silence, his voice trembling slightly. I hope the waiter made a mistake and they were taken advantage of. She had just been discussing with her classmates why the steaks here were so delicious and were given away for free in unlimited quantities, and she even asked the waiter about it. Only after receiving a positive response did they dare to place an order. But they also didn't think Bai Qianqian was lying because it would not do her any good. Otherwise, let us confirm with the waiter. The words woke Bai Qianqian up from her dream. She was also a little confused and was about to press the call bell. The next second, Lu Xingqian wrapped his strong arms around her slender waist, held her in his arms, and sat on the sofa. He took a steaming steak and placed it in front of Bai Qianqian, raised his chin slightly and spoke in a casual and lazy tone. No need to confirm, I will charge you 8888 for this box tonight, and the rest will be charged to my account. Have fun everyone. Baby, open your mouth. He picked up a small piece of tender steak and put it to Bai Qianqian's lips. He could guess that it was because he said yesterday that he had a party tonight and then took a look at the management of the KTV. The manager should have given them the specifications and offered them a discounted price. Lu Xingqian didn't care. After all, the manager was trying to give him face. Besides, there was nothing wrong in treating his classmates to a meal. Bai Qianqian was stunned for a moment, looked at Lu Xingqian deeply, said nothing more, squinted her eyes and smiled, opened her cherry mouth and ate the steak at the corner of her mouth. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Xingqian. Mr. Lu is generous and powerful. Mr. Lu and Qianqian are a perfect match. I wish Mr. Lu and Qianqian a long life together, happiness as vast as the East Sea, and a long life as long as the southern mountains, and may they have a son soon. Led by Qianqian's best friend who had just asked the question, everyone started to flatter loudly in unison, with the word willing written on everyone's face. As for Lu Xingqian not having money to pay the bill, there is no need to think about it. The Apollo Lily worth 35 million yuan that he bought these days has already proved Lu Xingqian's strength. Lu Xingqian raised the corners of his lips and waved his hand. Everyone, continue. Then, the deafening music in the box sounded again, and everyone had even more fun. Mr. Lu, can you return Qianqian to us? You will be together forever in the future, so you shouldn't mind this little time tonight. Bai Qianqian's roommate came over with a smile and joked loudly. Bai Qianqian's pretty face flushed, and she immediately broke away from Lu Xingqian's arms, pulling her roommate towards the group of girls. Lu Xingqian was also very happy looking at the singing, dancing, laughter, and joy in the box. But at this very moment, someone wanted to destroy this joyful atmosphere. Just as Lu Xingqian was about to walk towards the group of boys in the class, the door of the box was opened again, and the class monitor and Jiang Qingyan and others, who had arrived late, walked in quickly. When the squad leader saw the food on the table in the huge box, his face turned as black as charcoal. Ignoring his roommate who was greeting him, he went to the main console and turned off the music in the box. Everyone, please be quiet. The waiter brought the wrong room. This is not the room I booked. I will go talk to the KTV staff later. Just when he was halfway through his words, someone in the class came out to explain, there's no need for class monitor anymore. President Liu said that we only need to pay 8,888 today, and the rest will be taken care of by our handsome and wealthy President Liu. Let us thank President Liu again. There was another round of cheers in the box. Hearing this, he saw Lu Xingchen enjoying himself and feeling comfortable on the sofa, and he immediately became furious. We don't need your charity. Shanqian, you worked part-time here before. Let's go and talk to them. This was their mistake in the first place, and there's no need for anyone to pay for it out of kindness. Who does he think he is, that he can buy everything with a little bit of filthy money? Everyone looked up at the angry squad leader, all with question marks in their eyes. Everyone, is he sick? Chapter 55 Big Yellow Girl, Wake Up. He looked at Bai Qianqian, but Bai Qianqian had no intention of paying any attention to him. Instead, she lowered her head and ate the salmon sashimi in front of her with relish. The squad leader was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Bai Qianqian to be so ruthless. Shanqian, you were working part-time before. Seeing that he was still wasting time, Lu Xingchen looked a little impatient, and interrupted him directly in a clear and cold voice, turn on the music, Shanqian, come here and fill your stomach with me. This time, Bai Qianqian immediately put down the fork in her hand, walked from between the sisters and sat next to Lu Xingchen. Try this, it's delicious. She picked up the untouched salmon sashimi in front of Lu Xingchen and brought it to his mouth, blinking her eyelashes, looking cute and playful. It was a picture of love between a man and a woman, and it was a lot of dog food. The squad leader standing opposite them had an ugly face as if he had eaten something. He stared at Bai Qianqian in disbelief, and his trembling voice was mixed with a bit of anger. Bai Qianqian, how did you become this kind of person? You obviously used to dislike this kind of rich second generation who was full of money. Have you been coerced by him? If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. I love you wholeheartedly without any selfish motives. I can help you. Shanqian, will you come with me? I will treat you well. Lu Xingchen is not worth it. The squad leader, after thinking it over in his own mind, glared at Lu Xingchen, as if he had already confirmed that he had forced Bai Qianqian to give herself to him. Bai Qianqian paused what she was doing, looked at him with a frown, rolled her eyes in front of everyone, and muttered, You are sick. Then he put down his fork, stared coldly at the self-righteous monitor, and said indifferently. Like me? I worked part-time as a cashier, and I met you by chance in the supermarket late at night. I didn't buy anything, but walked around in circles, and finally left empty-handed. Do you know that if it weren't for you, I would have left work earlier? I would have spent that time lying in bed resting. Like me? The class reunion was held at the place where I worked part-time. Did they want me to recall those hard times? Who would go back to work after work? Like me? You treated me to meals several times in one semester under the pretext of dormitory and class parties, and I even paid for them on a 40% basis. Don't you know why I work part-time? Before, my boyfriend told me you had a crush on me and sent me documents of your various behaviors, but I didn't take it seriously, but now it seems that you are really disgusting, and I would be more relaxed without you. This deafening and domineering speech successfully broke his fragile glass heart. His face gradually distorted, and when he saw Bai Qianqian sitting next to Lu Xingchen again, he started to yell, Ha, you think you are a good thing? You talk nicely, and you only care about making money. You rejected those rich second generations, but now, it's just that Lu Xingchen has a few more sense than them. What's the difference between you and those gold diggers? I fucked you, you are a beast. Before Bai Qianqian could even open her mouth, her roommate and best friend couldn't help it anymore and started cursing at her in a simple, rough and refreshing way. Only after Bai Qianqian comforted her for a while did she stop to drink water. Ha, nothing can change the fact that you are a gold digger. Suddenly, a clear and disdainful sneer was heard. Lu Xingchen leaned back on the sofa, staring at the squad leader in front of him with lowered eyes and raised eyebrows, with a hint of disdain at the corners of his lips. In an arrogant tone, are you defeated? Yes, you are not tall, handsome, in good shape, or rich, and you are not as good at studying as me. Now it seems that your brain is not very good either, so you can only daydream. Go back and buy a mirror and look at yourself. How can you compare yourself to me? My Qianqian is not blind. Bai Qianqian's best friend gently pulled her arm and screamed softly, Wow, so handsome. Qianqian, you eat so well. The squad leader's fragile glass heart shattered into powder. He wanted to refute, but he found that no one could compare to Lu Xingchen in every aspect. He could only stand there in a daze, his lips pale, at a loss. It was one of his roommates who had a good relationship with him who pulled him away. Xingyan, why don't we go too? Lu Yuan glanced at Lu Xingchen, who was being treated like a star, and looked at Jiang Qingyan, who was standing aside with a calm expression. Jiang Qingyan glanced at him indifferently. Ever since his mean face was exposed at the last banquet, she had clearly told him not to bother her again, but today he found an opportunity to stick to her. In a cold tone, if you want to leave, just go by yourself. And please stay away from me in the future. I don't like you. I like Lu Xingchen. After saying that, she walked towards her good friends in the class. Although she had done some wrong things to Lu Xingchen before, she still got along well with her classmates. Someone in the box also noticed Lu Yuan. Classmate, it seems that you are not from our class. Everyone knows Lu Yuan. He claims to be Jiang Qingyan's best male friend. Although he always attends classes with them, he is definitely not in their class and they are not even in the same major. I also met Jiang Qingyan in the student union, but since then she has become a useless person. College students love to gossip. The previous affair between Lu Xingchen and the two of them had caused a lot of controversy. For the sake of their financial sponsor, they couldn't let Lu Yuan stay here and discussed others. I came here to accompany Qingyan. After calling him several times, Jiang Qingyan ignored him. Under the gaze of several boys, he could only leave in shame. On the other side, Lu Xingchen didn't notice the situation here at all. At this moment, he was sitting among a group of people, playing the king game. Oh. How about this? I will ask Shanshan to find a person of the opposite sex present to feed him a sip of wine and kiss him for 1 minute, with the tongue sticking out. Bai Qianshan's roommate and best friend smiled and winked at Lu Xingchen. His and Shanshan's happiness depended on her. Who can refuse the bribe of a donkey brand bag? Big yellow girl, you are the only one who is making trouble. Bai Qianshan's pretty face turned pink, and she secretly teased her best friend next to her. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, her eyes drifted to Lu Xingchen, who was leisurely standing aside. Her ears turned red and she pointed at him shyly. Oh. You have to stick out your tongue. That's right, you can't cheat. Amid the cheers, Bai Qianshan took a deep breath, took a sip of the slightly bitter red wine, and straddled Lu Xingchen. Meeting Lu Xingchen's burning gaze, her whole body trembled. She imitated what Lu Xingchen had done to her before. She hooked Lu Xingchen's chin with her white fingertips, slowly leaned over, staring at his lips that were getting closer and closer, her heart trembling slightly but without stopping at all. Ah, I'm dying. It's amazing. This scene is so sexy. Can you please let me be their bed? Big yellow girl, wake up, you can't handle it. With just these two people, even a bed worth no more than a few 100,000 can't handle it. Clang. While everyone was enjoying themselves, the door of the box was hastily pushed open. The loud noise attracted everyone's attention. Second brother, Sister Qin has been drugged and is downstairs. Wang Yihao's anxious and angry voice rang out in the box, but he stopped abruptly when he saw the scene in the box. Chapter 56, Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth. He didn't expect that his anxiety would ruin Lu Xingchen's good thing, so he quickly waved his hands. It's okay, you guys continue. Lu Xingchen frowned slightly, held Bai Qianshan's head and pecked her lightly. You guys continue, I'll go out for a while. He gently rubbed Bai Qianshan's hair, gave her instructions, and stood up to walk outside. Although Wang Yihao hadn't finished speaking, he had guessed it roughly. Qin Shuya was actually drugged in his territory. Thinking of this, his face gradually darkened and he quickly went downstairs. As soon as I walked downstairs, I saw a circle of people gathered in the waiting area of the lobby. With his tall stature, Lu Xingchen was able to see Qin Shuya leaning on the sofa with flushed cheeks through the gap in the crowd. His heart tightened instantly. What came randomly was a burst of anger. Just now he was thinking that the management of Starry KTV was doing a good job, but this happened as soon as he arrived today. Sister Qin, are you okay? Relying on his strength advantage, Lu Xingchen rushed straight in front of Qin Shuya. He placed his palm gently on her forehead and felt it was burning hot. Qin Shuya, who was only slightly drugged, was almost recovered. But feeling the heat on her forehead and Lu Xingchen's unprecedented gentle and caring eyes made her cheeks turn red unconsciously. The breath that rushed into her nose made her even more addicted. She stared at Lu Xingchen's flawless and handsome face with blurred eyes. I'm fine. Qin Shuya replied shyly, but her voice was ridiculously small. In Lu Xingchen's eyes, this situation was obviously the symptom of the aphrodisiac taking effect, and he was very anxious. Especially when I heard that the people at the KTV were still deliberately making excuses, my anger grew even stronger. You are not qualified to check our KTV surveillance, call the police. Besides, this kind of thing is very common in this kind of place, every bar and KTV has it. Looking at her dressed like this, who knows if she just came out of a bar and came here to accompany someone? A man who looked to be in his 40s pleaded. This woman was invited by young Master Zhang, and she even greeted him specifically, asking him to cooperate with her in lighting incense and giving medicine. After the matter was done, he would be able to get at least a huge sum of more than 1 million yuan, but now it seems that there was a little accident. He had done this kind of thing several times, and basically, in the end, the big things were reduced to small things. This woman didn't look like a serious person, and those 3 young boys looked like college students from their attire. As long as she can get away with it today, in 3 hours, the KTV will be under surveillance. Then there will be no evidence, and it will be useless even if she calls the police. As for the nearest police station, Zhang Xiao has already made arrangements. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen was extremely angry. Bang! A crisp slap sounded in the lobby. Where is Gu Feng? Such a big thing happened, but he, the general manager, didn't show up. He doesn't want to do this anymore, so he doesn't need to come tomorrow. Lu Xingchen's voice was gloomy. At this moment, Gu Feng in the backstage of the KTV monitoring room glanced at the policeman around him and felt like crying but had no tears. Boss, he wanted to come forward, but he really didn't have the courage. You dare to hit me? The man covered his rapidly swelling cheek and glared, you're still looking for our manager. Even if you ask our boss, it won't work. Where are the security guards? Are they all dead? Didn't they see that I was being beaten? Hold him down for me. The police will be here soon. Boy, I will show you what social methods are used. TSK. Lu Xingchen sneered softly, his dark pupils swept across the security guards who were maintaining order, and finally his eyes fell on the security captain who had been accompanying the general manager at the door just now. What are you waiting for? His voice was as cold as frost. As soon as he finished speaking, the security captain and 2 security guards behind him pressed the 40-something executive to the ground. Everyone present was stunned for a moment and looked at Lu Xingchen in surprise. How can he command the security guards of the KTV? The next second, the security captain's flattering tone told them the answer. Mr. Lu, it has been pressed. We are actually. Before he could finish, Lu Xingchen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. His deep eyes were filled with an obscure light and he stared, where is Gu Feng? Manager Gu. Cough cough cough. He was about to explain when Qin Shuya, who was sitting on the sofa behind him, coughed lightly as a warning. The drama in the box above has not yet ended, so the police's plan cannot be revealed at this time. Lu Xingchen didn't notice Qin Shuya's threatening look at all. When he turned around, Qin Shuya's eyes had become blurred, and then she returned to her previous look, as if the person who had just threatened others was not her. After seeing this scene, he no longer had time to care about the situation here. Reaching out her hand, the princess picked up Qin Shuya in the surprised gaze of everyone, turned around and instructed the security captain, call the police, everything here is waiting for the police to solve it, saving people is the most important thing now. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the 3 roommates who were standing there in a daze, with hesitant and helpless expressions on their faces. He sighed inwardly that the second-generation rich are unreliable, and said anxiously, I just bought a villa nearby. If you are poisoned by this kind of medicine, you must use special methods to eliminate the fever. You stay here and explain the situation to the police, and also tell Chanshan. After saying that, Lu Xingchen held the weak and boneless Qin Shuya in his arms, turned around and ran outside. The 3 people in his dormitory stood there, wanting to say something but hesitant. Wang Yihao was about to wave his hand to tell Lu Xingchen the truth, but the next second he received a warning look from Qin Shuya. Only after Lu Xingchen's back disappeared in the hall did Li Xiang dare to breathe loudly. It's over, second brother, this is the legendary moth flying into a flame, a sheep falling into the tiger's mouth. Why are you worried about him? Don't you know how Sister Qin feels about him? Only a blockhead like him would be so dull. As a 3rd-generation red and official, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed softly, slow? Maybe he discovered it earlier than us, but he just didn't dare to admit it. Otherwise, why would he be so anxious today? Wang Yihao also reacted, smiled, and patted Li Xiang on the shoulder, saying in a casual tone, boss is right. Last time you had food poisoning, he was so calm and methodical. Now it seems that he has been blinded by love. He has obviously fallen in love, but he just doesn't want to admit it. Li Xiang. Three of you, what about this person? Leave it to us. As soon as the security captain opened his mouth, two policemen in police uniforms came out from the backstage, pressed down the gagged man, and disappeared into the hall. On the other side, Lu Xingchen looked at the villa that was about to arrive, feeling extremely fortunate. When he was browsing the real estate website these days, he accidentally saw this villa and bought it. I haven't lived there yet, so this comes in very handy. Hiss. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen took a breath, looked sideways, and was very anxious. He said softly, Qin, Sister Qin, please wait a moment, we will be here soon. Chapter 57 Qin Shuya's Little Thoughts. Lu Xingchen coughed lightly, his voice was low and hoarse. Looking closely, his ears had been dyed like a sunset glow, and his Adam's apple kept rolling as he swallowed mouthfuls of saliva. The hand holding the steering wheel was shaking slightly, and the Apollo IE worth 35 million almost hit the curb. He really wanted to drive safely and have a clear mind, but the situation at this moment did not allow him to remain quiet for a moment. The situation was really. It reminded him of his behavior with Bai Qianqian in the auditorium not long ago. The evil fire in his body that had just been suppressed suddenly rekindled and grew stronger and stronger. Qin Shuya, be honest. Lu Xingchen's voice was more serious this time. Qin Shuya, who was sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at the back of his hand with bulging veins, raised her eyebrows slightly, and in the blind spot where Lu Xingchen couldn't see, a hint of pride appeared at the corner of her lips. I thought to myself, you deserved it. You went to find another woman on the night when you should have been resting in my room. Then you didn't explain to her immediately, but instead flirted with other girls. This is your punishment. Thinking of this, she smiled secretly in her heart and couldn't help but do something weird. Squeak. There was a sound of brakes, and Qin Shuya was not paying attention and hit the car window beside her, letting out a moan. Lu Xingchen's body was stiff, his breathing was a little short, and his deep eyes were filled with obscure desires. Looking at Qin Shuya, whose seductive eyes revealed a few hints of allure, he secretly sighed, "Fairy." Then, he glanced at Qin Shuya, immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. When Lu Xingchen opened the passenger door, his breathing suddenly tightened. In the few tens of seconds when he got off the car, Qin Shuya actually unbuttoned a button of her clothes. Coupled with her flushed face and seductive eyes, she looked like an ancient concubine waiting for the emperor's favor. Little guy, I can't charm you to death. Qin Shuya saw Lu Xingchen standing there in a daze with disordered breathing, and a hint of cunning appeared in her beautiful eyes that pretended to be confused. Yes, she did it on purpose. These days, she also figured it out. Although she had liked Lu Xingchen for so many years, he never knew it. And based on the information revealed by Lu Xingchen that night, she asked Uncle Li to re-investigate what happened to Lu Xingchen before. Especially her experiences before the age of 7, which really made her discover the abnormality. All of Lu Xingchen's experiences in that place before he was 7 years old were completely erased, as if he had never been there. Most importantly, Uncle Li also discovered that Lu Xingchen had spent a year in a mental hospital when he was a child, from the age of 7 to 8. And through Li Bo's investigation, it was found that Lu Xingchen had been seeing a psychologist all these years, but unfortunately the psychologist stopped working 2 years ago, and now no useful clues can be found. Qin Shuya was still thinking about how to pretend to be drugged more realistically when she suddenly flew into the air. Ah! This time the flight took off too fast, and she was so scared that she let out a loud noise and subconsciously hugged Lu Xingchen's neck, pressing her whole body against him. Be honest and be careful, I am a pure and sunny boy. At this moment, Lu Xingchen really wanted to kill her right there without caring about anything. But thinking about her family background, he and Qin Shuya were destined not to be like he was with other women. It is impossible for the Qin family to watch their only heir share a man with another woman. For such a century-old wealthy family, face is more important than anything else. Hot, I'm so hot. Qin Shuya thought to herself that she wished he would do this. There was a hint of charming nasal tone in her soft and sweet voice, and her pretty face, which was slightly made up, rubbed his chest gently, and she spoke softly and coquettishly. This time, Lu Xingchen really couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't care about anything else. He stepped on the car door and rushed into the villa with Qin Shuya in his arms. As soon as he entered the living room, 2 buttons on Lu Xingchen's shirt were undone. He didn't want to say anything about Qin Shuya's restless hands. He really should use his phone to record her like this and see how she would explain it tomorrow. Lu Xingqian threw her onto the sofa, his eyes dark, and he looked directly at her charming eyes. Rapid breathing causes the qi and blood to surge upward, successfully blocking the rational intervention of the brain nerves. He raised his hands and embraced Qin Shuya's soft, slender but delicately muscular waist, gently holding it. With his other hand, he pinched her smooth chin, and his eyes fell on her orange-red lips. Whoosh whoosh. Qin Shuya was standing aside, gasping for breath. On the other hand, Lu Xingqian raised his eyelids in surprise, a hint of doubt flashed across his eyebrows, and he looked at Qin Shuya, who was taking a deep breath. Sister Qin, have you regained your sanity? Lu Xingqian was slightly puzzled. After these words were spoken, Qin Shuya, who was taking a deep breath of fresh air, stiffened all over. Her instinct for survival just now made her forget about her disguise. Feeling guilty, she continued to take deep breaths, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. Hot, so hot, I'm so hot. Same method, same routine, same tone. But this time, Qin Shuya was obviously much crazier than the last time she said this. She narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, pretending to be dazed, like a fairy, and tore Lu Xingqian's shirt worth more than 20,000 yuan without any care. Now she doesn't look like she has regained her sanity, as if what happened just now was just her subconscious survival instinct. Alas, it seems I have to. Lu Xingqian sighed. He looked around and didn't see anything that could hold Qin Shuya down, so he could only pull out the belt from his waist and tie it around Qin Shuya's hands. Wait a moment, I'll go to the bathroom to flush. I've resorted to this desperate measure to save you today. After the effect of the medicine wears off, you can't blame me, and you can't hit me. In order to prevent the mad Qin Shuya from struggling to break free, Lu Xingqian even put his own shirt worth more than 20,000 yuan under her. After mumbling to himself, he turned and walked towards the bathroom. Hot, so hot, I'm so hot. Qin Shuya called out coquettishly towards Lu Xingqian's back. Only when she saw Lu Xingqian walk into the room on the second floor did she stop her performance. She glanced at the belt in her hand and chuckled, Hit you? Sister, I won't hit you. I just feel sorry for you. He paused, looked in the direction of the second floor, heard the faint sound of water, and curled the corners of his lips. You are quite clean. You still want to take a shower at this time. Chapter 58, Closing the Net. Then she looked down at the message on her phone. The KTV was being watched by people from the Qin group, and the scheme they had set up together with the police had already been closed. The Zhang family, who used biomedical anti-aging technology as a means of whitewashing themselves but actually secretly made some inhumane drugs, has had all its members arrested. Because of the exposure of this incident, the top leaders were very angry and began to thoroughly investigate some illegal and irregular pharmaceutical production in the biomedical industry. An unprecedented earthquake has occurred in the biomedical community. General Manager of Life Medical Technology, Mr. Qin, someone from above has come to investigate. Please rest assured that all anti-aging drugs produced by Life Medical Technology Company, Limited are legal and compliant. I have personally reviewed the production process several times, and there will definitely be no behavior like that of the Zhang family. General Manager of Life Medical Technology, should we inform Mr. Lu about this matter first? Qin Shuya lowered her eyes to look at the message sent on her mobile phone, glanced in the direction of the second floor, and raised the corners of her lips slightly. Boss Qin, no need, follow the process. Tell him after the document is sent tomorrow. He has something to do tonight. That's right, Qin Shuya is the holder of the remaining 26% of the shares of Life Medical Technology Company, and the rest are scattered shares distributed among the company's senior management. Originally, these 26% shares were distributed very scattered, but she heard that day that Lu Xingqian had acquired 70% of the company's shares, so she paid special attention to this company. After learning about the crisis the company was in, he immediately became a concurrent executive director of Life Medical Technology Company, Limited in the capacity of executive director of Qin Group. Suddenly, the faint sound of water upstairs stopped. Qin Shuya immediately put away the smile on her face, her eyes returned to a dazed state, her lips slightly parted, and she fell on the sofa. While Lu Xingqian was still there, she gently tore off her clothes. She looked so disheveled, as if she was someone who had been poisoned by a love potion. What a sin! Lu Xingqian filled the bathtub with water and just came out. When he looked down, a large area of dazzling white appeared in his sight. And his angle is indescribable. Gurgle. His Adam's apple rolled and he swallowed saliva, which made the fire that he had not yet completely suppressed burn even more fiercely, like adding a piece of firewood. Lu Xingqian. Qin Shuya moaned charmingly when she saw him walking down the stairs. The next second, the whole person flew into the air, the belt that bound his hands was untied, and the whole person stuck to Lu Xingchen like an octopus. The orange-red lipstick on the lips left star-shaped lip marks on Lu Xingchen's white shirt. Lu Xingchen stretched out his long legs quickly, taking 2 steps at a time and striding up the stairs. He was short of breath and was very anxious at the moment. Because in less than half a minute, the shirt worth more than 20,000 yuan was torn apart by Qin Shuya, turning into strips of white silk cloth and scattered all over the ground. She bit my arm a few times, and her restless hands gestured randomly in the air, a little. He narrowed his eyelashes slightly, reached out and clasped Qin Shuya's restless hands, and with his other big hand, he supported her waist with a little force. Lu Xingchen actually lifted her up with one arm. So manly. What a lot of strength it takes. Can I still go back to the meeting tomorrow? Qin Shuya's beautiful eyes were shining with tears as she stared at the veins on Lu Xingchen's arm that were bulging from the force. Embarrassing questions flashed through her mind. For a moment, he even forgot about the mischief. Lu Xingchen didn't notice her unusual pause. He just wanted to get in quickly. If she continued to tease him like this, he was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and turn into a beast. Soon, Lu Xingchen brought Qin Shuya to the bathroom. Qin Shuya was stunned for a moment, thinking, he doesn't have mild mysophobia. He even wants to bathe me. Her gaze shifted, and when it met the square of ice floating in the bathtub, she gasped. He is not going to throw her into this bathtub full of ice cubes. Qin Shuya thought. The next second, she got the answer. Lu Xingchen loosened his hand that was clasped around her waist. At this moment, she was already right above the bathtub full of ice. Ah! Lu Xingchen, don't! Qin Shuya screamed loudly, wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Xingchen's neck, and her legs unconsciously wrapped around his waist, like a koala, and she was so scared that her whole body was shaking. Lu Xingchen was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then lowered his eyes to stare at Qin Shuya, who was hanging on him, with endless flames surging in his deep eyes. The hot hands easily grasped her neck, causing her to look up and meet his gaze. Looking at her eyes filled with guilt and fear, Lu Xingchen suddenly understood everything. Wasn't he the senior schoolmate drugged? Lu Xingchen looked straight ahead lazily with his eyes lowered, his brows slightly furrowed, and his low tone was mixed with a hint of displeasure. Damn! Qin Shuya dodged her gaze, knowing that she had been exposed. She just turned her head, but was forced to turn back by Lu Xingchen. Liar! Seeing that she didn't speak, Lu Xingchen snorted coldly. I'm not. Qin Shuya defended herself stubbornly, but her guilty eyes betrayed her. She wants to slap herself a few times now. It's all your fault, you're the one who is keeping your mouth shut. Lu Xingchen let go of his hand, lowered his eyes and glanced at him. Why don't you let go? Do you really think you are a koala? Just let go, no big deal, huh? Qin Shuya, knowing that she was in the wrong, could only whine softly, loosened her legs and arms, and reluctantly got off Lu Xingchen's body. Because Lu Xingchen was in a hurry to drain the water, the icy water splashed all over the floor, making the bathroom floor very slippery. Qin Shuya was not like Lu Xingchen, who came in with shoes on. She had taken off her shoes early just now in order to make it convenient for her to be with Lu Xingchen. A pair of white jade feet touched the cold water. She subconsciously tried to lift her foot, but the slippery ground caused her other foot to lose balance, and she fell backwards into the bathtub full of ice. Ah, help! The words had barely escaped my lips. A pair of hot big hands grabbed her waist. Qin Shuya was frightened and jumped on Lu Xingchen again. Senior! A deep and sexy voice sounded in her ears. As soon as she looked up, she saw Lu Xingchen's wolf-like eyes, and her heart trembled. The opportunity is back again? This was the first thought in Qin Shuya's mind. She raised her head, staring at Lu Xingchen, who was 193 centimeters tall, with her sparkling eyes, and swallowed slightly. He looked like a werewolf incarnation, and it was obvious that he was very capable, so she was a little worried about her own stamina. Xingchen, please be gentle for a moment, it's my first time. Qin Shuya's cheeks flushed with shame. After she finished her explanation stutteringly, she shyly closed her eyes, tightly grasping the quilt underneath with both hands, waiting for the long-awaited moment. After today, she can finally get Lu Xingchen, and she can finally appear in front of Lu Xingchen openly without any excuses. Chapter 59, Who Wear with a Wide Range of Business. Ding! The room is discounted, and free food and drinks are provided. This class party has earned enough face. The identity of the behind-the-scenes boss of the Starlight KTV has shocked everyone. As the saying goes, money is for show, and wealth without show is useless. Congratulations to the host for triggering the godly rich behavior and showing off in front of others. Reward: top all-round musician professional ability. System rewards have been issued. This ability is rapidly integrating into the host's mind. It is estimated that it will take 1 year for complete integration. The system's voice sounded in Lu Xingqian's mind. The next second, some knowledge about vocal music and some simple music theory suddenly appeared in his mind. Lu Xingqian was stunned. He didn't expect that the system for cultivating super rich people would have this kind of reward. Then he figured it out. A super rich man is not a nouveau riche. A super rich man should be an all-rounder. Although he looks extremely noble on the outside, he still lacks some foundation to support such noble and cold temperament. Although this kind of professional ability is not as valuable as money, it is terrifying to acquire something that others cannot learn in their entire life in just 1 year. Qin Shuya waited on the bed for a long time but did not feel Lu Xingqian's hot body temperature. Her eyelashes lifted up a tiny gap, and she saw Lu Xingqian standing beside her with an inexplicable smile on his face, standing there motionless and in a daze. Could it be that she frightened him with such proactive behavior? Qin Shuya reflected in her heart. But the girls in the short videos she watched were all like this. Then the boys inside would pounce on her like wolves and tigers, and something wonderful would happen. Now there is obviously a big difference. From the look on Lu Xingqian's face, she felt that he didn't seem to want anything to happen between them. Lu Xingqian noticed the little expression on Qin Shuya's face out of the corner of his eye. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, his eyebrows moved slightly, and he looked at her messy clothes with a complicated expression. He coughed lightly. "Hey, senior sister, why don't you change your clothes and let us talk?" "What? It's already this late, she's already taken the initiative, and she still wants to talk. When has Qin Shuya ever been wronged like this?" Qin Shuya stopped pretending, opened her eyes, sat on the bed, and stared at Lu Xingqian with resentment on her face. She felt wronged. She felt very wronged. "I just felt a soreness in my nose, and crystal clear tears flowed from the corners of my eyes, flowing down my smooth and flawless face and dripping onto the sheets." "Lu Xingqian, are you a man?" This is the second time he has done this to her. Lu Xingqian didn't expect Qin Shuya's reaction to be so intense. After a moment's silence, he lowered his eyes and looked directly into her slightly red eyes from crying, his dark pupils full of apology. "Senior, I believe you have also found out something about me." After these words were spoken, Qin Shuya, who was originally angry, seemed a little guilty. The fact that she was secretly investigating others and was discovered by them made her lower her head slightly. She frowned slightly, thought for a moment, raised her eyes and looked into Lu Xingqian's deep eyes. Her tone softened a little. "If it's because of this matter, I can apologize to you, Lu Xingqian. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have investigated you privately. I just want to know why you reject me and why you refuse to accept me. I won't do it again, please forgive me and try to accept me. I really like you, She was about to say that she had liked Lu Xingqian for many years, but when she thought of the things in the secret room, she also thought of Li Bo's investigation into the psychiatrist that Lu Xingqian had seen. She was afraid that if she rashly mentioned the matter of the small mountain village, it would cause some harm to Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian sighed, supported himself on the bed with his hands, and sat lazily beside Qin Shuya, his tone serious. "Senior sister, I am not a piece of wood. In fact, I have always known how you feel about me. And you? Then why did I pretend not to know and deliberately avoid you, right?" Lu Xingqian took over the conversation casually, looking at her with red cheeks and swollen lips, and said wantonly, "Because I know I am not worthy of you." "Do you know why I have been pursuing Jiang Qinyan?" Qin Shuya showed a puzzled look between her eyebrows, blinked her beautiful eyes full of water, and looked at him in confusion. Lu Xingqian fell on the bed unrestrainedly, looking at the ceiling, and spoke thoughtfully. "Firstly, Jiang Qinyan and I grew up together, we know each other well, and we are a good match. Secondly, I also want to try whether I can really fall in love with someone. Facts have proved that I am a heartless person who cannot love others." In fact, if Jiang Qinyan hadn't said that, they wouldn't have become familiar strangers like they are now. "At least we can still be friends, after all, we grew up together. Senior, you should have found out some things these days. By Qianqian, Ya Yan, He Cheng, I have more or less some ambiguous relationship with them. Your parents can accept that I am a gigolo, but they absolutely cannot accept that I am a scumbag who lives off others. I believe that even you cannot accept this." Qin Shuya was silent. She turned her head and stared blankly at the door, her voice trembling. I. In the end, Qin Shuya still didn't say it. Without saying a word, she left the villa wearing a Lu Xingqian shirt. Lu Xingchen fell on the bed, feeling a little sad. The corner of his eye shone through the floor-to-ceiling window onto Lu Xingchen. He slightly raised his eyelashes and sneered, Lu Xingchen, you are too greedy. He actually felt a little reluctant and greedy in his heart, but he knew that he could not give Qin Shuya what she wanted. For by Qianqian and Yao Yan, he can meet their material needs. For He Qing and Zhao Yuro, he can meet their spiritual needs. No matter which one, his existence can make her life better. But Qin Shuya is different. His existence can't bring anything to Qin Shuya, but instead it is a harm to her. Although he wants to be a scumbag, he at least wants to be a scumbag with a conscience. He got up and went to the bathroom. Through the bathroom mirror, he saw the orange-red lip marks on his chest. He silently wiped off the lip marks, tidied up a little, and returned to the master bedroom. As soon as I picked up the phone, I saw the message from Bai Qianqian. I gave a simple reply and then talked on the phone for another hour. At 2 a.m., Lu Xingchen, who was depressed and tossing and turning, opened the Douhai video again. Babies, lie down nicely and get ready to be attacked by hypnotic percussion sounds. The soft whisper in a lowered volume was like a cotton brush gently brushing across his heart, which was very relaxing. His eyes fell on the screen. Lu Xingchen was stunned, his fingertips tapping the phone case casually, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. I didn't expect that this was an acquaintance. Her business scope is really broad. That's right, the host in this sleep-aiding live broadcast room was the ancient-style dancing female host whom he accidentally saw at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Welcome to the sleep-aiding live broadcast room of Weyer. The tingling sound, like a faint electric current, passed through his brain and took away all the worries in his mind. Chapter 60 The Young Lady Next Door. Hu Weiler, who was about to start using percussion music to help her sleep, habitually welcomed the new audience who had just entered the live broadcast room. Suddenly, she was stunned and curiously opened Lu Xingchen's homepage on her mobile phone. Wow, what a coincidence, this guy came across her sleep-aiding live broadcast room again. After just a brief welcome, she started the last sleep aid program of the day. Crystal clear glass cups, smooth and textured square wooden blocks, rough and dry rotten wood and various other small objects, in her hands, are like musical instruments, emitting pleasant and soothing percussion sounds. As Lu Xingchen watched, his brain completely relaxed and he even felt a little sleepy. I have to say, this kind of sleep-aiding live broadcast can heal people's hearts just like repairing donkeys' hooves. In the blink of an eye, before Lu Xingchen could pay for the video and give gifts, the live broadcast on the screen suddenly went offline. Lu Xingchen, who was still not satisfied, frowned slightly. The sleepiness that had just arisen in his heart instantly dissipated, and his restless heart began to beat again. Just as he logged out and was about to find the next live broadcast room, a private message suddenly popped up on the top of the screen. Ancient Danceway Air, thank you brother for supporting the 30 carnivals. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows slightly. This was what Wang Yihao meant by taking the initiative to pay for what he wanted. Too bad he wasn't in the mood for flirting tonight. Fangmu Xingchen, no need, you dance, I appreciate it, I just pay for the content. Hu Weiler, who had just finished the live broadcast, looked at the flashing private message and a hint of surprise appeared on her pretty face. Lu Xingchen's words are considered a breath of fresh air in the live streaming circle. A pure-playing big brother with no desires and no demands, and I just met him like this? Hu Weiler blinked blankly. I was stunned for a long time, and there was no message from the other side. Ancient Danceway Air, brother, do you want to add me on WeChat? I don't mean anything else. I just want to mail you a copy of the small crafts I made since you gave me so much. This was the first time that Hu Weiler took the initiative to add a big brother on the internet on WeChat. After all, there are not many big brothers who are purely for sentiment. If she maintains it well, maybe she can earn more from live streaming in the future. But she didn't want to have ambiguous chats with the big brothers. Instead, she wanted to develop these big brothers who had been screened through the live broadcast into customers of her online store selling ancient style and period accessories. That's right, in addition to live streaming, she used her skills to make some small accessories or clothes with ancient style or regional characteristics and sell them, earning 7,000 to 8,000 yuan every month. When he first started live streaming, in addition to earning money for his daughter's piano lessons, he also wanted to build a reputation for his own online store. On the other side of the screen, Lu Xingchen read these words and became more convinced of his inner thoughts. He was just about to turn off the private message reminder. Ancient Dancewear, brother, are you also from the black market? I happen to have a small ornament from the Northeast era, I wonder if you like it? Ancient Danceway Air, pictures. Lu Xingchen paused and his eyes fell on the two pictures. A snow-white goose doll, wearing a large northeastern floral vest, looks very festive. The other one is an orange-yellow ginseng doll, also wearing a red and green northeast cotton vest. The whole doll is in a hugging position, which is very cute. Moreover, these two dolls appear to be at least 1 meter tall, are well made, and look very delicate. He stared at the two distinctive dolls, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. I still remember that when he just started high school, a very beautiful young woman moved next door to his house, with a 1 or 2 year old baby. At that time, his illness suddenly relapsed, and he was often depressed and irritable. One day it was snowing heavily. He was in an extremely low mood and was in a daze. He skipped classes and went home, but the door was locked. He curled up in the yard, his lips turning purple from the cold. His parents were at work at that time, and they didn't expect that he would skip classes. She happened to be on the balcony on the second floor of the house collecting clothes when she saw Lu Xingchen curled up in the corner. She saved him from freezing to death in that winter with temperatures of -230 degrees Celsius. He remembered that the young woman's sister had all kinds of dolls like these at home. They were also very exquisite, but not as big as these two. Lu Xingchen recalled that during this period, Hu Weiler covered her daughter with a quilt, glanced at the silent phone, and thought that such a high-quality customer had been lost. Suddenly, the Douhai private message popped up again. Shepherding the stars, have you ever been to the Shanshui Mingyue in the red flag district of the black market? Hu Weiler's eyes widened, her lips slightly parted, and her eyes were full of disbelief. My mind immediately recalled the 2-story villa where I lived in the black market that year and the sunny and handsome boy next door. Ancient dancewear, are you Lu Xingchen's younger brother? When Lu Xingchen saw the reply to the private message, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. It was indeed her. Grazing the stars, QR code screenshot. Hu Weiler still found it hard to believe. 5 or 6 years had passed in a flash. She left in a hurry at that time, and after returning to Shanghai, she changed her contact information due to some force majeure. I didn't expect to get in touch with you again on the internet. I scanned the QR code and looked at the familiar avatar and nickname, and it was indeed him. Lu Xingchen, sister is so cruel. She left without saying anything and even blocked my WeChat account. Does she really not want to have any contact with us? When Hu Weiler saw Lu Xingchen's message, a guilty look of embarrassment appeared on her face. Hu Weiler, the incident happened so suddenly that year, my phone was stolen, and after coming to High City, I had to apply for a local number again. I don't have my previous contact information. Hu Weiler, brother, please forgive me. Please. Lu Xingchen chuckled lazily and wantonly. He could tell from the live broadcast that Hu Weiler was not having a good time. Everyone has their own difficulties, so he didn't make things difficult for Hu Weiler. Besides, she was his savior after all. Lu Xingchen, is sister okay now? Do you need my help? He is still so kind and soft-hearted. Hu Weiler looked at the VX message and whispered softly. He was the same that year. After she saved him, he often helped her with heavy work and always said that he wanted to repay her for saving his life. Suddenly, Hu Weiler remembered Lu Xingchen's family conditions, and the 30 carnivals flashed through her mind. Hu Weiler, you spent 100,000 yuan on me today. You can apply for a refund later. Don't be so impulsive in the future. You are still a college student. When you make a lot of money in the future, you can spend it however you want. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows slightly, a smug smile appeared at the corners of his lips, and he casually sent the photo of him driving the Apollo. Lu Xingchen, sister, I'm rich now, so you can tell me if you have any troubles. Although Hu Weiler doesn't know much about cars, this cool sports car can obviously cost a lot of money. She immediately searched it using the image recognition tool. Apollo top supercar, price range 28-35 million. Instantly, Hu Weiler took a breath of cold air. Did the area get demolished? As he grumbled, he felt a little regretful. The housing prices in that small villa community were very cheap back then, and it was estimated that the 2-story villa she rented would cost only about 600,000 yuan. If she had taken it down at that time, she wouldn't have to do handicrafts during the day and do 2 live broadcasts at night. Hu Weiler, the demolition household that makes people envious and jealous. Hu Weiler, crazy cat expression pack. Chapter 61. My husband died a long time ago. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows slightly, knowing that Hu Weiler must have misunderstood, but he did not explain. Anyway, it is a fact that he is rich now. Lu Xingchen, so just accept my reward with peace of mind. It's just a day's pocket money. He is spending money more and more lavishly now, and he says 30,000 a day is too little. However, he was not worried at all about running out of money and not being able to trigger the cashback from the rich. Since Life Medical Technology reached a strategic cooperation with Yiqing's project, Yiqing's research project has progressed rapidly after a large amount of capital injection. Now the project has entered the next stage and has successfully contacted the official forces. The Life Medical Company has also joined in using its existing technology. The three parties have entered a new round of cooperation projects on the research of frontline emergency life-saving medicines. With the above connections, some giants in the biomedical field have also become wary, and the company's development is progressing very well, which can be described as making a fortune every day. In fact, the Qin Group's downfall is also a factor involved, but Lu Xingchen doesn't know yet that the other major shareholder of biomedical is Qin Shuya, and the announcement of the equity change will not be made public until tomorrow. In addition, the Starry Night KTV can also bring him tens of millions of income every month. Hu Wei'er, I'm going to fight you rich people. Cat roars. Lu Xingchen, is Xingxing okay? I think she hasn't changed her name. When Hu Weiler saw the message, she glanced at her daughter's bedroom door. Thinking of her well-behaved daughter who was sleeping soundly, a happy smile appeared on her face. Hu Wei'er, of course not, this is the name I got, but my last name has been changed to Hu now. There was a hint of curiosity in Lu Xingchen's deep eyes. He suddenly remembered that he had never seen the husband that Sister Wei'er mentioned before, and he changed his last name. Could it be that? I sent a message tentatively. Lu Xingchen, my brother-in-law truly loves you. Hu Wei'er. Hu Wei'er, that man has been dead for many years. True love, TSK. Bullshit. He didn't leave a cent for us after he died. Otherwise, I can't just let his family die. Hu Weiler said a lot of things, basically all expressing her dissatisfaction with the man she once was. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She was so blind at the time. Just because he was a good student and had a handsome appearance, she went against her parents' wishes and married him. Before and after marriage, he seemed like a different person. To put it nicely, he was as calm and elegant as a chrysanthemum. To put it bluntly, he was pretending to be noble. He fiddled with those tattered books all day long. He didn't make much money, but he spent it lavishly. She wanted to divorce him at that time, but Xingxing came along. She was too young at that time and had a falling out with her parents, so she endured it for Xingxing out of soft-heartedness. However, she had been in a marriage of convenience for those years. She earned her own money and spent it on herself, while that useless man was always talking nonsense. Later, perhaps due to luck, he got a chance to be seconded to the black market. It was also at that time that she moved next door to Lu Xingchen's house. She suddenly left without saying goodbye that day because the man died of illness. After learning that he did not leave a penny of inheritance, she hurriedly took her daughter back to High City to fight for the inheritance. Fortunately, she was shameless and threw a tantrum, scattering the man's ashes, and got half of his pension in this shabby suburban house, and settled down in Haishur. With that money plus the earnings from her handicraft business over the years, she was able to survive in High City and send her daughter to school. Hu Wei'er, I'm sorry for letting you hear my negative emotions. Unconsciously, she looked at the long list of negative complaints and felt a little embarrassed. Lu Xingchen said that he loved listening to it. Looking at the screen of his mobile phone, his mind suddenly appeared with her dancing and her graceful figure. Speaking of which, Hu Weiler is only 33 years old, which is the peak of her charm as a young woman. The loneliness in the night actually made him have some delusions about Hu Weiler. Next, during their conversation, Lu Xingchen was a little presumptuous, and his unintentional teasing quickly increased the distance between them. The estrangement that had lasted for 5 or 6 years disappeared without a trace in an instant. Before she knew it, a faint light appeared in the sky of Haishur, and Hu Weiler was awakened by the sudden realization that time had passed so quickly. Lu Xingchen, good morning, sleep well. Q version of the little man holding a heart emoticon. Looking at the last sentence in the chat box between the two, a sweet smile inexplicably appeared on her face. She has been struggling for life for so many years, basically doing handicrafts at home, or packing and shipping, and seldom talks to others. The appearance of Lu Xingchen instantly filled the emptiness in her life. The image of the sunny and handsome Lu Xingchen 5 or 6 years ago emerged in her mind. He wrapped himself in a quilt and slowly closed his eyes. Lu Xingchen looked at the time and the dim light outside, and he no longer wanted to sleep. Thinking that today is the last day of classes before the holiday, I packed up and drove the Apollo Li to the campus on double holiday. After driving for more than an hour and leisurely finishing his breakfast, he arrived at the morning 8 classroom. 7:30. There were only a few students in the classroom, and college students were basically crazy about visiting places. Lu Xingchen randomly chose a seat by the back window and lowered his head to browse his phone. 10 minutes later, the fresh fragrance of a young girl filled his nostrils. When he turned his head to the side, he saw Bai Qianqian's pretty face, which was as flawless as white jade and without any pores. She smiled at him in the sunlight with a sweet girlish smile. She greeted me in a sweet and soft voice, "Good morning." Bai Qianqian looked at the red bloodshot in Lu Xingchen's eyes and the faint bags under his eyes, and was stunned for a moment, then asked with concern, "Why don't you go back and have a rest, and I'll sign in for you?" "No, just let me lean on you for a while," Lu Xingchen said in a low voice, put away his phone, and naturally leaned on Bai Qianqian's shoulder. The hot and humid breath hit her delicate collarbone, and the big hands with distinct joints fell casually on her light white skirt, and the hot temperature stimulated her thighs through the skirt. Although Bai Qianqian was used to Lu Xingchen's hooligan behavior, her body instinctively blushed. "Then you can sleep for a while. I'll call you for class." She leaned towards Lu Xingchen and said this under the teasing eyes of her roommates. Lu Xingchen hummed softly, leaned on his shoulder, smelled the girl's fragrance, and slowly closed his eyes. "Even if you don't sleep, it's comfortable to take a nap." Soon the class bell rang and Lu Xingchen slowly opened his eyes. He immediately saw the three bad friends in the front row. Wang Yihao's eyes met with his three friends and he gave him a thumbs up to show his awesomeness. It was obvious at first glance that he had misunderstood what happened between him and Qin Shiya yesterday, but Lu Xingchen did not explain it. It would be too hurtful to Qin Shiya's face if he said such a thing. She glanced at him and turned to look at Bai Qianqian, who was reading her postgraduate entrance examination book seriously. Lu Xingchen recalled that his girlfriend seemed to have only taken a few required courses and completed all the courses for 4 years of college. Looking at the postgraduate entrance examination books on the table, he inexplicably thought of Yao Yan, who left him, her financial sponsor, and went to the prairie with her good friends during the National Day holiday. "Will you spend National Day with me?" Lu Xingchen leaned close to Bai Qianqian's ear and whispered. Chapter 62 Classmates, we can talk about love after class. The hot and humid breath sprinkled on the earlobe. Bai Qianqian raised her eyelids, glanced at Lu Xingchen with her beautiful eyes, and decisively refused. "No, I want to accompany my mother during the National Day. The doctor said that her condition is stable now, so she can go out for a walk and relax, which will be better for the next second surgery. My mother doesn't know about our relationship yet and I don't want to upset her." Although she saw the expectant look in Lu Xingchen's eyes, her mother's illness was more important. There is a long time to come, and the two of them can spend many national days together. Besides, she will be able to accompany him often at school in the future. "Oh, okay then." Lu Xingchen closed his eyelashes helplessly. Bai Qianqian had already moved out to take care of her sick mother-in-law, so he felt embarrassed to continue to stay with her. "Is it really not possible?" "No." After trying and being decisively rejected, Lu Xingchen lay on the desk board, looking at the sunny university campus through the window. My sight happened to fall on Jin Xiu watching opposite the school, and I couldn't help feeling a little depressed. He was a wealthy man who roamed among women, but there was no one to accompany him during the 10-day National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival holidays. Yao Yan went to the prairie with her best friend early in the morning. He Qing's project is just beginning and she has no time to accompany him. Zhao Yuro was even more ruthless. She asked him to mail several pieces of clothes that were stained with his scent, saying that her novel was being adapted into a film or TV series and she had to stay in seclusion to revise the script. Love would only hinder her career, which was about to take off. He originally wanted to go home, but his parents went crazy after Lu Xingchen gave them 10 million for the second time. They are now traveling around the world, and even Lu Xingchen doesn't know their exact location. He now finally understood the loneliness of those rich people. Lu Xingchen retracted his gaze, and his star-like eyes fell directly on Bai Qianqian's light white pleated skirt. Bai Qianqian, who was studying seriously, suddenly stiffened the pen in her hand, bit her lips lightly, and glared at Lu Xingchen beside her. "Be quiet," he warned softly, but it had no effect. Lu Xingchen's originally clear and playful eyes suddenly became a little more fiery, and his burning gaze fell on Bai Qianqian, as if to burn through her. Lu Xingchen leaned closer and spoke in a casual tone, "Can I understand that you are deliberately seducing me?" "Hooligan." Bai Qianqian lowered her head and cursed him tenderly, realizing how irritating her behavior was to him. Her cheeks blushed and she took Lu Xingchen's hand away from her leg. After this provocation, her cheeks flushed and her watery eyes glared at Lu Xingchen warningly. This bad guy is becoming more and more bold. She shouldn't have agreed to his unreasonable request in the auditorium last night. Lu Xingchen didn't feel embarrassed at all. He curled the corners of his lips slightly and looked at her warning without changing his expression. Ahem, the two students at the back, although you two are good students, this is a classroom after all, not a place for dating. You can date after class. The university professor on the podium couldn't stand the ambiguous looks from the two young people. He is a university professor, in his 30s and still a single man. He was teaching well, but was forced to eat a bellyful of dog food. In order to attend class peacefully, he had to temporarily interrupt the love conversation of this good-looking young couple. Teacher, yes, I'm sorry. Bai Chanxian obviously didn't have Lu Xingchen's thick skin. She apologized immediately and her face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. He lowered his head like an ostrich, not daring to look at the teasing eyes of his classmates around him. Lu Xingchen is obviously a thick-skinned person. As the number one in professional performance points, he is very confident. He doesn't care about the eyes of those people at all. Instead, he has a sense of pride in declaring his sovereignty. The morning class passed quickly. After lunch, Lu Xingchen lay in the dormitory board. There were no classes in the afternoon, so Wang Yihao had already taken his girlfriend on vacation, and Li Xiang also went home to enjoy himself. Besides him, the only other person in the dormitory was Lin Feng, a calm single guy. Boss, how are we going to celebrate National Day? Hearing Lu Xingchen's words, Lin Feng's eye showed a hint of surprise, and he tapped the table with his fingertips. You don't want to spend it with me, do you? I have to attend some business banquets during the National Day, so I can't take you with me. Who wants to live with you? Lu Xingchen replied unhappily after his thoughts were discovered. Well, he is such a handsome, rich, and academically gifted school idol, but no one wants to spend the National Day with him. Blue and Thin Mushroom. Sister China's birthday is coming soon, don't forget to prepare a gift. We won T send them together this year. Lin Feng reminded him and walked out of the dormitory with the Bentley keys. After coming back last night, the three of them discussed for a while. Since the second brother and sister Qin were already together, it was obviously not appropriate to send gifts to the three of them together, so we decided to send gifts separately this year. It just so happened that Qin Shuya was about to graduate from graduate school this year. Lu Xingchen looked at the empty dormitory in silence. He naturally understood what Lin Feng meant, but the situation yesterday was not what they thought. As for the gift for Qin Shuya, his 52-carat deep blue diamond was just the right amount to give. This morning, he received an announcement of the company's equity changes in his mailbox. Only then did I understand that the Life Medical Technology Company's development was so smooth. Apart from the above factors, the rest of the green lights were basically given by the Qin Group. Thinking of the company's market value, which had skyrocketed several times, Lu Xingchen was reluctant to give up the super large deep blue diamond. It's just that the carat number is a bit troublesome. It will be fine if we don't say anything when the time comes. Lu Xingchen comforted himself. Thinking of Qin Shuya's affairs, he felt a little headache. For the time being, there was no better way to resolve the rift between the two of them. As he was thinking, he felt sleepy, yawned, and fell into a sleep. Sir, let me serve you. In his dream, Lu Xingchen transformed into an ancient dandy. He saw Hu Weiler, dressed in ancient style, walking up to him slowly with a charming smile and twisting her waist. The fleshy, curvy, and thin body made him swallow his saliva without any resistance. You bold adulterer and adulteress, how dare you have an affair behind my back? Suddenly, a masked man in black holding a big knife broke into the room, shattering Lu Xingchen's dream. Oh shit! Lu Xingchen, who was awakened, stood up suddenly and glanced down awkwardly. Fortunately, it was holiday and there was no one in the dormitory, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. He actually had a dream about Hu Weiler, and coincidentally, the screen of a mobile phone next to him suddenly lit up. Lu Xingchen glanced and saw that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The latest message in the message column was a reminder of Hu Weiler's live broadcast. Chapter 63 The Boss is Generous. Lu Xingchen subconsciously tapped the screen of his mobile phone and jumped directly into the Dohai live broadcast room. Today, Hu Weiler was wearing a light pink ancient-style dress, with her signature brocade veil, and holding a rose-red oil paper umbrella in her hand. She looked almost exactly like the one in his dream just now. This. Lu Xingchen was stunned, feeling a little guilty when looking at Hu Weiler in the live broadcast room. Welcome to the live broadcast room. Hu Weiler already knew that this person was Lu Xingchen, and the previous address of brother was not appropriate, so she changed it to brother. Hearing this charming and tingling voice, Lu Xingqian's mind inexplicably emerged with the bold and unrestrained her in his dream just now, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. No, you have to change into clean clothes first. Lu Xingqian put down his phone guiltily, got out of bed, took a shower, and found clean clothes in the closet to put on. By the time he got his phone back, more than half an hour had passed. Lu Xingqian, whose stomach was rumbling, was just about to drive out for a good meal and take a look at the large flat in the city center that he had bought a few days ago. As soon as I picked up the phone, I saw Hu Weiler competing with a female anchor with the same style, and her health bar was already at the bottom. The comments were full of mocking remarks about her, and many people tagged him. To put it bluntly, what strength do you have? The health bar has been destroyed. With this little score, how dare you play PK? Do you regret it? The big brother liked you, but you blocked him. You are just a borderline anchor. You are a whore, but you try to be a virtuous woman. It's disgusting. No wonder the big brother specifically picks on the anchor who is piking against you. It makes me laugh to death. You are still pretending to be noble here. Didn't you welcome a new big brother yesterday? Where is he? At brother, what ability do you have to compete with my big brother for people? Don't pretend if you don't have money at. I am dying of laughter. I am a coward now. Where is my heroic spirit yesterday? At. Don't be an old man, he used up his minimum living allowance yesterday, haha. After a few times, Lu Xingqian also figured out the rhythm of the live broadcast room. It was nothing more than that after Hu Weiler blocked the big brother who wanted to do something bad yesterday, he just happened to swipe 30 carnivals and slapped the so-called big brother in the face, so he came to look for the scene today. Hu Weiler didn't care about the rhythm of these people at first, but when the live broadcast room was led by the rhythm just now, she found that someone was making trouble behind the scenes. So while she was in the bathroom, she asked some of the small anchors she had met in the past 6 months to start broadcasting and compete with each other one by one so as to let him down. As expected, in this half hour, she played 4 5-minute PKs. The other anchor made a lot of money, basically earning several thousand yuan. She was just feeling happy, but unexpectedly, Lu Xingqian's rhythm started to appear on the public screen. Hu Weiler, don't worry about them. If you want to watch, I'll record a few clips of the video for you and watch me trick that wretched man to death. Lu Xingqian glanced at the message sent by Hu Weiler on VX and raised his eyebrows slightly. Open the recharge interface, use the ICBC SVLP exclusive VIP privileges, and with a click of your finger, 5 million will be directly converted into 15 million Dohai coins. He then exited the recharge interface and casually glanced at the comments on the public screen that were full of praise and criticism. It turned out that the big brother of that guild came in. Yundenfengking, you have also seen my strength. In less than an hour, I have already spent 80,000. These were all gifts from you. I will give you another chance. As long as you agree to my request, I can not only give you an A-level contract, but also provide you with a professional operation team. Following me, you will make a lot of money in the future. The level 52 account from last time was blocked, so this time he came in using the Guild S level 75 account. As soon as the levels were announced, the audience in the live broadcast room quickly began to lick the boots. Hu Weiler showed a hint of disdain at the corners of her lips, and sneered softly, I'll say it again, I'm not a marginal anchor. If you like my dance, you can stay. If you don't like it, you can click the cross in the upper right corner to exit the live broadcast room. As for those wretched men with ulterior motives, all I can say is that the farther away from me the better. Hu Weiler's words were merciless. In fact, she did not make money from this live broadcast. It could be said that this ancient-style dance live broadcast was the one that made the least money among all her side jobs. You can't even make as much money by buying sleep aid video packages from the sleep aid live broadcast room. Even if she doesn't do live streaming in the future, her account with more than 800,000 followers can make enough money from her videos. Live streaming is just to increase her followers. She doesn't have that much time to operate and maintain it, nor does she want to do that. Clouds and breezes, good, good, good. Before you send it out, a prompt pops up saying that you have been blocked from the live broadcast room. He was so angry that he directly posted another Douyin account in the opposite live broadcast room. Hu Weiler lowered her eyes and glanced at another mobile phone group message. Seeing the host's thanks on the other side, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. At the same time, his guild's navy also rushed into Hu Weiler's live broadcast room. Looking at the smoky screen and glancing at the progress bar which was only covered in blood, Lu Xingqian frowned slightly. Just a light tap of your finger. Shepherding the Stars gives away Carnival X30. 90,000 yuan. It just happened to hit the bonus, and Hu Weiler's PK score instantly broke 1 million plus, and her health bar was directly crushed back. Damn, she posted it. The host on the other side looked at the score of 100W plus, his eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. How could a small anchor like them with more than 100 people in the live broadcast room get such a PK score? For a moment, his face was full of envy and jealousy, but there was no hatred. Her dear Weyer has asked her to transfer more than 5,000 yuan today, so she is content with what she has. Hu Weiler was also confused. Looking at the familiar name and the continuous number of carnivals, she lowered her head to look at her phone. She did tell Lu Xingchen not to brush. With the support of these 30 carnivals, the popularity of her live broadcast room instantly exceeded 10,000 people and is still continuing to rise. Looking at the carnival special effects still being displayed on the public screen, everyone chose to stay. Shepherding the Stars, everyone please pay attention. Lu Xingchen sent a floating message and then sent out 5 instant packages of 10,000 coins. The boss is generous. X288. The public screen was instantly flooded with these 4 words, and Lu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. Shepherding the Stars, show your talent and ignore those clowns. With me here, you won T lose in the PK tonight. As soon as he made this bold statement, he instantly won the admiration of a large number of people. The guy on the other side was so angry that he almost died, but when he saw the huge score gap, he chose to remain silent. He didn't believe that Lu Xingchen could score so many points in the next PK, and this wasn't his own anchor, so it would be useless. He had just sent a message to his biggest anchor, and in a while. Thank you for the 30 carnivals from my brother Fong Lu Xingchen. For those who are new to the live broadcast room, please follow the anchor. He is an ancient-style dance anchor. Without further ado, I will send you a lucky bag with 10,000 coins. Next, I will show you the recently popular Hong Yuan Zhao. Hu Weiler immediately understood what Lu Xingchen meant, sent a message to him, and naturally followed the live broadcast rhythm and began to show her professional dance skills. Lu Xingchen looked down at the message on his phone, raised his eyebrows slightly, and a rare hint of dissatisfaction was revealed in his eyes. Chapter 64 Calling you 10,000 times in private. Hu Weier, brother, stop swiping. This is not how we spend money even if we have it. Looking at this title, Lu Xingchen still prefers it when she calls him brother. Lu Xingchen, Sister Weyer, let us talk about our own things. I'll call you sister, but you should just call me brother. I love it. Hu Weiler, who was performing a dance, almost sprained her waist when she looked at the message on her mobile phone on the table. His mind unconsciously recalled the smooth talker he was last night, and his face flushed slightly. With the blessing of this ancient dance, he seemed more human and more in line with the scene in Lu Xingchen's dream. When the song ended, Hu Weiler's professional skills, pleasant dance, Lu Xingchen's instant package and the lucky bag in the upper left corner attracted a large number of people. After such a long time, the number of people in the live broadcast room still remains at more than 8,000. Suddenly, a large number of unbranded internet trolls flooded onto the public screen. My brother has started live streaming, and Yundanfenking asks you if you dare to give it a try. What strength do you have? My brother will definitely knock you down. Let you see what a real big anchor is. Such sarcasm and ridicule instantly filled the public screen of the live broadcast room. Lu Xingchen, fight him. Lu Xingchen, screenshot of Dohai coin balance. Damn rich man, I will fight you to the death. Hu Weiler saw Lu Xingchen's screenshot and blurted out what was in her mind. After she said this, the anchor's fans from that guild thought she had agreed and went back to report the news. After a while, the little sister who had just piked sent me a PK invitation. In addition to the young lady in the room, there was also a man with insufficient yang energy, who kept saying things like it's so cold, which made Lu Xingchen feel nauseous. After the PK, the little sister received 1 carnival and wisely left. Yundanfenking, today I'll let you see our guild's anchor so that you know what you have been missing. The account of the guild Yundanfenking has prepared 100W. He also saw that the big brother in Hu Weiler's live broadcast room was a pure sentimental big brother, who was generally more capable. Their guild can just use this opportunity to hype up their guild's candid anchor and get promoted to the rank of anchor with 50,000 online viewers. Lu Xingchen didn't expect that this PK would be shared on the public screen. When he saw this idiotic remark, his eyebrows raised slightly. Those who work in the internet industry are all shrewd and they immediately saw through the intentions of their guild. But he didn't care. He just took this opportunity to help Hu Weiler. Besides, his traffic was not that good. He had to be careful about the backlash of traffic. Shepherding the stars, just get started, no more nonsense. Lu Xingchen's extremely arrogant reply instantly caused an uproar among the host's crazy fans. They transformed into Zon warriors and began to attack Lu Xingchen. The person being attacked smiled disdainfully, saying that the force was too small and he didn't feel anything at all. In Hu Weiler's live broadcast room, he casually distributed 100 red envelopes worth 10,000 Dohai coins. In an instant, the entire public screen was filled with various greetings, and passers-by who had grabbed the instant package also began to defend Lu Xingchen and cursed him madly. These 100-second packages successfully set Hu Weiler's live broadcast room on fire. The number of people, which originally numbered over 8,000, exceeded 50,000 plus in the blink of an eye, and was still increasing at a terrifying speed. The people from the opposing guild didn't expect that Lu Xingchen was so wealthy that he offered a one-time package worth 100,000 yuan without blinking an eye just to win the war of words. Yundan Fengking immediately sent a private message to the anchor, asking him to start a 5-minute PK. After the 3 minutes were over, he was ready to kill the opponent instantly and make a gorgeous reversal. Thank you, brother Fong Mu Xingchen, for the instant red envelope. Those who got the red envelope, please follow the anchor and also pay attention to brother Fong Mu Xingchen. Hu Weiler saw the verbal fight below and realized that their side had won with an absolute advantage. She proudly began to attract attention. He even called him brother twice to satisfy the wish of Lu Xingchen, the big money sponsor. Grazing the stars, love to hear more calls. Hu Weiler blushed when she saw the barrage of comments, and cursed Lu Xingchen in her heart, saying that he was a bad boy. She was already in her 30s, and it was really embarrassing to call a boy in his early 20s brother. The blessing of shyness makes Hu Weiler in the live broadcast room appear more charming. In a short time, the number of her fans increased rapidly, exceeding 900,000 in the blink of an eye, and the number of people online in the live broadcast room also exceeded 100,000 plus. After not hearing the third call of brother for a long time, Lu Xingchen tapped the screen of his mobile phone with his fingertips. Shepherding the Stars gives away Carnival X70. Because it was still 30 seconds before the park and the gift-giving doubled stage, this PK was not unlimited, with a cap of 4 million. With 70 carnivals in 25 seconds, the host with millions of fans on the opposite side was killed instantly. 210,000 cash was swiped in 25 seconds. At this moment, all the audience in the live broadcast room were numbed by Lu Xingchen's inhumanity. The fans of the host from the opposing guild were all stunned as well. The cold sarcasm just now was like a boomerang, hitting them hard. The guy who looked calm and composed didn't even have time to react and was killed instantly. Hu Weiler had been shocked too many times by Lu Xingchen today. She had received nearly 200,000 yuan from him before and had also seen his sports car worth 35 million yuan. She was a little numb to this 70 carnival. Thank you, brother Xingchen, for the 70 carnivals. I love you, brother Xingchen. This time, Hu Weiler even skipped the word hurting and called Lu Xingchen's name. Her voice was gentle and sweet, with a unique sense of betrayal. Lu Xingchen seemed to have returned to that dream when she called him master. Some wretched men, please stop coming to me to seek a sense of existence. No matter how rich you are, I still look down on you. Even without you, I still have people to support me. Goodbye. Hu Weiler snorted angrily, her words were very sharp, and after the sarcasm, she directly hung up the microphone and blocked the anchor. If it weren't for them, brother Xingchen wouldn't have spent so much and let the platform earn half of it. Hey! How come I can shout so easily? Have I also been defeated by the offensive of money? After complaining about herself in her heart, her gaze returned to the live broadcast room. After maintaining the new fans in the live broadcast room, she adjusted the rhythm of the live broadcast. She caught a glimpse of Lu Xingchen asking her to start a random PK and frowned slightly. Hu Weiler, no. You've spent enough today. We don't spend money like this. It's such a loss to let the platform take half of the money. If you want to hear it, I can call you 10,000 times in private. She never expected that it was this one sentence that made her regret for half a year. Lu Xingchen, I'm serious, but please play again. Let me experience the feeling of being a super rich man, and it can also help me gain more fans. Of course, these are all Lu Xingchen's excuses. He just looked at the more than 40 million Dohai coins left in his account and felt uncomfortable not being able to spend them. After Hu Weiler thought about satisfying Lu Xingchen's request and told him not to brush anymore, she started a random PK. Perhaps the Dohai officials and Lu Xingchen had a common mindset, and Hu Weiler mistakenly entered into a live broadcast PK between three anchors with more than 100,000 followers. Chapter 65: 1,000 Carnival Bombings. The three of them were all confused. Looking at this unfamiliar female anchor with over 100,000 followers, he immediately glanced at the message sent by the operator on his phone. Hello, want to play a game? These big anchors are basically smart people. They know that the big brother on the other side is very powerful, so their attitude is naturally very good. By the way, I'll take advantage of the new popularity of over 100,000. Once I edit and slice it tomorrow, I'll be able to gain another large number of fans. Hu Weiler didn't expect that she had accidentally entered a high-end game. She was surprised for a moment, and the PK began in silence. The more than 100,000 people in her live broadcast room were basically attracted by Carnival and Lushingchen's instant packages, and most of them were poor guys. A light board and a few popularity votes are the maximum you can get. The three big anchors on the opposite side all had resident big brothers. Within less than 30 seconds after the park started, the scores basically exceeded 500,000. In this way, Hu Weiler's 40,000 PK value seems a bit out of place. Well, my brother is still obedient. Hu Weiler felt relieved when she saw this. She didn't care about losing face at all. After all, she was just a small anchor with less than 100 people in the live broadcast room. Today, she temporarily experienced a live broadcast room with over 100,000 people, which was enough for her. Besides, the income from this 1 hour today is enough to cover her total income for a year. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? This is enough. We can't let Lushingchen spend any more money. Welcome to the new babies entering the live broadcast room. Weyer is the anchor of Ancient Style Dance. If you like Weyer's dance, please click the upper left corner to follow. After Hu Weiler introduced herself calmly, she performed her most famous colorful feather dance in front of 4 live broadcast rooms and more than 700,000 people. I have to say, professionals are professionals. Her movements were light and graceful, charming but not coquettish. Just when the dance was halfway through, the popularity of her live broadcast room reached a new high of 180,000. The comments on the public screen below are basically all praises. However, there were also some black fans who were trying to stir up trouble, as well as the restless internet army of the Yundanfenking Guild, who were clamoring about her score in the live broadcast room. 3 minutes have passed and I only have 50,000 points. How can I have the nerve to play this game? It's so funny. Where's your elder brother? He wouldn't have lost everything because of that just now. Keep pretending at. You've exposed yourself in front of a real big anchor. Yun Danfenking opened another account and watched the rhythm of the live broadcast room, and chuckled, "This is the end of offending me, you shameless bitch. Prepare the slicing team, edit today's events and send them out." After I saw it, her big brother became depressed. And that big brother went back to give her gifts. I will also destroy your popularity among passers-by. For this purpose, Yundanfenking also went to the live broadcast rooms of 3 other big anchors and watched 3 carnivals for each of them. But the top anchors with over 100,000 followers have huge operation teams behind them, so they naturally know the tricks of these second-rate guilds. After he finished, before the big anchor could thank him, his level 75 account was blocked by the administrator of the live broadcast room. Dog Eyes looked down on people. He was so angry that he cursed, but it was only for a moment. 9 minutes of the 10-minute PK have passed, and there is not even the 1.5x bonus. The live broadcast rooms of the 3 big anchors on the opposite side each have a score of over 1 million, and there is even an entertainment anchor named Big Brother Xingxing, whose score has exceeded 400W+. Fortunately, there was no upper limit on the PK, so the PK did not end. However, in comparison, although Hu Weiler's dance attracted most of the audience, the rewards were very few, and now there are only more than 200,000 points. In the dormitory, Lushingchen looked at the time and felt that it was about time. The fingertips landed lightly on the Carnival of the gift interface. The next second, Carnival items worth 3,000 yuan each were flying around in Hu Weiler's live broadcast room for free. Grazing Stars reward Carnival X100. Grazing Stars reward Carnival X500. Grazing Stars reward Carnival X1000. 1,000 carnivals. Worth 3 million. In less than 40 seconds, they were all gone. This person is crazy. The audience in the live broadcast room were already so shocked by Lushingchen's inhumane carnival that their scalps were numbing and they stared blankly at their phone screens. Even the three big anchors with over 100,000 followers were so shocked by Lu Xingqian's generosity that they opened their mouths wide and stared at Hu Weiler's live broadcast room with envy in their eyes. Hu Weiler's face was flushed red. Note that she was not excited, she was just angry. 3 million. This is not a small amount. Lu Xingqian just swiped the money in her live broadcast room. What's more important is that the Douyin platform will take half of it and then pay taxes, so she can only get 1/3 of it. It's better to give it to her directly. How can I accept this with a clear conscience? Hu Weiler smiled on the surface, but cried on the inside. Lu Xingqian, even if I sell myself to you, it's not enough to repay your favor. Thank you, brother Xingqian, for the 1,000 carnivals, thank you. Hu Weiler gritted her teeth and thanked Lu Xingqian, changing her address from brother to younger brother, and then thanked the top 10 people on the contribution list. After exchanging pleasantries with the three anchors on the opposite side, Lu Xingqian gave each of them 30 carnival dollars in monetary offensive, which attracted more attention to Hu Weiler, and they followed each other. After the PK was over, Hu Weiler was still in shock about Lu Xingqian's squandering of money. When more than 200,000 viewers in the live broadcast room didn't react, the live broadcast ended. That's right, she has gone offline. She stopped the show when it was at its peak, which gave her a new surge in popularity, and she even made it to several hot entertainment searches. Seeing this, some Douyin slicing groups immediately released a massive slicing matrix, taking advantage of this wave of popularity to earn a large amount of playback volume. The slicing of the fate of the majority of netizens ruthlessly shattered the evil editing plan of the Yundanfenking slicing group. Even netizens saw his previous obscene remarks and rushed to his guild. Not only did they find out that his guild had a history of defrauding anchors, but the omnipotent netizens even found evidence of their tax evasion and reported it firsthand. The reporting video happened to be seen by Lu Xingqian, who specially put her on Douyin and gave her 10,000 super likes worth 66 Douyin coins to praise the video. At this point, the nickname Shepherding the Stars became completely popular on Douyin. Ding! The lavish spending of 1,000 carnivals and the inhumane rewards have made the name of the super rich resound throughout the Douhai platform. Under the offensive of money, Hu Weiler has fallen into the trap set by the host unintentionally, and is close to capturing the heart of the young woman. Congratulations to the host for triggering the super rich behavior, appreciating the super rich's ultimate move of spending money like water, and officially embarking on the road to being a super rich. Perceive the host's thoughts and receive a reward, 100% equity of Zakair Hotel. The rewards have been issued through legal channels. It is expected that all equity transfers will be completed in 3 days. Please check carefully. When Lu Xingqian heard the voice of the system in his mind, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he lowered his eyes to look at the video of exploring the Zykel Hotel, which is known as a paradise for the rich, on his mobile phone. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Feng forwarded him an exclusive link to a birthday invitation. Lin Feng, Sister Qin asked me to forward your message. Lu Xingqian clicked on the exclusive link in surprise, and was stunned for a moment when he saw the text inside. Dear Mr. Lu Xingqian, Miss Qin Shuya's birthday party will be held in the Longting Sihai Hall of Zakair Hotel. We look forward to your arrival. Chapter 66 Late Night Invitation. Below this line of words, there is an exclusive dynamic verification chip, one for each person. It can be changed without any copying and is not as easy to buy and sell as a paper invitation letter. Thinking back to when this was just a wild idea that Lu Xingqian told her, she didn't expect that she actually took it seriously. Looking at the invitation letter, Lu Xingqian was silent for a moment. What a coincidence! He had just obtained 100% of the shares of Zakair Hotel, and the next second, the invitation letter came. Lu Xingqian drooped his eyelids and gently rubbed the wooden sculpture of the kitten with his fingertips. Thinking of his current awkward relationship with Qin Shuya, he couldn't help but sigh. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. I gave her a 52-carat deep blue diamond, and she had to pretend to be friendly with me. At worst, I would just have sex with her and be an irresponsible scumbag. He comforted himself and came to his senses. He touched his empty stomach and prepared to go to the Zykel Hotel, his most valuable and profitable industry, to make a secret visit and fill his stomach at the same time. He suddenly thought of He Qing. The last time he took her there, she happened to be involved in that incident with her mother, so he didn't go. He just lowered his head and sent her a message. He Qing, no time. Well, this woman is really cold-blooded and heartless. Lu Xingqian smacked his lips and sighed. He also knew that He Qing had always been a career-oriented heroine, otherwise she wouldn't be in her early 30s and still single, and he wouldn't have taken advantage of her. I was just about to put down my phone, fix my hair and go out. The phone beeped again. Who wire, do your parents know that you are such a spendthrift? Even if I sell myself to you, I still can't pay back the money. Cry. After being bombarded with private messages, Hu Weiler's phone finally responded and she immediately sent a message to Lu Xingchen. Hu Weiler, why don't you apply for a refund and pay the tax? The more than 100,000 yuan you had before can just make up for it. Lu Xingchen just lowered his eyes and glanced at the VX message, then casually opened the balance in the mobile banking background, took a screenshot and sent it over. Lu Xingchen, just keep it in peace. Lu Xingchen, if you want me to take it back, there's no need to say anything more. I'm starving after not eating for a day. I'm going to eat first. Lu Xingchen brushed so much today just because he had a wet dream and felt inexplicably guilty towards her. Another reason was that he also wanted to try to see if he could trigger the behavior of a super rich man. The result is naturally that everyone is happy. Hu Weiler, who was sitting in front of the computer desk, looked at the picture sent by Lu Xingchen, and her heart tightened instantly. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, dad, grandpa, ancestors, it's amazing. Hu Weiler, another day of envy and jealousy. She saw what Lu Xingchen meant and knew that he didn't care about this little money and didn't want to listen to her nagging anymore, so she decided to stop talking for now and repay the favor slowly in the future. The mood of the financial sponsor was the most important thing. Seeing that Lu Xingchen hadn't eaten yet, her eyes lit up. The sponsor had spent so much money, so it shouldn't be too much to cook him a meal. The unexpected things that happened one after another today had already made her mind a little confused. She didn't think much about it, and subconsciously still thought of Lu Xingchen as the same person he was back then, so she sent the message casually. Hu Weiler, come to my house, I'll cook for you, braised pork trotters, sweet and sour spare ribs, sweet and sour pork, stir-fried lamb with green onions, send me anything else you want to eat, I'll go buy it for you now. Hu Weiler, address link. Lu Xingchen looked at the latest news, and a ripple appeared in his dark pupils. It's already past 8 o'clock. It will take at least an hour to get to her remote place. It will be almost 10 o'clock when we get there, and 11 or 12 o'clock after dinner. Late at night, a man and a woman were alone, a sunny man and a widowed woman were in the same room, and the ambiguous atmosphere instantly made a dream scene emerge in my mind. Lu Xingchen, okay. He agreed subconsciously and took a long time to come back to his senses. I just crave northeastern food, yeah, that's it. Lu Xingchen muttered to himself in a low, hoarse voice. He stood up, took the car keys, and walked out of the dormitory quickly. 9:54 p.m. 2 beams of dazzling low beams illuminated a dilapidated neighborhood in the suburbs of High City. The Apollo Ule flashed a dark purple light and slowly drove into the neighborhood with few streetlights. Stars, this way. Hu Weiler, who had been waiting downstairs early, saw the dark purple luxury supercar and waved enthusiastically from an empty parking space. In dilapidated residential buildings like theirs, parking spaces are usually simply a few lines painted on the roadside, and parking spaces in such communities are extremely scarce. Worried that Lu Xingchen's car would be scratched, she spent 200 yuan to ask her neighbor to move his car and leave the parking space vacant for one night. Lu Xingchen raised his eyelashes and looked at Hu Weiler, whom he had not seen for a long time. It seemed as if he had returned to that winter when she had waved at him so enthusiastically and brought him from the cold corner of the yard to her home. After parking the car and getting out, I heard Hu Weiler sigh. Wow, this is the sports car worth 35 million in your photo. It's really impressive and looks better than in the photo. Hu Weiler looked at the 2 doors of the Apollo 1E that spread out like wings, and carefully touched the body of the car, her eyes full of admiration and envy. Shall I take you for a ride? Lu Xingchen raised the corners of his lips and spoke slowly. Hu Weiler was stunned for a moment, then stood up and shook her head. Forget it, the pot at home cannot be left alone for too long. Her clear and moving eyes looked directly at Lu Xingchen, her eyes unconsciously turned red, hot tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice was gentle. You have really grown up, but you are still as beautiful as you were back then. He stared at Lu Xingchen without blinking. When my eyes met his burning gaze, I felt a little shy. She also didn't expect that Lu Xingchen is so handsome and manly now, with long legs, thin waist and broad shoulders, which makes people feel weak in the knees when they see him. Long time no see. Lu Xingchen's voice was low and sexy. Hu Weiler's clothes were very ordinary, a simple floral shirt, which was a bit loose, but the fabric was also very translucent, and her graceful and voluptuous figure was looming. Her lower body was the common blue jeans, which perfectly highlighted her voluptuous long legs and buttocks, which was different from I Ching's pure lustful queen. She has a completely different aura of a young woman, which is undoubtedly fatal to a man like Lu Xingchen. especially the dream he had during the day, which gave him an inexplicable impulse. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and hugged Hu Weiler in his arms. Haven't seen you for a long time. Hu Weiler was not surprised and treated it as a hug after a long separation. Fortunately, Lu Xingchen also understood that it was inappropriate to do so, so he just gave her a simple hug and then let go. Let's go upstairs. I've prepared a large table of dishes for you. Hu Weiler was still enthusiastic and cheerful. She subconsciously took Lu Xingchen's hand and pulled him upstairs. He completely forgot that the current Lu Xingchen is no longer the ignorant person he was back then. A soft and slightly hot temperature covered Lu Xingchen's bony palms. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and he was silently pulled upstairs by Hu Weiler. The staircase was narrow and dark, and the two could only go up one after the other. As a man, Lu Xingchen naturally acted as a flower protector and walked behind Hu Weiler. He raised his head slightly, his eyes unconsciously falling on her round blue jeans. His breathing became slightly short. Chapter 67. Sister, call brother. Ah! Suddenly, Hu Weiler screamed and woke Lu Xingchen up. Hu Weiler's ankle was twisted and she was leaning backwards. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen stepped forward with his arms open, and Hu Weiler fell into Lu Xingchen's arms to prevent secondary injury. It's okay, I'm here, don't be afraid. Lu Xingchen's deep and sexy voice rang out in the dark corridor. The hot and humid breath hit Hu Weiler's earlobe, and the chest against her back felt burning hot. All the aggressive hormones from Lu Xingchen's body rushed into her nasal cavity. Hu Weiler, who hadn't had a man for several years, suddenly had a slight breathing stagnation. If Lu Xingchen could see it, he would immediately notice that Hu Weiler's pretty face was as red as a burning cloud, and a hint of greed flashed in her eyes. You let go of your hand first. Hu Weiler lowered her head in shame, and said angrily in a coquettish tone. A hint of doubt flashed in Lu Xingchen's eyes, and he subconsciously moved his bony fingers, only to feel a softness. Hiss, cough, I'm sorry. He took a deep breath and instantly realized that his hand had accidentally landed where it shouldn't have. He hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, but his saliva almost choked him to death. Phew, is it that serious? After all, Hu Weiler was already a young woman in her 30s. Although she was shy, she quickly returned to normal. Hearing Lu Xingchen's innocent choking on water, he couldn't help but laugh. Why, you're already a junior in college, and you haven't had a relationship in all these years? I remember you were inseparable from that little girl from the Jiang family, weren't you? With the help of Lu Xingchen, Hu Weiler stood firmly, turned on the flashlight of her mobile phone, glanced at Lu Xingchen's slightly red ears, and joked with a smile. This innocent boy's look was really attractive, and she couldn't help but want to tease him. Is your ankle okay? Lu Xingchen didn't reply and immediately changed the subject. The tips of his ears turned red not because he was shy, but the touch just now reminded him of the exact same touch in his dream, and he felt a little guilty. After his reminder, Hu Weiler frowned slightly. She did feel a slight pain in her ankle and sighed inwardly that she had bad luck. Seeing her look, Lu Xingchen understood. He reached out to support her waist and said in a warm and caring voice, "Come on, I'll help you up." On the narrow staircase, two people walked side by side, and it was inevitable that they would bump into each other, and an ambiguous atmosphere quietly grew. After a few minutes, we finally arrived at the top floor, the 6th floor. When the door was opened, dim light shone from the living room into the corridor. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and looked at the dark corridor, the messy wires and pipes, and the narrow stairs behind him, and couldn't help frowning. It's too dangerous for you to be alone in this environment. The voice is low. When he turned around, he saw Hu Weiler bending over and looking for slippers in the shoe cabinet beside her, with her back to him. A surge of evil fire suddenly rose up in his body. He swallowed his saliva and looked at Hu Weiler, who turned her head to look at him, his eyes somewhat evasive. What did you say? Hu Weiler looked at Lu Xingchen, who was looking strange. She really didn't hear clearly just now. Lu Xingchen pretended to be serious and coughed lightly, pointing at the environment in the corridor. Do you want to move to another house? It's too dangerous for a woman like you to live here. Hu Weiler put the largest pink slippers in front of Lu Xingchen, blinked her eyelashes, and said nonchalantly, "There is no danger. We have lived here for so many years. Besides, it is good to have a house in high city. After all, I, your sister, am also a house owner. Besides, do you think everyone is like you, spending 3 million without blinking an eye in less than a minute? I get angry when I talk about this. Tell me, why don't you do something else with that money? If you give it to me, I can only get 1/3 of it. It's not cost effective at all. It just so happens that you are here, you can just apply for a refund and open a new account. I feel so bad about giving half of the money to the platform. Lu Xingchen put on his pink slippers silently, lifted his eyelids nonchalantly, and said in a lazy tone, "No, I have a lot of money, and you owe me 10,000 brother calls." Those were all jokes made in a hurry. How could you take them seriously? When Hu Weiler heard the second half of the sentence, her cheeks turned slightly red and she looked away evasively. The more she spoke, the less confident she became. She was also anxious at the time. She was about to ask her to call Lu Xingchen brother in person, but looking at his sunny and handsome standard masculine face, she felt very ashamed and couldn't open her mouth at all. No matter what, I'll take it seriously. If you lie to me, I will continue to brush in your live broadcast room tomorrow. How about brushing another 1,000 carnivals tomorrow? Lu Xingchen just acted like a rogue. He knew Hu Weiler's character too well and knew that she would definitely agree if he said that. Looking at Hu Weiler, who was staring at him silently, Lu Xingchen rubbed the tip of his nose with his index finger. He lowered his eyes to glance at her slightly red ankle, then slowly squatted down, gently took off her shoes and socks, covered the red and swollen area of her ankle with his rough palms, and rubbed it gently, trying to dissolve the blood clot. It hurts. Hu Weiler was just about to say that Lu Xingchen was shameless, but suddenly she felt a burning sensation in her ankle, which made her remind him with a trembling voice. Fortunately, it's not too serious. Just apply some ice and spray some Yunnan Baiyao spray, and it will be fine in a while. Lu Xingchen comforted him gently, raised his star-like eyes, and showed a look of affection that even dogs can have. Hu Weiler's heart trembled slightly. This boy was too good at flirting. She really couldn't stand it. Because she had a slight sprained foot, she directed Lu Xingchen to apply ice, get medicine, and serve dishes. Looking at Lu Xingchen's busy figure running back and forth, Hu Weiler felt a little embarrassed. "I said I asked you to come to dinner and be a guest, but now it seems like I'm asking you to treat me to dinner." Suddenly, Lu Xingchen dropped the sweet and sour pork on the table lightly, his expression revealing a bit of dissatisfaction. He stood in front of her with a height of 188 centimeters, staring at him with lowered eyes. The air pressure around him was very low, and he looked angry. A low voice mixed with some dissatisfaction sounded in her ears. "I am a guest?" As expected, time can dilute everything. Before, we said we were a family, but now we are guests. Lu Xingchen snorted in pretended dissatisfaction, crossed his arms and looked like, "I'll wait for your explanation." How? How could it be? You are my good brother, we are all family. Hu Weiler took Lu Xingchen's hand guiltily, patted the back of his hand gently, and showed a flattering smile. She really treated Lu Xingchen as a guest. After all, he was so rich now, and she could only barely support herself and her daughter. When she said they were a family, it always seemed like she was trying to curry favor with them. Good brother? You forgot what I just said, call me brother. Lu Xingchen leaned over and raised his hand to hook her chin, a hint of dissatisfaction in his dark pupils. He looked directly into her evasive eyes, his magnetic voice domineering and sexy. Hu Weiler, is this the feeling of a younger, domineering boss in idol dramas? Her breathing became a little short, her cheeks turned red, her ears were hot, and her body was completely stiff. Sister, call me brother. Lu Xingchen leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. Chapter 68. You must be responsible for me. Hu Weiler's heart was pounding, and she lowered her eyes, not daring to look directly into Lu Xingchen's burning eyes. She hadn't felt this kind of ambiguous state for a long time, and it was exciting, but she was reluctant to break it. The heart that had been closed for many years slowly sprouted red apricot buds. Okay, it doesn't hurt much anymore. Offline is indeed better. The shy and soft voice instantly aroused Lu Xingchen's adrenaline, and his excited heart was surging. Ding! Young people do not know the good of young women, and mistakenly treat young girls as treasures. Congratulations to the host for triggering the strategy mission. Faced with Hu Weiler, whom you haven't seen for many years, she is in a difficult financial situation and in a worrying situation. How can you bear to leave her alone? The rich man is lacking an intimate sister to help you solve your problems. Helping others is a must for men. Please win Hu Weiler's heart within 7 days. Mission reward, Tianfu number 1 villa plus the top supercar Koenigsegg 1. At the right moment, the sound of the system triggering the task emerged in my mind. Tianfu number 1? Koenigsegg 1? When Lu Xingchen heard about the mission reward, his pupils shrank slightly. He lowered his eyes to look at the blushing Hu Weiler and the graceful figure of this voluptuous young woman, and a determined light flashed in his deep eyes. Tianfu Villa District is a well-known top-level villa district in Shanghai, and the villas there are worth 300 to 500 million yuan. Among them, Tianfu No. 1, which has never been sold since its completion, has maintained a value of at least 1 billion even under the premise of economic contraction and plummeting housing prices in recent years. It's just a starting point. This villa is not something you can buy just because you have money. People who live in the Tianfu Villa District are basically powerful and wealthy, not to mention Tianfu No. 1, the king of villas in the Tianfu Villa District. An additional reward is the top supercar Koenigsegg 1, which is well known in the top supercar circle. His current car, the Apollo IE, is just a little brother in front of it. Koenigsegg 1 is limited to 6 units worldwide and is known as the Ghost. The weight and horsepower of the car maintain a miraculous 1:1 balance. It has the top pushback feeling and starting speed in the supercar world, and no other car can match it. The selling price reached 100 million yuan 10 years ago, and now it is even more out of stock. It can be said that as long as he conquers Huweiler within 7 days, he can get a reward worth at least 1.2 billion. Having earned 1.2 billion in 7 days, he is ready to stay here and will not give up until the task is completed. Thinking of the cost-effectiveness here, Lu Xingchen looked at Huweiler in front of him, his eyes becoming more and more passionate. Are you okay? Huweiler naturally felt his aggressive gaze, and asked timidly, feeling nervous, afraid, and expectant. It's okay, I suddenly thought of something that can make money. Lu Xingchen quickly calmed down, raised the corners of his lips slightly, and replied slowly. After spending a month with several women, he can now be considered a master in the love field and is extremely stable. Being interrupted like this, Huweiler felt a little disappointed and turned to look at the dining table beside her. Let's eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. She was just about to stand up by supporting herself on the sofa. Suddenly, the living room, which was originally dimly lit, fell into darkness. Curses and complaints from neighbors followed. Huweiler seemed very calm and comforted her softly. This is an old residential building, the voltage is unstable and power outages occur frequently. It will be fine in a while, so be careful not to bump into anything. As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out and felt around, ready to stand up. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of electricity floated through the silent room, and the light that had been off for less than a minute lit up again. But the two people in the living room remained silent, and an unusual atmosphere arose in the space. 10 minutes later. The living room was unusually quiet except for the sound of Lu Xingchen slurping his food. The culprit Huweiler's face was so red that blood was about to drip out. She was like an ostrich, with her head lowered, her eyes fixed on the culprit's hands under the table. Seeing her embarrassed look, Lu Xingchen's dark pupils flashed a smile. He swallowed the sweet and sour pork in his mouth and said sarcastically, Sister Weyer, you can't be a scumbag. You have to be responsible for me. Huweiler looked up suddenly, staring at Lu Xingchen in disbelief. What? You still don't want to take responsibility? Do you really want to be a scumbag? Lu Xingchen pretended to be heartbroken, covering his chest with his hands, and his tone was heavy and sad. He knew Huweiler, a woman with a strong sense of morals, a soft heart, and slightly conservative thoughts. It would be impossible to conquer her in 7 days without some stimulation. Me, you, this, Huweiler was speechless and cursed the unstable voltage inwardly. Hand, please God, distinguish between loyalty and treachery. She looked at Lu Xingchen's flawless face and his perfect figure that was faintly visible at the collar of his shirt, and her cheeks blushed. Yes, it's not impossible. But the next second she shuddered. No, absolutely not. How could she have such thoughts about her neighbor's brother? Besides, she is already in her 30s with a daughter. If she is responsible for a young man in his early 20s like him, that would be harming him. No, absolutely not. She said with more conviction than ever before. Lu Xingchen saw the struggle in her eyes at a glance, and finally his eyes were dominated by his sense of morality. He curled the corners of his lips slightly and said nothing more. He knew that he had succeeded. In the next few days, he only needed to magnify this idea that she had suppressed little by little, and he would be close to the 1.2 billion reward. Half an hour later, Lu Xingchen looked at the confusion that appeared in her eyes again, raised his eyebrows slightly, put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands, and leaned lazily in the chair. I'm so full, so tired, and so sleepy. No, it's late. Please be careful on the road when driving. Huweiler looked at Lu Xingchen gently, gave him some instructions, then stood up to see him off. He didn't answer, but slowly rolled up his shirt sleeves and began to clear the table. You don't have to pack. I'll pack it tomorrow morning. You can go first. Hu Weiler was too embarrassed to let Lu Xingqian clean up, so she raised her hand and half-grasped Lu Xingqian's arm, quickly refusing. Oh. Lu Xingqian lowered his eyes, glanced at the hand on his wrist, and agreed softly. He was surprisingly well-behaved. He didn't refute, put down his sleeves to wipe his hands, then turned and walked towards the door. It's just that this door is not that door. The door Lu Xingqian went to was the door of the master bedroom. He pushed it open casually as if he was going home. You've gone the wrong way, the door is over there. Hu Weiler reminded him doubtfully. Chapter 69. Let me hug you. He didn't take the wrong turn on purpose. Lu Xingqian's face was full of fatigue, with a hint of sleepiness flashing between his eyebrows. He lazily unbuttoned the second button of his shirt and said with a sleepy nasal voice, Yes, I'm tired and can't drive. I spent 3 million, can't I sleep here for a night? It was the same before. I would go to bed when it was too late. Can this be the same? Hu Weiler stepped forward and pulled Lu Xingqian's arm, looking embarrassed. He is so old now, and his cheeks flushed when he thought about the trouble that Dead Hand had just caused. He has indeed grown up. It's not appropriate for a grown man to be in the same room with a woman. How is it different? I didn't ask you to be responsible for what you did to me just now. Be responsible for me and let me sleep here for one night. You can choose one of the two. Lu Xingqian lowered his eyes and glanced at him lightly, reasonable and arrogant. Hu Weiler was really stumped by his question. She didn't mean to do that just now. He lowered his eyes to look at his hands, and his gaze happened to sweep over Lu Xingqian's pants, which were a little too short, and his breathing paused slightly. He curled the corners of his lips slightly and slowly approached Hu Weiler. The aggressive male hormones poured into her nasal cavity, and a low, hoarse and sexy voice sounded in her ears. There is another way, and that is Sister Weiler. His breath hit her ears, and the ambiguous atmosphere became more intense. When Hu Weiler heard this, her pupils dilated slightly, and she rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, but finally compromised. If you want to live here, then live here. Humph, you have a big villa but you don't live in my small shabby house. Leaving these words behind, she didn't care about the dull pain in her ankle and quickly ran into her daughter's room. She leaned against the door, gently stroked her chest which was rising and falling, and took deep breaths. After a while, I didn't hear any noise outside and I breathed a sigh of relief. I turned on the nightlight, covered my sleeping daughter with a blanket, gently smoothed her messy hair, and whispered, You have really learned bad habits. He glanced through the full-length mirror in his daughter's room, looking at his own curvy, graceful, and voluptuous figure lying beside the bed, and a hint of pride appeared at the corners of his lips. She is already 33 years old, but I didn't expect that she is still so attractive to young handsome guys. In the next room, Lu Xingqian sat on the bed covered in bright red and looked around the room. Although the room's hard decoration is simple, it is still warm. In addition to bedside tables, small desks, and large wardrobes, there is also a wall of special decorations, including ancient style, regional characteristics, and trendy styles. Moreover, the workmanship is very fine, and you can tell that it is a handmade fabric stitch by stitch. Lu Xingqian also saw the two 1-meter-tall dolls with northeastern characteristics in the corner. They seem to have been packed and tied with big red flower bows. They should be prepared for him today. Suddenly, on the small desk beside the bed, he saw a piece of bright red brocade fabric folded into the size of a palm. It was embroidered with plum blossoms, and its quality surpassed those decorations on the wall. Lu Xingqian fell in love with it at first sight. Just as I walked to the desk and prepared to observe it closely, the bedroom door was opened. Hu Weiler looked at the thing in front of Lu Xingqian, took a breath, and shouted coquettishly, Don't touch it. The human body has a rebellious nature. Originally, Lu Xingqian just wanted to take a look, but was startled by the sound and put his hand on it unconsciously. The silky touch flowed into his arm like an electric current, and it felt so good. Hu Weiler blushed when she saw this, and she quickly walked forward and grabbed it. The square was scattered, and Lu Xingqian also saw its complete shape, which turned out to be a red plum blossom belly band. I'll change your bed sheets. Hu Weiler's voice was as soft as a mosquito. She stuffed the belly band into the closet, took out a light blue brocade quilt cover from it, and prepared to put it on. The next second, Lu Xingqian's bony fingers grasped her wrist, stopping her movements. Ah, Chen! Hu Weiler's voice trembled. He hooked her chin with his other hand, and looked directly into her evasive beautiful eyes with his dark pupils, and teased in a lazy tone, What are you thinking about? Hu Weiler looked at the smiling face on his lips and instantly realized that she had overreacted and was being teased by this bad boy. She glared at him angrily and said in a serious tone, Aiken, stop it. I know what you are thinking, but we really can't. If I really agree, I will be harming you. Lu Xingchen looked at her deeply, pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed, slowly took out the red plum blossom belly band from the cabinet, kneaded it, and said lightly, "Let's talk about business. Did you make this yourself?" "Of course, you give it to me quickly." Seeing her underwear being casually fiddled with by him, Hu Weiler was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her face. She reached out to grab it back, but was stopped by Lu Xingchen. He turned his head and looked at her directly, his tone no longer teasing. "Sister Wire, do you want to make a lot of money? Or can I make your craft worth what it deserves?" When he saw the red plum blossom fabric of the belly band, he immediately remembered the online report that the general manager of Life Medical had given him. The company's latest high-end products are aimed at top ladies. If this kind of fabric, which is worthy of being applied for as intangible cultural heritage, could be included as a gift for the product, it would not only instantly attract the attention of a group of ladies, but also allow the company's products to get on board the intangible cultural heritage inheritance ship. By then, Hu Weiler will not only be able to make a fortune from this, but she can also establish her own reputation. Then, by building a brand, she will not have to worry about not having high-end customers. This is always better than buying these little gadgets. After listening to Lu Xingchen's clear analysis and vague plan, Hu Weiler's eyes lit up. As expected of a prestigious university student, you can make a lot of money. She excitedly shook Lu Xingchen's hand. Then, I became a little worried. Can I apply for that intangible cultural heritage? Just based on the texture and craftsmanship of your bright brocade, and your clear inheritance, you will definitely succeed. Lu Xingchen gently wiped the plum blossom pattern on the red plum blossom bellyband with his fingertips, full of confidence. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'm not afraid of failure. I can't be any worse than now." Hu Weiler raised a trusting smile. Perhaps it is because Hu Weiler has seldom gone out in recent years, so although she is in her 30s, her skin is extremely delicate. Her face was fair with a rosy complexion, and her cheeks were flushed with shyness, and her eyes were charming and alluring. Lu Xingchen was stunned for a moment. "Sister Wire, you are so beautiful. There is no woman who doesn't like a sincere compliment." Hearing this, Hu Weiler noticed Lu Xingchen's straight eyes, tapped his forehead lightly with her fingertips, and chuckled. "You were so smart just now, but now you act like a fool." Lu Xingchen raised his hands and grabbed her waist. Hu Weiler was caught off guard and crashed into his chest. Just as she was about to struggle to get up, she heard a whisper in her ear. "Let me hug you." The tone was very light, but it had an irresistible magic. Hu Weiler leaned on his chest, listening to Lu Xingchen's pounding heartbeat, feeling the burning palm around her waist, her eyes gradually becoming blurred. Chapter 70. What is a stepfather? Realizing that Lu Xingchen was about to have some bad intentions, Hu Weiler rarely showed any rationality. "No, it's fine." Hu Weiler leaned in his arms, grabbed his hand, and begged in a low voice. Lu Xingchen stared at her for 2 seconds, his tone gentle and wanton. "Sister Wire, can I take care of you from now on?" Hu Weiler remained silent, took away Lu Xingchen's hand, and stared at him with her sparkling eyes, the struggle in her eyes evident. "It's okay, then take your time. If you want to get a beauty, don't you have to let Xingxing recognize me as her stepfather first?" Lu Xingchen raised his hand and gently combed her scattered bangs, teasing. "I haven't seen you for a few years. You've become bolder and more talkative. You must have deceived a lot of girls." When Hu Weiler heard the word stepfather, she rolled her eyes at him shyly, gently punched his chest, and said coquettishly. Lu Xingchen pretended to be aggrieved. "No way, if it's really like what you said, then why haven't I tricked you into it yet?" Humph, he shamelessly entered someone's bedroom on the first day and hugged her so tightly. Which good man would be such a hooligan? Hu Weiler looked unconvinced. Suddenly, a light cough came from the second bedroom. You go to bed early, I'll go see Xingxing." Hu Weiler immediately got out of his arms, turned back to give him some instructions, and left the master bedroom. Although he could force Hu Weiler to stay, Lu Xingchen did not do so. After all, the task triggered by the system this time was to win her heart and experience the tenderness of a young woman. Although he could sleep with her, it would be harmful to the task. Besides, he wouldn't mind a day or two. Just treat Hu Xingxing well these few days, then. An active young woman is gentle and considerate, and there is no risk of violating the woman's will. Get it? Lu Xingchen lay alone on Hu Weiler's bed without changing the sheets. The fragrance soon filled his nose and he fell asleep in a daze. At noon the next day, Lu Xingchen was still in an unconscious state. He just felt his nose itchy and was about to sneeze. He opened his eyelashes slightly and saw a pretty little girl holding something that looked like a cat toy, standing by the bed, staring at him with interest. Lu Xingqian, whose brain was not working, was stunned. He opened his dark pupils and looked at her directly. When did he have a child in his family? Brother, why are you in my mother's room? The crisp baby voice instantly hit Lu Xingqian's mind. Looking around, scenes from last night flashed through his mind, and he realized that he was in Hu Weiler's room. Are you Xingqing? Lu Xingqian asked tentatively. Hu Xingqing looked at the big brother on her mother's bed with her round eyes in confusion, and frowned curiously. Hey, how does brother know Xingqing's name? After getting a positive answer, Lu Xingqian showed a smile as warm as spring breeze on his face and stretched lazily. Of course I know, because I am your father. But mom said that dad is dead? Stepfather. What is a stepfather? Ahem, a stepfather is someone who can let you live in a princess room, buy dolls and My Little Pony, wear pretty clothes, and eat spicy noodles, cola, fried chicken, and hamburgers. Lu Xingqian cleared his throat and explained solemnly. When he saw Hu Xingqing's eyes suddenly light up and a look of happiness yet fear of happiness appeared on her face, he knew it was a sure thing. No little girl could resist these things, especially My Little Pony. Really, really? Is there really a My Little Pony? There are also spicy noodles and cola, ha ha ha. Halfway through her speech, Hu Xingqing could no longer suppress the smile on her face. She turned her back, shrank her neck and covered her mouth with her hands to laugh. She laughed for a long time before turning around and looking at Lu Xingqian with burning eyes. So, will my brother be good to my mother in the future? Xingqing only wants one My Little Pony card, and my brother will give the rest of his money to my mother, because it is too hard for her to make money alone. When Lu Xingqian saw how well behaved she was, his heart almost melted. He reached out and pinched her little face, and said lovingly, "Don't save, your stepfather is rich, and your mother won't have to work so hard if she follows me in the future." When Hu Xingqing heard this, her eyes lit up and she jumped for joy. Great! She thought that this stepfather was already sleeping in her mother's room, so her mother must like him. Besides, he seemed to be very rich and would not look down on her as a burden. He was also handsome, so she would not lose herself to the other girls in her class at the parent-teacher meetings. Most importantly, he bought her a My Little Pony card. Stepdad is awesome. Who? Xing. Xing. A voice without any emotion came from the door. Hu Xingqing looked at her mother standing at the door with a gloomy face, who was about to explode with anger. She was so scared that she stood at attention, waiting for her mother's scolding. The next second, a dark shadow stood bravely in front of her. Then, the mother, who was about to get furious at the door, was picked up by her stepfather with both hands. Xingqing, run fast, your stepfather is holding her back. Lu Xingqian glanced at the blushing Hu Weiler in his arms, turned his back to Hu Xingqing, and shouted in a teasing tone. Hu Xingqing had no idea what Lu Xingqian was thinking. She looked up at her tall stepfather with shining eyes. Her stepfather is so great, she accepts him as her stepfather. She moved quickly, running out with her short legs, closing the door thoughtfully, and quickly ran back to her room. When Lu Xingqian heard the door closing, the corners of his lips curled slightly, and he secretly praised in his heart, "Good Xingqing." "What stepfather? Stop talking nonsense and put me down quickly," Hu Weiler urged. This posture was too embarrassing, not to mention that Lu Xingqian had no clothes on his upper body, and her hands were just clamped on his abdominal muscles, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Lu Xingqian lowered his eyes and glanced at the blushing Hu Weiler, then gently placed her on the bed, supported himself with his arms on both sides, and leaned over to look directly at her. "Xingqing has accepted it, so I will definitely be the stepfather." His tone was extremely scoundrel. "You lied to a 7-year-old kid, and you're still so proud of yourself." Hu Weiler shyly looked away and said coquettishly. Lu Xingqian's eyes subconsciously fell on the lips that were shining with water, and he licked his dry lips. The next second, Hu Weiler widened her eyes and looked at Lu Xingqian, who was so close to her, in disbelief. Lu Xingqian's usual technique: lung capacity training. Rogue. Oh, there are even more outrageous ones. You'd better be prepared. I will stay here during the National Day holiday as a reward for my support for your career. 10 minutes later, Lu Xingqian looked at Hu Weiler, whose cheeks were flushed and whose expression was resentful but a little excited, and picked up the shirt from the side. "Leave the door open for me at night, and I want to hold you in my arms as I sleep tonight." Lu Xingqian put on his shirt and said to Hu Weiler in a more aggressive manner. Judging from her lack of resistance just now, he felt that the task might not even take 7 days. "Don't even think about it. Go away and don't come back." Hu Weiler saw the smug expression on Lu Xingqian's face and kicked him in shame and anger. The next second, her chin was lifted up again, and she immediately closed her eyes in embarrassment. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. When I opened my eyes, I saw Lu Xingqian's teasing look. Hurry up, 2 lung capacity training sessions at noon had surprisingly amazing results. Chapter 71, Meeting an Old Classmate. Looking at the red-faced and breathless Hu Weiler, Lu Xingqian really wanted to execute her on the spot. The two of them struggled for a while, and after he took advantage of her, he walked out satisfied. Although the equity transfer has not been completed, it has been set in stone that Lu Xingqian will become the new behind-the-scenes boss of the Zakair Hotel. The service industry has no statutory holidays, especially as the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day are combined. The Zakair Hotel is packed with customers during this period. Today, as it's the last day of September and it's not too busy, I'd like to meet with the middle and senior management of the hotel and inspect the place. Driving the Apollo Lily on the outer ring road, Lu Xingqian's fingers placed outside were slightly bent. TSK, that is far from it. Thinking back to Hu Weiler's surging emotions just now, he withdrew his hand in disappointment. With plump buttocks, thin waist, fair and tender skin, and full of the unique charm of a mature woman, he can't wait for the night to come. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of Zakair Hotel, the parking attendant came up to me enthusiastically. Then a beautiful waitress in black silk uniform walked out of the lobby, her voice gentle and kind. Sir, do you have an appointment? Lu Xingqian saw people coming and going in the lobby through the revolving door of the hotel. He was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, are there so many rich people? Sir, you are joking. It is only like this during the National Day holiday. However, the service, catering and infrastructure of our Zakair Hotel are top-notch in the country, so naturally there will be more people. The waitress' tone was full of pride and honor, but there was no feeling that the store was bullying customers. Instead, it made Lu Xingqian feel very comfortable and inexplicably gave him a sense of trust. Lu Xingqian was very satisfied with this. Sir, if you don't have a reservation, you need to wait here for a while. If there is a suitable room, we will do our best to arrange it for you. If not, we will also recommend a better manor hotel nearby based on your needs. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Xingqian's eyes. Is the manor hotel you recommended also yours? No, but sir, you can rest assured that all the hotels on our Zakair Hotel recommendation list have undergone strict review. If you have any questions, you can call the Zakair Hotel's complaint hotline and we will help you solve them. He followed the direction of the waitress's finger and looked at a striking large LED screen in the lobby. Above is a dynamic image of the layout of the Zakair Hotel, as well as a prominently displayed complaint phone number. It has to be said that Zakair Hotel is worthy of being the top manor hotel in High City and a place where the rich spend their money. In the vast manor, you can find everything from food, clothing, housing, transportation, entertainment, culture, to amusement facilities. You can think of it, but you can't find it here. The only downside to the whole hotel is that it's expensive. Looking at the hotel features scrolling from time to time on the big screen, they cost tens of thousands of yuan. The cheapest hotel room starts at 88,888, not to mention the food and beverage. Sir, do you need me to get a number for you? Even though Lu Xingqian hesitated for so long, the waitress kept her standard smile, and her movements and expressions gave people a sense of affinity and comfort, which gave people a feeling of high-end service. As expected, waitresses have a net worth of millions, and it is only right for them to earn so much money. Well, help me get a number. Okay, this way please. After a while, a multifunctional bracelet appeared on Lu Xingqian's wrist. He was arranged to sit on an exclusive sofa and wait patiently. I have to say that the service at the Zakair Hotel is very good, and the scenery is great even in the waiting area. Lu Xingqian leaned on the sofa, and with a side glance he could see the lush mountain scenery in the distance. From time to time, the waiters in the special area would refill his tea or bring him some small cakes. Looking around, the hotel's waiters, both male and female, are very good looking. If we talk about the special features of the tea house, the service in the waiting area is much better than those tea houses that cost 3,999 yuan outside. However, there is a threshold to enjoy this kind of service. Lu Xingqian saw it when he entered the manor just now. Only those with a capital verification of more than 2 million can enter. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from the side. Lu Xingqian. His gaze immediately shifted from the distant forest to the room, and he looked around. A woman with above-average looks, elegantly dressed but with an average figure, heavy makeup and a strong scent of perfume walked in quickly from the door of the lounge. She looked about the same age as Lu Xingchen, but her behavior revealed a sleek, mature, and scathing temperament of an older person. Li Wei? When Lu Xingchen saw the woman sitting on the sofa in front of him without any courtesy, he was stunned. Then the strong smell of perfume that flowed into his nose made him frown slightly. Li Wei was his former high school classmate, and they didn't have much interaction in normal times, but at the graduation party that day, she suddenly confessed to him. Jiang Qingyan was pretty good at the time, so Lu Xingchen naturally rejected her. I never saw him again after that, but I didn't expect to see him here 2 years later. It's just that she has changed a lot. Now she wears heavy makeup and smells of strong perfume, and she doesn't look as youthful and pure as before. Lu Xingchen, I knew it was you at first glance. I heard that you were admitted to Shuangdan University before. This time I came to High City, I was thinking about whether I could meet you again. I didn't expect that you could come here. On the surface, Li Wei looked like old classmates reminiscing about the past and laughing, but there was no hiding the sarcasm in her words. She glanced up and down at Lu Xingchen, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, with a completely controlled expression. Why is Jiang Qingyan not here? Weren't you two the best friends back then? After hearing these words, Lu Xingchen no longer had the desire to reminisce with his old classmates. He raised his eyelashes, lowered his eyes and glanced at her, his voice as cold as frost. We are all adults and have our own lives. Don't you need to queue up? The order to leave is already very obvious, it's just like saying I don't want to talk to you anymore. Hearing Lu Xingchen's words, Li Wei's eyes flashed with anger. She stopped pretending and the smile on her face fell directly, with a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth. Glancing at the people around him, he whispered, Lu Xingchen, don't think I don't know why you are here today? I have learned about your family situation. The once cold and aloof university bully is now doing this kind of thing. Rich woman as food is not tasty. Besides, you don't want your parents to know that you are doing this, right? This is my phone number. Call me when you are done. I will support you with my husband's money. I will treat you well, but you also have to change your bad temper. I hope you can be a good boy. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Wei left a business card and strode out of the lounge. She was a client who had made an appointment in advance, but she came in because she happened to see Lu Xingchen when she passed by here. Lu Xingchen looked at the name tag on the table in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She mistook him for a duck. Lu Xingchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that more than 2 years had passed and she still didn't give up on him. However, the two of them were destined to be parallel lines. Simply put, Li Wei's appearance was not good enough, even Jiang Qingyan couldn't catch up. Even if the lights were turned off, he, who was obsessed with appearance, couldn't stand it. Mr. Lu. A scream came from the door again, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 72 I Like My Stepfather. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie was standing at the door, his eyes full of surprise. Manager. The waiters in the lounge greeted in unison, but the middle-aged man ignored them and walked straight to Lu Xingchen. He quickly glanced at Lu Xingchen's face and confirmed that he was satisfied, then he breathed a sigh of relief. He bent down and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Li Xiang, the reception manager of the hotel. The general manager was waiting to greet you at the door, not expecting you to have come in. Did you feel uncomfortable with the reception? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Xingchen, who was extremely young, and asked worriedly about the area he was in charge of. Lu Xingchen looked at him with deep eyes and said with a smile, Very good. Let us go. I don't have to queue. His identity had been exposed, and there was no need for him to continue queuing here for the incognito visit. He stood up and raised his chin, motioning for him to lead the way. Okay, please come this way. I have already informed Mr. Ma and he should be on his way. The middle-aged man was relieved after receiving the affirmation. It seemed that the future boss should be quite satisfied with the reception part, so his job was saved. Then he opened the door for Lu Xingchen respectfully and enthusiastically. As soon as the two walked out of the lounge and reached the corner of the corridor, they saw a group of middle-aged people running towards them quickly. Lu Xingchen had seen the leader on the employee wall after entering the manor. He was Ma Jinghua, a professional manager and general manager of Zakair Hotel. Those behind him should be the senior management of Zakair Hotel. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and glanced over, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Judging from the way these people dress and manage their bodies, it can be seen that this hotel is not bad. Surprisingly, all the senior executives of the Zakair Hotel are handsome middle-aged men with high looks. The female senior executives are basically middle-aged ladies, and their every frown and smile reveal their elegant temperament. "Hello, Mr. Liu." When they arrived in front of Lu Xingchen, everyone stopped in unison and shouted in a loud voice. "Hello, I'm Lu Xingchen." He nodded slightly, with a smile on his face. Lu Xingchen received Ma Jingguo's concise and clear report on the management of Zykel Hotel last night and was very satisfied with his so-called militarized and elite service team. "I didn't expect Mr. Liu to be younger than in the photo." Familiar and polite flattery came at him, but Lu Xingchen just smiled and had some new understanding of Ma Jingguo. Lu Xingchen knew that he was retired from the army, but now it seems that he is not the kind of rigid person, like a stinky stone in a toilet. He is smooth and has a decent edge, which is indeed a good thing. At the door of the lounge, Li Wei, who had returned again to leave a spare room card for Lu Xingchen, looked at the crowded crowd at the corner. I curiously asked the waiter standing at the door, "Is there any event going on over there?" "Hello, ma'am, that's our hotel management welcoming our new boss." "New boss?" "Yes, our hotel received a sudden notice yesterday that it was acquired by someone. It is said that the new owner is very young and handsome." The waiter at the door answered politely, but his eyes kept glancing around the corner. She saw that their new boss was really handsome and young, with that waist, those legs, and those broad shoulders. He looked like the kind of man that would make people unable to get out of bed. The sisters who were serving the new boss just now are going crazy now, regretting that they didn't perform more perfectly. "Acquisition, how much does it cost?" Li Wei looked at the crowd at the corner in a daze. But this kind of person is not something she can even dream of. Even the man behind her is not as good as a leg hair of hers. Her main focus now is still on Lu Xingchen. Thinking of Lu Xingchen's figure, broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs, she dare not imagine how happy she would be if she accepted him. The old man went to find another woman and then despised her after taking advantage of her. So she found a better man who could not only give her happiness but also give the 18-year-old her a chance to vent her anger. She is so rich now, she doesn't believe that Lu Xingchen will not obey. Li Wei pushed the door open and was stunned when she saw the empty seats. "Where is the man who was sitting there just now?" The waiter who was caught in question happened to be the one who served Lu Xingchen just now. Looking at Li Wei's appearance, he thought of the boss's frown and replied with a smile, "The guest has left. Our hotel does not support the disclosure of guests' whereabouts. Please understand." She was about to speak when an impatient voice came from the other end of the corridor. "You bitch, what are you still hesitating about? You're delaying my business and we're both doomed." An old man with a Mediterranean appearance came over from a distance, grabbed her arm and walked out. Looking at Li Wei with lifeless eyes, he frowned and reminded her in a low voice, "If you serve Mr. Li and Mr. Liu well tonight, I will not care about your obsession with others and will feed you with good food and drink. If you don't serve them well, we will both be finished and your days of wealth will be over." The man gnashed his teeth in hatred when he thought of the guild that had been reported crazily. It was all because of that damned shepherd star. When Li Wei heard this, she looked coldly at the man beside her and followed him in silence. There was only one thought in her mind, that she hoped Lu Xingchen would not forget to contact her. On the other side of the corridor, Lu Xingchen, who was surrounded, accidentally caught a glimpse of the distraught Li Wei and the bloated Mediterranean man in front of him, but his eyes did not fluctuate. From the first time he met Li Wei and her nouveau riche temperament, he guessed this situation. "Mr. Liu, do you know him?" "I don't know him." Lu Xingchen didn't have such bad intentions, and brushed it off lightly. "It's getting late, Mr. Liu, why don't we go eat first and then we can make the report?" Lu Xingchen had no objection to this arrangement. He turned around and took the exclusive elevator for the hotel's upper floors with Ma Jingguo leading the way. As the elevator got higher and higher, Lu Xingchen overlooked the panoramic view of Zykel Hotel estate through the elevator glass. It was dusk, and the golden glow of the setting sun covered the entire manor. Ferris wheel, roller coaster, castle, lake, swan, bamboo forest, ancient style house and so on, all the beautiful things are dotted around the manor, with different styles but extremely harmonious. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but take a photo and sent it to Hu Weiler. "Lu Xingchen, at this moment, I am thinking of you." Hu Weiler, who had just finished processing an online store express delivery, heard a special reminder tone and turned on her mobile phone. Seeing these sweet words, my face blushed. He glanced at the sky filled with sunset glow, then looked at the double bed in his bedroom, his eyes flashing slightly. She glanced with her beautiful eyes at her daughter who was happily playing with her My Little Pony flashcards, hesitated for a moment, and asked nervously and expectantly, "Xingxing, what do you think of the big brother during the day?" Hu Xingxing blinked her big eyes, stared at the card that flashed across her hand, thought for a while, looked up at her mother with a smile, "I like my stepdaddy." No, don't talk nonsense, call me brother. Hu Weiler blushed, and when she mentioned her brother she inexplicably thought of last night, and she pursed her lips in silence. Chapter 73 The Sound of the Toilet Partition. 10 p.m. Lu Xingchen finally finished the meeting, which lasted more than 3 hours, exhausted. I have gained a preliminary understanding of the Zakair Hotel's advanced development plan, operating rules and regulations, and future development plan. He was quite satisfied with Ma Jinghua as the general manager and did not interfere too much. When most people had left, Lu Xingchen looked at the remaining core management and tapped the mahogany table with his fingertips. After a long time, in the anxious eyes of everyone, Lu Xingchen smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, it's a good thing. Manager Ma, I can give out 5% of my shares, and you can create a set of equity incentive benefits for all employees." After hearing these words, the 5 core managers present all raised their heads in surprise. The total value of Zakair Hotel is now over 10 billion yuan, and 5% of the shares are worth at least 800 million yuan. Moreover, the shares are value preserving and can be used as welfare. It can only be said that Mr. Lu is very rich. However, it can also be seen that Mr. Lu is very good at controlling people's hearts. Although Zakair Hotel now adheres to the principle of building a militarized elite service team with high welfare and high treatment, employees are working for the boss after all. If employees have a tiny share, I believe the staff turnover rate and work enthusiasm of employees will be greatly improved. How can you be lazy when you are working for yourself? Mr. Lu, you understand me. Ma Jinghua was moved to tears. He has been working at the Zakair Hotel since he was discharged from the army, and has worked his way up from the bottom to his current position as a professional manager. It can be said that he has long regarded this place as his home, and he hopes that the employees below can treat this place as their own. He had mentioned the issue of shares to the boss behind the scenes before, but got no response at all. He didn't expect that the arrival of Mr. Lu would hit him right in the heart. This is not just a young and promising boss, this is his soulmate, a soulmate who understands him. Seeing his tears in his eyes, Lu Xingchen was stunned. Is it really that serious? Lu Xingchen chuckled and said in a teasing tone, "I haven't finished yet, don't cry when I finish. You are so old. In addition to the employees' 5%, I can also give out 5% of the equity, but it is not given for free. I have to pay money to exchange it for it according to the current market valuation." After hearing what he said just now, everyone present just admired Lu Xingchen, but now this matter concerns their own interests. The pupils of the 5 people present shrank slightly. According to market valuation? The vice president in charge of business and publicity asked in disbelief. They are the core management of Zakair Hotel, so they naturally know how big the gap is between the real value of Zakair Hotel and its market valuation. It can be said that if each person purchased 1% of the shares according to the market valuation, each person would have made at least 30 million for free. And in the future, they will get 1% of the dividends from the Zakair Hotel every year. You should know that the annual net profit of Zakair Hotel is at least over 1 billion, which means that they can get 10 million dividends every year, which is equivalent to half of the annual salary. Unsatisfied? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows and teased with a smile. Satisfied, satisfied. Whoever is not satisfied, I will deal with him tonight. Ma Jinghua immediately took over the conversation and swore, which was rare. Lu Xingchen stood up with a smile, patted Ma Jinghua on the shoulder, and said in a relaxed tone, "Okay, it's getting late, I should go too, make the plan as soon as possible, and then we can hold the equity incentive and annual meeting together. Work hard, the more the hotel earns, the more you will earn in the future, and we will prosper together. No need to send it." After saying that, Lu Xingchen waved his hand, called a waitress, and asked her to take him downstairs. In the huge conference room, the 5 core managers of Zakair Hotel looked at Lu Xingchen's disappearing back at the door and looked at each other. This young Mr. Lu looks young, but he has extraordinary skills. That's right. But they are willing to give up 10% of the shares. Much better than the so-called wealthy heir before. This trick really works. I, a man in my 40s, am full of enthusiasm and want to work hard for Mr. Lu. 1% of the shares. As long as Mr. Lu doesn't mess around, this share can become a family heirloom. Several people were discussing enthusiastically, their passion for work and their vision for the future evident in their words. Why is old Ma silent? What is he thinking about? As soon as this was said, everyone looked up at Ma Jinghua. Ma Jinghua's eyes were slightly red at this time, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes from time to time. Regretfully, I forgot to ask if Mr. Lu is single. My little daughter will be an adult soon. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, wolf-like green light flashed in the eyes of everyone present. Those who had daughters all had meaningful smiles on their faces, while those who didn't have daughters all beat their heads and stamped their feet, regretting not having another daughter. Lu Xingchen didn't know yet that he had been targeted by the group of old guys upstairs as a son-in-law. At this time, he had just taken the elevator to the first-floor lobby, looking forward to returning to Hu Weiler's small home in the suburbs, as it was getting late. While waiting for the hotel staff to drive the car back to the door, he suddenly had to go to the toilet because he had to pee. Just unbuckled my belt and prepared to take on the downpour. Suddenly, intermittent sounds came from the cubicle behind him. After taking a look at the layout, Lu Xingchen confirmed that this was the men's restroom. He shook his head and chuckled. The desire to return to Hu Weiler's home is even more urgent. Hearing this sound, Lu Xingchen's heart burned with evil fire. He reacted instinctively and couldn't pee even though he had to. Fortunately, the sound stopped in less than a minute, and Lu Xingchen was able to relieve his urgency to urinate. Just as I was about to wash my hands, I saw through the glass mirror on the sink that the door of a partition behind me was slightly opened, and a person wearing Zykel hotel clothing walked out of the partition. Lu Xingchen, who was ready to watch the fun, suddenly darkened his face. If the guests didn't care and it was just a kind of fun, but the hotel staff actually did such a thing, which was clearly in violation of the rules. What's your name? Which department do you work for? Lu Xingchen raised his eyes and stared through the mirror at the employee who was obviously frightened, and questioned in a low voice. The employee didn't expect that there was someone there. He had clearly stopped for a long time and there was no movement. Could it have come in when the toilet was flushed? After looking up and down at Lu Xingchen's clothes, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his young face. He should be a rich second generation whose family has some money, so he has nothing to be afraid of. Kid, stop meddling in other people's business and just have fun. It'll be good for everyone. As he said that, he turned around and pulled out a panicked woman from the toilet and urged her, "Go quickly, go back and tell him that I am very satisfied, and we can talk about that matter." Seeing the woman walking out of the partition, Lu Xingchen wiped the water droplets off his hands, and a hint of surprise and disgust flashed in his eyes. Lu Xingchen. Why are you here? Li Wei, whose face was flushed, was dragged out. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Lu Xingchen in front of the sink. She screamed with a trembling voice and an ugly expression. Chapter 74 figured it out? She didn't expect that the person outside was Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen caught her at her most embarrassing moment, and she stood there in a daze. The hotel employee looked a little flustered when he heard the scream. He whispered angrily, "What are you doing? Go away, or you can forget about it." Then he looked up and glared at Lu Xingchen. Since he knew this woman, it seemed that she was not from a wealthy family. He warned him confidently, "Boy, since you know her, don't meddle in other people's business. Take her out and pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend. You will get a discount when you mention my name here in the future. Okay, let's go." Hearing the hurried footsteps outside, the hotel employee pushed Li Wei to Lu Xingchen's side and pretended to be nothing and tidied his clothes. Looking at the woman who ran in, he flattered her in a fawning manner, "Sister Sue, it's okay, the young couple is just having some fun." After explaining, he turned around and gave the two of them a warning look, with his back to the waitress who was leading Lu Xingchen. The waitress saw Lu Xingchen's expressionless face, then glanced at the woman next to him who was standing there in a daze with a red face, and instantly figured out what was going on. How could a woman who was not even as good as most grassroots waiters enter the eyes of the handsome and wealthy Mr. Lu? He took 2 steps forward respectfully, bowed and said, "Mr. Lu, Manager Ma will be down soon. He will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to what happened here today." Seeing Sister Sue, the role model of the waiters at Zakair Hotel, being so respectful to Lu Xingchen, the hotel employee named Li was completely numb, knowing that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Mr. Lu, are you the Mr. Lu who acquired the Zakair Hotel?" The hotel employee muttered to himself twice, and suddenly looked up at Lu Xingchen, who was younger than him, in disbelief. When Li Wei, who was standing next to him, heard this, she suddenly turned her head to look at Lu Xingchen, who did not deny it, with a look of surprise on her face. 10 minutes later, Lu Xingchen was in a temporary box, looking at Ma Jinghua and others who had hurried over, with a look of surprise on his face. "Is this what you call a militarized elite service team?" He was also a little angry. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. He didn't care about some insignificant mistakes, but he could not tolerate such dirty things happening in the name of a hotel. Lu Xingchen began to question, and Ma Jinghua felt very ashamed. In the 10 minutes since he came down from upstairs, he had already investigated the entire incident and its causes and consequences. This employee named Lou and his uncle, Manager Lee, who was in charge of entry checks, took benefits from an online guild and asked the guild's wife to serve them as a condition for allowing people who did not meet their guild qualifications to enter the hotel to film. And this has happened twice. Ma Jinghua, who could not tolerate any sand in his eyes, became furious and fired the 2 people and the related staff who did not take action on the spot, and held them accountable for legal liability. The entire Zykel Hotel has also started self-inspection, and the overall situation is good. After giving the solution, Lu Xingchen looked at the time and realized that it was already late. He didn't have time to deal with these troublesome things with them. His salary and shares were not so easy to get, so he gave instructions to Ma Jinghua and stood up to leave. It's already past 11 o'clock. What if Hu Weiler falls asleep when he gets back? How can he get in without the key? Lu Xingchen, yes, I'm sorry, I just can't accept it. Seeing Lu Xingchen standing up, Li Wei, who was standing beside him, hurriedly apologized. She was apologizing for her malicious speculation about him just now. Looking at Lu Xingchen's tall back and the fawning hotel executives around him, her youthful reluctance slowly dissipated. He will always be such a dazzling person, and the 2 of them will only be parallel lines that will never intersect. Lu Xingchen paused, lowered his eyes and looked at the dejected Li Wei, feeling a little emotional in his heart, and said lightly, "It doesn't matter, the hotel will hold that man accountable. It depends on you whether you can grasp the opportunity and live a good life in the second half of your life. And you were pretty good before. I hope you can live your own life in the future, old classmate." After saying that, he walked out of the box. After hearing the last sentence, Li Wei collapsed in her chair and burst into tears, but there was a hint of longing for her future life in her distracted eyes. Later, because of this sentence, she lived a new life. She returned to the small town where she used to live and became a wealthy woman who lived a carefree and happy life. Lu Xingchen naturally didn't know how her words had affected Li Wei. She wasn't a bad person to him, just a stranger in the crowd. She said that out of consideration for their friendship as old classmates. At this moment, he was driving the cool Apollo Li, speeding on the empty outer ring road at midnight in the morning, speeding towards Hu Weiler's house at a speed of 120 miles per hour. It took more than an hour to get there, but only 45 minutes to get back. The gorgeous car drove into the secluded community. Seeing that a Volkswagen worth more than 100,000 yuan was parked in the parking space yesterday, he didn't think much about it and parked the car directly in the parking space on the side of the road. After getting off the car, Lu Xingchen looked up at the dark residential building and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Judging from the situation, she should be asleep. Forget it, I won't disturb you when you're asleep. Lu Xingchen sighed and talked to himself. Suddenly, the VX special reminder message alert sounded on the mobile phone. "Hu Weiler, is that you, the car light downstairs?" In the bedroom, Hu Weiler was wearing pajamas and looking at the car lights flashing outside the window. She still couldn't help but send a message to Lu Xingchen. It was almost 1 a.m. now, and she should have fallen asleep long ago. But when I closed my eyes today, all I could think of was Lu Xingchen's words, "Leave the door open at night and I want to hold you in my arms as you sleep." As a result, she couldn't fall asleep the whole time, wondering if Lu Xingchen was joking or not. After waiting for a long time, there was no reply, and Hu Weiler couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But the next second, a voice call came in. "Do you miss me?" There was an indecent and teasing chuckle from the other end of the phone. As soon as she heard it, she knew it was the voice of Lu Xingchen, the gangster. "Rogue." Hu Weiler said something coquettishly and hung up the phone decisively. Lu Xingchen looked at the hung-up phone in confusion, then looked up and saw that a light was on in a house on that floor. Not long after, Hu Weiler, wearing only pajamas, appeared at the door of the unit. "How can you park your car here? There is an empty parking space over there." The moment Hu Weiler saw Lu Xingchen, she smiled from the bottom of her heart. She got carried away today and spent a lot of money to buy a parking space specifically for Lu Xingchen's sports car. If the car was scratched by some naughty kid on the roadside, she would be heartbroken. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and looked at Hu Weiler, who was wearing silky pajamas and had the temperament of a young woman, and reached out to hold her in his arms. "Miss me?" He lowered his eyes and stared at her beautiful eyes, and asked in a low voice. The hormones hit her nose and Hu Weiler's cheeks turned slightly red. She was too shy to look into his aggressive eyes and only hummed softly. Chapter 75 True Feelings Revealed. Lu Xingchen's breathing was a little rapid, his eyes were dim. He gently patted Hu Weiler and said in an urgent tone, "I'll park the car, we'll go home now." The burning and tingling sensation in her back made Hu Weiler's pretty face turn red with shame, and she rolled her eyes at Lu Xingchen in anger. Standing at the entrance of the apartment building, I watched him quietly park the car at the position I commanded. Looking at the parking space with green fences on both sides, Hu Weiler finally felt relieved. When she goes out to buy groceries or send express deliveries, she always hears neighbors who own cars say that there are some naughty children in the community who like to touch cars parked on the roadside, and they often can't find who scratched them. Hu Weiler looked up at the surveillance camera next to the parking space and thought, could it be that someone scratched it on purpose? What are you thinking about? After parking the car, Lu Xingchen walked over, looked at Hu Weiler, who was distracted, put his arms around her voluptuous waist, and asked softly. Hu Weiler felt the burning sensation coming from her waist, and it was as if an electric current was flowing through her heart. She leaned weakly on him and whispered, "It's nothing, let us go home." "Okay, let's go home." Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and looked at her in a little woman's posture, with a hint of anticipation at the corners of his lips. When going upstairs, Lu Xingchen was very obedient. There was not even any light in the corridor of this shabby residential building in the suburbs, and the corridor was narrow and shabby. In order to prevent the situation like yesterday from happening again, he looked at Hu Weiler, who was twisting and turning in front of him, and held back his mischievous hands. It was not until they entered the house that he could not help but hug her from behind. "What are you doing? Change your slippers first." Hu Weiler grumbled, struggled a few times, and then stayed in his arms obediently, letting him hold her. The charming body fragrance rushed into Lu Xingchen's nostrils. He closed his eyes in enjoyment and lowered his head with his chin resting on her shoulder. His breath hit her ear and he whispered softly, "Sister Weiler, why don't you move in with me? I have a villa in the city center, it's too dangerous for you to be alone here at night." "It's not dangerous. I've lived here for many years. It's okay." Hu Weiler's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she decisively rejected his proposal. "Okay, let go. I'll get you slippers." As he said that, he broke free from Lu Xingchen's arms, squatted down, and took out a pair of obviously newly bought men's slippers from the shoe cabinet. "Sit down, I'll help you change your shoes." Hu Weiler looked up at Lu Xingchen and motioned for him to sit on the stool next to the shoe cabinet. Then she slowly lifted Lu Xingchen's feet, gently helped him take off his shoes and socks, and changed him into blue home slippers. Then he stood up with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Go wash up, I'll wash your socks for you." Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. Although she was still gentle and considerate, Lu Xingchen could feel a faint sense of rejection. It seemed that after tonight, he would be kicked out and become a stranger again. "Am I too anxious?" Lu Xingchen murmured to himself in the bathroom. After all, it had only been 2 days since he and Hu Weiler met again. After wiping the water droplets off his body, Lu Xingchen glanced at his figure through the mirror. He had 8 sculpted abdominal muscles, shark-like lines that showed his manliness, and full pectoral muscles and biceps. He lowered his head slightly, and the pride at the corners of his lips became even stronger. He just didn't believe that Hu Weiler could endure him like this. After drying his body and hair hastily, he walked out of the bathroom wearing only the pajamas prepared by Hu Weiler. Why did you come out like this?" When she saw Lu Xingchen, Hu Weiler's face turned red. She swallowed silently a few times and said shyly. Seeing her look of wanting to see but being embarrassed, Lu Xingchen raised the corners of his lips and slowly walked in front of her. He raised his hand, grabbed her fair hand, gently placed it on his abdominal muscles, and drew a Tai Chi diagram. "Sister Weiler, I am willing to let you see and touch me." Lu Xingchen leaned over and stared at her like a male vixen in a gay novel, his voice low and sexy, full of temptation. "Yes, it feels good." He blurted out the answer without thinking. Hu Weiler was really fascinated by him. How could any woman not like such a sunny guy with such a good figure? But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. "Hu Weiler, you're such a liar. You're the only one who can say that. I didn't see you being able to do it when we were practicing your lung capacity." Lu Xingchen was not in a hurry, so he held her hand and practiced Tai Chi on her abdominal muscles. Enough, let me blow dry your hair." She really couldn't stand it anymore, so she stretched out her hand and pulled him into the bathroom again. She forcefully put the remaining pajamas on him, asked him to squat, and gently blew his hair. Lu Xingchen had never enjoyed such service before, and he seemed very well behaved throughout the whole process. Hu Weiler looked at Lu Xingchen, who was as obedient as a puppy after letting his hair down, and rubbed his hair lovingly. She said with a smile, "So cute, like a little puppy." "Little puppy? You will know whether it is a puppy or a wolf dog when we return to the room." Lu Xingqian raised his eyelashes and stared at her with full aggression at her collar. Hu Weiler paused slightly, pursed her lips, lowered her eyes, and blew his hair seriously without saying a word. 5 minutes later, she put the hairdryer down. She lowered her eyes to glance at Lu Xingqian, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and said softly, "Go to bed." Then he turned and walked out of the bathroom, went to the side bedroom, looked at Hu Xingqian, turned and walked into the master bedroom. Lu Xingqian felt her strong emotional changes and followed her silently. I looked around the room under the dim night light and saw that there was only one quilt on the large double bed. Hu Weiler had already lain down in the bed, with her back facing the door, so her facial expression could not be seen clearly. He felt that the atmosphere was not right. It was not as ambiguous as he had imagined, but rather depressing. Slowly lifting a corner of the quilt, he hugged Hu Weiler from behind, slowly passing his hand under her neck, wanting her to face him. "Sister Weiler, I." Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt wetness on the back of his hand, and drops of tears fell freely onto the palm of his hand. The cautious sobbing was unusually obvious in the quiet bedroom, and even the body began to tremble slightly. "Sister Weiler, is there anything I did wrong? Tell me, I can change it, please forgive me." Lu Xingqian adhered to the basic principles of a man, apologized first when he cried, and spoke softly. After a while, Hu Weiler cried until her voice was hoarse, and she sobbed intermittently, You are right, it is my own reason. I clearly let you hold me while I sleep, but now I feel some. I understand everything. Then I'll let go and go to the living room to sleep, okay? Don't cry, I feel bad." Lu Xingqian also realized that he was too anxious to complete the task. It's only been 48 hours until 10 o'clock tonight, and Hu Weiler agreed to him, probably mostly because of the 3 million gift. As he said that, Lu Xingqian withdrew his hand from her waist, lifted the quilt, and prepared to go to the living room to spend the night. The next second, Hu Weiler suddenly turned around, hugged Lu Xingqian's waist with both hands, and said in a crying voice, "No, don't go, that's not what I meant. I want you to hold me and stay with me tonight, okay?" Chapter 76 Rewards. Lu Xingqian's eyes dimmed. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he raised his hands to clasp her voluptuous waist, and gently stroked the corners of her eyes with his fingertips, wiping away the tears there. "Ask gently and considerately, if you have any concerns, please tell me." Hu Weiler raised her sparkling eyes, looked directly at Lu Xingqian, gritted her teeth, and spoke her heart out sincerely, I'm just afraid. After all, we've only met again for 2 days. If I throw myself into your arms like this, will you think that I'm an indecent woman?" Looking at Hu Weiler's slightly red eyes and nervous expression, Lu Xingqian gently stroked her hair and chuckled softly, "So you are worried about this? Who are you, don't I know? Besides, if anyone is being immoral, it's me who is not. I took the initiative to seduce you. Would you look down on me then?" Hu Weiler suddenly looked up, stared at him tenderly, and said coquettishly, "How could it be? I can't even begin to like you." After saying this, Hu Weiler pursed her lips, paused, buried her head in his chest, and whispered, "It's strange to say, when I see you, I feel my heart pounding, and the emptiness in my heart is instantly filled by you, and my eyes will look at you unconsciously. After you left today, your figure always appears in my mind, and I am looking forward to you coming back to be with me soon. The most important thing is, I am still a face control. You simply fit my aesthetic point. Xingxing likes you too, and I like you too." Simple and touching love words are often the most touching. Lu Xingqian was deeply moved and thought that this woman was so lovely. I placed my hot palms on her neck and rubbed it gently. I looked at her neck and ear tips that turned red instantly and found it very interesting and charming. The voice is low and sexy. "Where, I like you too, look up at me." When Hu Weiler heard this, she looked up obediently, her eyes charming and blurred, which was very captivating. Seeing Hu Weiler's obedient look, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, his breathing became heavier, and his fingertips gently fell on her rosy lips. "Weiler, you still owe me 10,000 calls of brother, so pay me back a little tonight, okay?" Brother. The voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but it completely ignited the powder keg in Lu Xingqian's heart. He had been feeling very depressed these past few days, and at this moment, he couldn't bear it any longer. "Weiler, I will take care of you from now on, fill the emptiness in your heart, and give you full of happiness. Call me husband. Husband." 3 hours later, Lu Xingqian walked out of the bathroom with a smug look on his face, holding Hu Weiler in his arms, and gently covered her with a blanket while she was sleeping. He quietly closed the door, went to the balcony in the living room, and smoked a cigarette. Sure enough, Hu Weiler's charm as a young woman is far beyond what Yao Yan can currently compare to. Most importantly, Lu Xingqian has feelings for her, and simple desire is far from enough. As for Yao Yan, he was just satisfying her physical needs and spending a tiny amount of money on her, simply maintaining her relationship. Lu Xingchen suddenly thought of Bai Qianqian. Perhaps the desire for affection is the highest realm of a scumbag, and also the most enjoyable state. Gradually, Lu Xingchen's plans for the future became clearer and clearer, and the soft Zhonghua cigarette in his hand was almost finished. I took a deep breath of fresh air and was just about to go to the bathroom to rinse my mouth when the system's wonderful task completion notification sound rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task ahead of schedule. In just 2 days, you have won Hu Weiler's heart and enjoyed the young woman's extreme tenderness. Through this strategy mission, the host has successfully realized that a man can only be happy if he has feelings. He knows the beauty of a young woman at a young age and has cultivated the girl into a treasure. Congratulations to the host for having realized the most important half of the character of a rich man. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission rewards, Tianfu No. 1 Villa, Top Supercar Koenigsegg 1. System rewards have been distributed through reasonable channels, please check carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, the panoramic view of Tianfu No. 1 Villa appeared in Lu Xingchen's mind. The low-key and luxurious modern villa is located in the top villa area in High City. Looking out is the Bund, and looking in is the most luxurious commercial street. The villa is fully equipped, and all of them are top-notch home furnishings customized privately. In the large living room on the first floor, a red house deed and a bunch of keys were placed on the coffee table. The sight shifted again, and I saw the world's top supercar Koenigsegg 1 parked in the villa's garage. The body lines are light and agile, yet powerful and smooth. The silver-white body is dotted with some orange lines and black intersections, showing the artistry and charm of the silver body. The meticulously crafted interior is designed with every detail in mind. It is luxurious and exquisite yet not ostentatious, making people feel very comfortable at first glance. So fucking handsome. Lu Xingchen was so excited by what he saw. If it wasn't too far away from here and what had just happened with Hu Weiler, he might have gone to experience the charm of a top-notch supercar worth hundreds of millions. As for the Apollo IE downstairs, Lu Xingchen had long forgotten about it. In the middle of the night, 2 priceless top rewards once again made Lu Xingchen excited. He didn't even bother to rinse his mouth and ran excitedly into the master bedroom. You are just like an old ox in the field. Hu Weiler, who was awakened, looked at Lu Xingchen, who was full of interest and a daze, yawned and complained, but still took the initiative to cooperate despite her sleepiness. Perhaps it was because the luxury house and supercar had too much influence on men that Lu Xingchen didn't calm down until dawn. At around 1 p.m., Hu Xingchen, who had already gotten up and washed up, was sitting at the desk in the living room doing her holiday homework. Gurgle gurgle. She rubbed her flat belly resentfully, glanced at the master bedroom door which was still tightly closed, and did not disturb them. Mom told her yesterday not to disturb her uncle when he was sleeping. Looking down at the My Little Pony flashcard next to her, she sighed helplessly. Forget it, who asked him to buy the card for me? At this moment, in the master bedroom, Hu Weiler, who had just slept for less than 5 hours, suddenly woke up. Looking at the arm pressing on his neck, he helplessly rolled his eyes at Lu Xingchen, who was sleeping next to him, turned his head to look at the wall clock, and was immediately startled. It's all because of this energetic man. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Xingchen must be hungry. Quietly preparing to lift Lu Xingchen's arm to get up. Lu Xingchen's heavy nasal voice sounded in her ears. Baby, I'm so sleepy, stay with me for a while. Feeling his restless hands, Hu Weiler's pretty face turned red and she shyly pushed him away. Stop it, it's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and my baby daughter is hungry because of you. Lu Xingchen raised his eyelids slightly, checked the time, yawned, put his arms around Hu Weiler, who was getting dressed, and teased lazily, what if your baby is hungry? Chapter 77, triggering the mission again. Helplessly, Hu Weiler played with Lu Xingchen for more than half an hour before he let go of her with satisfaction. Hu Weiler looked at Lu Xingchen lovingly. She raised her hand and gently stroked his chicken coop-like hair, her eyes swept over his sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, high nose bridge, and hormone-filled body. Her eyes revealed a blurred love. Her man was so handsome, she was so happy. Get up quickly and eat. Hu Weiler gently stroked his knife-like jaw, gave him a gentle instruction, then turned and walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Hu Xingchen holding her stomach and studying seriously in the living room, Hu Weiler blushed slightly. Mom, I'm hungry. When she heard the door open, Hu Xingchen immediately turned around and acted coquettishly towards her. Xingchen, wait a minute, Mom will make your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs right away. Rubbing her obedient daughter's little face, Hu Weiler felt surprisingly happy and walked into the kitchen humming a song. In the bedroom, Lu Xingchen lying on the bed felt ecstatic, savoring the wonderful feeling. Suddenly, the description of the completion of the system task yesterday emerged in his mind. His brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of thought appeared in his deep eyes. Being affectionate is the most important half of a rich man's character, so is being righteous the other half? Lu Xingchen made a bold guess. Perhaps through the prompts of this system, he can also trigger the other half of the task regarding the character of the super rich. The more Lu Xingchen thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Thinking of the musical literacy he had been rewarded for, a super rich person was definitely not just about the amount of money. So what was the difference between that and a local tycoon? The corresponding word for affection should be righteousness. Righteousness, brotherhood? No, benevolence, patriotism. After a moment, Lu Xingchen muttered to himself. Based on some task descriptions in the super rich cultivation system, Lu Xingchen felt that this guess was very likely. In addition to the absolute suppression of money, the super rich should also have a rich social reputation, otherwise how can they protect so much wealth? Ding! Loyalty and righteousness are the most important other half of a super rich person's character. A good reputation can help you thrive on the road to becoming a super rich person. A super rich person who is both loyal and righteous is a truly complete super rich person. Congratulations to the host for understanding the true meaning of the character of the godly rich, and triggering the system task benevolence and righteousness in advance. The specific content of the task needs to be triggered by the host in a specific situation, and it is a continuous task. Note: the wider the reputation of benevolence and righteousness, the higher the probability of triggering the task, and the richer the task reward. A series of system voices sounded in Lu Xingchen's mind. I didn't expect that he would guess it right. With a clear triggering mission target, Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and couldn't help but laugh. Mom, come quickly, stepdad is crazy. Suddenly, Hu Xingxing's crisp, anxious voice was heard from the door. Lu Xingchen tilted his head and looked. He didn't know when the bedroom door had been pushed open a little. Seeing Lu Xingchen's silly smile, Hu Xingxing hurried to the kitchen, pulled Hu Wire and said anxiously, Mom, go see stepdad, he seems crazy, he can't be crazy. I also want the latest issue of My Little Pony. Hu Weiler looked at her anxious daughter in confusion. Who are you saying is crazy? Stepdad is crazy. I just opened the door and was about to thank him when I saw him suddenly lying on the bed and laughing foolishly, just like the crazy queen in the TV dramas. Seeing her indifferent mother, Hu Xingxing was extremely anxious, but she still explained it clearly. Watch less TV dramas. Lu Xingchen scolded with a smile. When Hu Xingxing heard the voice, she turned around and saw Lu Xingchen, who was neatly dressed and leaning against the kitchen doorframe with a speechless look on his face. He obviously looked normal. Am I so hungry that I feel dizzy? She scratched her head in self-doubt, looking adorable and innocent. Okay, both of you, get out now, the kitchen is filled with smoke. Hu Weiler looked at this pair of funny people, rubbed her forehead helplessly, and ordered them to leave the kitchen. Lu Xingchen looked at Hu Weiler, who was wearing an apron and had a unique charm. His Adam's apple rolled and he walked straight in and hugged her from behind. He put his chin on her shoulder and whispered, I'm not afraid, I want to cook with you. The last syllable was drawn out, and after spending time together last night, Hu Weiler understood it immediately. She rolled her eyes at him silently and whispered, You are so frivolous, get out now, or you will be hungry. Hear the little ghost, hurry up and get out, or you'll be hungry soon. Lu Xingchen shamelessly blamed Hu Xingxing. I don't. Hu Xingxing was very dissatisfied and asked, Why do you stick to my mother as soon as you get here? I am not afraid of the fumes. Just as she was about to retort, she looked up and saw Lu Xingchen showing her the ordering interface for the new issue of My Little Pony blind box, and he ordered 10 large boxes and 120 small boxes. Compared to this, yesterday's set of My Little Pony flashcards pales in comparison. Hu Xingxing was instantly subdued by her stepfather. She grinned with joy and said with a flattering smile, Yes, my dear stepfather, your best daughter Hu Xingxing is very happy to obey your orders. Please use My Little Pony to knock me out. Having said that, she saluted Lu Xingchen in a formal manner, turned around and quickly ran out of the kitchen, closing the door considerately. Lu Xingchen put away his phone contentedly, and raised his chin proudly towards Hu Weiler, who was speechless beside him. This damn girl is really spoiled. Hu Weiler shook her head helplessly, but didn't say much. She was very happy that Lu Xingchen was recognized by Hu Xingxing. Although he used money to attack, it was enough. Then you should spoil me more in the future, I want to be spoiled. Lu Xingchen took advantage of the situation and hugged her from behind, his tone lazy and wanton. Feeling his restless hands, Hu Weiler rolled her eyes silently. Oh, you? Now you are spoiled. However, she did not stop him and allowed Lu Xingchen to do bad things. It took me a full hour to finish this lunch. Delicious, really delicious. At the dinner table, Lu Xingchen was eating the hot food in big mouthfuls. He was really hungry. Hu Weiler, whose face was still blushing, glared at him fiercely and stayed away from him, fearing that she would provoke this tireless man again. After eating and drinking, Lu Xingchen lay on the sofa, watching Hu Weiler cleaning the table. The feeling of happiness became concrete at this moment. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, there was a loud noise downstairs and the sirens of a group of motorcycles. Mom, Stepdad, there seems to be a quarrel downstairs. Those people are so close to Stepdad's cool sports car. Will they get scratched? Hu Xingqing, who was admiring Lu Xingchen's Apollo 1E on the balcony, shouted loudly. Hu Weiler was startled and immediately put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands. She went to the balcony and saw the supercar surrounded by a group of people below. Her heart jumped. Xiao Wu, come quickly, your husband's sports car was scratched by them. A neighbor lady downstairs saw Hu Weiler sticking her head out from upstairs and greeted her. Chapter 78. I want to give him my first screen kiss. On the sofa, Lu Xingchen frowned slightly when he heard this powerful shout. His car was parked in such a safe parking space, but there were still people who were so ignorant as to touch it. He was speechless. Then he went downstairs with the anxious Hu Weiler. It's okay, it can be fixed after shaving. Lu Xingchen gently pressed Hu Weiler's voluptuous waist with his palm and comforted her softly. He didn't care, since he had a better Koenigsegg now. However, the person who scratched his car had to pay the price. Seeing that he was about to come downstairs, Hu Weiler rolled her eyes at him, slapped his mischievous hand away, and her face slowly regained its calm. As soon as he got downstairs, Lu Xingchen looked around and saw that in addition to some old men and women, there were also some people wearing black clothes, holding cameras, flashboards and other things in their hands, like a film crew. Around Apollo Alley, a group of middle-aged women surrounded a heavily made-up woman, and there was a middle-aged man next to her who kept talking and making peace. Seeing Hu Weiler and Lu Xingchen coming down, Aunt Lu, who usually got along well with Hu Weiler, waved at them. Xiao Wu, these are the two people. When I came down, she was sitting on the front of the car. That part was dented and there were a few scratches on the front of the car. I remember you said that your man's car is very valuable and you can't let it run away. Lu Xingchen remembered this voice, the loud one just now. Seeing her enthusiastically pulling Hu Weiler, he was also very happy. The grandpas and aunties in the old community of High City were not as difficult to get along with as they were said on the internet. On the contrary, they had some of the enthusiasm of people from his hometown. TSK, this is your little man, he looks really good, no wonder he caught your eye, no wonder you looked down on the men I introduced to you before. Aunt Lu took Hu Weiler's hand, glanced at the handsome Lu Xingchen, and joked with a smile. The uncles and aunts around were talking to each other. Hu Weiler blushed with embarrassment. She went back to Lu Xingchen embarrassedly, took his hand, coughed lightly and changed the subject. Well, let's talk about the car first. Right, you forgot about this gossip. We have surveillance and recorded videos here. These two people said they were from the crew and their attitude was very arrogant. Aunt Lu spoke in a Shanghai accent and explained the whole thing clearly. She snorted at the two impatient stars over there. The protagonist of the incident, Yi Qingqing, is a second-tier celebrity who has a bit of fame, but she did not get to that position through her own ability, but by sleeping with other men. Because the drama was invested by her sponsor, she is used to being arrogant. Just now, in front of that group of backward old men and women, my fame and tricks didn't work and I suffered a lot. However, after seeing Lu Xingchen, the young and wealthy car owner, his eyes lit up and his anger instantly disappeared. She has no idea how many rich second generations like him her family has. This car is great, she wants to order it. Are you the owner of the car? Yi Qingqing pretended to be reserved, with a spoiled and willful look on her face. She knew that these rich second generations liked this feeling of conquest the most, especially female stars. My name is Yi Qingqing, please add my contact information. You also know that I am a star, and we can discuss the compensation method privately. Pretending to glance at the scratches on the car, she softened her tone and looked at Lu Xingchen with moving eyebrows while speaking. Compensation, huh? Privately, I don't know whether he is willing to let me compensate him. Yi Qingqing looked at Lu Xingchen who was silent, thinking that he recognized her and was deeply fascinated by her. I walked forward slowly, and said in a pretentious voice, I know I was wrong today, but I just like this car so much that I just wanted to take a photo. I will definitely make my brother satisfied with the compensation. As she spoke, she took 2 steps forward, bent down, and was about to bow, but she deliberately pulled the collar on her chest, revealing a dazzling white. Literally, the foundation on it is really glaring, without any of Weiler's charm. People from the insurance company and Apollo after sales service will be here soon. I don't need to add you on WeChat. My lawyer will discuss compensation with you. Lu Xingchen pulled Weiler back 2 steps with disgust, his voice as cold as frost. Yi Qingqing didn't seem to expect Lu Xingchen to be so boring. Wasn't her hint obvious enough? She looked up at Lu Xingchen's sunny, youthful face in dressing style. He should still be a college student. No wonder he didn't know anything about the entertainment industry. She adjusted her mentality instantly, took a step forward, clamped her voice, and said in a charming way, "Brother, don't be so heartless. How about we talk about compensation tonight? I only want to talk to my handsome brother." Bah, vixen. The loud-voiced Aunt Lu made a sarcastic remark without disguising her feelings. Weiler's face also darkened, and for the first time she shouted angrily in a deep voice, "You have 2 kilograms of powder on your face, and a layer of it falls off when you move. You don't have much flesh on your body. My man is not blind, and I will call the police if you continue to harass me unreasonably." After being scolded, Yi Qingqing looked at the radiant and graceful Weiler, her teeth chattering with anger, but she could do nothing. Because the man she wanted to seduce looked like my wife protecting me and doting on me, and it was obvious at first glance that he was not a lustful rich second-generation dude. With a cold snort, she was about to leave, leaving the rest to her own assistant to handle. Lu Xingchen glanced at a person who was recording with his mobile phone among the crowd watching the excitement in the crew over there, and warned him coldly, "If anyone maliciously edits what happened today and posts it online, I will pursue legal responsibility and make sure you can't survive in High City." Yi Qingqing paused for a moment, a hint of viciousness flashed in her eyes, and she left in silence. Because of this incident, and the fact that their filming did bring a lot of inconvenience to the community, the neighborhood committee directly rejected their 50,000 yuan cooperation proposal and kicked them out. At the gate of the community, the popular film queen Fengling was sitting in a luxury RV. She glanced at the smug director standing beside her and opened her red lips. "Is this your way of eliminating parachuting capital?" Unexpectedly, with Yi Qingqing's personality, she would have caused some scandals with those uncles and aunts, and then she could change people after fermenting it. Unexpectedly, she met a rich second generation who looked difficult to mess with. She was also ignorant. That was the Apollo Ellie worth 35 million. Even her financial backer had to think twice. Oh. No more. Anyway, the goal was achieved. The chief director, who had never appeared, showed a happy smile on his face. He did not allow airborne digital actors in his play. But the smile on his face didn't last long, as Fengling's words made him stupid. "Haven't you been inviting me to the next movie? I think the man just now is very suitable to play the female lead's White Moonlight. If you work hard and give him my first screen kiss, I will accept your invitation for the next movie." Fengling raised the corners of her lips and glanced at the director with a smile. Of course, she just couldn't stand this guy's smug look, and just jokingly said that she had promised Yuro to be the heroine of her novel in the next play, so even if he didn't come, she would still be the heroine. She never expected that the chief director actually took it seriously. Chapter 79 Predictive Future News. In the community, Lu Xingchen had just solved the problem with the car when he was besieged by the intelligence department headed by Aunt Lu. But he didn't ask about Lu Xingchen's situation. Instead, he kept praising Weiler. "Xiao Lu, you must treat our waiter well in the future. It's not easy for Xiao Hu to be living alone. Over the years, your Aunt Lu introduced many good guys to her, but she ignored any of them and fell in love with you. She must like you very much. Even though she doesn't like to go out or talk, she is kinder than anyone else at heart. Even though Xiao Hu is a little older than you, as the saying goes, older people are more caring." Having said that, Xiao Hu's face and figure are no better than those skinny little girls. The uncles and aunts around were chatting about family matters, praising Weiler until she blushed. I have to say that the old men and women in their community are all very nice people. This is also the most important reason why she said before that this community is very safe. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and looked at him. The hand on his waist moved slightly, and his fingertips gently stroked his spine. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so popular." "Then take a look." Weiler raised her head delicately and said proudly. Lu Xingchen chuckled and no longer had any urgent thoughts about asking Weiler to move out. However, the environment of this community needs to be improved, especially the dark corridors at night. Then he coughed lightly, attracting the attention of the old men and women who had strayed from the topic. Is the neighborhood committee here? These past 2 days I found that some of the facilities in the community are incomplete, so I thought of donating 1 million yuan to install a light in the corridor and repair the road in our community, so that I can drive in and repair the chassis in the future. Lu Xingchen is not the kind of person who does good deeds without leaving a name, so he took advantage of the fact that there were many people watching the fun in the community and said something. In the future, Hu Weiler will get more attention in the community. Besides, he also wants to try to trigger a system task. As soon as these words were spoken, the street suddenly became quiet. Everyone present looked at Lu Xingchen. Xiao Lu, how much do you want? Coincidentally, Aunt Lu was a member of the neighborhood committee, and she confirmed to Lu Xingchen with a trembling voice. You heard it right, 1 million. Lu Xingchen chuckled. 1 million is not a lot. It is enough to repair the broken road surface and install a light in the corridor. Although he could sponsor more, in this day and age, a little kindness can be rewarded with a big grudge, so he wasn't so kind as to spend a huge amount of money to help them all transform. Until 1 million was transferred into the neighborhood committee account of luxingchen.com, the people around him were still in shock. Okay, let's go back first. Lu Xingchen heard the voice in his mind, chuckled, and put his arm around Hu Weiler's waist and went upstairs. After returning home, they sat on the sofa. Lu Xingchen opened his mouth to take the strawberry that Hu Weiler fed him, and heard her distressed reminder, don't be so generous next time. I know you have money, but this is not the way to spend it. Okay, I see. Lu Xingchen did not refute. He understood this concept of money. After all, he was the same a month ago. And he couldn't say that the 1 million was for testing whether the system task could be triggered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the Benevolence and Righteousness Reputation mission. You sponsored the backward and dilapidated community with kindness and righteousness, and received gratitude from the entire community, gaining a good reputation for benevolence and righteousness. The host has successfully touched the threshold of benevolence and righteousness. Please continue to accept it. Reward, Foresight Information. Nanshan Bay suburbs in High City will usher in a new round of government key planning. Looking at the light blue words in his mind, Lu Xingchen chuckled, hugged Hu Weiler and kissed her hard. What are you doing? Xing is still here. Hu Weiler wiped the saliva off her face and rolled her eyes at him shyly. Hu Xingxing, who was eating fist-sized strawberries in big mouthfuls, wisely ran back to her bedroom with a small bowl of cream strawberries in front of her and closed the door. Lu Xingchen leaned on the sofa, laughing wantonly, and rubbed Hu Weiler's delicate lips lightly with his fingertips. It's not over anymore, okay? Not serious at all, Hu Weiler muttered softly. Next, he took the initiative to conduct lung capacity training for more than half an hour. Finally, she ran to the kitchen with a red face and continued to clean up the dishes after lunch. Lu Xingchen raised the corners of his lips, glanced at her in the kitchen, looking like a married woman, and chuckled. Then he slowly closed his eyes, tapping his fingertips on the back of the sofa, thinking about the Foresight Information reward in his mind. The suburbs of Nanshan Bay are very remote. Although it is called a suburb, it is actually the fringe of urban and rural areas. No one could have imagined that it would be developed. Slowly opening his eyes, he sent a message to Lin Feng. Although he was rich now, he still had to rely on Lin Feng for his connections in this regard. As evening arrived, Lu Xingchen, who was playing games with Hu Xingxing, saw the message from Lin Feng on his phone and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. What a coincidence! He glanced at the news that the super-large deep blue diamond had arrived and chuckled. He took a look at his current bank balance and sent a message to Ma Xinghua and the others. After much thought, he decided that it would be better for Zykel Hotel to provide the funding. Before I knew it, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. When Lu Xingchen saw Hu Weiler quietly closing the door of Hu Xingxing's bedroom, his eyebrows raised slightly. He walked towards her, his arms naturally wrapped around her from behind, and his bony fingers skillfully helped her take off her clothes. Hu Weiler raised her hand and half grasped his broad wrist, and said gently, "Go take a shower first, I'll wait for you in the room." When Lu Xingchen heard this, his Adam's apple rolled and he swallowed. He leaned over and put his head close to her earlobe, his hot and moist breath hitting her earlobe, and whispered softly, "I want you to help me wash too. You and Xingxing washed together just now, and I was jealous." "No way." Hu Weiler blushed and softly refused. "How could we take a shower if we went in together? Wei-er, help me." A low and sexy voice sounded in her ears. Hu Weiler couldn't bear it anymore and complained in her heart, this abominable male vixen. He said something disrespectful but acted honestly, and walked into the bathroom step by step with Lu Xingchen. This is a very graphic dividing line. More than an hour later, the bathroom door was kicked open, and Lu Xingchen walked out holding the blushing Hu Weiler. You rascal, keep your voice down, don't wake Xingxing up. Hu Weiler raised her weak hand, pinched Lu Xingchen's arm in dissatisfaction, and said coquettishly, Then you should keep your voice down for a while. Lu Xingchen's star-like eyes flashed with a hint of mischief, and he said teasingly. Hearing this, Hu Weiler was so embarrassed that she buried her head in his chest and gently hit Lu Xingchen's chest. He lowered his eyes, smiled at the corners of his lips, held the shy person in his arms, and walked quickly into the bedroom. The long night is always hard to sleep. At this moment, Yao Yan on the prairie felt the same way. She lay in the yurt and looked at the stars in the sky through the skylight. She sighed, smiled, and said to her best friend next to her, Believe me, Lu Xingchen is really good and very rich, you won't lose out by following him. Chapter 80, Getting Ready to Drag Your Bestie into the Water. On the other bed in the yurt, Yao Yan's best friend was wearing a black leather skirt and only a purple camisole on her upper body. She rolled her eyes at Yao Yan. You little girl, after being conquered by that little man, how come you are so wanton, really fallen? Now you are looking for another woman for your little man. When Yao Yan heard this, she pursed her pink lips, looked at the stars in the sky, and muttered, I don't know, he is really good, handsome, willing to spend money, but he is too popular with women. I'm not sure if he can still remember me after these few years of blooming. Why think so much? Anyway, you have already got a house, which you can't earn in your whole life. Besides, that little man looks like that. Even if he forgets you, you can just play as a male model for free for a few years and then find someone else. The girlfriend who was removing her makeup said nonchalantly. Suddenly, she stopped what she was doing, looked at Yao Yan in surprise, and asked tentatively, Don't tell me you really fell in love with him. Yao Yan just glanced at her. Sometimes silence is the best answer. You are so confused. People like us can't enter that kind of wealthy family. Don't be fooled by reading novels. After hearing her best friend's advice, Yao Yan's eyes dimmed. She picked up her phone and looked at the chat interface that was stuck several days ago, her face full of resentment. Stinky man, why don't you send me a message? Yao Yan ventriloquism. Afterwards, with the help of her bestie, she took more than 10 extremely sexy photos, a round of bombardment. However, at this moment, Lu Xingchen was immersed in Hu Weiler's tenderness and couldn't extricate himself. In the master bedroom, Hu Weiler heard the ding-ding-ding message alert sound and looked back. Seeing Lu Xingchen staring at her infatuatedly, she smiled sweetly and rolled her eyes at him, and reminded him in a hoarse voice, Your phone has been ringing so many times, check it out. What if it's urgent? Lu Xingchen stared at Hu Weiler who was changing clothes, and had no intention of looking at his phone at all. I saw Hu Weiler standing in front of the closet, picking out a piece of clothing from a row of various clothes that best highlighted her voluptuous and graceful figure. Very little fabric. After Hu Weiler put it on, she blushed, It's just a few pieces of string, how can it be a piece of clothing? And it cost more than 300 yuan. She looked at the whole set of clothes and found that the fabric was not even as much as a handkerchief, and felt it was not worth it. But Lu Xingchen was just the opposite. His Adam's apple rolled and he frantically swallowed the saliva secreted from his mouth. Looking at the fair-skinned, charming and seductive Hu Weiler, he felt that the 300 yuan was totally worth it. Good Weiler, the night is long, try out all the clothes in the closet, okay? Lu Xingchen raised his hand and held her in his arms, then lowered his eyes to look at him with a blushing face, his tone full of anticipation. Well. Hu Weiler lowered her head shyly. This fascinating dividing line. The next day at noon, Lu Xingchen was awakened by the sound of an incoming phone call. Who is it? Hu Weiler, who was also woken up, asked hoarsely, and rubbed her head in Lu Xingchen's arms again. It was because they played games too late yesterday. Lu Xingchen gently patted her smooth back and coaxed her to sleep. Be good, go back to sleep, I'll call you for the express delivery. Watching Hu Weiler's breathing gradually stabilize, Lu Xingchen carefully got out of bed, put on his clothes and walked out. As soon as I walked into the living room, I saw Hu Xingxing sitting on the sofa and taking good care of herself. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lu Xingchen put his index finger to his mouth and shook his head. Well, since you came, Mom has become lazy and hasn't woken up at noon. Hu Xingxing took a bite of the big strawberry in her hand and said innocently. When Lu Xingchen heard this, he chuckled and did not refute. He went straight to the kitchen and took out a few pieces of top-quality Wagyu steak that he had just bought yesterday from the refrigerator. He and Hu Xingxing each had one portion and filled their stomachs. The My Little Pony card that I promised you yesterday has arrived. The pickup code has been sent to your phone. Go pick it up and show off to Xiaohu at Grandma Lu's house for a while. Your mother will pick you up in the evening. Is that okay with you? Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes to Hu Xingxing, who was full, and asked with a smile. Hu Xingxing's eyes widened instantly, and she excitedly covered her mouth as she wanted to scream. She gestured okay with her little hand and answered in a low voice, "Stepdaddy, don't worry, I will never come back to disturb your time together." Hu Xingxing said this, and immediately packed up her small school bag, carrying a box of milk strawberries for Grandma Lu and left the house. Lu Xingchen smiled. Who says that 7 or 8-year-olds are annoying? This one is obviously very cute. Only then do I have time to look at my phone. When he opened WeChat, besides some text messages from friends, he saw more than 20 unread messages from Yao Yan and raised his eyebrows. A dozen extremely sexy photos rekindled the raging fire in him that had been quelled by Hu Weiler. Without waiting, a video call was made and the call was picked up instantly. "Brother, you finally have time to talk to me." Yao Yan's depressed mood was swept away, and she smiled brightly at the phone. Her best friend, who was drinking coffee opposite her, stroked her forehead speechlessly when she saw her worthless look. "Did you have a good time?" Seeing her smiling face, Lu Xingchen was in a very good mood. "I just transferred 200,000 yuan to her as a reward for her proactive greeting." When Yao Yan saw the transfer message on her phone, her breathing quickened and her smile became even brighter. "It's neither good nor bad. I miss my sweet little husband." Yao Yan ignored her best friend's disdainful look and spoke in a cheesy way. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to say something, he heard a noise coming from the bedroom. He turned around and saw Hu Weiler coming out wearing a home suspender pajamas, with her eyes slightly narrowed. "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Go have fun." He hung up the phone without waiting for Yao Yan's reply. Yao Yan on the other end of the phone had a somewhat lost expression. If she was not mistaken, the person who had just walked out from the corner of the screen should be a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure. After a moment's silence, she looked up at her best friend again. "Yao, think about it, it's not a loss to follow him, and besides, a woman's first time should always find a handsome guy." She had made up her mind that she must drag her best friend into the water this holiday, and when they returned she would give Lu Xingchen a different experience that he would never forget. In the living room, Lu Xingchen put down the phone, feeling a little at a loss and very nervous. Hu Weiler is not like Yao Yan and Bai Qianqian. He only has some interest in them, or it may just be a simple relationship of support for them at the moment. As for Hu Weiler, he was very greedy for her tenderness, her body, and her heart. There was an emotional foundation between them. Hu Weiler looked at Lu Xingchen, who was sitting on the sofa in a daze, and smiled gently. She sat lazily and delicately in his arms, cupped his cheeks with both hands, and comforted him softly. "It's okay, I don't care, as long as you like me, that's enough. A man as outstanding as you shouldn't be with only a woman like me with a child. I can't marry you again. I'm already very happy to have you." These words really touched Lu Xingchen. He didn't expect Hu Weiler to be so considerate, and he could feel the full dependence and love from her eyes. Among these women, who would he like to be with? It would undoubtedly be the gentle and considerate Hu Weiler. Chapter 81, Qin Shuya's birthday. It's another afternoon full of happiness. At night, Hu Weiler collapsed weakly in Lu Xingchen's arms, the blush on her cheeks never fading. "Sister Weiler, I love you so much." Lu Xingchen's fingertips stroked across her smooth skin, his face full of pride and satisfaction, and he teased lazily and wantonly. Hu Weiler rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "You are so smooth-talking, men are always deceiving with their words. You clearly said it was just once, but it's already dark before you even get up, and Xingxing hasn't been picked up yet." Hu Xingxing holding a box of My Little Pony cards. "Mom, don't worry about me, your daughter is so awesome now." In the next few days, Lu Xingchen became addicted to Hu Weiler's curvy figure. For 5 consecutive days, Hu Xingxing received all kinds of things that she never expected. She used to envy the things that only children could have. She would go out to show off every day and was feeling very powerful during this period. But her arrogance made Hu Weiler suffer. These days, she really went all out, working day and night to enjoy this holiday that was exclusively for Lu Xingchen. As the holiday draws to a close, Hu Weiler truly experiences the physical advantage of a young man. She felt weak all over and her bones felt like they were falling apart. She lay on the bed, looking at the energetic Lu Xingchen. Her eyes flashed with happiness mixed with a bit of helplessness. Baby, have a good rest, I will come to see you again in a few days. Lu Xingchen, who was neatly dressed, turned around with a satisfied smile on his face, gently patted her crossed legs, and spoke in a wantonly gentle tone. Tonight is Qin Shiya's birthday. He is reluctant to leave this peaceful place, so he has to go out. He also knew that Hu Weiler had reached her limit in the last 2 days, and it was time for her to rest and recover her strength. Are you really not going to consider moving? Lu Xingchen asked again. He really can't do without Hu Weiler now, and is thinking of letting her and Hu Xingxing move to Tianfu No. 1, which is only half an hour's drive from Shuangdan University, and will also allow Hu Xingxing to receive a better education. The most important thing is that he can go back often to enjoy Hu Weiler's tenderness. Hu Weiler shook her head weakly, hooked her slender fingers with his, and said softly, No, Xingxing is still young, and transferring schools will have a big impact on her. Besides, you are welcome to come here anytime, it's only an hour's drive. There is another reason. The time is too short. She knows that Lu Xingchen likes her body and tenderness very much, but he is still a college student after all. She doesn't know if he will change in the future. After all, this is her own home. Even if he doesn't like her anymore in the future, the worst that can happen is that things will return to the way they were before. Well, it's getting late, I have to go. Lu Xingchen knew what she was worried about, but he had already done it, and he believed that she would not worry about such things soon. After covering her with a quilt, Lu Xingchen tiptoed out of the bedroom. It was raining outside today, and Hu Xingxing stayed in her bedroom obediently doing her homework. Lu Xingchen greeted her specially and was about to close the door and leave when Hu Xingxing suddenly called him. Stepfather, can I ask you for a favor? Hu Xingxing blinked her big round eyes timidly. My heart is full of anticipation. He was stunned for a moment, then walked in gently, squatted in front of the desk, and touched her furry little head. Okay, what's the matter? Next Friday, our school has a midterm parents' meeting. Can you help me attend it? Hu Weiler looked at him expectantly. If her stepfather could attend her parent-teacher meetings, then she would never have to be told that she has no father again. Moreover, her stepfather is so handsome that he can instantly kill the fathers of those hateful guys. Their teacher cannot favor those hateful little boys just because she has no father. Okay, send the specific time to my phone and I will definitely go. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and chuckled, slowly tidied up her messy hair, and agreed softly. Children from single-parent families all hope to have a real partner to show their love to everyone, so they will naturally not be stingy. Great. Thanks, stepdad. Hu Xingxing happily hugged Lu Xingchen's neck to express her excitement. After leaving Hu Weiler's house, he took a taxi to a villa near the Starry Night KTV and changed into a formal suit. He wore a pure black slim-fit shirt, paired with a well-tailored beige casual suit, which perfectly highlighted his long legs with golden proportions and his slender and elegant figure. On his wrist was a Patek Philippe worth more than 2 million, and on his bony fingers were scattered several trendy and low-key rings, making him look noble and cool yet trendy and fashionable. With her flaxen gray hair parted in the middle, her sharp jawline and her exquisite and perfect facial features complement each other, she stood in front of the mirror. He was definitely a noble young man, completely different from the tireless sunny man in front of Hu Weiler a few days ago. Taking out the extra-large deep blue diamond weighing 52 carats from the cabinet, Lu Xingchen took a taxi to the Zakair Hotel. That's right, it was a taxi. It was really quite a distance from here to Tianfu No. 1 near the Bund. Seeing that there was not enough time for a round trip, I gave up the idea of driving the Koenigsegg. He simply took a taxi. It had been more than a month since he had experienced the black meter taxi fare. 1835. Lu Xingchen finally arrived at the entrance of Zakair Hotel. Looking at the luxury cars coming in and out, the taxi he was riding in was particularly conspicuous. After paying more than 200 yuan, Lu Xingchen got out of the car under the thoughtful gaze of the taxi driver. So, Lin Fan got off the taxi and headed straight to Miss Wang's birthday party. He was determined to take back everything that belonged to him this time. The novel in the taxi was being read with great interest, and the driver automatically imagined a big drama for Lu Xingchen. But unfortunately, Lu Xingchen had an invitation letter, but the letter is gone. He lowered his eyes to look at the phone that had automatically shut down due to lack of battery. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and the scene of playing a short video on his phone for Hu Weiler to study last night emerged in his mind. The corners of her lips showed a hint of nostalgia. She collected her thoughts, raised her eyelashes and glanced at the security guard at the gate with the Shangwan family logo printed on his clothes, and Shangwan Hong, the annoying bug that Qin Shiya had sent away before. He knew he couldn't get in through the main door, so he turned and walked towards the exclusive passage for Zykel Hotel employees. Ever since Lu Xingchen got off the car, Shangwan Hong's eyes have never left him. He had inquired about it. Lu Xingchen was just a junior student at Shuangdan University. He was good-looking, but his family background was extremely ordinary. Such a person was definitely not worthy of Qin Shuya. The actual situation was just as he expected. Since that banquet, Qin Shuya did not take him to any other banquets, and the two of them rarely even met each other. He was just a shield who was temporarily pulled over. That car must also belong to Qin Shuya, otherwise why would he take a taxi here today? He was about to warn him when he saw Lu Xingchen walking towards the employee passage of the Shikai Hotel and starting chatting with the employee. A thought came to my mind. Could it be that he didn't receive an invitation letter and wanted to sneak in through the employee channel? Chapter 82, Not Worth 30 Times. Lu Xingchen looked at the security captain at the employee passage and asked about the specific situation of Zakair Hotel today. The Qin family has booked the Zakair Hotel for 3 consecutive days. After Qin Shuya's birthday party, there will be a charity auction, so the Qin family will also send people from Shangwan Security Group. By the way, Mr. Lu, there will be official people coming back tomorrow night. It is said that the government will participate in this charity gala. The security captain replied cautiously. There was no emotion in Lu Xingchen's eyes. He had already learned some inside information through Lin Feng. With that prophetic message flashing through my mind, I am looking forward to tomorrow's charity auction. Lu Xingchen hummed lightly, thinking of Qin Shuya's attitude of not trusting the Shangwan family. He said in a cold voice, hotel security must also be done well, don't trust others too much. Yes, Mr. Lu. After giving a reminder, Lu Xingchen took the fully charged mobile phone handed to him by the staff beside him. Not wanting to go through the main door, he walked into the staff passage. Hey, isn't this Miss Qin's boyfriend? Why didn't he drive today? Suddenly, a sharp and piercing laugh came from behind, with a tone of disdain and a bit of arrogance. Lu Xingchen paused, turned his head and glanced at Shangwan Hong behind him, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his lips. He didn't want to waste his time with this kind of rubbish. Shangwan Security Group is not even as good as his life science and medical technology company, considering Qin Shuya's attitude towards their family before. She just glanced at him lightly, with a hint of disdain on her lips, then turned around and walked in. Stop, you are not allowed to come in without an invitation. Shangwan Hong shouted angrily, and when he saw Lu Xingchen ignoring him, the anger in his eyes was about to erupt. He turned around and yelled at the security captain who had just spoken to Lu Xingchen, "Is this how your hotel does security? You let people in without an invitation letter. If something happens, will you be responsible? Or did he give you some benefit? Tell me the truth, otherwise I will definitely complain about you to the top management of your hotel." The security captain didn't pay attention to the first few sentences. It was understandable for him to ask such questions. Just as he was about to explain, he heard the words that he had accepted a bribe. The originally kind face suddenly became full of hostility, with a fierce look between his eyebrows, giving Shangwan Hong a strong sense of oppression. You, what do you want to do? Shangwan Hong was startled and asked with a weak voice. The security captain snorted disdainfully, thinking he was an important figure, but turned out to be a loser. No wonder he was sent out to guard the gate. This is the staff passage of our hotel. Don't worry about it. If anything happens, our hotel will take responsibility. Xiao Shang, notify our people. Cheer up. The boss told us not to trust others. The security captain gave an instruction to the person next to him, then turned and walked into the hotel estate. The security team of Zakair Hotel is a cooperation negotiated by Lao Ma and the army, and the quality is extremely high. A useless piece of shit from a small security group dares to order him around. Back in the special forces, he was the ace who could take on 10 people at once. Not to mention him, even the people under his command could beat anyone of Shangwan Anbao. Shangwan Hong was scolded and looked very ugly. But he was helpless. The security team of Zakair Hotel was absolutely top-notch. Besides, his grandfather and father had told him to behave himself. After Qin Shuya took office, things were different from before. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Thinking of Lu Xingchen who had sneaked in, he snorted coldly, instructed the security of Shangwan Group at the door, turned around and walked into the hotel manor. On the other side, Lu Xingchen and Ma Xingguo met. After listening to the detailed information about the charity auction, his fingertips tapped lightly on the mahogany table. After thinking for a moment, he raised his eyelashes and looked at Ma Jingwa, saying in a wanton tone, "I want to buy that piece of land in Nanshan Bay and give it to you. Do you have any idea?" Ma Jingwa frowned slightly, and said with some embarrassment, "Nanshan Bay is the fringe of urban and rural areas, and the scenery is average. It only has the advantage of being close to the sea, but the infrastructure is really poor, and it is too far away from the urban area of Haishur, so the profit is not high." Lu Xingqian knew that he was telling the truth, but he happened to know a piece of news that could change everything. He leaned back in his boss chair, the corners of his lips curled up, and he spoke in a leisurely and contented tone. "What if I say that Nanshan Bay will soon be included in the government's key planning? Then everything will be reversed." Hiss. Ma Jingwa finally realized it, his pupils trembled slightly, and he stared at the lazy Lu Xingqian. So terrifying. He really didn't expect that this young Mr. Lu could actually get such secret information. As for Lu Xingqian cheating him, he had never thought about it. After all, Lu Xingqian was still the 100% equity holder. There would be no benefit in cheating him into buying the land, and he might even lose money. Ma Jingwa suppressed his saliva, thought for a moment, and said in a serious and solemn tone, "If it is given priority planning, even if such a large piece of land is not renovated, the value will at least increase by 30 times. If it is renovated, we will be rich." This is his truest thought. Lu Xingqian looked down at his watch. It was almost time. He said confidently and lazily, "Get the money ready." And this news. "I didn't hear anything tonight." Ma Jingwa stood up and saluted excitedly. He was extremely excited. After all, President Lu had promised to give them 1% of the shares. He decided to sleep alone in the hotel for the next 2 days to prevent the possibility of his wife hearing him talking in his sleep. "Do a good job." Lu Xingqian patted his shoulder with satisfaction. He was not worried at all that Ma Jingwa would leak the news. Even if he told others, no one would believe it. After all, who would have thought that Nanshan Bay, such a small and shabby place, would be the focus of planning? Lu Xingqian had just come down from the exclusive elevator for the high-rise buildings when he ran into his 3 roommates at the corner. "Damn, second brother, you are like a peacock spreading its tail." Li Xiang, the funny guy, shouted in surprise, expressing his dissatisfaction with being outshined by him. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Today, Lu Xingqian, who was fully dressed, is so handsome that even he, a straight man, can't help but take a few more glances. Lu Xingqian's eyes were dark, and he stepped back a few steps cautiously. "Don't make any moves, or I have reason to suspect that you haven't found a partner yet." After these words were spoken, Wang Yihao and Lin Feng glanced at Li Xiang thoughtfully, silently took 2 steps back, and came to Lu Xingqian. "Damn, you are slandering me. Do you think I don't want to find a partner? It's all your fault. Wherever you go, girls' eyes are attracted by you." Li Xiang stared at the 3 people in front of him with resentment. Lu Xingqian was handsome, Wang Yi was a second-generation rich man, and Lin Feng had the temperament of an old cadre that little girls liked the most. He felt extremely aggrieved. Lu Xingqian and the other 2 rubbed their noses with their fingertips and looked at each other guiltily. He laughed it off, put his arm around Li Xiang's shoulder, and walked towards the banquet hall. Shang Wanhong, who had just come up the stairs, looked at Lu Xingqian's golden ratio back, his face darkened, and he quickly followed. Chapter 83, Xin Song Marriage. I have to say that everyone in Lu Xingqian's dormitory is very good looking. Except for Li Xiang, everyone has their own unique charm. As soon as he entered the banquet hall, he attracted the attention of many ladies and rich girls, and some of them were even brave enough to run up to him and ask for his contact information. But they were all smiled and rejected by several people. Even Li Xiang looked down on these people. After all, their circle has always been of this type since childhood, and the marriages in their families in the future will basically be the same. There is no need to waste the opportunity to try different styles now. Banquets held by wealthy families are basically buffet style. Look at the long table on the side, there are steaks and cakes that are delicious and attractive. Lu Xingqian's stomach growled a few times. Today I learned that he was not going back, so I spent the whole morning in Hu Weiler's arms. I can say that I didn't eat anything all day. Let's go sit over there. I'm a little hungry. Lu Xingqian raised his chin slightly. Lin Feng and Li Xiang naturally had no objection. This kind of business banquet was of no help to them. Wang Yihao glanced at the people in the banquet hall. There were many acquaintances or business partners with their Wang family, so he had to say hello to them. "I'll go take care of it, you know what I mean." After the gifts were given separately this year, in order not to worry about choosing gifts, he told his family that since he was representing Wang's group, he naturally couldn't be as relaxed and carefree as before. Lu Xingqian and the others had expected this, so they took a few plates of food and went to a corner to find some peace and quiet. Any ideas for tomorrow's auction? Lu Xingqian had just sat down when Lin Feng's voice rang out beside him. He had asked his family to inquire about it, but he had not heard of any plans for Nanshan Bay. In order to prevent Lu Xingqian from being fooled, he brought up the topic directly. After swallowing the soft pastry in his mouth, Lu Xingqian raised his eyebrows slightly, chuckled casually, and said, "Of course, otherwise why would I ask you to find out?" Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly, his expression serious. "I asked someone to inquire about it, but there is no news at all. You know the situation of my family." He didn't say anything more, but the meaning was clear. It can be said that the power of Lin Feng's family is so great that even the Qin group dare not touch it easily. Even though Lin Feng can only use a small number of connections now, it should not be underestimated. But Lu Xingqian has an unreasonable system. He had 100% trust in the news about the system's rewards. After all his current wealth was given by the system, so there was no need to cheat him. Besides, Lu Xingqian did investigate. After all, he also has the Starry KTV, a place where information is gathered. Believe me. Lu Xingqian's deep eyes were filled with wanton and frivolous ambition. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't say much. "Okay, you are not a reckless person." Li Xiang, who was showing off his food crazily at the side, was confused by what he heard. Forget it, he might as well be a good-for-nothing. He already has the eldest and second oldest brothers at home to support him, so he doesn't have to inherit the family business. He also has these 3 good brothers outside. Being a carefree and happy rich second generation is better than anything else. You too should try it. The sea sausage rice at Zakair Hotel is absolutely amazing. It tastes better than the one I had in Yanshi a few days ago. Li Xiang brought another large bowl of sea cucumber rice and recommended it to the two with sparkling eyes. Lu Xingqian slightly raised his tall nose bridge, and the fragrance instantly rushed into his nostrils. He didn't care about the banquet etiquette and scooped a bowl and started eating. Lin Feng, who was not hungry at first, took a small bowl out of brotherly solidarity. Only Wang Yihao, who kept putting on a fake smile in front of the old men, swallowed a few times. He should have known not to agree to let his parents represent the wine group. When the 3 of them were enjoying their meal, there were always some ignorant people who acted condescendingly and bossed others around. Mr. Song is the guy in the middle of those country bumpkins in the corner. Last time when our grandfather celebrated his birthday, Miss Qin publicly acknowledged him as her boyfriend. Shang Guanhong bowed his head to the young man in front of him and pointed in the direction of Lu Xingqian in a flattering manner. Song Yuning, the second son of the old wealthy Song family, is also a well-known figure in High City and is the candidate chosen by the Qin family for marriage this time. Are you sure it's that bumpkin? The follower following Song Yuning frowned, his eyes full of surprise. They just couldn't figure out how such a country bumpkin who didn't care about his image at all and didn't have any aura of a wealthy family could catch the eye of that woman who was like an iceberg for thousands of years. Seeing the disdain and ridicule in their eyes, Shang Guanhong's mouth curved up slightly, but quickly suppressed it. He introduced humbly, "It's him, but he might also be a shield." After all, he hasn't met President Qin since that banquet, and it seems that President Qin has never sent him an invitation. Today I saw him bribe the security guard of Zakair Hotel and came in through the employee passage. I suspect he might not give up and want to turn the fake into real. As soon as these words were spoken, Song Yuning's face instantly darkened and looked cold. Shang Guanhong felt very proud when he saw this. Here they were, a group of spoiled rich second generations. No matter how rich their families were, they were still manipulated by him. Although Shang Guanhong could not make a big deal out of this matter at the banquet, it did not mean that the Song family, which was about to marry the Qin family, did not have the strength to do so. You don't have to watch the door anymore? Song Yuning glanced at this happy thing indifferently, and his words pierced Shang Guanhong's heart. Yes, Shang Guanhong, if you were not going to be a watchdog, why did you enter the banquet hall? They were allowed in without an invitation letter. No wonder most of the cooperation with your Shangguan family was rejected by President Qin. Song Yuning's followers around him echoed what young Master Song said. Shang Guanhong, who was originally proud of himself, turned pale in an instant, but after looking around, he saw that they were all people his family could not afford to offend, so he could only smile apologetically and slipped out of the banquet hall in shame, waiting in the corridor to watch the show. Lu Xingqian, who the hell are you? How dare you ignore me? Shang Guanhong glanced at Lu Xingqian, who was eating with relish, and cursed inwardly. After he left, Song Yuning's followers came forward and said, Mr. Song, do you want us to teach that kid a lesson? He dared to covet Mr. Song's fiancée. He is simply courting death. Song Yuning did not answer. He stared at Lu Xingchen in the corner with a dim look in his eyes and walked over. Are you Lu Xingchen? He looks good, no wonder he is used as a shield by Mr. Qin. Song Yuning looked down at him, his tone contemptuous and mixed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Lu Xingchen raised his eyelashes, his dark pupils revealed dissatisfaction and doubt. He glanced up and down with sharp eyes, raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Who gave you the qualifications to question me?" The person opposite didn't say anything, just stared at him. His follower couldn't help but speak with disdain, "Boy, you are not from our circle. Anyone with a little wealth has heard that the Qin group is about to marry the Song group, and the marriage partner is our young master Song. Do you think he is qualified?" Hearing this, the corners of Lu Xingchen's mouth, which were originally slightly raised, fell down in an instant, and a sense of anger inexplicably rose in his heart. Chapter 84 Using the Boss's Privileges. At this moment, Lu Xingchen had to admit that he cared about Qin Shuya in his heart. After all, during the 3 years of getting along in college, they all had deep feelings for each other, especially her special touch towards him. He also knew that the gap between their social status was too big. Although there was no love between them, Qin Shuya's marriage with someone else was the best outcome for her. It's better than being with a scumbag like him. But Lu Xingchen was a little angry. She was angry that she married such a playboy, and she was also angry at her own greed. Are you worthy of marrying Qin Shuya? Lu Xingchen's emotions calmed down instantly. He leaned back in his seat, looking directly at the silent Song Yuning. His dark eyes revealed a bit of arrogance and a strong possessiveness. The Song Group operates some extremely valuable real estate in High City, as well as some old established industries. Although it is one of the best in High City, it is inevitably declining. Is the second son of such a family worthy of the Qin Group, which ranks among the top wealthy families in the country? The answer is obvious. Song Yuning's expression was obviously ugly. His dark eyes were fixed on the arrogant Lu Xingchen. He didn't understand what right a kid with no background like this had to look down on him. Are you worthy of it? Appearance is the least valuable thing in our circle, you should understand. Song Yuning's eyes were sharp and his tone was aggressive, and he seemed a little angry. Lu Xingchen's lips curled up slightly and his eyebrows raised. His Zykel Hotel alone was enough to match the Song family's century-old assets, not to mention a thriving life medical technology company. Just as he was about to speak, an arrogant voice came from the side. What kind of person is the Song family? How dare they question my second brother? Wang Yihao walked over and glanced at Song Yuning with contempt, his tone extremely arrogant. Of course, he also has the capital to be arrogant. The Wang Group and the Qin family are involved in all major industries and are both thriving. They are equally matched, and most people in this banquet are trying to curry favor with them, including the Song family. Song Yuning is just a second son, he doesn't need to give him any face. Wang, young Master Wang. When Song Yuning and his followers saw Wang Yihao sitting intimately next to Lu Xingchen and others, they were stunned, lowered their heads and called out, then quickly dispersed, away from this place of dispute, to avoid being found out by their family members, who would leave them without any pocket money for the next few months. The second son's circle of friends are basically all second sons. Song Yuning's face turned pale and he didn't dare to refute at all. He said hello and ran away in shame. TSK. Wang Yihao sneered disdainfully. He turned around and grabbed a bowl of sea cucumber rice, and ate it with hearty mouthfuls without caring about his image. Dealing with those old men must have exhausted him. Does the Qin family really want to marry the Song family? Just after taking 2 bites, Lu Xingchen's thoughtful voice came. Wang Yihao paused for a moment and nodded silently. He didn't know the exact situation, but after wandering around and socializing, he did hear the news. The Song family has done well in high-end real estate in High City in recent years. It is said that Sister Qin has made a big move in High City, very secretively. Then a few days ago, the news that the Qin family is going to marry the Song family was revealed, but the marriage partner is not the eldest son of the Song family, which is a bit unexpected. After Wang Yihao took 2 bites, doubt flashed in his eyes, and he said indignantly, "That boy doesn't even have the courage to face me, and he doesn't even look as good as Li Xiang." Wang Yihao, you've gone too far. Li Xiang, who was eating melons, suddenly looked up and glared at him, warning him with gritted teeth. Wang Yihao smiled guiltily, he just said it casually, and then he went on to say, besides being able to marry into the Qin family, he is good for nothing else. I don't know why Sister Qin fell for him. Swish. Another cold gaze came over. He wanted to say something, but immediately shut his mouth and noticed Lu Xingchen's gloomy expression. Where is she? Lu Xingchen's voice was as cold as frost. Who? Xin Shuya. I didn't see her just now. I guess she was putting on makeup. Wang Yihao breathed a sigh of relief only after Lu Xingchen got up and left. Patting his chest, he sighed, when did this second brother become so powerful? But, what is going on with him? Could it be? Seeing Lin Feng's meaningful look beside him, Wang Yihao suddenly realized. In the corridor, Lu Xingchen used the privilege of the hotel owner to find out Qin Shuya's restroom and quickly left. At the corner, Shang Guanhong looked incredulous, staring at Lu Xingchen's back with wide eyes. He is actually the owner of the Zakair Hotel. The owner who bought the Zakair Hotel full-time. He was so frightened that he trembled, and immediately stepped forward to grab the lobby manager, and asked desperately, "Is that person your new boss?" "Sir, we need to make an appointment in advance to see Mr. Lu, please don't delay our work." The lobby manager left a message and turned around to continue doing his own thing. Only Shang Guanhong was left standing there in a daze. In front of the Supreme Emperor's suite on the 36th floor. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyelashes and leaned against the doorframe. His posture was casual and unfocused, but his ears were moving slightly. "Shuya, you look so beautiful today. I want to kiss you." "Little girl, don't touch me. My cousin's outfit was made by a French master, Lo. The materials alone cost tens of millions. She made it for her appearance as the president of Qin Group. Don't get it dirty. Go, and tell your sweet, you little bastard." "Humph, I'm proud to be a lackey for a beautiful lady, but you are not qualified enough. Shuya, if your Qin Group really wants to marry into the Song family, you will still be the second son." As soon as these words were spoken, the room suddenly became quiet. After a moment, Qin Shuya's voice, as cold as frost, sounded, but mixed with some gentle comfort. "I have investigated that man, he is okay, clear-headed, careful and considerate, at least he has a good style. There is no need to worry about him having an affair after marriage, and he can also marry into the family, which is the best choice." Outside the door, Lu Xingchen looked a little ugly. The Song Yuning just now, was he clear-headed? He chuckled and disagreed. "Open." As soon as Lu Xingchen finished speaking, the waiter standing beside him immediately took out the card and swiped it. DD. The sound of the door opening attracted the three women in the room. The door was pushed open from the outside, and a tall, handsome man in a beige suit slowly walked in. "You guys get out," Lu Xingchen said in a low voice. Hearing the voice, Qin Shuya looked up in great surprise. When he saw Lu Xingchen's figure, an unprecedented light burst out in his eyes, and his face, which had been cold for thousands of years, melted instantly, revealing a dazzling smile. "Xingchen, how did you get up here?" Qin Shuya was extremely happy. No matter what happened in the future, she was undoubtedly happy because she could see the person she loved most in the most beautiful manner on her birthday. "Go out." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the deep voice. Qin Shuya glanced at Lu Xingchen at the door in confusion and winked at the two people next to her. "Is she the man your sister has always liked?" Qin Shuya's cousin nodded, looking a little worried. After all, Lu Xingchen's expression just now was not very good. "Oh, never mind it." The young couple quarreled at the head of the bed and made up at the foot of the bed. "Maybe after a while, they will be fine. Come on, I will accompany you to see your fiancé. We are going to get married soon. You can't have never seen the real person." As they talked, the two of them walked down the elevator hand in hand. Chapter 85 Marriage Misunderstanding. After everyone left, Qin Shuya, wearing a heavy evening dress, slowly stood up. She raised her eyelashes and her eyes fell on Lu Xingchen. Seeing the low pressure he exuded, a hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the incident of asking him to pretend to be her boyfriend came to her mind. This banquet was not a banquet for the small Shangguan family. The guests were basically people from the top circles in high city, or wealthy families connected with the Qin Group. Thinking of the arrogant behavior of those playboys, he thought Lu Xingchen was being targeted by them. She covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled, and whispered to comfort him, "Don't care what those people say, I will have someone tell them about our relationship later, and they will not target you anymore." Qin Shuya thought about the beautiful women surrounding Lu Xingchen, and realized that it was inappropriate to use Lu Xingchen as a shield anymore. This explanation had a different meaning in Lu Xingchen's ears. Did the Qin Group really marry the Song family? Lu Xingchen calmed down, glanced at Qin Shuya, picked up an orange on the table slowly, and asked casually, pretending to be indifferent. Qin Shuya saw that Lu Xingqian's expression had returned to normal, the low pressure on his body dissipated, and a bright smile appeared on her face. She took a piece of cake that she thought was delicious and placed it in front of him. No matter what happens in the future, even if they are not destined to be together, Lu Xingqian deserves her to treat their childhood well. Try it, it's delicious. Qin Shuya raised her chin slightly to indicate, and continued his words in a relaxed and happy tone, yes. For a business marriage, when it comes to a wealthy family like ours, marriage sometimes has to consider many things. Sometimes, being well matched is more important than feelings. When Lu Xingqian heard this, he paused for a moment while holding the cake, then took a big bite without saying a word. He didn't understand. The Qin group was obviously so rich, and they only had one daughter, Qin Shuya, so why did they want to use her marriage to exchange for benefits? You agreed too? Lu Xingqian asked solemnly in a deep voice. As long as Qin Shuya said she didn't want to, he could take her away from the family that had exchanged their daughter's marriage for money. Although his current wealth is not as good as the Qin family, he has a system. In just 1 month, he can go from an ordinary college student to a billionaire. Perhaps it will not take even a year for him to surpass the Qin family's wealth. Qin Shuya was stunned by the question. She is indeed the heir to the Qin group now, and the shares she holds are basically equal to those of her father Qin Xiong. During this period, she has been in charge of handing over the affairs of the Qin group, and can be called the head of the Qin family. But what kind of society is this now? The power of the head of the family is not that great, and it is not her turn to nod her head at her cousin's marriage. Besides, her second uncle's family is quite satisfied with the boy from the Song family. Even if she says no, can she really stop them? She smoothed her hair and answered nonchalantly, "What's the use of my agreeing? Both parents have met. Besides, I have investigated Song Yuning. He has some ability, but he has an older brother with outstanding abilities. If you can't make a name for yourself at home, you can marry into the Song family's family. The Qin group can also cooperate with the Song family to develop the high-end residential market. Why shouldn't I agree to such a good thing? You don't have to leave your parents after getting married, how great!" Qin Shuya was also very envious of her cousin. She glanced at Lu Xingqian with her beautiful eyes and sighed in her heart. She has no hope of living this life. The most urgent task for her was to quickly arrange the marriage and plan the latest reforms in High City, so as to make the power in her hands more stable. It's all his father's fault. Even at such an old age, he still holds on to the shares tightly in his hands, saying that he wants to leave them as a birth gift for his eldest grandson. Thinking of this, she glared at Lu Xingqian. At worst, she would just kill the father and keep the son. Anyway, there would be no other man except Lu Xingqian in this life. Although she was very happy just looking at Lu Xingqian, she couldn't help feeling jealous and worried when she thought of the women around Lu Xingqian. In order to keep a good mood on my birthday. Okay, it's almost time, the banquet is about to begin, let us go down. Qin Shuya adjusted the hem of her skirt, revealing her long, beautiful legs, and walked out. In the presidential suite, Lu Xingqian leaned on the sofa, looking at the European-style ceiling, thinking about Qin Shuya's words in his mind. I can also do the high-end residential market. Thinking of the land in Nanshan Bay, a gleam of light flashed in Lu Xingqian's eyes. Perhaps, he could let Ma Jingguo cooperate with Sakair Hotel. After all, it was such a large piece of land, so it didn't matter who he found to cooperate with. He slowly stood up, looked out the window in the direction of Nanshan Bay, and said in a wanton and arrogant tone, that piece of land must be taken. When Lu Xingqian went downstairs and returned to the banquet hall, Qin Shuya was standing on the stage giving a speech. It was nothing more than thanking some business partners and saying that she was very happy that everyone came to her birthday party. Of course, there is another happy event today. Qin Group and Song Real Estate officially announced the news of their cooperation, and the press conference will be held next month. Qin Shuya announced the news in advance while everyone in the circle was present. Of course, this was also what they had discussed. Taking advantage of this wave of popularity to attract everyone's attention, it was also to officially announce that the Qin Group had officially entered High City's real estate. They also vaguely received some information about the High City government's planning. As long as this advancement is successful, her position as the president of Qin Group will be completely secured, and she will also have time to eliminate some old stubborn people who are disloyal. Thinking of this, she raised her hand and gestured to the two newlyweds in this marriage, Song Yuning and her cousin standing beside her. When Lu Xingqian saw her action, he naturally misunderstood. After all, the cousin was still a few steps away from Song Yuning, and her best friend was standing between them. Although his expression remained calm, the wine glass in his hand was almost crushed by him. Damn, second brother, you better be careful and don't hit me. Li Xiang, who was standing by, saw the veiny back of Lu Xingqian's hand and the wineglass in his hand, and immediately turned towards Wang Yihao. Seeing this, Lin Feng and Wang Yihao looked at each other and shook their heads silently. This kind of situation is common in families like theirs. The birthday party went on like this for most of the time, and finally it was time to give gifts. Basically, they are all well-known figures or relatives of Qin Shuya. Those who are not in the same circle basically have their subordinates collect the money on their behalf. A villa, a white jade screen, a unicorn carved from blood agate. In short, it is extremely luxurious. The total value of the gifts alone is at least several hundred million. Why isn't there Mr. Qin's boyfriend? Could it be that the person who received the gift made a mistake and the staff took it away? In the banquet hall, someone muttered something, which instantly reminded everyone of the boyfriend Qin Shuya brought to the Shangguan family banquet. It was said that he also went to meet his parents at that time. Everyone's curious eyes instantly focused on Lu Xingqian. Chapter 86 Gift Incident. On the stage, Qin Shuya raised her eyelids slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in her deep pupils. Everyone who knows her knows that this is a sign that she is getting angry. Lu Xingqian and I. Qin Shuya knew that the gifts Lu Xingqian had given before were all shared with the people in the dormitory, and were basically meant to be a token of her love. She was just about to explain the relationship between her and Lu Xingqian. The person in question suddenly stood up and walked forward with his long legs. His star-like eyes were full of confidence, and his tone was unbridled and arrogant. As a boyfriend, of course I have to give the gift to my girlfriend personally. What he said could also prevent Qin Shuya from directly announcing the news of the marriage. As long as the land in Nanshan Bay was acquired, he was sure that Qin Shuya would not have a business marriage with the Song family. If she wanted to find someone, she had to find someone she had feelings for. When Qin Shuya heard this, she was stunned for a moment and looked at Lu Xingqian in confusion. When I saw his eyes, I immediately thought of my parents on the field, and felt a little touched. He walked up to Lu Xingqian and took his arm. Forget it, he might as well be a shield for once, so he could save himself from his parents' nagging. Seeing this scene, Li Xiang in the audience was confused. What is going on? Didn't Sister Qin marry Song Yuning? How could this happen? And when did they get together? Li Xiang felt like his brain was about to explode, and he scratched his head in confusion. Wang Yihao and Lin Feng next to them looked at each other. After Wang Yihao asked around, he finally understood what had happened. Oh, it turns out that Sister Qin's cousin is getting married to Song Yuning. No wonder, I was wondering why Sister Qin could like him, thinking it was the advantage of marrying into the family, but it turns out to be like this. After this explanation, Lin Feng and Li Xiang also reacted. There's something interesting to watch. Raymond Lan's eyebrows slightly raised, and a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. On the stage, Lu Xingqian lowered his eyes and glanced at Qin Shuya's fair arm around him, and felt relieved. There is no rebuttal, which means that at least the marriage news will not be announced at this birthday party, which is good. Then, the corners of his lips showed a hint of satisfaction, and he smiled like a spring breeze. He stared at Qin Shuya with his starry eyes and took out a palm-sized gift box from his arms. Yair, this is for you. Happy birthday, may you be happy every day. The sexy and gentle voice flowed into Qin Shuya's heart. She looked at Lu Xingqian's handsome face and pure and clean eyes, and her eyes turned slightly red. He was like this back then, when he had nothing. The little boy, with a piece of cheap but priceless egg cake for her at that time, celebrated her birthday in the same way. That was the first ray of light that shone into her life. Little sister, I wish you a happy birthday and be happy every day. Grandpa said that life will always get better and better. Persistence is victory. Let's work hard together and make a lot of money and live a good life when we grow up. If that old woman hits you again, come to me and I will support you for the rest of your life. What do you mean by supporting her for a lifetime? You can only say this to your wife. Then why don't you become my wife? If you become my wife, I will support you for the rest of your life and will definitely let you live a good life. Just now you said you would give me a wish. This is my wish. Is that okay? Okay, I will be your wife and will be your wife for life. Yair, what's wrong? Lu Xingqian's call rang in her ears. Qin Shuya's eyes were already full of tears, but she was trying hard not to let them fall. No, it's okay. Thank you, you should be happy every day too. She immediately adjusted her mood, shifted her attention, and her eyes fell on the box in his hand. Open it and take a look, you will definitely like it. Lu Xingchen was extremely confident. This expression aroused Qin Shuya's curiosity. She blinked her eyes slightly, and her rippling eyes glowed with bright light. She took the box with anticipation and couldn't wait to open it. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light spread out, blooming with charming brilliance. Qin Shuya widened her eyes in surprise, the shock in her eyes revealed without any concealment. She looked up at Lu Xingchen's smiling expression, and her heart was filled with sweetness. There is no woman who doesn't like diamonds, especially this huge deep blue diamond polished into a heart shape. Do you like it? I like it very much, thank you, Xingchen. Qin Shuya responded immediately and looked very happy. At this moment, she couldn't help but take a step forward, slightly opened her lips that were shining with water, and gently touched Lu Xingchen's lips. When she reacted, her cheeks were flushed with shame. She lowered her eyes to stare at the huge heart-shaped deep blue diamond, not daring to look up and meet the gaze of the person in front of her. Lu Xingchen felt the softness at the corner of his lips, and he didn't expect Qin Shuya to be so bold, but this time he was happy to accept it. He admitted that he was a little greedy. He actually thought that after his business became bigger and stronger and surpassed the Qin family, he would also take Qin Shuya into the ranks of his women. It was the first time for the people around to see the new president of Qin Corporation, who was as frosty as ice, and the first time she showed such a feminine attitude. Everyone was very curious about what kind of gift Lu Xingchen had given that was so attractive and conquered Qin Shuya. The Qin Group has businesses across all industries, so naturally there were also top jewelry tycoons at the banquet. The sharp-eyed ones had already spotted the oversized heart-shaped deep blue diamond in the box. Immediately, there was an exclamation. Hiss, the huge heart-shaped deep blue diamond weighing 52 carats that was recently auctioned in Africa was actually bought by President Qin's boyfriend. It shows that it is true love. Before she finished her words, Qin Shuya had already turned the box around and displayed it in front of everyone. The huge deep blue diamond carved into a heart shape reflects a faint blue light under the light, which is extremely beautiful. Because the prototype of the heart of the ocean was made of an extra-large dark blue diamond, this heart-shaped extra-large dark blue diamond, which is far larger than the original heart of the ocean, attracted the attention of many people as soon as it came out, especially wealthy people in this circle. With this huge deep blue diamond as a gift, the ordinary identities previously investigated are naturally not credible. This one seemed to have been sold for 340 million a few days ago. Who is this Mr. Qin's boyfriend? Could it be? Everyone present started to speculate about Lu Xingchen's identity. When Song Yuning saw this, he felt relieved. At the beginning, when he heard that his family was going to marry the Qin family, he daydreamed that it was Qin Shuya, but he didn't expect that it turned out to be Qin Shuya's cousin. So after meeting Lu Xingchen, the rumored boyfriend, there was some jealousy and dissatisfaction among men, but now he is convinced. A gift worth more than 300 million yuan, even the Song family couldn't bear to give it all away at once, let alone him. At the same time, Shang Guanhong in the corridor was also shocked, but when he thought of Lu Xingchen's other identity, his heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. When he thought of the person who contacted him just now, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Qin Shuya probably couldn't accept him having an affair with a widow behind her back. Shang Guanhong, come with me. A steward of the Qin family patted his shoulder from behind with an expressionless face. In his puzzled eyes, he was directly covered with his mouth and dragged out. The next day, all cooperation between Qin Group and Shangguan family was severed. Shangguan Hong, the heir of Shangguan family, was also sent abroad and would never come back. At the same time, Song Yuning in the banquet hall showed a hint of disdain at the corner of his lips. A spring bamboo actually wants to take advantage of me, he doesn't know whether he lives or dies. Chapter 87 The Unspeakable Secret. The birthday party was completed quickly. On the stage, Lu Xingchen was holding Qin Shuya's arm. After dealing with the last guest who came to talk to him, he let out a long sigh of relief. Celebrating the birthday of this wealthy heir is a daunting task and not as joyful as one might have imagined. Are you tired? Why don't you go and have a rest first? Qin Shuya noticed the fatigue that flashed across Lu Xingchen's face and asked softly. No, I have something to tell you later. Lu Xingchen refused decisively. Doubt flashed across Qin Shuya's beautiful eyes. She looked around and confirmed that no one else was coming up. She gave Qin's father a look and pulled Lu Xingchen out of the banquet hall. In the corner, Wang Yihao stared at the two people's departing backs, wanting to say something but hesitant. He looked down at his arm that was grabbed by Lin Feng, his face full of confusion. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, took a sip of red wine, and spoke slowly. Perhaps this misunderstanding can bring their relationship to a new level. Inside the imperial suite. After listening to the reports from the people below and understanding what Shang Wanhong had just done, Qin Shuya had a cold light flash in her eyes. Shang Wanhong is not so stupid. He should give a warning to the people behind the scenes and replace the Shangwan family's heir with an obedient one. Yes, Mr. Qin. Then she lowered her eyes to look at the contents on the tablet in her hand, glared at Lu Xingqian meaningfully, feeling a little jealous in her heart. This playboy. She looked at Lu Xingqian, who was looking down at his phone, with a displeased look, and said in a cold and coquettish voice, "Tell me, what's the matter?" When Lu Xingqian heard the voice, he paused his conversation with Yao Yan, looked up at Qin Shuya, who looked a little strange, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. He probably didn't do anything, so why does he look like he's angry? Could it be something about work? Lu Xingqian, who couldn't figure it out, calmed down. He raised his face and glanced at Qin Shuya opposite him. He was thinking about other things just now and didn't realize that Qin Shuya was so beautiful today. Exquisite makeup, without the custom of heavy makeup, gives people a cool and elegant feeling. Especially that pair of unadorned beautiful legs, straight and slender, white and smooth, with a unique charm. But after just a glance, he looked away, staring at Qin Shuya solemnly, and said in a wanton and confident tone, "Don't marry into the Song family, that Song Yuning is not worthy of you." Hearing this, Qin Shuya was stunned for a moment, confirming that she had heard it correctly. She is marrying Song Yuning? Not to mention that Song Yuning is just the second son who did not inherit the Song family. She is the president of the Qin Group and holds nearly half of the shares of the Qin Group. Even the eldest son of the Song family is not worthy of her. Suddenly, Qin Shuya's eyes flashed, her beautiful eyes narrowed, she stared straight at Lu Xingqian, with the corners of her lips slightly raised. She now finally understood Lu Xingqian's abnormal behavior today. So what does he mean now, like me? But those women. Qin Shuya's heartbeat quickened a little, her lips slightly opened, and she chuckled nonchalantly. Why? She decided not to tell him yet and just enjoy the feeling of being nervous. Can't you see? He doesn't like you at all. He married into your family just for your money. For such an important event as your birthday, the gift he gave was just so-so. Not to mention the value, there was not even any thought. Are you willing to spend the rest of your life with a person who has no feelings for you? Lu Xingqian lowered his eyes and stared at her, speaking solemnly. He was also a little confused. What was so good about Song Yuning? He had no looks, an average figure, and his abilities were not worth mentioning. Qin Shuya felt the anxiety in Lu Xingqian's tone, a smile appeared on her face, she lifted her skirt and sat on Lu Xingqian's lap. She put her white arms on his shoulders, lowered her eyes and looked directly at this little man whom she couldn't help falling in love with, and opened her red lips slightly. What about you? Me what? Lu Xingqian's eyes wandered and his voice stuttered. Do you like me? Qin Shuya's breath hid Lu Xingqian's face and she asked softly. Lu Xingqian was silent for a moment. He didn't know how to explain that with the godly rich cultivation system, it was impossible for him to have only Qin Shuya as a woman in his life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system task in a specific situation. Facing the first emotional entanglement of the super rich, the host is requested to face his own heart. The super rich should follow their heart and do not need to hide. Task content: please face your heart and boldly tell Qin Shuya what you are thinking. Reversely tease Qin Shuya and regain the dominant position. With the system, all difficulties will be solved. With the blessing of the system, you are still afraid of not being able to surpass the small Qin group. Task reward: 100% equity of Yixing Entertainment. Suddenly, the prompt sound triggered by the system task came to my mind again. Seeing the content of the task, Lu Xingqian was stunned for a moment, then lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. Thinking about how he was timid in front of Qin Shuya, maybe he was too hesitant and entangled. With the support of the system, shouldn't he be living the life of the protagonist in a cool novel? Qin Shuya didn't know what had happened to Lu Xingqian, but after asking the question, she saw Lu Xingqian silent and her heart suddenly twitched and ached. After 3 years, did he really not like her at all? Even if Jiang Qinyan was gone, he would have other women, and it would not be her turn in the end. Actually, I admit that I like you. Qin Shuya was about to explain the misunderstanding about the marriage when she was interrupted by Lu Xingqian. At this moment, her eyes widened, staring at Lu Xingqian's flawless and handsome face in disbelief, tears filling her eyes. Didn't he just say that he likes me? She didn't expect all this to happen so suddenly. In order to prevent this from being just her fantasy, Qin Shuya opened her mouth to confirm. What did you say just now? After saying those words, all the entanglements in Lu Xingqian's heart disappeared. At this moment, he just wanted to enjoy his life and win the beauty in his arms. Lu Xingqian stared at Qin Shuya's trembling eyelashes, raised his hands to hold her slender waist, leaned over and put his head close to her ear, and said in a low and sexy voice, Qin Shuya, I say, I like you. I like you very much. The breath hit Qin Shuya's ears, and the sound flowed into her eardrum. At this moment, Qin Shuya felt as if there were 10,000 groundhogs screaming wildly in her heart, making her feel so anxious that she could hardly breathe. She had waited for so many years for this sentence, and finally she got it. Lu Xingqian's deep eyes fell on her face. Seeing Qin Shuya's dull yet happy expression, the corners of his lips pulled up with a hint of pride, and he chuckled softly, Do you like me? Qin Shuya blinked slightly, and her sparkling eyes showed great joy. Of course I like you so much, Halfway through her words, Qin Shuya immediately took back what she was going to say. She thought of what Uncle Li had investigated before about Lu Xingqian's visit to a psychologist. Although she didn't find out what happened specifically, she knew the basic situation. If he found out that she had been secretly observing him, collecting things he didn't want, and controlling his every move for all these years, perhaps. No, she couldn't lose the happiness she had worked so hard to obtain. Chapter 88, Already Deeply in Love. Seeing that she was halfway through her words, Lu Xingqian looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? No, nothing, I just want to say that I like you too. Qin Shuya was in a very happy mood. She blinked her eyes playfully and gently touched Lu Xingqian's forehead with her white fingertips, as if she had returned to her childhood. He was still like this. No matter what she did, he would never move his neck. He was very stubborn. Without any worries, Lu Xingqian was obviously much more relaxed. He felt like a fish in water in this ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them. He raised his hand to lift Qin Shuya's pretty face, his eyes swept across her red ears, his eyebrows slightly raised, and teased, When did the senior sister like me? Did she have bad intentions towards me when school just started? Thinking that several people in their dormitory were inexplicably recruited by the Student Union's Investment Promotion Department, Lu Xingqian made a bold guess. Qin Shuya was frightened when her true thoughts were revealed. She smiled slightly, smoothed her scattered hair, her eyes wandered unnaturally, but her mouth was very hard and she denied it directly. No, it's just love that grows over time. Lu Xingqian curled his lips slightly and chuckled softly, but... When Qin Shuya heard these two elongated words, her cheeks immediately turned red. I got it damn fast. You've learned bad things. Zhao Jin glared at Lu Xingqian in a reproachful manner. Seeing that Lu Xingqian was about to continue asking questions, she tried to prevent her from accidentally letting the cat out of the bag and letting him know something. Qin Shuya immediately changed the subject and asked in a low voice, You said you like me, but I didn't see how much you like me. Lu Xingqian was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, Then how can I prove that I like you very much? He raised her chin, and his dark pupils stared straight into hers. It seemed as if tiny electric currents were generated between the two of them. Qin Shuya felt that this man was too good at sparking electricity, and his eyes were too seductive, causing her whole body to feel numb. No wonder so many women like you. Qin Shuya's white and tender hands gently stroked his cheek and whispered softly. When Lu Xingqian heard this, he smiled and said in a lazy and frivolous tone, Then are you willing to be my woman? He lowered his eyes and his gaze unconsciously fell on his lips that were glistening with water. He gently wiped the lipstick on them with his fingertips, and his breathing became heavier and heavier. I don't want to. Suddenly, Qin Shuya snorted softly, stood up and left his arms. How could she not know what Lu Xingqian was thinking at the moment? As long as she agreed, she would never be able to leave the room tonight. She didn't want to be occupied by this stinky man so easily. Men are all the same. She is too easy to get, so they don't know how to cherish her. Lu Xingqian was not surprised. He put his arms on the sofa and tilted his head to look at Qin Shuya. He would not make things difficult for Qin Shuya until he had the strength to match that of the Qin family. But, it will be soon. This time, Nanshan Bay has been acquired and jointly developed with the Qin family. After the new year, the project of the Life Medical Technology Company will also be implemented. With official endorsement, we can quickly seize the market. It won't be long before his wealth increases dramatically, and at that time he might be able to collect some benefits from the person in front of him. What are you looking at? These few days are not enough, beast. Qin Shuya sat on the sofa on the other side in a bad mood and glared at him. Lu Xingqian was stunned for a moment, staring at her with narrowed eyes. are you spying on me? He really didn't like this feeling, and his voice unconsciously became much deeper. When Qin Shuya saw the result of this test, her heart tightened. Fortunately, she did not tell him about her room in a rash manner. He glanced at Lu Xingqian calmly, raised his chin slightly, and motioned him to look at the tablet on the table. Lu Xingqian was stunned for a moment, then he lowered his eyes and picked up the tablet. When he saw some information about him and Hu Weiler, as well as the Water Army plan to buy black hot searches, his eyes suddenly became dim. It was the little celebrity who scratched his car that day. The company's legal department has already sued her, and she is preparing to bite back. It has been intercepted. Be careful next time. Qin Shuya comforted him in time. Thanks. Lu Xingqian thanked him sincerely. Although these things have no effect on him, they are still bad for Hu Weiler. If they really come out, Hu Weiler's life and online store may be affected. Oh, thank me for another woman, you are awesome. Hearing this, Lu Xingqian looked up, only to see Qin Shuya raising her pink little mouth and snorting in jealousy. Qin Shuya at this moment was extremely cute in his eyes. The contrast between her and the cold and domineering CEO was fascinating. He did not have any feudal chauvinism. He admitted his mistake immediately and squatted in front of him to please him like a little puppy. Baby, I was wrong. When she heard the word baby, Qin Shuya's whole body stiffened and her breathing stagnated. What baby? Don't scream. Qin Shuya immediately blocked his mouth, her face blushing. This little man is so good, I can't resist him at all. There was a smile in Lu Xingqian's lazy eyes. He raised his hands and clasped her waist. Qin Shuya was lifted up by a huge force and threw herself into his arms. Lu Xingqian's low and sexy voice rang in my ears, using your hands is useless, only using your mouth works. Lifting her chin, she leaned forward and looked down. My dear daughter, Mom made longevity noodles for you. You. Suddenly, the door opened, and Qin Shuya's mother walked in excitedly carrying a bowl of delicious longevity noodles. I don't see anything, keep going. When she saw the scene in the room, her eyes widened, she gasped, and quickly slammed the door shut. Qin's father and the waiter outside the door were stunned for a moment, and then they saw Qin Shuya's mother put down the bowl, clenched her fists excitedly against the wall, and shouted silently. My dear wife, what's wrong? Father Qin asked curiously in a low voice. I'm so excited, my daughter, the handsome boy, the two of them. Oh, no. Qin Shuya's mother was so excited that she couldn't finish her words, but after more than 20 years of marriage, Qin's father still understood. His face darkened, and just as he was about to break into the room, he was grabbed by Qin's mother. What are you doing? My daughter finally found a man. If you dare to go in and destroy it, you will sleep in the study room for the rest of your life. His wife's threat made Qin's father angry and helpless. After hesitating for a moment, he decided that his happiness in the second half of his life was more important, and snorted coldly at the door. In the room, Qin Shuya's face turned red with shame and she punched Lu Xingqian's chest in shame and anger. So embarrassing. Having said that, Qin Shuya immediately broke away from his arms and walked out of the room. Her mother had a great deal of trouble making longevity noodles, so she couldn't miss it no matter how bad it tasted. Despite Qin's father's look that seemed to want to kill him, Lu Xingqian accompanied Qin Shuya to finish the hard-to-swallow longevity noodles, then ran back to his room in shame. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. He bravely expressed his feelings to Qin Shuya and effortlessly made her, who had already been deeply in love with him, fall in love with him and successfully regain the dominant position. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 100% equity of Yixing Entertainment. The reward has been issued through legal channels. The equity transfer is expected to be completed in 7 days. Please check it carefully. He has already fallen deeply in love with me, and he even said that he had ill intentions towards me not just from the first time we met. When Lu Xingqian saw the system prompt, the corners of his lips curled up and he murmured proudly. Chapter 89 He Qing's Concerns. Bored late at night, Lu Xingqian opened WeChat and saw the pinned chat box that had not flashed for a long time, with a red message dot flashing, and his eyelids slightly raised. He Qing, what are you doing? He Qing, how was your vacation? He Qing, busy? He Qing, I'm fine, just asking, no need to reply to my message. It's definitely a journey of being hard on the outside but soft on the inside. I clearly just wanted to chat with him, but when I didn't get a reply, I pretended nothing happened. The corners of Lu Xingqian's lips curled up into a smile. He expressed satisfaction that He Qing had taken the initiative to send him a message. During this period, the general manager of Life Medical Technology also sent him some information about the progress of the company's projects. He knew that He Ching had basically not rested in the past few days. Normally, she would have just come out of the laboratory at this time. It's been less than 5 minutes since the last message. Lu Xingchen was about to reply to her message when the chat box flashed again and a high-definition, unfiltered photo suddenly appeared on the phone screen. In the photo, He Ching once again put on the black suit that she wore last time she went to her house. Her beautiful legs wrapped in black Balenciaga stockings took up most of the photo. He looked stunned and his breathing became a little heavy. Unexpectedly, the cold and aloof female professor would actually take the initiative to send him photos of her beautiful legs in black stockings. This was really beyond his expectations. This is not in line with her personality at all, but Lu Xingchen said he liked it very much. Why is he still ignoring me? Is he really angry? He Ching, who had just returned home from the laboratory, looked down at her silent phone and murmured softly. When she went to the cafeteria to eat today, she overheard a little girl gossiping with her friends. She said that the boyfriend of one of her friends cheated on her and stopped loving her because his girlfriend was a study maniac and ignored him for a long time. After listening to it, she felt a sense of crisis. The friend that the girl described was exactly like her. Thinking that she had not paid attention to Lu Xingchen for a long time, she couldn't help feeling panicked. She knew the situation of Lu Xingchen's company and just wanted to complete the official cooperation project as soon as possible to give him a surprise. She knew that Lu Xingchen had another woman, and she didn't care at all, but He Ching would never allow Lu Xingchen not to love her. So I sent him a message immediately after get off work today. Seeing that he hadn't replied, I specially put on the Balenciaga clothes he liked very much that day. Lu Xingchen naturally didn't know He Ching's mental state. After carefully admiring her photography skills, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. I made a video call directly. He Ching was stunned for a moment, then suddenly she smiled, tidied her hair, and answered the phone with a smile. You finally remembered me, Lu Xingchen said teasingly. He Ching looked at Lu Xingchen in the video, pursed her lips and nodded slightly. Yeah, I miss you. Lu Xingchen was stunned, raised his eyebrows and asked with concern, what's wrong? The project encountered problems, or is it short of money? In fact, the project is not urgent, slow work makes fine work. After a lot of comforting words, He Ching remained silent. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Xingchen's face. As long as she looked at him, she felt safe and the fatigue from the experiment was not worth mentioning. Ah Chen, I love you. He Ching's tone was gentle and delicate, and her eyes were full of love for the person in front of her. The sudden affectionate confession made Lu Xingchen realize that something was wrong. With a serious and tender tone, he asked, Ah Ching, I love you too. If anything happens, you must tell me, okay? We can solve it together. He Ching couldn't help laughing when she saw how nervous he was. She said coquettishly, it's okay. I just missed you today. Do you miss me? As soon as he finished speaking, the camera suddenly turned over, and the smiling face instantly turned into 2 long legs wrapped in black stockings, appearing in Lu Xingchen's eyes. Ah Chen, do you like it? You can be bolder next time we meet. A playful voice came from the phone, which made Lu Xingchen lose his mind. Tomorrow night, are you free? Lu Xingchen was very excited. If the auction hadn't started tomorrow at noon, he would have definitely rushed there overnight. The camera turned and He Ching's cheeks were flushed. She gave him a charming look. The day after tomorrow, I'll give everyone in the lab a day off, you can pick me up then. He Ching raised her chin and temporarily adjusted a day off. She didn't want to see Lu Xingchen, she just wanted to be considerate of the students in the laboratory. Lu Xingchen chuckled with satisfaction and tapped the phone case with his fingertips, highlighting his impatience. It was a long night, and after He Ching's teasing, he couldn't fall asleep. His eyes flashed and his tone was seductive. Ah Ching, I miss you so much and can't wait. Can you give me some benefits first to ease my impatience to see you? Well, fair. He Ching glanced at her phone screen in confusion, and when she saw the latest message, her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Bah, shameless. She cursed shyly. After a moment, she slowly stood up and closed the curtains in the room. She wrinkled her nose, glared at the leisurely Lu Xingchen, her cheeks red as blood. The sun is shining in the sky. Knock, knock, knock. There was a steady knock on the door from outside. Lu Xingchen, who was tired in the middle of the night, opened his eyes unwillingly. He wanted to see who was so stupid as to disturb his sleep. As soon as he opened the door, Qin Shuya's beauty immediately dispelled his bad mood. Qin Shuya looked at Lu Xingqian, who was still handsome even after waking up, and was in a very good mood. She smiled and said, "Hello, good morning, my boyfriend. There will be an auction later, are you interested in taking a look?" "Well, I'll go wash up." Lu Xingqian's voice was a little hoarse after getting up early. He yawned, turned around and walked into the bathroom. Qin Shuya followed him into the suite and just entered the hotel bedroom. The paper scraps all over the ground made Qin Shuya blush and she spat softly, "You are so angry." After Lu Xingqian finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom, he saw Qin Shuya sitting on the edge of the bed with a red face, staring at the scraps of paper on the ground in a daze. Perhaps she knew that Lu Xingqian liked purple, so she wore a purple slim-fitting dress today, which perfectly highlighted her curvy figure. With her slightly curly hair, her royal sister temperament was fully displayed. The corners of Lu Xingqian's lips curled up slightly, an obscure gleam flashed in his deep eyes. He leaned against the bathroom doorframe and said lazily and casually, "Are you thinking about your future happy life?" Qin Shuya looked up blankly, blinked slightly, then her ears turned red. She immediately reacted and spat lightly. "Come on, it's about to start." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xingqian embraced him in his arms. Lu Xingqian lowered her eyes and stared at him in her arms, hooked her chin with her fingers, and her eyes fell on her lips covered with magenta lipstick. "You can't run away this time." A deep and wanton voice sounded in her ears. The next second, she widened her eyes and looked at Lu Xingqian, who was so close to her. Chapter 90: The True and False Daughter Jiang Qingyan. After a long time, Qin Shuya hurried to the venue with slightly swollen lips. "It's all your fault. I was almost late." She rolled her eyes at the complacent Lu Xingqian with resentment. As soon as he finished speaking, a team of men and women, who looked very elite, walked up to Qin Shuya. "Mr. Qin, the guests have been arranged and everything is ready for the charity auction. We can start with just your order. Mr. Qin, this is the guest list. The official personnel have been arranged in the VLP box and will be specially contacted by Mr. Qin. The newly appointed director of the Land and Resources Bureau is also here." Each of them reported the contents of their section in a concise and clear manner. They spoke very quickly but very clearly, and emphasized the key points, which was quite professional. It can be said that even if Qin Shuya did not attend in person, this charity auction would be foolproof. Professional. Lu Xingqian showed an envious look. Maybe he should also set up a team to serve himself. After all, as his industries grew, although most of them were replaced by professional managers, people's minds were unpredictable, so it was better to have someone he trusted look after them. Qin Shuya, who was listening to the assistant team's report, caught a glimpse of Lu Xingqian's dazed expression and waved her hand to signal them to pause. He turned around and found an assistant, and said softly to Lu Xingqian, "I'll let Shali take you to my box, take pictures of whatever you like, no need to save money for me." The assistants beside her saw the usually cold and machine-like president suddenly transform into a soft-spoken queen, and their pupils trembled. They secretly glanced at Lu Xingqian from the corner of their eyes. When they saw Lu Xingqian's perfect figure and her looks and temperament that far surpassed those of domestic entertainment stars, they instantly understood. Don't say this man is a president who doesn't tea like men, even they love him. When Lu Xingqian heard this, he chuckled and shook his head, his tone arrogant. "What, this is like supporting me?" "No, I..." Qin Shuya was about to explain when she saw Lu Xingqian tilt his head, his eyes looking through her shoulder and behind her, with a hint of confidence on the corners of his mouth. "I have a box." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Xinghua and others who had just entered the venue walked quickly forward not far behind Qin Shuya. "Mr. Lu, we are ready, in box 2. Ma Xinghua's tone was very respectful, even a little flattering. When he walked up and saw Qin Shuya's face, he called out affectionately, "Boss lady." Qin Shuya was completely stunned by this sound. When she looked up at Lu Xingqian, she saw a smug smile on the man's face, and his starry eyes were full of a self-righteous look. You are the one who bought the West Kyle Hotel?" Qin Shuya swallowed, looked into Lu Xingqian's eyes in disbelief, and asked in surprise. A hotel worth tens of billions of dollars was acquired just like that. Even the Qin Group, which is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, does not have such courage. She couldn't believe it even more. In less than a month, Lu Xingqian not only took over the Promising Life Medical Technology Company, Limited, but also took over the top KTV starlight in High City. He even drove a sports car when traveling. What happened in this month? Lu Xingqian ignored the surprise and confusion in Qin Shuya's eyes, and he couldn't explain why he suddenly became rich. He couldn't tell anyone about the system. Anyway, there will always be people who will make up their own stories and defend him. So are you ready to be the boss lady? He chuckled, raised his hand and gently pinched her smooth and fair face, and spoke in a teasing tone. Shin Shuya blushed and looked at the people around her, thinking to herself, this guy is becoming more and more shameless. I glanced at the time on my watch. The charity auction was about to begin. Without thinking too much, I whispered, I'll come to you after it's over. Lu Xingchen put his hands lazily in his pockets, looked at her back as she walked into the meeting room, a smile appeared at the corner of his lips, and he patted Ma Jingguo's shoulder casually, double salary this month. Mr. Lu is so generous. Ma Jingguo happily gave a thumbs up and praised Lu Xingchen generously. Walking into VLP box number 2 behind them, everyone's laughing and talking expressions instantly stopped. Mr. Lu, the funds have been prepared. Basically, all available funds that do not affect the normal operation of Zakair Hotel have been mobilized, which is about 1.89 billion. There is no relevant policy published in Nanshan Bay, but the new director of the Land and Resources Bureau has arrived. Thinking of what you told me yesterday, I did some research. He and that person are old acquaintances, and they can be said to be of the same lineage. It just so happens that they both worked in Nanshan Bay for a few months when they were young, and the new director's wife is also from that area, so... Hearing Ma Jingguo's guess, Lu Xingchen just smiled lightly. He never doubted the authenticity of the news. 1.8 billion, that's enough. Lu Xingchen looked through the window of the box, tapping the table with his fingertips carelessly. Seeing President Lu's nonchalant expression, Ma Jingguo and others felt even more in awe of him. What a deep background he must have for him to trust such a reliable source of information. No wonder he could easily control the eldest daughter of the Qin group. Lu Xingchen didn't have the ability to read minds, so naturally he didn't know what they were thinking. At this moment, his eyes were fixed through the one-way window on the front row edge of the auction below. He actually saw an acquaintance who would never appear in such an occasion, Jiang Qingyan. Seeing his gaze, Ma Jingguo looked in the direction he was looking. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly that Mr. Lu had a sharp eye. He introduced in a deep voice, Mr. Lu, those are the eldest daughter and son of the Su family. They are also one of our main competitors in the Nanshan Bay auction this time. But don't worry, I have secretly investigated, and the funds they have prepared this time are less than 1 billion. The area of Nanshan Bay has been put up for auction by the authorities. Without your information, the highest value is no more than 400 million yuan. With our funds, it is more than enough to acquire that piece of land. Lu Xingchen was not worried about the auction. After all, Qin Shuya had not even heard of the news, let alone the Su family, which was far inferior to the Qin group. However, he was curious about when Jiang Qingyan became the eldest daughter of the Su family. He would not admit his mistake. After all, he and Jiang Qingyan grew up together. Even if they had no feelings for each other now, he would not admit his mistake to someone he had been with for more than 10 years. The eldest daughter of the Su family? Lu Xingchen whispered softly and gave Ma Jingguo a puzzled look. Ma Jingguo understood what he meant, looked in the direction of Jiang Qingyan, and explained with a smile, it's a bloody story to say, the eldest daughter of the Su family was only found by the Su family recently, just 2 days before National Day. It is said that when Mrs. Su gave birth, she was accompanying her husband to the northeast to develop business. You happen to be from the northeast, so you should be aware of the demand for coal there. The Su family started out in coal mining and only switched to real estate in the past 2 years. It was winter in the northeast and it was snowing. I accidentally fell and gave birth prematurely. I temporarily found a nearby hospital, and then by mistake I gave birth to the wrong person. I found the baby a few days ago. Chapter 91 Bidding 1 billion. Lu Xingchen's eyes showed understanding, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. He just glanced at it lightly and his eyes fell on the stage. At this moment, the auction has officially begun and Qin Shuya is giving a speech on the stage. Now she is talking freely like the Ice Queen, which is completely different from the dazed little woman's attitude when she was kissed by him in the hotel room just now, but it is also very contrasting. Lu Xingchen raised the corners of his lips slightly. When he got her, he let her maintain this superior position in the room, which seemed to make him feel more conquered. The auction scene. Jiang Qingyan, who was attending such a high-end charity auction for the first time, looked around at everything in the venue. When she saw Qin Shuya on the stage, shining with the aura of a heroine, her beautiful eyes showed longing. Seeing this, her brother next to her patted her arm and encouraged her softly, it won't be long before Qingyan will have her own property, and then you won't have to envy others anymore. When I get home, I will talk to my parents and tell them that the shares under Chu Xin's name should have been yours. Jiang Qingyan was touched when she heard this, and thanked him in a tender voice, thank you, brother. After all, you have been with Sister Chu Xin for so many years, so it is better not to hurt Sister Chu Xin. Let's take it slow. Besides, as my parents' biological daughter, they will definitely not treat me unfairly. These words were said very cleverly and flawlessly. The eldest son of the Su family showed an indulgent smile and gently patted his sensible younger sister. When she couldn't see, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. My silly sister, if you don't get Su Chushin shares, how can your brother get the shares he deserves from you? The eldest son of the Su family sneered in his heart. There was still a look of concern and doting on his face as he handed over the tablet in his hand. Don't worry, I will help you. If you like anything here, just take a picture of it. It will be a gift from me. Wow, thank you, brother, I'll be welcome then. Jiang Qingyan took the tablet and looked at the various jewelry items on the screen, which often cost millions, and pretended to be excited to choose. In fact, the moment she lowered her head, a hint of disdain appeared at the corners of her lips. After all, Jiang Qingyan was a top student who had been admitted to a double-day university. She had been the host of many evening parties since she entered the school, so her abilities were naturally beyond doubt. From the first day she returned to the Su family, she felt that beneath the surface of prosperity and harmony in the Su family, there were actually undercurrents. Apart from her biological parents who truly loved her, only Su Chushin, who was taken away by mistake, did not have that kind of shrewd and calculating look towards her. She hired a private detective to look into the matter. Her eldest brother is of average ability and is determined to seize control of the Su group from Su Chushin. There is also a second brother in the family who is uneducated and seems to be a playboy on the surface, but he is like a poisonous snake behind the scenes and can kill people at any time. There is also a third brother who is active in the entertainment industry. He looks gentle and elegant, but he is actually rotten behind the scenes. Of course, Su Chushin is not a good person either, but I don't have any thoughts about her. It is not easy to gain a foothold in the Su family. As for her adoptive parents, they never cared about her, otherwise she would not have been basically left alone in Lu Xingqian's house during the day when she was a child. Those powerful and calculating parents can be easily dealt with by giving them some money. Lu Xingqian, when I have money, you will come back to me obediently. Jiang Qingyan thought of the two cheap women around Lu Xingqian and felt very disdainful. Once she has established a firm foothold in the Su family and obtained what she deserves, then it will be time for her to return strongly and possess Lu Xingqian again. The auction was so boring that 3 hours passed by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lu Xingqian also spent tens of millions to buy several pieces of jewelry and interesting antiques. Of course, he also wanted to try to see if he could trigger the benevolence and righteousness mission, but unfortunately, his idea failed. Mr. Lu, the next item is the land in Nanshan Bay. The drowsy Lu Xingqian woke up immediately when he heard Ma Jingguo's voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the actual on-site environment of the land in Nanshan Bay was displayed on the auction screen. In fact, it is just a large abandoned factory with no use value at all. The environment of this piece of land is very beautiful and it is close to a bay, so it has some utilization value. However, the transformation is a time-consuming and labor-intensive project with a very low return on investment. It is far away from the urban area of Haishur, and the infrastructure is not up to standard. Even if a resort is built, it is basically difficult for people to go there. If Lu Xingqian had not known in advance that this place would be included in Hai City's new round of key planning, he would not have cared about this piece of land. Although the development value of this land is low, the official starting price is only 100 million. There are still many people participating in the competition. After all, this is the idea of the rich, what if? Soon, the price was slowly raised to 200 million. At this price, there are fewer people participating in the competition, only about 7 or 8 companies, basically all from the real estate industry or resort villas. 300 million. The auctioneer's voice on the stage suddenly increased, attracting the attention of everyone present. The Song family took the lead and raised the price by a full 100 million yuan. This price made most of the competitors present hesitate. After all, this was the value of the land, and the long payment period discouraged most real estate companies. 400 million. Another exclamation. Jiang Qingyan watched her brother beside her casually at 100 million, and secretly sighed that those novels about super rich people on Tomato Novel Network were indeed true. This kind of bidding in units of 100 million really existed. Brother, that piece of land is not worth much if it is developed. Why? Upon hearing this, the eldest son of the Su family did not hide anything and explained calmly, Hai City is about to change, and the new director of the Land and Resources Bureau is here today. It is said that his wife used to be from the Nanshan Bay area. What if? Besides, it's only 300 to 500 million yuan, and the Su family can still afford to wait. If they bet right, the gains will be at least 10 times higher, which is a sure win. The Song family had the same idea. It had to be said that the Song and Su families were indeed the two giants in the high-end residential industry. As rivals for many years, their ideas were surprisingly consistent. So, brother is awesome. Jiang Qingyan replied perfunctorily, secretly sighing in her heart, no wonder those wealthy families are getting richer and richer. Soon, in the competition between the two companies, the price of the land was driven up to 700 million yuan. After all, the Song family is a newly rising wealthy upstart, and their cash flow cannot compare to that of the Su family, a century-old wealthy family with mines. After hesitating for a while, they gave up. Just when everyone thought that the ownership of the land had been settled, the auctioneer suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the VLP box upstairs. 1 billion, the VIP in VLP box number 2 bid 1 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked towards box number 2 in surprise. After some inquiries, everyone knew that the people in box number 2 were from the Zakair Hotel. It is not surprising that the new owner of the Zakair Hotel took over the Zakair Hotel worth tens of billions of dollars without making any noise. With a high price of 1 billion, the land naturally fell into Lu Xingqian's pocket. He curled his lips slightly, feeling very happy. At this time, Qin Shuya, who was in box number 1, looked at the new director of the Land and Resources Bureau, who walked in with surprise. After hearing his words, her eyes were full of shock. Chapter 92 Donation of 300 million. What? You said that the Nanshan Bay area has been listed as a key planning project in Haishur. Qin Shuya rarely lost her composure. The expression on her face was replaced by shock. Her eyes were wide open and she couldn't believe the news she heard. Although the land in Nanshan Bay was sold at a price of only 1 billion yuan, its value will increase by at least dozens of times once the news is announced. Even the Qin group is jealous of such horrific benefits. That's right, the mayor will take office soon. To be honest, when we were young, the mayor and I worked there, and even found our wife there. The director of the Bureau of Land and Resources showed a trace of memories in his eyes, and smiled faintly. The scenery and development value of that area are very high. I heard that the Qin group also wants to move into high-end real estate in High City. Maybe we can cooperate in the future. The newly appointed mayor, who is eager for performance and change, still attaches great importance to the Qin family, a group worth hundreds of billions of yuan. As a childhood friend who has shared joys and sorrows with them, the director of the Land and Resources Bureau has also become much more friendly. Of course, I am honored. Qin Shuya has regained her calm appearance on the surface, but her heart is still turbulent. All I could think about was Lu Xingqian's lazy and carefree smile. She absolutely didn't believe that Lu Xingqian was lucky enough to come up with 1 billion to buy this piece of land. He must have received the news in advance. She found that she suddenly could not see through Lu Xingqian, and all the understanding she had gained over the past 10 years was overturned at this moment. A strong curiosity also arose in my heart. At the charity auction, the director of the Shanghai Municipal Bureau of Land and Resources personally announced the key planning project of Nanshan Bay, and promised that the 1 billion yuan from the sale of the land would be used entirely for infrastructure construction. As soon as this news came out, it caused an uproar. Everyone present looked towards VLP box number 2 on the second floor. The eldest son of the Su family, who finally gave up the competition, had an ugly look on his face. If this piece of land is not photographed, that bitch Su Chushin will definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble, and he will only get further and further away from that location. Damn it! The eldest son of the Su family angrily hammered the chair, immediately picked up the phone, and ordered in a cold tone, "Find out who bought the Zakair Hotel for me. You don't even know when such a dragon came to Haishur. Are you here to eat for free?" Jiang Qingyan's eyes flickered slightly. This time things went wrong. Maybe she could maneuver around and quickly gain a foothold in the Su family. As for the so-called dragon crossing the river he mentioned, it was not something that a daughter like her who had just returned could touch. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyan was stunned for a moment. Through the glass of the corridor on the second floor of the auction venue, she saw a figure who looked very similar to Lu Xingqian. But the suit the man was wearing was extremely expensive. She had seen similar styles when she went to choose an evening gown that day. Most of them were custom-made, and the starting price for one piece was at least 1 million. It couldn't be Lu Xingqian. Even the eldest son of the Su family wouldn't be willing to buy this kind of suit. Although Lu Xingqian drives a sports car and is the owner of the Starry Night KTV, it is impossible for him to be so generous. Moreover, the people following behind him all had the logo of the Zykel Hotel on them, and they were obviously the senior executives of the Zykel Hotel. No matter how rich Lu Xingqian suddenly became, he couldn't own the Zyker Hotel worth tens of billions. It was simply a fantasy. Jiang Qingyan smiled and shook her head, retracted her gaze, and continued to think about the Su family's affairs. As for Lu Xingqian, as long as she could gain a foothold in the Su family, he would definitely see clearly who was the most suitable woman for him. At this time, Lu Xingqian had already arrived at VLP box number 1 and met the official people. After some friendly discussions, Lu Xingqian waved his hand with great enthusiasm. Manager Ma, prepare another 300 million yuan to donate to support the infrastructure construction of Nanshan Bay. Only when the rich help the poor can we achieve common prosperity. Lu Xingqian's tone was wantonly lazy, but it made the director of the Land and Resources Bureau opposite him very comfortable. He praised Lu Xingqian repeatedly. Great! Mr. Lu is indeed a young and promising man. He not only has a keen business sense, but also a kind heart. On behalf of the people of Nanshan Bay, I would like to thank Mr. Lu. The mayor will take office soon, so you can do your job with confidence. We in High City are willing to support and encourage young talents like Mr. Lu to shine. Director Li, you are too polite. I will definitely trouble you more in the future. Lu Xingqian replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, and he was already smiling brightly in his heart. It seemed that the 300 million yuan donation was not in vain, and the new team was still very motivated. Sometimes, a simple sentence is worth more than 300 million. This is the supreme VLP card of Zyker Hotel. Please accept it, Director Li. When Nanshan Bay is completed in the future, I will still need Director Li's guidance. Director Li lowered his eyes to glance at the card handed over by the waiter and accepted it with a smile. Although this was against the rules, he still had to give face to Mr. Lu. After all, anyone who can get the news about Nanshan Bay's key planning in advance must have a complicated background, and perhaps even the mayor has to take it seriously. After another round of greetings and seeing off the official people, Lu Xingqian took a sip of water to moisten his throat and gave Ma Jinghua and the others a look. Soon, the only people left in the room were Lu Xingqian and Qin Shuya, who had been staring at him and trying to see through him. He was in a good mood and was about to tease Qin Shuya when suddenly, the system prompt sound came to his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering and completing the benevolence mission, donating 300 million in cash for Nanshan Bay infrastructure construction, and becoming famous. Win-win cooperation and common prosperity are the main means for the rich to accumulate wealth. Task reward, Movie Emperor level emotional control ability. The mission reward has been issued, and the integration period requires 3 months. Please check it carefully. When he heard about the mission reward, Lu Xingqian showed a strange look in his eyes. This is already the reward for the second ability level. Although it sounds impressive, it is actually useless. The music literacy training was just for him to pretend in front of Hu Weiler and Hu Xingxing, and he also taught Hu Xingxing piano for a few days. Could it be that he is worth hundreds of billions and would condescend to work in the entertainment industry? Isn't that a typical idiot who wants to endure hardship? He slowly closed his eyes, and felt many images appearing in his mind, and he became more adept at controlling his emotions. This ability seems to be somewhat useful to Lu Xingqian. At least he won't easily experience the out-of-control emotions he had before. Are you tired? Suddenly, Qin Shuya's voice came from behind. The delicate fingers, as white as scallions, fell on both sides of his temples and pressed slowly, which was very comfortable. Lu Xingqian's expression remained unchanged. He slowly opened his eyes, and when he looked up, he saw her concerned eyes, and his heart felt warm. He raised his hand and put it around her waist, and instantly there was a sweet and soft beauty in his arms. Not tired, full of energy, help me. Lu Xingqian's voice was hoarse and sexy, and his deep eyes were filled with overwhelming desire. No, you rascal, you think about this kind of thing all day long. Qin Shuya blushed, and when she felt his actions, she glared at him in shame and anger and decisively refused. Lu Xingqian raised the corners of his lips and spoke slowly, we are going to cooperate in the Nanshan Bay area. Since it has brought you such great benefits, I have to give you some benefits. He lowered his eyes and stared at Qin Shuya's pretty face. He gently wiped her lips, which were shining with water, with his fingertips, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 93 by Chanxian is being targeted. In the end, Qin Shuya still couldn't completely resist Lu Xingqian's sweet words. She gently rubbed her cheeks with her hands, stared resentfully at Lu Xingchen, who left triumphantly, took the cup of water beside her and rinsed her mouth. Today happens to be the last day of the holiday. Around 4 p.m. Lu Xingchen drove the Koenigsegg 1, a top-of-the-line supercar worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and slowly drove into the underground garage of Jinxiu Huacheng under the respectful gaze of the security guard at the door. As soon as he parked the car, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Right in front of me, a woman in tight yoga pants just got off the car. She was only wearing a small pink camisole, revealing her sleek waistline and powerful forearms, healthy wheat-colored skin, and long black hair tied into a high ponytail. With a height of more than 1.7 meters, she exuded a wild beauty. Dr. Lin? That is right, this person is the female doctor named Lin Qingyin whom I had met in the hospital before. I didn't expect that she actually lives in this community. And the way she looks now and when she wears a white coat are two extremes. One is cool and noble, the other is extremely wild, the contrast is perfect. It's you! Lin Qingyin heard someone calling her name and looked up. She was stunned when she saw Lu Xingchen. Although she saw many patients every day, his face was so recognizable. Thank you for that day. In the elevator, Lu Xingchen took the initiative to thank him. You're welcome, that's what doctors do. The atmosphere in the small space was very awkward, and no one seemed to want to continue the conversation. After a while, Lu Xingchen reached the 15th floor. He turned around and nodded to Lin Qingyin, then got off the elevator. The elevator door closed again. Lin Qingyin's lips curled up slowly, her eyes narrowed slightly, a gleam of light flashed in them, and she revealed a meaningful smile. Lu Xingchen, an interesting patient. After getting off the elevator, Lu Xingchen didn't think much about it. He didn't have that kind of thought towards Lin Qingyin. He just wanted to express his gratitude, that's all. Standing in the middle of the corridor, Lu Xingchen glanced sideways at the door of 1501. Glancing at the shoe cabinet at the door, it seemed that Bai Qianqian had not come back in the past few days. Thinking of the VX that had no messages at all, Lu Xingchen's eyes were dim and his expression was a little unhappy, but he did not take the initiative to send her a message. Women, he has plenty. At this time, at the entrance of Yixing Entertainment Company, Bai Qianqian was still a little unbelievable, looking at the bank card with 1 million in her hand. After separating from Lu Xingchen that day, she was about to go to the hospital to see her mother when suddenly a scout who claimed to be from Yixing Entertainment came up to her and said that she was very suitable to be a star. At first, she thought it was a scam. But later the man took her to the Yixing Entertainment building into the conference room, and gave her a contract in advance so that she could go to a lawyer to see if there were any traps. She specifically checked and found out that Yixing Entertainment is a company with a very good reputation in the entertainment industry. They never sign contracts that cheat people and are willing to invest in artists. Every artist who comes out is both talented and virtuous, and their company has also produced many Best Actor and Actress awards. She specially asked a lawyer to help her look at the contract. There were no unfair clauses in it and it was very humane and conscientious. She didn't even know whether Yixing Entertainment was making money or not. Looking at the signing fee of 1 million, she admitted that she was tempted, and she also liked acting and filming, so she has been busy with the signing matters these days. I can finally return the money to Lu Xingchen, so I don't have to pretend to be her girlfriend anymore and can be with him openly. Bai Qianqian's voice was soft, sweet, and filled with unconcealable joy, attracting the attention of many people passing by. Mu Chen, who had just come out of the crew, glanced at the lovely Bai Qianqian at the door, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Is this from our company? Mukin's gentle voice sounded. Brother Mukin, I know, this seems to be the artist newly discovered by Sister One, her name is Bai Qianqian, yes, a famous pure school beauty, seeing is believing. The assistant beside him looked at Bai Qianqian at the company entrance and explained excitedly. Oh. Mu Chen returned to his aloof attitude, but his eyes unconsciously drifted past the door several times when he passed by it. Bai Qianqian at the door didn't know that she had been noticed by a famous and popular actor in the entertainment industry. She was still worried whether Lu Xingchen would make her a permanent employee. 1501 door. As soon as Lu Xingchen unlocked the fingerprint lock and opened the door, he saw Yao Yan running towards him happily. Handsome brother. With a bear hug, Yao Yan jumped into Lu Xingchen's arms like a koala, hugged his neck with both hands, and pressed his head hard. To be honest, this woman is really getting better and better. He firmly grasped Lu Xingchen's preferences, making it difficult for him not to like him. Want to smother me and inherit my estate? Lu Xingchen teased her lazily and wantonly, and slapped her but hard as a punishment. I miss you. The delicate voice made Lu Xingchen feel tingling and comfortable in his heart. After Yao Yan got off him, he saw Yao Yan's outfit clearly and his breathing became a little short of breath. The purple silk suspender pajamas attracted most of Lu Xingchen's attention, and the rest was devoted to her pair of white legs, which were particularly dazzling and beautiful in the afterglow of the setting sun. Unlike Hu Weiler, who is a good wife and mother, gentle and considerate, Yao Yan is, as her name suggests, a beautiful and charming female enchantress. Just one look at her makes you feel as if your soul has been sucked away. It's worth it that I have spent so much time studying how to keep a man's heart. Seeing Lu Xingchen's lips that couldn't be suppressed and his eyes filled with surprise, Yao Yan's brows raised with joy. She raised her beautiful eyes slightly and gave Lu Xingchen a charming look, then turned and walked towards the living room. What are you standing there for? Come in. Are you just going to let someone stand at the door and chat with you? Yao Yan said teasingly with a smile on her face. As a former salesgirl, she knew how to manipulate people's hearts. She had gone out with her bestie before just to get away from Lu Xingchen for a few days. It is said that a short absence is better than a new marriage, and staying together for too long would always make one bored. She was supposed to come back in 2 days, but yesterday she happened to go online and saw the picture of the boyfriend released by the eldest daughter of the Qin group. She panicked and rushed back immediately. She knew her position, that is, Lu Xingchen's dispensable lover. She could not help him in any way and could only meet his occasional needs. She also made a special analysis of the known women around Lu Xingchen. Whether it was the inexperienced Bai Qianqian, the arrogant Qin Shuya, or Jiang Qingyan whom he had once pursued, basically, they were not the type who could let go. Since someone has already played the role of the noble lady in the hall, she will choose the role of the lady in the boudoir. What do you think? Lu Xingchen asked lazily, with the corners of his lips curled up. He was very willing to play this role with her. What do you think? Yao Yan closed the curtains in the living room, put on the purple high-heeled shoes that had been prepared long ago, looked back and smiled, and her expensive silk pajamas fell smoothly to the ground. Chapter 94 Lies. The next morning, Lu Xingchen walked out of Jinxiu Huacheng community with light steps. Today is the first day of classes after National Day. Although there are only 2 elective classes in the morning, Lu Xingchen got up early out of his sense of responsibility as a student. It was not even 7:40 yet and I had already arrived at the 8 a.m. classroom. After looking around, there was no sign of Bai Qianqian. Lu Xingchen then remembered that Bai Qianqian had completed all the credits for 4 years of college except for a few required courses. Normally, Bai Qianqian should be working outside now, but this is obviously impossible. Just as he was thinking about it, Wang Yihao and Li Xiang came together. Wow, it's so early, you are worthy of being the most energetic man in our dormitory. Wang Yihao threw his phone away, plopped down next to Lu Xingchen, and joked with a smile. After that, he looked around for a while and asked curiously, "Second brother, where is the school beauty Bai? Did she get angry after seeing the news about you and Sister Qin yesterday?" Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and glanced at him indifferently, ignoring this funny guy, and said lightly, "Do you have nothing to do?" After these words were spoken, Wang Yihao also noticed Lu Xingchen's emotional state, shrank his neck, and chuckled. Li Xiang next to him suddenly pushed over a tablet with a super blurry photo full of marketing watermarks on it. In the picture, there is a black business alpha with a good-looking man's face revealed inside. The other photo shows a girl with her back to the camera. Judging from her clothes, she looks like a relatively young beauty getting into this black business alpha. Above these 2 photos is a very standard piece of information leaked by a marketing account. Shocking. Popular actor Mukin picked up a girl in the evening, and his suspected love affair was exposed. Mu Chen, the movie star who has always stayed away from women, actually did such a thing. The actor Mukin, whose sexual orientation has been questioned, has finally proven his innocence this time. The comments section is basically filled with spectators and a bunch of fans who are upset. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and looked at the familiar figure on the tablet, tapping the table with his fingertips. His heart was far from calm as he appeared on the surface. I have to say, the emotion control skills at the level of an award-winning actor are really useful. The last time I went to Paris, you asked me to bring back this set of clothes. Is it this one? It seems to be an exclusive limited edition. Li Xiang hesitated for a moment, then spoke tentatively, looking at Lu Xingchen cautiously. When I saw his calm expression, I breathed a sigh of relief and secretly admired him in my heart. As expected of the representative of their dormitory who always keeps his word, he said he would be a scumbag and he would be a scumbag. It seems that the school beauty Bai was dumped by him, so this kind of gossip is just hearsay and can't be taken seriously. Lu Xingchen said indifferently, but in fact he was almost completely crazy inside. He spent the 2 elective classes in the morning in a daze. The boss is not here because of something, and I won't be going back tonight. I'll leave the dormitory check to you too. I also have an appointment and I want to be back. Lu Xingchen said wantonly. At the same time, the man who came later looked at Li Xiang, the single man who was walking behind him. Li Xiang suddenly felt something was wrong and was about to speak, but Lu Xingchen spoke first. You don't have a girlfriend anyway, so just stay at home. We will bring you a comfort gift when we come back, that's it. After saying that, Lu Xingchen got on his eye-catching Koenigsegg 1, Wang Yihao got on the top-of-the-line McLaren, leaving Li Xiang alone to wail on the spot. Seeing this scene through the rearview mirror, Lu Xingchen chuckled, and when he turned around, his face was gloomier than ever. After looking at the chat history on the phone screen, he narrowed his eyes slightly, looking unhappy. Lu Xingchen, you haven't come back these few days? By Chanxian, well, I am accompanying my mother to rest in the hospital. Did you have a good time during the National Day holiday? 3. Lu Xingchen, not bad. I saw someone yesterday evening who looked very similar to you. By Chanxian, ah. You must have seen it wrong, I was in the hospital last night. Lu Xingchen, yes. She is lying. Lu Xingchen rubbed the steering wheel lightly with his fingertips and said with self-affirmation. He didn't like the feeling of being cheated, not at all. In the hospital's single VLP ward. After a period of follow-up examination, Bai's mother was slowly pushed back to the ward. Looking at his daughter who was sitting beside him with a heavy heart, he patted the back of her hand gently and said in a soft voice, Chanxian, what's wrong? Did you have a fight with Xiaolu? Ah, no. Bai Chanxian was still feeling guilty, wondering whether Lu Xingchen had discovered that she had secretly signed a contract with the entertainment company. She was startled by her mother's call. No one knows a girl better than her mother. When Bai's mother saw her like this, she sighed softly, Chanxian, Xiaolu is a good child, kind-hearted, and seems to be able to listen to reason. If you two have any problems, just discuss it and talk it out. Bai Chanxian didn't want her mother to worry, so she acted coquettishly to comfort her. No, it's just that, I just told her a little lie. Hearing this, Bai's mother's expression became serious. This matter could be a big deal or a small one. She knew her daughter's strong character. She had seen her daughter secretly looking at the boy's photo and grinning in the middle of the night. Although her marriage was a failure, it could still give her some reference. Talk to your mother. She can help you analyze the situation. It is always wrong to lie. Hearing this, Bai Chanxian drooped her eyes, her fingers intertwined, and she slowly spoke, Didn't I go to sign the contract last night? It seems that Lu Xingchen saw it, but he was not too sure. Because I didn't want him to know about it, I lied. Why don't you want Xiaolu to know? This is a good thing. Bai's mother looked at her puzzled. Lu Xingchen had said before that he wanted me to continue my graduate studies. As you know, I majored in economics. He said that after graduation, I could help him manage such a large industry. But now that I have signed the contract, I can no longer continue my graduate studies, nor can I help him. I was afraid that he would be disappointed in me, so I dared not tell him. Bai Chanxian explained timidly. In fact, there is another most important reason. She wants to get the 1 million as soon as possible and return it to Lu Xingchen, so that she will not be restricted by the contract and can become one of his real girlfriends, in the open. Instead of the current relationship of pretending to be a girlfriend. Now every time she faced Lu Xingchen, she felt very uncomfortable and always felt that she owed him. Only after paying back the money would she feel that they were equal. So do you like acting? Of course I like it. That's good, then you should tell Xiaolu in person, he will respect your ideas. It's not a good idea to hide it like this, paper can't cover the fire. Bai's mother said patiently. But, Bai Chanxian was just about to say, what should she do if Lu Xingchen is really disappointed in her and doesn't want her anymore? She really likes Lu Xingchen, but she is not the only woman by his side. After a moment's silence, Bai Chanxian felt that her mother was right. Truth will come to light eventually and must be faced. Bai Chanxian, Lu Xingchen, do you have time? I want to see you. Chapter 95, Slacking Employees. Lu Xingchen, who had just got off the car, saw the message, his eyes flashed slightly, and he was silent for a moment. Lu Xingchen, I have something to do tonight. Lu Xingchen knew that Bai Chanxian would not do such a thing, so he sent a message to ask her just to ask if she had encountered any difficulties. But I didn't expect this to happen. He didn't know how to face Bai Chanxian who lied to him. He couldn't accept deception, any kind of deception, because he had been deceived before and almost lost his life. Every time he thought about what he experienced as a child, he felt that it was a torture comparable to hell. The complexity and ugliness of human nature and the repeated deceptions made it difficult for him to accept Bai Qianxian's behavior. Shaking his head, Lu Xingqian put away his phone and looked up at the magnificent building in front of him. Life Medical Technology Company, Limited. This is his first time to come to his own company. Today, I came to see Hu Weiler's collaboration on shiny brocade, and I also wanted to meet He Qing as soon as possible. Since the two parties started cooperating, He Qing has been responsible for the cooperative projects of protein and cell wall recombination and decomposition of the Life Science and Medical Technology Company in addition to the projects of her own laboratory. Lu Xingqian expressed his understanding of her busyness. He was pleased that she still had time to send him a message even though she was so busy. As soon as he entered the company building, since he had the highest authority in the entire building, the access control system had no effect on him at all. I have to say that the company's layout is very user-friendly. It is neat and clean, while also taking into account visual warm colors, which looks very comfortable. Hello, how do I get to the RD department? Lu Xingqian did not reveal his identity directly. He wanted to sneak in and give He Qing a surprise. He has the highest authority and can pass freely even in places like laboratories. When he went over to ask, the receptionist was fiddling with her phone and watching short videos, and was startled by Lu Xingqian's sudden question. When he saw Lu Xingqian's face, his beautiful eyes lit up and he breathed a sigh of relief. Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? Add me on WeChat. The receptionist smiled and showed the QR code. To a certain extent, the company's front desk is equivalent to the face of the company. When facing customers who ask questions, this kind of frivolous chat will not be a good initial impression for the company if they are partners of the company. No, I have a girlfriend. Lu Xingqian's voice was as cold as frost. After the clear rejection, the female receptionist still didn't give up. She pulled her collar slightly, threw him a coquettish look, and said delicately, "Well, do you want to make a date? I'm free tonight." At this moment, Lu Xingqian's worldview suffered a severe blow. He now has some doubts as to whether he has come to a technology company specializing in anti-aging and life medicine, or has entered a brothel. Even his face turned dark. Is this how you work? Hearing Lu Xingqian's question, the female receptionist knew there was no hope. She rolled her eyes speechlessly and said impatiently, "Forget about the appointment. There's a floor plan in the RD department. You don't have eyes. You keep asking and asking. It's just a tiny salary a month. What kind of work attitude do I have to support you? That's a small salary." As far as Lu Xingqian knows, the receptionist in their company earns 11,000 per month. Even in High City, the salary of a front desk clerk is relatively high, but the ability of this front desk clerk obviously does not match the salary. Lu Xingqian was just about to send a message to the general manager when suddenly someone grabbed his arm from behind. Are you going to the RD department? You must be the new intern the supervisor mentioned. Come on, come with me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Xingqian was dragged away from the front desk by him with a confused look on his face. Then the young man took a look and confirmed that there was no one around. Then he patted Lu Xingqian on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You came very late, not to mention arriving at noon. It's almost time for work. But you're lucky to have met me. Let me get to know you, Lin Shuai. You follow me for 2 months. I guarantee that you will have an easy and happy internship." Lu Xingqian silently closed his mouth and stared at Lin Shuai, who was talking thoughtfully. Seeing his silence, Lin Shuai thought he was shocked by the front desk just now, so he smiled and comforted him. "What's wrong? It's a bit hard to accept. Don't worry, most people in the company are normal people. But it's good to feel it in advance. Society is like this. You will always encounter some weirdos with strong backgrounds, and you can't do anything about it. The best way is to ignore them. Don't be fooled by the receptionist's frivolous behavior, but she is the darling of our company's vice president. Most people don't dare to mess with her. You'd better stay away from her in the future. Don't underestimate her because she is very skilled in technology and hard work." Blah blah blah. Lu Xingqian also discovered that Lin Shuai was a real chatterbox. From the moment he left the front desk to enter the elevator and then to the RD department on the 12th floor, he never stopped talking. But as they stepped into the corridor on the 12th floor, Lin Shuai's unruly expression instantly subsided, and he became very serious. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he whispered, "Follow me, talk less and watch more." The director of our RD department doesn't like people laughing, so you must always remain serious. Yes, your current expression is just right. Afterwards, under his leadership, Lu Xingchen entered the RD department. The company's RD investment accounts for a large proportion, so there are quite a lot of people in the RD department. Moreover, the entire RD department was quiet. Apart from the clacking sound of keyboards and the sound of flipping contracts, no one was chatting and the working atmosphere was quite serious. But as Lu Xingchen went deeper, he found that it was not the case at all. The employee was typing away on the keyboard, and the window in the lower right corner of the computer screen displayed "Oo Xuanwu." The employee flipped through the contract with a serious frown on his face and found that there was an out-of-print comic book hidden in the contract. There are even people who are watching the latest Costume Palace fighting TV drama seriously and openly while eating snacks and drinking beverages. What's more, a row of 5 people were playing the game seriously with their eyes sparkling. This is not an office, it's just an internet cafe. Lin Shuai was obviously not surprised by this. He walked past and gave a silent look to the person next to him, then took Lu Xingchen to the empty seat at the innermost part. Well, your position for the past 2 months is here. You have seen it all along the way. I can only advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Some people also meddled in other people's business a few days ago, but you ended up here. Lin Shuai helped him open the computer next to him and gave him some warnings. Turning around, he whispered to the colleague next to him, "The bastard is gone?" He left early. You were lucky because it was said that a professor from Shuangdan was coming and he went to accompany him. That old guy didn't understand any technology at all, but he had studied thoroughly the opportunities to flatter. Hey, speaking of that, come on, get on. After chatting for a while, Lin Shuai turned his head to look at the new guy, still staring at the boot screen in a daze. He chuckled and said, "What are you standing there for? Play games, watch TV, or do whatever you want. I'll call you when someone comes." Then don't we have to work? A hint of doubt flashed in Lu Xingchen's eyes. Of course there is work, but it is not time to go to work yet. Our director advocates unpaid overtime. Remember, when you get off work, it is time for you to go to work. Chapter 96 Senior Management Gathering. Unpaid overtime? Is that so serious? Didn't our company provide overtime pay, and we can basically get off work on time from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.? Lu Xingchen's expression remained unchanged and he asked curiously. He is not making this up. The current general manager of the company came from a foreign company. He advocates efficient work, and the work benefits and rules and regulations are basically in line with the labor law. This kind of situation should not occur. You have a very detailed understanding, but unfortunately I have to tell you that you have come to the wrong department. Other departments are easy to deal with, but in the RD department, the previous practices are all out of date. A few days ago, there was a big shake-up among the shareholders of our company, and some of the more core department's senior management positions basically underwent a major change. The new director in our department has only been here a few days. I don't know which department he was transferred from, but he's so disgusting. Overtime is voluntary, there is no overtime pay, and you are not allowed to talk in the office. This is definitely not a good place. It's your bad luck to come in at this time. Lin Shuai sighed, patted Lu Xingchen's shoulder sympathetically, and shook his head helplessly. Didn't you report it to the higher-ups? Didn't the general manager of our company advocate this kind of rules and regulations? Lu Xingchen showed a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lin Shuai smiled and shook his head, and said with disdain, "It's useless." In addition to the general manager, our company now has 2 deputy general managers. They are birds of a feather and have already joined forces. How can we let go of such an important place as the RD department easily? Someone has asked the general manager before, but he looked embarrassed and said that it would be difficult for him to do anything if we wait a little longer, so this is it now. Cats have their ways, dogs have their ways. Since you have to work overtime for more than 5 hours every day, just wait until after get off work to start working again. That old Deng doesn't understand the technology, so he's just muddling through. When the new boss is dissatisfied, we'll see the light at the end of the tunnel. After hearing this, Lu Xingchen suddenly remembered. The general manager of the company had reported to him once before and also gave him a list of some people in the company. When dealing with Yi Qing's blind date last time, it was said that they would be cleared out at once. But later he discussed it with Qin Shuya and decided to suppress it temporarily in order to prevent these parasites from spreading company secrets. Qin Shuya was preparing evidence to allow them to eat free meals for the rest of their lives. This matter has not yet been told to the company's general manager. After all, he is not someone the two can trust. The people Qin Shuya transferred from Qin Group are still doing the handover work. Plus, he forgot about Qin Shuya's birthday party these days. Although Qin Shuya owns 30% of the shares of Life Medical Technology Company, Limited, and is a nominal executive director, he is still the president of the Qin Group after all, and it is impossible for him to keep an eye on this place all the time. Lu Xingchen looked at Lin Shuai next to him, who was immersed in the game. He was silent for a moment, and sent a message to Qin Shuya. Lu Xingchen, Life Medical is preparing to close the net. After sending the message, Lu Xingchen looked around and looked at the RD department, which was like an entertainment venue, and sighed helplessly. He walked out silently. Lin Shuai just thought he was going to the toilet, so he was not surprised. Lu Xingchen, who had the highest authority, had green lights all the way and soon arrived at the floor of the company's key laboratory. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I saw a middle-aged man and several employees with RD department work badges on their chests standing at the end of the corridor. They were standing in the corridor in a row, with serious expressions but dull eyes. Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes and instantly knew that the person in charge should be the old bastard mentioned by Lin Shuai, the new director of the RD department who knew nothing. At the front of the group were two greasy middle-aged men in suits who were talking to each other and bullying the man in his 30s sitting opposite them. Standing next to the man were several older men and women with very powerful auras. It seems that the two sides are confronting each other over some issues. Lu Xingchen was not unfamiliar with these people. The man in his 30s should be the company's general manager, Zhang Wei. Behind him were the company's human resources director, financial director, and former RD director. The two greasy middle-aged men opposite them were naturally the two vice presidents who were birds of a feather as mentioned by Marshal Lin. They were in charge of the two most lucrative departments of the company, procurement and RD, respectively, and were also the two biggest parasites in the company. Ha, Zhang Wei, I should be in charge of the company's RD department. What do you mean by blocking me out? This is not simple. Mr. Zhang wants to dominate the market and even interferes in the affairs of the RD department. I don't know if our new boss is aware of your ambition. Could it be that President Zhang has joined the Qin Group? You have to think clearly, because our President Lu is the largest shareholder. Hearing their abnormal words, a hint of doubt flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes, but he did not expect that Lu Xingchen would appear behind them at this time. His expression did not change, and he spoke calmly. President Qin has instructed that no one can enter the core research room except the researchers of the core research room and the research team of Shuangdan University. If you have any questions, you can ask President Qin. Zhang Wei was not panicked at all. After all, the new boss had said that he would not be involved in the daily operation and management of the company. Apart from major matters and weekly reports, he just had to listen to President Qin for the rest. Mr. Qin, Zhang Wei, do you still have Mr. Lu in your heart? Do you still know who owns this company? If Mr. Qin asks you to hand over the company's core experimental data to Qin Group, will you just hand it over? The two vice presidents had seen Lu Xingchen early on, and they looked at Zhang Wei with a smile, slowly setting a trap for him. Cough, cough. Lu Xingchen coughed lightly, which instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the corridor, and the two vice presidents also showed a hint of disappointment in their eyes. But the disappointment was fleeting, and the next second, two flattering old faces quickly came up to him. Hello, Mr. Lu, welcome to Life Medical Technology Company, Limited. When did President Lu come? How could those people in charge of the reception be so tactless that they let President Lu come here by himself? The same goes for President Zhang. President Lu has come, but they didn't even bother to receive him and are still making trouble here. Hiss, could it be that Mr. Zhang didn't know that Mr. Lu was coming to the company? What are the people below doing? They are not careful at all at work. The two of them talked back and forth and pushed out Zhang Wei, who was in charge of daily operations and reception. They did not miss the cunning Lu Xingchen in their eyes at all. However, Lu Xingchen ignored them and didn't even look at the group of people in the corridor. Her sight fell on the gorgeous figure who had just walked out of the core research room. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and her irritable mood due to the chaotic management of the company instantly became beautiful. When the two vice presidents saw Lu Xingchen's expression, they secretly exchanged glances. Even a hero could not resist the temptation of a beautiful woman, let alone this young boy. An idea suddenly came to his mind. As long as he introduced the two of them to each other and controlled Lu Xingchen and He Qing, it would not be easy for them to squeeze Zhang Wei out. Chapter 97, Introduce Me to My Girlfriend? He Ching had just finished planning the next step of cooperation for the project and looked tired. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a figure she had been thinking about. Her beautiful eyes lit up instantly and a happy smile appeared on her face. She specially brought forward the project cooperation planning meeting today just to meet Lu Xingchen in advance, but she didn't expect that he would come to see him first. Isn't this a kind of tacit understanding? When the two vice presidents of the company saw He Qing's excited expression when she was looking at the new boss' handsome face, which was enough to make him successful in the entertainment industry, they were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, and then showed joy on their faces. As long as the two of them can bring together full Professor Shuangdan and the company's new CEO Lu, the life science and technology company will be under their control in the future. Even if Zhang Wei had the support of the Qin group, it would be of no avail. Now that the two of them have set their sights on each other, it is a perfect opportunity for them to turn things around. Mr. Lu, let me introduce you. This is Professor He Qing, who is working with our company. I believe that you two good-looking people must have a lot of common topics. TSK, if I didn't say that you have good taste, Mr. Lu and Professor He standing here are simply the epitome of golden boy and jade girl. Their looks are really enviable. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen glanced at the two of them indifferently. He is indeed a veteran who rose to the top by flattering others. His business ability is extremely poor, but he is an expert at flattery. Zhang Wei, who was standing there in a daze, formed a sharp contrast with the two of them. No wonder Qin Shiya told him that Zhang Wei was a capable person, but he lacked experience in company management, which led to his inability to control the people below him. Professor He. When Vice President Su saw that Lu Xingchen didn't say anything, he thought that he was using the common tactics used by men, playing hard to get and pretending to be a gentleman, and was about to speak. The next second, everyone present opened their mouths wide and their eyes were about to fall out. Lu Xingchen walked forward slowly, raised his hands to hold He Qing's slender waist, and held her in his arms. He glanced at Vice President Su with a wanton and frivolous tone. Do you want to introduce my girlfriend to me? He Cheng did not resist at all during the whole process. She leaned happily in Lu Xingchen's arms, enjoying his warm embrace and eliminating the tiredness from work. Girlfriend? Everyone present was dumbfounded. Only Zhang Wei had a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. No wonder Professor He Qing, who was well known in the industry at Shuangdan University, would cooperate with them. It turned out that there was this kind of relationship. I knew it, Mr. Lu and the boss lady are a match made in heaven, no wonder they look more and more like a couple. Lu Xingchen glanced at him and thought he was a flatterer. Unfortunately, what his company needed least was someone who was good at flattering but had no ability. He hugged the sweet and soft He Qing, glanced at Zhang Wei from the side, and said in a flat tone, President Qin is ready, it's time to close the net. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Xingchen excitedly and nodded seriously. Please rest assured, Mr. Lu, I will not let any of the people on the list escape. When this scene happened, the two old foxes understood instantly that Zhang Wei had always been the lackey of the new boss. This new boss, who was too young, had such a close relationship with the Qin group. They deserved to lose. The two looked at each other and decided to give it a try. His tone was gloomy and threatening. Mr. Lu, although you have money and connections, it is not easy to run a company. Without procurement and R&D, do you think the company can develop? Without the two of us, it can be said that the company will at least lose most of its suppliers and R&D personnel, which is not good for you. If we leave for other companies, we will inevitably reveal some company matters. If you keep us, we will definitely do our best to assist you and become your most loyal lackeys. You don't want to see Zhang Wei's family monopolizing the business and sidelining you, do you? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows slightly, staring at the two of them with his dark pupils, and just found it a little funny. You two corrupt, nepotistic parasites, you don't think losing you two will have an impact on the company, do you? You don't think those suppliers and R&D personnel chose the company because you two took bribes, flattered, and forced to work overtime voluntarily, do you? No way, no way. His eyes were full of disdain. He sneered, and then said, It's okay to reveal the company's affairs, you can go to jail for the rest of your life and tell those cellmates about it. With all the bad things you two did, such as embezzlement and bribery, and your hidden rules for employees that caused people to break up with their wives and children, and jump off buildings to die, I congratulate you in advance that you will definitely get free prison meals for life. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a mighty police siren was heard downstairs. The two of them sat on the ground in disbelief. They were doing it so secretly, why? Why don't you say anything? You just keep staring at me. In the elevator, Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes to look at the person in his arms and asked with a smile. My boyfriend is so domineering and majestic today, can't I take a closer look at him? The sweet atmosphere successfully fed the senior executives who followed behind a lot of dog food. Glancing at Zhang Wei quietly pressing the elevator floor button, Lu Xingchen chuckled and said, "Go to the RD department, I left something there." Soon, with Zhang Wei leading the way, Lu Xingchen slowly walked into the RD department. Looking at Lu Xingchen next to the general manager, Lin Shuai widened his eyes in disbelief. "Hello, my name is Lu Xingchen, and I'm also the new boss you mentioned who doesn't care about anything. I work hard and I'm also good at playing games." He picked up the gift he brought for He Qing, patted Lin Shuai on the shoulder, and walked out with a smile. After Lu Xingchen walked out, the previous RD director was instantly surrounded. "Brotherly, that was really our new boss?" Lin Shuai asked with a sad face, unwilling to give up. Lu Xingchen looked like he hadn't even graduated from college, so how come he became his new boss? Moreover, he was slacking off and playing games in front of him in the afternoon. It's over. His career is over. You kid, President Zhang is following him, how could he lie to you? Besides, why are you looking so sad? Your good days are coming soon. Those two vice presidents are finished, and the people under them can't escape either. Soon the RD department will return to its previous state, and you won't have to work overtime for free. Although he could no longer return to the RD department as director, he was still very happy for his former subordinates. But what Lin Shuai said next made his face change drastically, and he felt like the sky had fallen. You guys, hey. Just wish yourself the best, Mr. Lu's methods, hiss. He remembered what Lu Xingchen had just said in the corridor of the core research laboratory, patted Lin Shuai's shoulder sympathetically, and walked away from this place of trouble. Fortunately, he had been squeezed out by Vice President Su before. On the other hand, Lu Xingchen did not mention this matter to Zhang Wei at all. The people who took over the two vice presidents were senior management talents carefully selected by Qin Shuya from abroad. She believed that their management abilities were no different from those useless people who could only flatter. Moreover, he has already put the matter of recruiting an assistant team on the agenda. Now that he has his own people moving into the company, he is not worried about this kind of thing happening again. At this moment, Lu Xingchen, who was driving out of the Life Medical Technology Company, focused all his attention on He Qing, who was sitting in the passenger seat. His deep eyes looked at the black stockings hidden under the white pants, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. Chapter 98, A man is half drunk, and he acts until you cry. Does it look good? He Qing blushed, shyly lifted up her trouser legs, a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her voice was soft and delicate. The answer is beyond doubt. From the burning gazes that Lu Xingchen occasionally cast over at that time, one could feel his love for this pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. Seeing the cunning flash in He Qing's eyes, Lu Xingchen straightened his expression, coughed lightly, and pretended not to care. "Well, it's okay. You're so good at pretending." He Qing muttered in her heart, her beautiful eyes, which were like rippling water, suddenly turned and a plan came to her mind. With a slightly regretful tone, he spoke slowly, "Oh, it's okay. I have many brands of stockings at home. I was thinking that if you like them, I will slowly change them for you when I get home later, and you can choose the pair you like best and wear them before going to bed at night. It seems that you don't like it very much either, so forget it." He Qing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, pretending to be disappointed as she lowered her white trouser legs to cover her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. I looked out the car window and looked at the beautiful scenery of Haisher Bridge at dusk. Lu Xingchen now wanted to slap himself a few times. Dead mouth, let you be stubborn, let you be stubborn. At a red light, he glanced sideways at He Qing, who was sitting on the passenger seat with her curvaceous figure and sexy S-shaped curves. At that moment, she was full of intellectual charm, and her status as an intellectual professor made his heart beat fast. I saw his fingertips anxiously tapping the steering wheel, his deep eyes saw through the rearview mirror the corners of her lips raised in pride, and his voice was low and sexy. "Ah Qing, I haven't seen you for so many days, I miss you so much." You miss me." The sudden affectionate confession caught He Qing off guard. Her ears turned red and she blinked her beautiful eyes, turning her head to stare at Lu Xingchen, who had a face full of affection. "Can't you see? As soon as you had time today, I couldn't wait to come over, just to see you as soon as possible. You were so busy before, I didn't dare to disturb you." Lu Xingchen raised his head at a 45-degree angle, looking up at the sky covered with sunset through the windshield, and spoke in a low voice. He now discovered that this Oscar-winning actor's ability to control his emotions was simply unbeatable. The emotion came up as soon as it was said, without any delay. He Qing's cheeks turned red as blood after hearing the cheesy love words, and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. She has been very nervous ever since she saw the news about Lu Xingchen and Qin Shuya. She has already lost her father, and her mother is worse off than not existing. She really doesn't want to lose her lover Lu Xingchen again. That's why she took the time to take the initiative to ask him out, just to deepen her impression in Lu Xingchen's heart. He Qing never asked for much, she just wanted him not to forget her. Green light for going. The Koenigsegg 1, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, is speeding away like an arrow. In less than half an hour, they arrived downstairs of He Qing's apartment building. Lu Xingchen looked at He Qing's moved state and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. There is hope for the stockings catwalk. Just as he was about to get off the car, He Qing suddenly grabbed his hot big hand and looked at him affectionately with wet eyes. Aiken, I miss you too. You can come to my house to see me directly in the future. No, don't worry about disturbing my work. These words were equivalent to directly handing this man her boudoir pass. He Qing's heart was pounding and she felt extremely shy. Somehow, she ended up being carried upstairs by Lu Xingchen in a daze. Open the door. Lu Xingchen looked around the room and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Professor He, who appeared to be as cold as an iceberg, would occasionally reveal her intellectual side in front of him, but the decoration of this boudoir was really beyond his expectations. All I see is pink. Pink wall paint, pink sofa, pink table, pink carpet. Ugh. And a pink bikini. Are you surprised? Just as she was about to introduce her house to Lu Xingchen, she turned around and looked at his stunned eyes. She followed his line of sight and suddenly saw the sexy bikini on the sofa. Her pretty face turned red, so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. With a scream, she immediately covered Lu Xingchen's eyes and said in a soft voice, "Don't look." She was really confused. Yesterday, she saw some clothes that men liked on the internet and accidentally found this pink bikini. She got up too early this morning and forgot to put it away. It's over. This bad guy will definitely be so shameless as to try to get her to wear this sexy bikini for him. This is so embarrassing. As He Qing was daydreaming, her body suddenly felt lighter. Lu Xingchen picked him up by the waist, and because of fear, the hand that was covering his eyes moved to his neck. "Qing, can you please wear it for me to see?" When Lu Xingchen said this, his eyes were full of anticipation. Black stockings, white stockings, they are nothing compared to a bikini. No, don't. He Qing blushed and buried her head in his neck, not daring to look directly into Lu Xingchen's persuasive eyes. Although she had promised to get along well with Lu Xingchen that day, he still took advantage of her. But she really couldn't bring herself to wear such embarrassing clothes in front of him. This dress was a birthday present given to her by her best friend when she was in school. She had never worn it outside and only dared to wear it occasionally at home after taking a shower to admire herself. Lu Xingchen knew He Qing's character, she would respond to soft words but not hard ones. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, brewing his emotions. In an instant, tears appeared in her star-like eyes. She sniffed and her voice trembled with a hint of tears. "Qing, don't you like me?" "Okay, I understand. I am willing to be the fish in Qing's fish pond and be Qing's spare tire so that she can have a way out. It's because I'm not good enough that Qing can't love me wholeheartedly. It's because I don't have the ability. I like Qing very much. If Qing is willing, I will wait until the day when you are willing to love me." As soon as he finished speaking, a hot tear dripped down his cheek and landed on He Qing's collarbone. The man is 1/3 drunk, and he will act until you cry. He Qing felt the hot tears on her collarbone and was stunned for a moment. When she looked up, she saw the tears about to fall on Lu Xingchen's face. Her heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by a big hand. "No, I don't treat you as a backup. You are my man, the only man in my life. I like you and love you." He Qing thought that she had hurt Lu Xingchen by refusing too many times, so she hurriedly explained while wiping Lu Xingchen's tears in a panic. It would have been fine if she didn't explain. The more she explained, the more tears Lu Xingchen shed. She was really panicked. Don't cry, Aiken, I'll change it right away and show it to you, okay? I love you, wait for me." He Qing has never been in love and rarely comes into contact with men. In a panic, she picked up the pink bikini on the sofa and ran into the bedroom. The moment the bedroom door closed, the tears in Lu Xingchen's eyes stopped abruptly. His emotion control is worthy of being an Oscar-winning actor, so terrifying. With a sigh, Lu Xingchen leaned back on the sofa, looking at the bedroom door with anticipation. Chapter 99 The Crew Called. Just as Lu Xingchen was recalling the various tricks he had learned from the video clips that would help human reproduction, the sound of a phone call suddenly rang in his pocket. The vast grassland is my love. He took out his cell phone and looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen. He was stunned for a moment, but when he thought about the recent addition of so many businesses, he thought it might be a call from the person in charge of Yixing Entertainment. After thinking about it, I picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? Lu Xingchen, Mr. Lu, right? Hello? I am the director of the Flowering Flowers crew. We met once before. After that meeting, I surprisingly found that you are very similar to the heroine by Yue Guang in our new drama Flowering Flowers. So we would like to invite you to guest star in The Heroine by Yue Guang, so that you can have some real filming experience. Of course, we will not be stingy with the appearance fee. The crew director's tone was as friendly as possible, even a little humble. You have to be humble. Look at the actress who offended him before. She was sent to jail for at least 6 years because of taxes. Even the financial backer behind her has been in a state of panic recently. I heard that the financial backer's business is on the verge of bankruptcy. Mr. Lu, don't worry, this play does not have those ungrateful actors, and basically all of them are actors with very high acting skills in the circle, which will definitely give you a novel life experience. The crew's chief director has been thinking about this line of speech for many days. After seeing Lu Xingchen's energy and money, he could only use this novel life experience to try to attract Lu Xingchen's interest. Thinking of the conditions that movie queen Fengling had told him that day, he couldn't help but sigh. When Lu Xingchen heard this, he was slightly stunned and was also a little surprised by the crew's invitation to act. But unfortunately, he was not interested in this kind of thing and replied in a boring tone, I'm not interested, you should find someone else. The director of the crew had already expected this answer. He glanced at the words he had prepared and prepared to deliver the ultimate killer move. If this doesn't work, he can only give up. Teacher Lu, let me tell you the truth. In addition to the fact that you are very suitable for the role in the play, there is another very important reason for inviting you. The director of the crew said this, and he cleared his throat and whispered, you should know the movie queen Fengling. Your character has a kissing scene with the heroine, and this is Fengling's first screen kiss. After she saw you that day, she might have been attracted by your appearance, and specifically asked you to play the role of Bai Yue Guang before she agreed to play the heroine. It seems like she has a crush on you. He just couldn't believe that as a normal man, he would not agree to the temptation of the first screen kiss from the popular movie queen Fengling. There is no doubt about Fengling's beauty, otherwise she wouldn't be recognized as the national wife by men all over the country. Click. Suddenly, the sound of the door lock turning was heard. Lu Xingchen looked up at the bedroom door, eager to end the call. I'm not interested, call me again. After saying that, he hung up decisively. You must be kidding. He is a billionaire with so many women around him, but he would be tempted by a movie queen whom he can neither eat nor see. Besides, movie queen Fengling and Qin Shiya have the same type. Having one ice beauty in front of others is enough. As soon as the phone was thrown on the sofa, the bedroom door opened from the inside. The pink bikini on Qing's body contrasts beautifully with her fair and delicate skin. The sexy bikini perfectly highlights Qing's curvy figure, S-shaped curves, powerful abs, and clear waistlines. The places that should be fat are not thin at all, and the places that should be thin do not have a trace of fat. This figure is simply a perfect work of art. Lu Xingchen stared at the person in front of him with his starry eyes, and was completely stunned. Inside the director's office. Looking at the hung-up phone interface, the director sighed helplessly. That was the first screen kiss of actress Fengling. How could any man not be moved? He couldn't understand why. Even if he was a rich second generation and usually played with young models and small stars, how could anyone refuse such a popular movie queen, a recognized beauty in the circle? He slumped down in the chair, his face full of despair. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open from the outside, and a smiling voice was heard. Oh, Director Li is sleeping. He is not a young man anymore, but he still sleeps a lot. Along with the teasing voice, a woman wearing a light pink pedal shirt, black slim flared pants, orange-red big wavy hair, and black Hong Kong-style glasses, walked in slowly holding a computer. If Lu Xingchen were here, he would recognize at first sight that this person is Zhao Yuro, who said she was going to seclude herself to revise the script. Yuro, please stop teasing me. I want to die now. Director Li spread his hands with a gloomy face, sighed and continued, Fengling gave me a big problem, asking me to find a rich second generation who was not interested in her to play the female lead by Yue Guang. You don't know that person's ability. Hey! He was really desperate now. Lu Xingqian was simply invincible and he had no idea where to start. Not interested in Sister Fengling? Zhao Yuro raised her eyebrows and looked at the popular movie queen Fengling who was smiling outside the door. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile as if she was watching a good show. Could it be that Sister Fengling's charm has declined? Oh, my dear, don't say that. If the Queen of Wind hears this, our cooperation will be over. Director Li was frightened by these outrageous words. Then he held his forehead and shook his head. Let us not talk about them. What instructions do you have for coming here today? Director Li is very optimistic about this movie. It can be said that as long as he performs normally, the script adapted from this novel can reach the award-winning level. When I think about the past few years, Zhao Yuruo's novels have become a hit, and I am full of anticipation. This is not luck, but hard power. Compared with other novel adaptations, the lead editors of film and television scripts are not the original novel authors themselves, but we can't blame them. After all, writing novels and editing film and television scripts seem to be not much different, but the actual work content is very different. The person before you is a well-known master writer and senior script editor in the industry. I don't dare to take the instructions, I just come to send warmth to Director Li's sister Fengling. Why don't you come in? Aren't you tired standing outside? As soon as these words were spoken, Director Li's eyes widened instantly. He quickly stood up and walked around the desk, looking at the smiling actress Fengling at the door, and was ecstatic. Lu Xingqian was also ecstatic. He quickly stood up, walked around the sofa and came to Yi Qing. His hot palm rested on her fair and delicate waist, and his deep eyes stared at the person in front of him who was so shy that her face was all pink above her collarbone, and his breathing was a little heavy. Qing, you are so beautiful. At this moment, simple and plain praise is more effective than any sweet words. Yi Qing felt his hot palm, her curly eyelashes trembled like a butterfly, and her whole body trembled slightly, feeling shy and not knowing why. Chapter 100 Qing belongs to you completely today. Okay, you've seen it too, I'll go change it back. Yi Qing blushed, blinked her eyes, and slightly opened her lips that were sparkling with water. She had just seen Lu Xingqian's burning eyes from the corner of her eye, the corners of his lips raised lazily and wantonly, and a frightening light surging in his dark pupils, as if he would pounce on her in the next second. Lu Xingqian's lips curled up slightly, and his voice was low and sexy. I can't see enough, please don't change it, okay? The hot and humid breath hit her earlobes, and the strong male hormones rushed into her nostrils unreasonably. Blinking her innocent and shy eyes, staring at the man who was so close to her, Yi Qing's heart was pounding. Will he? Just as she was daydreaming. The boundless horizon is my love. Suddenly, the loud ringing of a phone in the living room woke her confused mind. Your phone is ringing. Yi Qing pushed Lu Xingqian away, her face panicked, her ears red, and turned and ran into her room. Lu Xingqian lowered his eyes and his face was gloomy, but when he didn't hear the sound of the door being locked, his gloomy expression eased a little. His eyebrows raised slightly and he smiled faintly. He turned around and walked to the sofa, looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar number, and picked up the call with an unclear expression. You'd better have something to do. Don't give me a reasonable reason. You know my methods. Lu Xingqian's voice was exceptionally cold, and his tone revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone, but it was not the director from before. TSK, are you so overbearing now? He is indeed a man who easily earned a small goal. Zhao Yuro's teasing voice came from the other end. Lu Xingqian was stunned and looked down at the incoming call number on his phone to confirm that it was not Zhao Yuro's number. Suddenly, he remembered what Zhao Yuro had told him before about adapting the script and going into seclusion. He sat lazily on the sofa, his tone softened a lot. Is this drama adapted from your novel? Bingo, congratulations on getting the answer right, but there is no reward. When Zhao Yuro is not sick, she is still very lively. Turning around, he glanced at Director Li, whose eyes were full of expectation, and asked casually, why don't you make a cameo appearance for the sake of growing up together? This role doesn't have many scenes and doesn't require much of your time. It won't delay your classes, nor will it delay your ability to pick up girls. By the way, this character also has a kissing scene with the heroine, the popular movie queen and national wife Fengling. This is the first kiss of the big movie queen, hee hee. As she spoke, Zhao Yuro looked at Fengling, who was glaring at her with a joking look, and revealed a heartless and ingratiating smile. No one knew that the film queen in the entertainment industry was actually her good friend and fan of the novelist who never left her house. Lu Xingchen did not directly refuse Zhao Yuro's invitation. Thinking that he had nothing to do recently, he simply agreed. Well, I'll send you my assistant's WeChat in a couple of days, and you can ask the crew to contact her. Don't wait 2 days, do it now. So that you, a busy person wandering among the flowers, won't forget it. Lu Xingchen paused and said helplessly, the assistant has not been recruited yet, let's talk about it in 2 days. Okay, that's it, hang up. Zhao Yuro was slightly puzzled by the urgent tone, but then she suddenly realized and replied, I wish you a happy time, and I hope you will stand firm and last long. Fengling, who was sitting nearby, looked speechlessly at her best friend who was speaking wildly. She glanced at Director Li, who had his eyes wide open, and gently stroked her forehead. She was no longer surprised by Zhao Yuro's eccentric personality. Fengling raised her chin slightly, glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, and asked curiously, this person is Zhibai Yueguang, the character in the novel was written based on his appearance. No wonder I felt at first glance that he was born for this role. Zhao Yuro was not shy to hide it. Instead, she raised her chin proudly and said as a matter of course, how handsome. Let me tell you, he has a lot of women and he must be a good kisser. This should be a good first kiss for you. Fengling blushed at what she said, and patted her head gently, saying coquettishly, you silly girl, shut up. Then, can teacher Fengling and Mr. Lu be confirmed? Director Li looked at Zhao Yuro with a flattering smile. The rest of the crew is ready. As long as the issue of the female lead is solved, other minor roles can be found quickly and filming can start soon. Of course, I'm doing 2 things at once. I've helped Director Li so much, so Director Li should treat me to a good meal at Pujiang Cruise Restaurant? Zhao Yuro smiled and blinked. Okay, I'll have someone reserve a seat now. Director Li was very happy when he got a positive answer. Even though Zhao Yuro charged him 80,000 or 90,000 yuan for a meal, he was still very happy. At this time, Fengling suddenly said, Director Li, have you chosen the 5th female role? Our company recently signed a new girl, who is very smart and very suitable for the childhood sweetheart in the male lead's memory. Here, look at the photo. Fengling took out the photos her agent had prepared for her and placed them on the table. The person in the photo is wearing a JK uniform in a youthful campus style, paired with eye-catching white stockings, delicate white skin, and clear eyes, exuding a youthful and pure aura all over her body. White shallow. Director Li's eyes were instantly drawn to this character. This character was born for that role. He looked at Fengling with admiration in his eyes and his words were full of envy. I have to say, Sister Hong is really good at signing people. With her looks and temperament, as long as she steps onto the big screen, she will definitely have many acting offers in the future. It won't be long before your company will have another first-line actress. He Qing's home. Lu Xingchen put down his phone, turned it off directly and threw it aside. He stood up, pushed the door open slowly and walked into He Qing's bedroom. How did you get in? He Qing, who was sitting by the bed in a daze, was stunned for a moment and scolded shyly. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and glanced at her pink bikini which she had not yet changed out of. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and his tone was lazy and wanton. I told you, I can't get enough of it. He stood in front of her, leaning over and staring into her eyes. His fingertips gently stroked her delicate white collarbone, and his burning gaze seemed to pierce through her. He Qing's breathing stagnated slightly and her whole body trembled. This ambiguous atmosphere was undoubtedly like a torch in the desert in broad daylight to her, which only made her burning body temperature rise higher and higher. Ah Qing, I love you. Lu Xingchen lifted her chin and confessed affectionately. He Qing had a dazed look in her eyes as she stared at the man in front of her whom she wanted to entrust her life to. At this moment, all the theories about playing hard to get, not cherishing what is easily obtained, etc., were thrown out of her mind. He Qing looked at Lu Xingchen affectionately, took his hand and slowly fell backwards, her tone soft and tender. Ah Qing, today belongs completely to you. Chapter 101, Meeting by Qianqian at Zakair Hotel. Noon of the 2nd day. Lu Xingchen woke up in a daze on He Qing's fragrant and soft bed. There was no warmth next to me anymore, so I guess He Qing must have left very early. Thinking about last night, the two of them fought until 3 or 4 in the morning. He Qing was already exhausted at that time. I didn't expect that she could still get up on time and go to the laboratory. Well, you have good physical strength. I can go longer next time. That is right, considering that it was He Qing's first time yesterday, Lu Xingchen was not that beastly. After getting dressed and walking out of the room, I saw the note left by He Qing on the refrigerator and ate a full sandwich and drank milk. Lu Xingchen took out his cell phone and asked Ma Jinghua to help him find a headhunter who had been cooperating with Zakair Hotel for an interview at Zakair Hotel at 3 p.m. After sending a good afternoon message to He Qing, Lu Xingchen drove the Koenigsegg 1 towards the Zeichel Hotel. TSK, I miss Apollo Ali. Although the Koenigsegg 1 is very valuable, and its kinetic energy, interior, etc. are far superior to the Apollo Ali, the purple flowing body of the Apollo Ali is really cool. Although the white and orange body of the Koenigsegg is also very handsome, it does not suit Lu Xingchen's aesthetic taste. Forget it, in a few days, when Qing's part of the project is finished, I'll take her to look at cars. Thinking of He Qing's ordinary Mercedes-Benz, it doesn't match her long legs at all. Only low-profile sports cars like Ferrari and Porsche can highlight the charm of He Qing's long legs when getting out of the car. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen's mind emerged. He Qing's long legs dyed pink last night. That stimulating pattern was so addictive that he couldn't stop. What a pity! He sighed softly. He Qing was not a woman like Hu Weiler who could devote her whole body and soul to him. For He Qing, being able to spare a day during the project trial was the limit of her love for him. Thinking of Hu Weiler's mature woman's charm, Lu Xingchen was moved. He hadn't gone back to see her for several days. He also missed his adopted daughter Hu Xingxing, but he didn't go there just to live in Hu Weiler's bedroom. The Koenigsegg 1 was driving smoothly, but suddenly it accelerated, startling the drivers on both sides. They quickly slowed down and kept a distance from him. Less than an hour later, Lu Xingchen arrived at the Zeichel Hotel. Apparently Ma Jinghua had already made arrangements today. Although he was on a business trip, he still arranged for someone to receive him. Hello, Mr. Lu. Uniform, delicate voices rang out from both sides. There were 12 beautiful waitresses in total. The 4 senior executives in charge did not come. Instead, the company's human resources director was arranged to come. She was also a mature young woman with a charming demeanor and was very good looking. But unfortunately, she already has a husband, and she and Hu Weiler have a very similar shape. Her breasts are obviously not as big as Hu Weiler's, so Lu Xingchen has no interest in her at all. Mr. Lu, please come this way. Seeing that Lu Xingchen didn't keep his eyes on her for too long, the HR director had a better impression of the new boss. With a spring breeze smile on her face, she raised her hand to lead the way for Lu Xingchen. Have you seen the person? Lu Xingchen nodded slightly and asked as he walked. As his businesses grew, a team of professional elite assistants would obviously be able to bring him greater convenience and help him manage his property. If there is anything, he will let his assistants do it. He only needs to enjoy life freely and carefree, occasionally listen to their reports, and decide some important matters. That's enough. The most important thing in life is to enjoy yourself. Suddenly, the familiar system task trigger prompt sound rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the godly rich cultivation task, realizing the true meaning of life, and learning to enjoy life. The godly rich's life is only about money, beauties, and endless happiness. Work has never been a must in the godly rich's life. Task content: as the host's industries are increasing, there is a trend that work has occupied most of the time. Please form a high-tech assistant team. Each person's character, temperament, and ability must reach more than 90 points. For this reason, the host is authorized to temporarily use the scoring panel given by the system during recruitment to select assistant candidates who meet the system requirements. Note: the number of assistants must not be less than 12. Task reward: a gold medal legal team formed by senior lawyers from the Red Circle law firm. Note: a salary of 100 million yuan must be paid annually. 100 million in salary every year. When Lu Xingchen saw the salary amount, there was no surprise in his eyes. Senior lawyers in Red Circle law firms are basically at the partner level, with annual salaries of at least several million, and 10 million is normal. He didn't feel bad about the 100 million yuan salary at all. Even though he didn't have much to ask the legal team to do right now, it was still better to be prepared. Besides, for him now, money is easy to make, but talent is the most difficult to come by, especially such experienced and high-end talent. It's not easy to have 12 assistants with scores of more than 90 in all aspects. Lu Xingchen sighed. He did not feel that there was anything unreasonable about the system's scoring requirements. Who wants to see a group of ugly assistants every day? Moreover, an assistant team with both good looks and temperament is a symbol of status when brought out. Just like those rich second generations who drive sports cars to show off their wealth, the only difference is that the objects of Lu Xingqian showing off are the fathers and grandfathers of those rich second generations. Suddenly, Lu Xingqian caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in his peripheral vision and looked sideways. Bai Qianqian, dressed in an evening gown, was walking in from another door in the hall. At this moment, she is completely different from the young and lively school belle on campus. The slightly mature pure white evening dress further highlighted her pure temperament, mixed with a little charm, making her look even more bright and attractive. When Bai Qianqian's eyes fell on Lu Xingqian, who was coming towards her, she was also stunned. She really didn't expect to run into Lu Xingqian here, face to face. Did he know that she had signed a contract with the entertainment company behind his back? Finished. Qianqian, what a coincidence. Just then, the popular movie star Mu Chen came up from behind, looked at Bai Qianqian with a smile, and greeted her warmly. Good, what a coincidence, Teacher Mu Chen, please come in first. Bai Qianqian was so anxious that she said something perfunctorily and turned to look at Lu Xingqian. I was just about to run over to explain to Lu Xingqian. In a blink of an eye, she saw Lu Xingqian glanced at her expressionlessly, then turned around and, with the support of a group of beautiful waiters, got on the VIP elevator of the Zakair Hotel. Looking at the slowly closing elevator door and Lu Xingqian's indifferent eyes, Bai Qianqian felt very flustered. I was just about to take out my phone to call Lu Xingqian to explain, but I was wearing an evening gown today, and the phone and the baby were in the hands of my life assistant. The life assistant had already gone to register at the entrance of the banquet hall, and was accompanied only by the deputy agent assigned by Sister Hong. Qianqian, it's time for us to go in. The deputy agent reminded quietly. She glanced at Mukin's team, who were walking leisurely and keeping a friendly distance from them, and reminded them in a voice that only the two of them could hear, try to stay away from Mukin. It's not a good thing to have a scandal with him. His fans are very powerful. Although they are both from the same company, their agents don't get along. Last time, when there was a scandal about Mukin, Sister Hong had to give in before the news was dropped. Bai Qianqian replied casually. At this moment, all her thoughts were on Lu Xingqian. Chapter 102 Love Rival comes for interview. Helplessly, she had more important work to do now, and she had no right to go where Lu Xingqian went. When I asked the waiters around, they also had secretive expressions on their faces. Qianqian, what's wrong? Mukin's gentle and elegant voice sounded again from the side. Bai Qianqian was stunned for a moment, looking at the movie star Mukin, who came closer again, frowned slightly, took a few steps back, pulled the deputy agent beside her, and winked at her. Hello, Mr. Mu. Our artist is not feeling well. Excuse me. Having said that, he decisively took Bai Qianqian away from this vortex. She still wanted to enjoy a quiet life, but didn't want her own artist to be involved in any scandal with him. Mu Chen tilted his head in confusion and asked the assistant, who was trying to hold back his laughter, "Am I that scary?" The assistant thought for a moment, nodded seriously, and joked with a smile, "Brother Mukin, you really don't know your reputation in the entertainment industry. With the powerful fighting power of your fans, even those who want to hype up your CP dare not stand too close to you. You take the initiative to approach them again and again, but they are young artists who have not yet entered the industry, and they will not stay away from you. Besides, she is an artist under Sister Hong, and you know the relationship between those two." As soon as he finished speaking, the little assistant came up to him mysteriously and said, "Brother Mukin, you are not falling in love with her, are you?" Mu Chen was silent for a moment, then raised his head again, his eyes full of hope, and nodded seriously. "Well, she is very different." "What's the difference?" "It's just that you've been in the entertainment industry for a long time and have never seen such a pure and clean girl." Of course, the assistant didn't dare say this openly. He took out his cell phone and flipped through it, his expression lit up. He looked at Mukin and said excitedly, "Brother Mukin, you will be joining the crew of A Beautiful Story in half a month, and I have good news. The artist named by Qianqian just now has just been confirmed by the crew of A Beautiful Story to be the white moonlight in your memory, and you two will have a scene together. In the conference room on the 24th floor of Zakair Hotel." The HR director walked in cautiously, looked at Lu Xingqian, whose face was calm but whose eyes were frighteningly dark, and reported softly, "Mr. Lu, the interviewees are ready, do you want to let them in?" These words interrupted Lu Xingqian's thoughts. He sorted out his emotions that were almost out of control and nodded lightly. "The mission is still important, woman, haha." "Hello, Mr. Lu." A familiar voice came in. Lu Xingqian's dark eyes stared at the person who walked in from the door, with a look of surprise in his eyes. "Li Zhang?" He hesitated and called out the name of the man in front of him based on his vague memory. That's right, it was Li Zhang, the deputy team leader of He Qing's previous project. I didn't expect that he would apply for the position of my assistant. Hello Mr. Liu, I am Li Zhang. I have a doctorate in biomedicine from Shuangdan University, and a master's degree in biomedicine and management. In addition to life medical experimental projects, I also have a Chinese medicine practitioner qualification certificate, which can ensure your safety when traveling. I have served as the director assistant of M Group. Li Zhang is indeed a high-end talent recruited by a top headhunter. At this moment, he showed confidence and composure that he had never shown in the laboratory. Lu Xingqian glanced at the HR director and headhunter beside him, and nodded repeatedly at Li Zhang's self-introduction, unable to conceal the admiration in his eyes. Tapping his fingertips on the mahogany table, he looked down at Li Zhang's resume and asked curiously, "Why didn't you continue to participate in He Qing's next project?" When Li Zhang heard this question, he was stunned for a moment, and answered without hesitation, "Professor He Qing's current project is basically composed of senior researchers who have been in the industry for many years, and some are related personnel from the military. My ability is not enough to participate in the next project. The previous project was enough for me to graduate. I was born in the countryside, and I still want my parents to live a good life, and I also want to settle down in high city." At this point, Li Zhang's hesitant look attracted Lu Xingqian's attention. He gave Li Zhang a puzzled look. "Is there anything you can't say? Feel free to do as you please. You can see my character in the last meeting." Li Zhang hesitated for a moment, but was ready to take a gamble and cleared his throat. "Well, nothing, I just heard recently that the project is quite tiring. In addition to the project work, Professor He Qing also has to deal with confessions from official people." After these words were spoken, the human resources director and headhunting consultant nearby were stunned. Reminiscing about the past and chatting about family matters during an interview is not a plus point. The headhunter really admires Li Zhang's talent and was about to cough lightly to remind him. The next second, the big boss of the interview suddenly sat up straight, lowered his eyes and stared at Li Zhang, and said lightly, "That person was rejected, but he still shamelessly came forward?" He was quite confident in He Qing. She had never been an indecisive woman, and her efforts to cater to him last night had already shown her true feelings. When Li Zhang heard Lu Xingqian's question, he felt slightly happy, knowing that he had made the right bet, and nodded slightly. "You're accepted. Annual salary of 1.2 million, 6 insurances and 2 funds, employee benefits, working hours and methods. You should have known about it before." Lu Xingqian accepted him in a casual tone. In fact, Lu Xingqian didn't need to think too much about whether the assisting candidate was suitable or not. The scoring mechanism of the system matching in his mind would give him the answer instantly. Li Zhang's temperament barely scored 90 points, but his ability and character were 98 and 95 points respectively. He does have great potential. Li Zhang did not expect this annual salary level. It is more than twice the 400,000 to 600,000 offered by those research institutes. A happy smile appeared on his face, and he bowed and thanked in a loud voice, "Thank you Mr. Liu for your appreciation, I will definitely work hard." He doesn't have age shame, so being respectful to someone who was much younger than him doesn't matter. As long as Lu Xingqian adds another million, he will even call him dad. "Well, go down and sign the contract. By the way, someone will push it to you on WeChat later. So, sort out the news you heard and send me a copy." Lu Xingqian ordered without hesitation. "Yes, Mr. Liu, I will ensure that the task is completed." Li Zhang immediately got into the mood, bowed, and walked out happily. Seeing Li Zhang, who did not have much work experience, come out so quickly and with a smile, the people waiting outside breathed a sigh of relief and became full of confidence. But next, Lu Xingqian will tell him what the Cayenne Bureau interview is. Next. Lu Xingqian had a good start and thought that today's task would be completed smoothly, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. There are 7 or 8 people in a row, and their abilities are basically qualified, but their character and temperament are very different. I have to say that there are very few people who are good at studying, good looking, and have good temperament. The headhunter sitting next to him was also panicked. He didn't expect that the employer's requirements were so strict. Among the 7 or 8 people just now, there were 2 or 3 who he was very optimistic about and thought would pass the interview. Forget it, let us take a break, arrange some afternoon tea for them, and continue in half an hour. I'm going out for a walk. After sitting for more than 2 hours, Lu Xingqian felt sore in his waist and buttocks. With his physique, he was destined not to be a worker like a beast of burden. After giving the order, Lu Xingqian walked out of the meeting room. Thinking of Bai Qianqian whom he had just met in the lobby, he turned around and went downstairs. Chapter 103 Lu Xingqian is jealous. There was a lot of drinking and toasting at the banquet. As a newcomer who had just been signed, Bai Qianqian was obviously not familiar with the atmosphere of the banquet. Coupled with what happened just now with Lu Xingqian, she was completely dizzy and was taken by her deputy agent to meet representatives of well-known brands one after another. After finally meeting the last planned brand representative, Bai Qianqian and the deputy agent both breathed a sigh of relief. Are you tired? Go take a rest. There shouldn't be anything left for us to do. The deputy manager patted Bai Qianqian, who was not in the right state, and comforted her gently and considerately. She is very familiar with this kind of newcomer status. She just needs to experience it a few more times, or if she has a work that goes viral, she won't have to make connections everywhere, because someone will come to find her. Sister Yan, thank you for your hard work. I'm going to the bathroom. Bai Qianqian smiled at Sister Yan, who was taking her around everywhere, said something, and walked out of the banquet hall. She took the phone from her life assistant at the door and quickened her pace to the bathroom. Lu Xingqian must be angry. No, I have to comfort him. Bai Qianqian looked at the message box on her phone that did not even contain any questions and whispered softly. Suddenly, her forehead seemed to hit a solid high wall. This is the result of walking with your head down and looking at your phone instead of looking at the road. Oops. Sorry. Bai Qianqian cried out in pain and apologized immediately. Lu Xingqian frowned slightly, gently lifted her lowered little head, and was relieved to see that her forehead was only slightly red. The voice was as cold as frost, with a hint of dissatisfaction in the tone. You deserve it for not looking at the road when walking. When Bai Qianqian heard this magnetic voice, she looked up suddenly. When she saw the handsome face she had been dreaming of, her pretty face was full of surprise. She clenched the corners of her evening dress with both hands, gently bit her lips that were painted with orange lipstick, her butterfly-like eyelashes trembled slightly, and tears instantly filled her eyes, as if she was about to cry at any time. For Bai Qianqian, Lu Xingqian's appearance here is enough to prove everything. Lu Xingqian, I'm sorry, As soon as the trembling crying voice opened, suddenly, a gentle and elegant voice came from behind. Qianqian, what's wrong? Mu Chen stared at Lu Xingqian in front of him with an unfriendly look, and glanced at Bai Qianqian, whose eyes were slightly red, with an expression that said, I support you. We, the artists of Yixing Entertainment, have never had to suffer any grievances, and we have the capital not to suffer any grievances. Those methods that seek to impose unspoken rules will have no effect on us. Mu Chen turned around and spoke to Bai Qianqian in a gentle tone. But the meaning behind his words seemed like a warning to Lu Xingqian. Hearing the name of his own company, Lu Xingqian raised his eyelids, a hint of disdain appeared on the corners of his lips, and he narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up the artist under this company, Qianqian? Calling her so intimately. After these words were spoken, Bai Qianqian, who was standing aside and was moved, was stunned for a moment, silently walked away from Mu Chen a few steps, and walked to the side of Lu Xingqian. The tone was respectful but distant. Teacher Mukin, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. If you have something to do, you can go ahead. The polite but obvious order to leave made Mu Chen stunned for a moment. It seemed that Bai Qianqian was not bullied by the man in front of her. Then her expression just now would not be. He asked tentatively, It's okay, I thought, this is your friend? Mu Chen's eyes fell on Lu Xingqian and he scanned him up and down. He was quite handsome, wearing all branded clothes, and looked like a rich second generation. Young girls who have just entered the industry are most likely to be deceived by these rich second generations, especially artists like Bai Qianqian, whose eyes reveal clear stupidity. Feeling the vague hostility in the other person's eyes, Lu Xingqian smiled faintly, turned his head complacently to look at Bai Qianqian beside him, and reached out to hold her fair and tender little hand. Mu Chen's face suddenly turned ugly, and there was a gloom in his eyes. Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned and glanced at her colleague from the company opposite her, the actor Mukin. She knew that he had other intentions towards her. Thinking that Lu Xingqian had other women besides her, they might be photographed. If Mu Chen caught them, she wouldn't worry about anything. At most, she would be hidden. But she didn't want Lu Xingqian to be scolded. With a shy smile, she held Lu Xingqian's arm and said with a sweet smile, This is my brother. Teacher Mukin still has to go to the banquet to attend a social event. Then we won't delay Teacher Mukin's business. After some polite greetings, he took Lu Xingqian and disappeared in front of Mu Chen. I was scared to death. She didn't stop until there was no one around and breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't notice Lu Xingqian, whose face was as black as charcoal, staring at her with dissatisfaction on his face. Lu Xingqian, I miss you so much. I want to apologize to you. You lied to me, right? Before she could finish her words, Lu Xingchen took over what she wanted to say. She looked up in confusion, and seeing Lu Xingchen's expression, she showed her little fangs in a guiltily flattering manner. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you. I went to Yixing Entertainment that afternoon, and Bai Qianqian stood up straight and bowed her head to apologize sincerely. Lu Xingchen didn't wait for her to finish, and looked at the follower who came up from the corner with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He reached out and pulled Bai Qianqian into the exclusive elevator for high-rise buildings. Soon, he arrived at his exclusive room at the Zakair Hotel, which was a large flat on the top floor of the Zakair Hotel with an area of more than 600 square meters. This was also Lu Xingchen's first time here. After taking a quick look at the luxurious furnishings in the room, he sat down on the sofa. He was in no mood to experience the layout of the most luxurious suite in the Zakair Hotel, and he was very depressed about the word brother. Bai Qianqian looked around the luxurious suite curiously, turned to look at Lu Xingchen with a sullen face, and walked over with a sweet smile. She lifted her pure white evening dress, sat on Lu Xingchen's lap, and looked at him with a smile. Lu Xingchen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you. Please forgive me. I will be obedient in the future. Please. Bai Qianqian hugged Lu Xingchen's neck and acted coquettishly. Occasionally her orange-red lips would stain Lu Xingchen's lips. Lu Xingchen was not so easy to fool. He stared at her with an unclear expression and deep eyes, then reached out and took her arm off her neck. He held her slender waist and let her leave his legs, and said in a cold tone, I'm just your brother. After hearing this, Bai Qianqian was startled, her bright eyes blinked, the corners of her mouth couldn't help curling up, and she said softly and sweetly, Lu Xingchen, are you jealous? Just because I called you brother in front of others? Didn't you say you are my boyfriend? Chapter 104 I want to be your real girlfriend. I didn't. Lu Xingchen replied indifferently. Bai Qianqian lowered her eyes and looked at Lu Xingchen, who was leaning on the sofa with a more relaxed expression. She thought he was extremely cute like this. It's the kind of cuteness that makes you want to rub and pinch her cheeks and suck on her abdominal muscles. Oh, no, she repeated in a teasing tone. Open the leather case of the mobile phone and take out the prepared bank card. He grabbed Lu Xingchen's bony hand and placed the bank card in his palm. His tone was very proud. Here, I return the 1 million to you. Now we can cancel the agreement between us. Thinking that she could be on an equal footing with Lu Xingchen and become his real woman, she couldn't help but show joy. Just as she was about to speak, she officially wanted to pursue Lu Xingchen and become his girlfriend. The next second, the whole person flew into the air. The fair neck was held by the pair of hot big hands, and the handsome face that I had been thinking about was close at hand, but the expression was a little distorted. Then an angry voice sounded in her ears, and Lu Xingchen's dark eyes stared at her. Bai Qianqian, the agreement cannot be invalidated, you can only be my woman in this life. Lu Xingchen, who had thought of letting go before, found that when the time came, he couldn't let go at all. He actually felt reluctant to let go of Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian only felt that the pair of large hands clasping her neck were getting stronger and stronger, and the feeling of suffocation was becoming more and more intense. But she did not resist at all. She stared blankly at Lu Xingchen, who was gritting his teeth. Her eyes were red and tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. This was not fear, this was happiness. It turns out that he cares about me so much. Bai Qianqian was extremely happy. Her smooth hands covered Lu Xingchen's big hands with distinct joints, and her delicate little nose twitched slightly. Seeing Bai Qianqian's state, Lu Xingchen remained silent. He stared at her rosy and plump lips and bit them hard. After a long time, he reluctantly let go of her hand. He still couldn't be like the crazy and critical president in the novel and keep her firmly by his side. After all, he was not illiterate about the law. Wiping the lipstick on his lips, Lu Xingchen said indifferently, Go away. Take your card and don't show up in front of me again. I will treat the 1 million as dog food. After saying that, he turned around and stretched out his long legs, ready to leave. Suddenly, Lu Xingchen felt a tightening around his waist, and two white arms tightly embraced him from deep behind. There was a soft feeling behind me, and a soft and sobbing voice sounded, No, I don't want to go, Lu Xingchen, I don't want to leave you, I just don't want to be your girlfriend by agreement anymore, I want to be your real girlfriend, I love you. Lu Xingchen. Bai Qianqian's words were extremely affectionate. She revealed all her thoughts in detail, and her tears unknowingly soaked Lu Xingchen's suit. Hearing these words, Lu Xingchen paused, and the gloom on his face instantly disappeared. This is a misunderstanding. So, you signed with Yixing Entertainment, gave me a 1 million signing fee, and became my real girlfriend? Lu Xingchen asked in surprise. Bai Qianqian sobbed and sniffed, looking at the smiling Lu Xingchen, wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes at him. Otherwise, how can I bear to leave you, a bad guy? As she said that, she threw herself into Lu Xingchen's arms again, put her arms around his neck, and tiptoed closer. 10 minutes later, she nestled happily in Lu Xingchen's arms, holding his fingers, and whispered, I like acting. The Yixing Entertainment contract is very friendly to newcomers, and it is difficult to get in, so you don't have to worry about me. Well, I'm not worried. Lu Xingchen entangled his fingers in her hair, a smile appearing at the corners of his lips. What would her expression be if she knew that he was the boss of Yixing Entertainment? Exactly half a month later would be their 52nd day anniversary together, and he was looking forward to her seeing his expression on the set. Thinking of the film set, he finally remembered why he felt familiar with the name Mukin. In the script sent by Zhao Yuro, the male lead seemed to be called this name. Lu Xingchen's eyes darkened, and he clasped Bai Qianqian's waist with his big hands, and solemnly warned her, in the future, tell the truth about our relationship in front of others, do you hear me? Would that have a bad impact on you? After all, you have so many. Are you jealous? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows and asked back. Bai Qianqian nodded openly, looked directly into Lu Xingchen's starry eyes, and said seriously, well, Lu Xingchen, I'm jealous. You have done that with Sister Yao Yan, and you have done that with other women, but you don't want me. I am very angry and jealous now. Just now you ignored me when you saw me and told me to get out. I have reason to suspect that you don't love me. I am really angry and it is hard to appease me. Bai Qianqian sat on Lu Xingchen's lap again, looking at him solemnly, her hands on his chest, pouting her pink lips in dissatisfaction. Lu Xingchen's breathing was a little short. Looking at the pure and well-behaved Bai Qianqian, huge waves surged in his deep eyes. He put his hot hands around her slender waist and spoke in a lazy and casual tone, then I will coax you well today and make you calm down, okay? Tear it up. Hey, Lu Xingchen. This evening gown of mine is borrowed. It's very expensive. Bai Qianqian's distressed cry was heard in the room. Looking at the tattered haute couture evening dress on the ground, she felt that today was not a good day and the little money just slipped through her fingers. The next second, she was carried on Lu Xingchen's shoulders and walked into the room. At the same time, the Human Resources Director in the conference room on the 24th floor received Lu Xingchen's message. The interview has been postponed. For those who have not been interviewed, free hotel accommodation and meals will be arranged. We will continue tomorrow. An hour later, Lu Xingchen stood up with an unhappy look on his face, comforted by Qianqian, put on some clothes casually, walked out of the room expressionlessly, and opened the door. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. The dissatisfaction in Lu Xingchen's tone was already evident. The waiter was extremely panicked, but looking at the lady who was about to call the police, he explained tremblingly, Mr. Lu, this lady is looking for a lady named Bai Qianqian, and said that if she can't find her, she will call the police and let the police come to look for her. Who are you? Lu Xingchen looked at Sister Yan coldly. Sister Yan looked at the strawberry on Lu Xingchen's neck and didn't look happy. She stared at her fiercely and said angrily, you'd better pray that the person inside is not an artist from our Yixing Entertainment. Otherwise, no matter who you are, you will eat free meals for the rest of your life. I mean what I say. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed Lu Xingchen away and rushed inside. Jianqian, are you there? I am here, don't be afraid. After hearing the woman's words, Lu Xingchen had already guessed her identity. Looking at the woman who broke in, he gave the waiter a look to get out and closed the door. Looking at the woman searching room by room, Lu Xingchen walked straight to the innermost room. As soon as he entered, Bai Qianqian, with rosy cheeks, hung on him like a koala. Who is it? Bai Qianqian asked in a hoarse voice. Chapter 105 I'm your boss. Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and looked at the dissatisfied person in his arms, a helpless expression on his face. He put pajamas on her and said softly, your agent. Oh no, Guanggu and Lu Xingchen are happy. I forgot that I came to the banquet with Sister Yan today. Bai Qianqian's body trembled, she got off Lu Xingchen, quickly put on her pajamas, and looked at Sister Yan who was coming towards her with a guilty conscience. Qianqian, you scumbag, don't worry, Sister Yan will definitely help you get justice. She rushed over, pushed Lu Xingchen away, and looked at Bai Qianqian with red eyes and her knees that were turning purple. He hugged her with heartache, then turned around and cursed Lu Xingchen angrily. This floor will have to be covered with carpets in the future. Lu Xingqian glanced at Bai Qianqian's knees distressfully and muttered. They were having so much fun that they didn't notice that her knee was bruised. Bai Qianqian heard Lu Xingqian's mumbling and thought of the embarrassing scene just now, and gave him a fierce look. She immediately stopped Sister Yan, who wanted to call the police, and said softly with guilt and shyness, "Sister Yan, he is my boyfriend. My boyfriend won't work either." Sister Yan was so angry that she replied casually. Suddenly, her hand that dialed the number paused and she put down the phone. He stared at Bai Qianqian with wide eyes and asked in disbelief, what did you just say?" Although the company does not have overly strict requirements on the artists' private lives, it is a consensus in the industry that new artists cannot have romantic relationships, especially female artists like Bai Qianqian who have not yet graduated from college. Bai Qianqian shrank her neck and gave a guiltily ingratiating smile. This is my boyfriend, not a bad guy." When Lu Xingqian heard that she had taken his words to heart, a hint of pride appeared on the corners of his lips. He walked up and patted Bai Qianqian's slender waist. He spoke in a gentle and doting tone, "Go take a shower, and eat something to replenish your strength. There is still a lot of time in the evening, let me talk to her." Bai Qianqian trusted Lu Xingqian and had been conquered by him. She nodded very obediently, smiled apologetically at Sister Yan, and ran to the bathroom. "Talk?" Lu Xingqian raised the corners of his lips and looked at Bai Qianqian's agent lazily. Sister Yan's face was gloomy and she walked out of the room in silence. Lu Xingqian sat on the sofa, drank a sip of coffee brought by the waiter, and slowly opened his mobile phone to look at the key personnel information sent by the general manager of Yixing Entertainment. Lu Yan is an agent in Group 1 of Yixing Entertainment. She is mainly responsible for content and is in charge of new artists under the ACE agents. She is currently mainly responsible for Bai Qianqian's agency work. Sister Yan was not surprised to hear what was said about her. After all, those who can live in the exclusive suites of the Zakair Hotel are either rich or noble, so it is not easy to investigate her, a small agent. Thinking of Bai Qianqian's expression just now, her expression became even darker. She had seen many tricks used by rich second generations to pick up girls. It was obvious at first glance that Bai Qianqian, the innocent and stupid college student, was deceived by this guy. For this kind of rich second generation, female artists in the entertainment industry are basically just for fun, as wealthy families are not something that female stars can enter. Can your family accept Qianqian's identity as a female star? If you can, I hope you can bring her to meet your parents. If you can't accept it, I hope you can break up with her as soon as possible. She is a very innocent girl. If you really like her, you shouldn't play with her feelings. You have already got her body, so let her go. Sister Yan's tone softened a lot, but one could still hear a hint of helplessness in it. Lu Xingqian looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect her to say such a thing. Sister Yan felt his gaze and chuckled, "You must be very surprised. After all, I am a manager, how can I encourage artists to fall in love? But I am the agent of Yixing Entertainment. Yixing Entertainment has always been committed to cultivating high-quality artists and is also the most humane entertainment company. Although I have only been with her for 2 days, I can also feel her kindness. So I hope that if you can't give her a future, then don't waste your time. As long as you break up, I will keep this matter a secret." Lu Xingqian put down the coffee in his hand, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will treat her well." Hearing this, Sister Yan also knew that as someone who had just known Bai Qianqian for a few days, there was nothing she could say. She nodded, stood up and said, "Okay, I understand, I hope you treat her well. I will report this matter to our leader when I go back, and the termination contract will be sent to her email in 2 days. As for the liquidated damages, I believe that with your strength you should not have any burden. Our company will not have that kind of sky-high liquidated damages. At most it will be 2 to 3 times the signing fee. There's no need to terminate the contract." Lu Xingqian thought of the happy smile on Bai Qianqian's face when she talked about acting, and said lightly. When Sister Yan heard this, she thought that Lu Xingqian didn't want to pay the termination fee for Bai Qianqian, and glared at him. She felt it necessary to have a good talk with Bai Qianqian. To be honest, she really didn't want to give up on such a promising artist. As for this matter, if she keeps it secret, Sister Hong shouldn't scold her. "Mr. Lu, you must have heard that it is a taboo for entertainers in the entertainment industry to fall in love. Although our company is very humane, newcomers are not allowed to fall in love. If they are discovered, they will be hidden and it is better to terminate the contract. You can invest in an entertainment company and you don't have to worry about these things. If you don't want to help her pay the penalty, please don't delay her." Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and glanced at the agent in front of him, and said confidently, "She is an exception, she can be allowed." Hearing such shameless remarks, Sister Yen was really angry and cursed. "You are a selfish scumbag, who do you think you are? You still make an exception. Do you really think that you can settle our Yixing Entertainment with money? Your rich second-generation heirs make people feel disgusted. What if I said I acquired your company? Ha, everyone can draw a big picture. You are really capable." Suddenly, Sister Yen's voice stopped abruptly, her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. The cold and noble Lu Xingchen picked up the phone, and a familiar voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Li Hong, the ace agent in the company's first agent group. What can I do for you?" In the general manager's office of Yixing Entertainment, Sister Hong carefully took the phone and asked respectfully. She originally came here today to discuss resource allocation for next year with the general manager, but she didn't expect that as soon as she came in, she saw the general manager looking up at her and saying that the boss wanted to see her. "You recently signed an artist named Bai Qianqian, right? She is my girlfriend and can also be an artist, right?" He seemed to be asking, but in fact he was ordering. Sister Hong was stunned for a moment, looked at the equally confused general manager, and immediately replied, "Of course we can talk about it." "Well, it's okay." Having said that, he hung up the phone. He raised his eyes and looked at Sister Yen leisurely, and said softly, "Do you believe it?" Lu Yen swallowed and nodded quickly. Thinking of how she had just cursed at Lu Xingchen, she now wanted to slap herself a few times. Chapter 106 Assistant Team Gathers. Lu Xingchen just smiled when he saw this. He still admired this agent. "No need to wait for her, just go back by yourself." "Yes, Mr. Lu." When Bai Qianqian came out of the shower, the room was empty. Only Lu Xingchen was sitting in front of a table full of delicious food, eating a juicy steak in big mouthfuls. "Where is Sister Yen?" Bai Qianqian looked at Lu Xingchen curiously. "Go back." "Ah, she didn't he say anything?" "I told you to eat more so that you won't lose weight so quickly at night." Bai Qian rolled her eyes at Lu Xingchen. Sister Yen would never say such inappropriate words. The next second, her phone message alert sounded. She picked up the phone on the sofa and took a look at it, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Qianqian, eat more. You have to stay here well. You don't have to come back tonight. The company has already made arrangements." Seeing this expression, Lu Xingchen raised the corners of his lips and said proudly, "What do you think, I didn't lie to you?" Bai Qianqian nodded in confusion, then happily threw herself into his arms, and said sweetly and coquettishly, "Lu Xingchen, you are so awesome. The company doesn't allow artists to date. This is also the reason why my boyfriend Mukin said you were my brother. When Sister Yin found out, I had already made up my mind to ask you to pay the penalty for breach of contract and then I would blame you for it in the future. I didn't expect you to be able to convince Sister Yin. Husband, you are so awesome, I love you so much." Looking at the quirky Bai Qianqian with lowered eyes, Lu Xingchen let her sit on his lap lovingly, fed her a piece of steak, and teased with a smile, "I'm not just good at this, eat something to replenish your strength, and don't desert later." Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian's pretty face turned red, and she lowered her head shyly, not paying any attention to her eating manners. "You rascal, I won't admit defeat." I ate the dishes on the table that I had never eaten before in big mouthfuls, feeling like I was fighting a do-or-die battle. "Don't talk while eating and don't talk while sleeping." Half an hour later, Bai Qianqian patted her belly, which was 8/10 full. At this moment, she was full of strength. Looking at Lu Xingchen sipping his tea slowly, he smiled slyly and crawled under the dining table. 10 o'clock the next morning. The sunlight sprinkled on the 3-meter-wide bed. Lu Xingchen patted Bai Qianqian, who was like a lazy pig, and whispered, "I'm going downstairs to interview employees. Call me when you wake up." Bai Qianqian, who was feeling sore and sleepy all over, groaned. Without even opening her eyes, she reached out and hugged Lu Xingchen's pillow in her arms, and fell asleep again in a daze. Lu Xingchen chuckled and wiped the crystal-clear saliva from the corner of her mouth. He just thought she was so cute. After closing the electric curtains, the room returned to darkness. I resisted the urge and walked out of the room. Inside the meeting room, the HR director looked at his boss, who was in high spirits, and thought to himself that his boss was moody and he was a little worried about his future work. I enjoyed a whole night at the Zykel Hotel. The quality of the people I interviewed today was surprisingly high. 6 hours later, Lu Xingchen heard the system prompt sound in his mind and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting 12 top assistants. The rating panel has been closed. I wish the host a happy life, enjoy a free life, and not be dragged down by complicated work. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward, a gold medal legal team formed by senior lawyers from the Red Circle law firm. Note, 100 million yuan in salary must be paid annually. The reward has been issued through legal channels. It is expected that the leader of the gold medal legal team will communicate with you about the salary contract in 3 hours. Please check it. It's really a legal way. Lu Xingchen sighed when he heard the system prompt. His eyes fell on the person in front of him again, with extraordinary temperament. At first glance, he was obviously a top workplace elite. It is worth mentioning that because Li Zheng's business ability is the strongest among everyone, and his EQ and IQ are very high, he naturally became the chief assistant director. Looking at this group of men and women with happy expressions, Lu Xingchen's dark eyes swept over each of them, and his tone was dignified and cold. Congratulations on passing the interview. Of course, you don't have to be too happy too soon. If you fail the 1-year probation period, you will still be fired. I like capable assistants. Flattery is not a good quality for me. If anyone cheats or has ulterior motives, I have the ability to pay you an annual salary of 1 million, and I also have the ability to take back everything I have given. Perhaps it would be more convincing if I let my former enemy who was serving a life sentence say this to you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present felt the powerful sense of oppression emanating from Lu Xingchen. The joy on their faces gradually faded, and there was a hint of awe and fear in their eyes when they looked at Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows slightly, put away his serious expression, and chuckled lazily. Of course, I will not treat those who work hard unfairly. I can promise you that in addition to the salary and benefits stipulated in the contract, anyone who can work for me for 5 years will be rewarded with a set of high-share real estate worth no less than 5 million. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. Even the headhunter was very tempted by this condition. This condition is equivalent to that as long as you can work for 5 years, your salary for the previous 5 years will be doubled. 10 million in 5 years, anyone would be tempted. Especially Li Zhang, who came from the countryside, now wanted to kneel on the ground and kowtow to Lu Xingchen. How can this be a boss? They are simply his adopted parents. If anyone dares to betray President Lu in the future, he will be the first to disagree. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, we will do our best. Under Li Zhang's leadership, everyone made commitments in unison. The action of raising fist to swear is more neat than the dance moves of domestic male entertainment groups. Lu Xingchen waved his hand with satisfaction. Okay, that's it. There is a 3-story villa in Chongning, which can be used as your daily office. I want to see your work distribution plan in 3 days. Li Zhang stayed and the others went out. In the room, Li Zhang stared at his adoptive parent Lu Xingchen with burning eyes. Although he had guessed what he meant, he still waited for his instructions. Keep an eye on He Qing's news and report back at all times. Lu Xingchen thought of what Li Zhang had said before and gave a light instruction. Yes, Mr. Lu, I will ensure that the task is completed. After Li Zhang signed the contract yesterday, he spent a huge amount of money, a full 30,000 yuan, to buy a set of exquisite chess. Give it to his teacher. We can't tell him research secrets, but we can always chat about daily things. This was the first thing Mr. Lu had ordered him to do, and he had to do it well so that Mr. Lu could see his value. After Li Zhang left, Lu Xingchen lowered his eyes and glanced at the calendar on his phone. It was He Qing's birthday in 5 days. Thinking about the project experimental progress reported by Zhang Wei, her birthday happened to be the end of the second phase of her project. Lu Xingchen looked at the picture on his phone, the corners of his lips slightly raised. Chapter 107 I'm afraid you won't come back. When he went back, Bai Qianqian was really exhausted. She was afraid that Lu Xingchen would get interested again, so she woke up, left a note, and sneaked away. In front of Hu Weiler's house. Lu Xingchen took the contract sent by Zhang Wei and gently knocked on the security door. Who is it? Hu Weiler, wearing a lace apron, opened the door and saw Lu Xingchen looking at him with his head tilted. A hint of joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Finally she was willing to come back. She thought that after those 7 days, Lu Xingchen would never come back. After all, she is already a mother of a 7-year-old child, and Lu Xingchen is only 21 years old. Although she often misses him at night, she does not take the initiative to send WeChat to Lu Xingchen because she is afraid of being rejected. So when she saw Lu Xingchen coming again, she was very happy. Miss me. Lu Xingchen walked into the house, hugged the plump beauty, and took a deep breath of the unique charm of a young woman emanating from her. "I miss you, Brother Lu," Hu Weiler whispered shyly. It seems that her current body is still attractive to him. It is not in vain that she has been doing yoga every day and applying body lotion that costs 1,000 yuan a bottle at night. "Sit down, I'll change your shoes." After hugging for a while, Hu Weiler broke away from his arms and let him sit on the shoe-changing stool. She gently and carefully helped him take off his shoes and socks, and changed him into a pair of slippers of the right size. "You idiot, why didn't you call me if you missed me?" Lu Xingqian lowered his eyes and looked at the woman who was bending over to change his shoes. He gently smoothed her scattered hair, his eyes full of love. Suddenly, a hot tear fell on his ankle. Then, visible tears slid down her cheeks, and Hu Weiler lowered her head and sobbed, "I don't want you to hate me, I thought. Thought I wouldn't come back?" Lu Xingqian gently helped her up, let Hu Weiler sit in his arms, and gently wiped the tears from her face. He assured her lovingly, "Weiler, I love you, and I will never leave you in this life. If you miss me in the future, just call me and I will come over right away, okay?" Hu Weiler's eyes were slightly red, and she looked up and looked directly into Lu Xingqian's starry eyes. She stroked his handsome cheek gently with a loving look in her eyes and said pitifully, "Xingqian, I love you too. After you left, I missed you every day, fearing that you wouldn't want me. Will you want me just once? Now?" Lu Xingqian's breathing became heavier and heavier. He stared at the delicate lips of the beauty in his arms, his voice low and sexy. "Well, Xingqian, school isn't over yet." Hu Weiler nodded shyly, and then buried her whole body shyly in Lu Xingqian's chest. The corners of Lu Xingqian's lips curled up slightly, his Adam's apple rolled, and his deep eyes stared at Hu Weiler, who had a graceful and voluptuous body, and he carried her towards the bedroom. 2 hours later. Hu Weiler hurriedly buttoned her clothes and glared at the leisurely Lu Xingqian with a reproachful look. "It's all your fault. I couldn't make it in time to pick up Xingqian from school." "Blame me? I don't know who it was just now." "Ugh." Before he could finish his words, Hu Weiler, with blushing cheeks, hurriedly covered his mouth with her hands and threatened, "Don't say anything, or I will sleep with Xingqian tonight." Lu Xingqian shrugged, hugged her in his arms again, and said gently, "I'm hungry, you cook at home, send me the location, I'll drive to pick up Xingqian, it will be quick, and by the way, let those kids know that Xingqian has a father to protect her now." Hearing this, Hu Weiler paused and looked at Lu Xingqian with emotion. This man really took the mother and daughter's words to heart. Whether it was the contract beside the bed or these words, how could anyone not fall head over heels in love with him? "Thanks." Bang! As soon as she said the words of thanks, Hu Weiler felt a burning pain in her back. Lu Xingqian raised the corners of his lips and warned in a lazy tone, "If you speak to me so politely next time, the punishment will be doubled." He glanced at the shy Hu Weiler, looked at his own palm, and walked out proudly. Following the navigation, Lu Xingqian drove the Koenigsegg One worth hundreds of millions of dollars and arrived at Hu Xingqian's school in less than 20 minutes. The roar of the sports car engine immediately caused a group of children of Hu Xingqian's age to exclaim. Lu Xingqian glanced at the class message sent by Hu Weiler, glanced at the teacher holding a sign at the door, and walked over with big strides. At this time, they are waiting to be picked up by their families. Hu Xingqian glared angrily at the hateful little fat boy in front of her. "Hu Xingqian, no one has come to pick you up for such a long time, it seems your mother doesn't want you anymore. Not only do you have no father, but now you have no mother either. You will be a bastard that no one wants in the future." The laughter made Hu Xingqian extremely angry and scared. She is very well behaved. Her mother will not abandon her. Her mother must have been delayed by something and will definitely come. After encouraging herself, Hu Xingqian stared at the fat boy in front of her with great momentum, and began to fight back in a sonorous voice, "Humph, my mother will never abandon me. On the contrary, you eat like a meatball, be careful that your mother will dislike you for eating too much and abandon you, otherwise how can you be like me, with no one to pick you up now? Besides, what's wrong with not having a father? You have a father, but why have you never seen your father come to pick you up once? It's better not to have one. Mom said that all men are unreliable, except Uncle Lu. Your father is the unreliable man, and so are you. You are not a man, so you bully a little girl like me, Lulu, you are not a man." Hu Xingqian fought back with her little mouth, which made the little fat boy confused. When he heard her say that he was not a man, he got so angry that he pushed Hu Xingqian. "I am a man." Woo woo woo! The little fat boy's loud crying quickly attracted the attention of the teacher who was waiting for his parents at the door. This little fat boy is the child of a school director, so she made a judgment immediately. Hu Xingxing, can't you be honest and apologize to him quickly, otherwise don't go back. Seeing that someone was backing him up, the little fat boy proudly raised his chin towards her. Being slandered without any basis, Hu Xingxing felt very aggrieved. She pursed her lips and stared at the fat boy stubbornly, retorting loudly, I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize? He was the one who first said that my mother didn't want me and that I was a bastard without a father. You dare to be stubborn, make your classmates cry, and tell lies. I'm going to ask your mother how she educated you. When the teacher saw that her shouting attracted the attention of some parents, she glared at her and said that she could just apologize and let it go, but she had to meddle in other people's business. Her mother is not an easy person to deal with either. She attracts the attention of many male parents at every parent-teacher meeting. She doesn't seem like a serious person. Hu Xingxing's tears rolled in her eyes. She clutched her school bag tightly and stared stubbornly at the teacher who had always disliked her. I didn't lie. You? Are you qualified to be a teacher? Who is lying, her or you, a scum? Lu Xingxin's cold voice came from outside the door, and his tone was harsh and rebuking. Chapter 108 Can Children Lie? When the female teacher saw that Hu Xingxing had someone backing her up, a trace of guilt flashed across her face. Just as she was about to retort, a meatball-like mountain of flesh came flying towards her from a distance. Oh, my dear son, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Mom, I will definitely help you. The fat woman came forward and hugged the little fat boy, wiping the tears from his face. She turned around and angrily scolded the female teacher, how can you be a teacher? My precious son was bullied. Are you blind? Can you do it? If not, I will let my husband get rid of you tomorrow. Faced with such humiliation, the female teacher who had just been so arrogant towards Hu Xingxing was like a quail. She didn't dare to say anything and kept bowing and apologizing. This woman's husband is one of the school's directors, so it is extremely easy to fire her, an unknown trainee teacher. Sorry. Suddenly, she was pushed away by the fat woman. Son, it was this little bastard who bullied you. She is just like her mother, a shameless bitch. Bang! Before he finished his words, a loud and crisp slap echoed at the school gate. The fat woman covered her fat face in confusion, her eyes wide open with an expression of disbelief. Keep your mouth clean. Lu Xingxin's voice was as cold as ice. He slowly wiped the hand that had slapped him with a wet towel, with a look of disgust on his face. You dare to hit me. The woman immediately exploded, baring her teeth and claws in scolding. Bang! Another crisp slap was heard. This time Lu Xingxin had experience, so he just used his hand through the wet wipes without touching that fat, disgusting face. Have you learned your lesson? Lu Xingxin raised his eyes and stared at her. The strong sense of oppression frightened her so much that she took a few steps back and dared not speak. Seeing this, the female teacher suddenly had an idea and completely forgot about the humiliation she had just received. She pointed at Lu Xingxin from a distance and angrily shouted, Parent, you are Hu Xingxing's parent. There is an old saying that you should teach by example. What happened today? Don't you think there is something wrong with your education? How dare you bully the mother and son again? As soon as these words were spoken, the female teacher caught a glimpse of the school director's wife's admiring gaze and was delighted. It seemed that today was a blessing in disguise and she had a chance of getting a permanent job. At this moment, Lu Xingxin has made up his mind to let Hu Weiler move and transfer Hu Xingxing to another school. In this school full of idiots, he is afraid that Hu Xingxing will also be infected. He said with disdain, there are idiots every year, but there are more of them this year. What happened today? Do you really know? Do you understand the situation? You were in front of the team just now. Did you really hear it? Or do you have super hearing and supernatural powers? After this reminder, everyone present also discovered this problem. Everyone's eyes were focused on the female teacher, and their eyes were full of doubt. The female teacher's face turned pale. She opened her mouth, but in the end no sound came out. Because what he said was indeed the truth, she had no reason to refute it. Whoa, Mom, it hurts. She hit me and scolded my dad for not coming to pick me up. She also said that I am not a man. Whoa, the earth-shaking cry of the little fat boy instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Hearing this, the female teacher suddenly became more aggressive, pointed at the little fat boy and shouted loudly, Did you hear that? He is just a child, can a child lie? This scene reminded Lu Xingxin of a very famous movie, which contained a classic line. They even remembered the wall color and sofa position of my basement very clearly, and said I was threatening them, but there is no basement in my house. Thinking about it now, that movie is really ironic. Parent, do you have anything else to say? Before she finished her words, Hu Xingxing on the side immediately protected Lu Xingqian and retorted loudly, I didn't hit him, I said he was the one who said that my mom and dad didn't want me first, and that I was a bastard. I just told him what he said about me. This is called reciprocity, I did nothing wrong. You lied. The female teacher naturally knew the temperament of the school director's son. He was 100% capable of doing such a thing. In order to get a permanent job, she loudly denounced Hu Xingxing, saying that this little girl was as annoying as her immoral mother. Seeing this, Lu Xingqian's eyes flashed with a chill, and he said sarcastically, Teacher, she is just a child, can a child lie? Saying the same thing to her again, Lu Xingqian patted Hu Xingxing's little head, looked at the speechless female teacher opposite him jokingly, and sneered. What qualifications do you have to be a teacher? You can't even be a basic role model. What kind of values will you convey to children? Ha! A simple sentence, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creates ripples. The parents who were watching the show felt that their interests were threatened and began to criticize her. Some parents even complained to the Education Bureau. Her teaching career has come to an end. Things were getting more and more serious here when a fat, bald man ran over from a distance. I'm sorry, parents. This is our school's negligence. We will release an announcement about the handling of this teacher early tomorrow morning and will give you an explanation. After the school leader's words, the female teacher turned pale and collapsed on the ground weakly. She was completely out of work. After calming down all the parents, the bald man came to Lu Xingqian again and said with a smile, Parent, this is just a child's play, it's no big deal, forget it. After all, your child will go to school here in the future. If it gets out of hand, it will be bad for everyone, don't you think? The man sounded kind, but his words were filled with arrogant threats. Hearing the whispers around him, Lu Xingqian also understood that the bald man was the father of the little fat boy. He sneered, Who do you think you are to threaten me? Then, with his ugly bald face, he waved towards the side of the road. 9 men and women in suits, carrying black briefcases, walked over in unison. Hiss, why is Luo Lu here? Damn, Lawyer Luo, if he performs normally he can send the opposing party and the opposing lawyer to jail, and if he performs exceptionally well he can send the judge to jail. It's not just Lawyer Luo. Look at the third female lawyer on the right. She is a famous legal queen in the legal world, the Iron Lady Lawyer Ma. With her clever mouth, she can make black turn white, and even the dead have to come out and sit up as a witness. My husband is a lawyer. The man on the far left is my husband's idol. He single-handedly saved the Jiayang Group worth tens of billions and caused the United States to suffer heavy losses. The 9 famous gold medal lawyers who were admired and envied by everyone, led by Lawyer Luo, stood respectfully in front of Lu Xingqian. Chapter 109 The Boss Lady Has a Suitor. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am Luo Zhang, the temporary captain of the gold medal legal team you recruited. I am very happy to serve you. Luo Lu is a middle-aged man in his late 40s, tall and thin. Even when facing his employer Lu Xingqian, he is respectful and has a neither humble nor overbearing temperament. Lawyer Luo, I have heard of your name for a long time. Did you bring the contract? Lu Xingqian has always been very respectful and friendly to talents, especially this kind of benevolent lawyer who is committed to popularizing the law. He really hadn't expected that the gold medal legal team rewarded by the system would be so luxurious. Now it seems that with a salary of 100 million yuan a year, he is getting a great bargain. Perhaps, with Luo Lu around, his benevolence-triggered tasks could be triggered more frequently. After taking the contract, Lu Xingqian signed his name with a wave of his hand. This contract was generated by the system and he had seen it before. The contract has been signed, and it's time for us to demonstrate our own value. Lawyer Lu, can we cooperate on a civil dispute lawsuit? No problem, at least we can get this person in, and if we work hard, this private school can still go bankrupt. There shouldn't be too many entry points for this kind of case. The two hit it off immediately and talked about the matter at hand as if it was as simple as who was going to come for a visit. The bald man was so scared that his legs were shaking when he thought about what he had done over the years. Lawyer Lu had previously sued a top private aristocratic school that went bankrupt. The power held by the dean was enough to make the private school go bankrupt. He felt that his whole life was bleak. Just an hour ago, he was still happy at his lover's house. How come he ended up like this in the blink of an eye? It's all that Shrewa's fault. The bald man turned around, glared at the fat woman, and slapped her. Fat women are not to be trifled with. I will fight you. Looking at the two people fighting, Lu Xingchen drooped his eyelids, feeling very bored. The rest is up to you. After saying that, he took Hu Xingxing's hand and got on the dazzling top-level supercar Koenigsegg one on the roadside. Stepfather, we are just leaving like this. Xingxing still has evidence. It's all recorded. Hu Xingxing raised the smartphone watch that Lu Xingchen had bought for her on her wrist, blinking her big, sparkling eyes and said seriously. Lu Xingchen curled his lips slightly, rubbed her little head, and praised her encouragingly. Xingxing is awesome. When I get home, I will copy it from my computer and send it to those big lawyers. I will definitely make sure the bad guys get the punishment they deserve. Although her recording was not needed, Lu Xingchen did not say anything. After all, it was a good habit and should be encouraged. Hu Xingxing was very happy along the way. When he got home, he took off his shoes and ran straight into Hu Weiler's arms, and recounted in detail what had just happened. Mom, Dad is so awesome. I want to be a hero like Dad in the future. When I grow up, I can protect Mom. Hu Xingxing said innocently, looking at Lu Xingchen with great admiration. Hu Weiler was stunned. She looked down stiffly at her precious daughter in her arms, and asked tentatively, what did you call him? Daddy. Did I call him the wrong name? Mommy, I like Daddy so much. I want this Daddy. Hu Xingxing held Hu Weiler's hand with one hand, held Lu Xingchen's fingers with the other, and smiled happily. That's right, shout it more if you like it. Lu Xingchen touched Hu Xingxing's little head lovingly, agreed with a smile, and gave Hu Xingxing a wink. The mischievous little girl understood instantly, took her My Little Pony backpack, and skipped towards her bedroom. Dad, please comfort Mom well, Xingxing needs to do her homework, and don't forget to call me when it's time to eat, hee. After saying that, Hu Xingxing closed the bedroom door and locked it while humming a nursery rhyme. Lu Xingchen and Hu Weiler were the only ones left in the living room again. Looking at Hu Weiler with slightly red eyes, he understood what she was thinking. Before, Hu Xingxing called him stepfather, not only because he was quite generous, but mostly because of how well he compromised with Hu Weiler. This child is very precocious. Calling him dad today proved that she accepted Lu Xingchen from the bottom of her heart and really regarded him as her dad. The tears in Hu Weiler's eyes now are tears of joy, because she will finally have a complete family. There are father, mother, and her baby daughter at home. Xingxing recognized you, I am really happy. Lu Xingchen gently wiped the corners of her eyes with his fingertips and said with a smile, I am happy too, but I would be happier if you could call me. Hearing this, Hu Weiler's eyes widened, her pretty face instantly flushed, and she said coquettishly, You are so frivolous, I don't want to cooperate with your perverted request. But when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Lu Xingchen looked at Hu Weiler, who was shy and buried her head in the pillow, with a smug smile on his face. Weiler, it's so nice and I love it. I want to listen to it more. Bad guy, you only know how to bully me. Starry KTV. Li Zhang was absent-mindedly accompanying the old professor in front of him, discussing the latest chess manuals, but his eyes would occasionally drift towards the cold and aloof beauty in the middle of the sofa. Boy, your eyes will pop out of your head soon. If you like someone, just chase her. What are you afraid of? Look at the official team leader Yang. He is so brave. If he were someone else, he would have gotten the girl long ago. The old professor smiled and teased Li Zhang, then turned to look at the most lively place in the box inside. Li Zhang was so frightened by this that he waved his hands. You should be careful with your words. How dare I say that? Professor He Qing is already in a relationship. The person who invested in the initial version of this project is the president of the Life Medical Company. He is now my boss, and this is my boss's wife. Ah, then? Doesn't this mean that team leader Yang has no hope at all? The old professor asked in a low voice, his eyes flashing with gossip. Li Zhang was speechless when he saw this. A mathematics professor who is almost 60 years old is still so gossipy. It's really. Talk to you later, I have to take a call. Li Zhang was about to continue gossiping and mention his boss in this circle, but the next second he saw the screen of his mobile phone light up. He ran into the bathroom at lightning speed and answered the phone. How's it going over there? Lu Xingchen's lazy, sleepy voice sounded. These days, I accompanied Hu Weiler to move to a big villa and changed Hu Xingxing to a good school. Hu Weiler was very moved. I basically stayed with her and fought till dawn every night. Yesterday was no exception, so his daily routine was basically reversed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, when he had just woken up, he saw Li Zhang's message and called him immediately. Mr. Lu, don't worry. The boss lady has a very cold attitude and is not interested in team leader Yang at all. It is said that this party was held today on the pretext that the project has been successfully concluded, otherwise the boss lady would not have come at all. She basically chatted with the female experimenters in the laboratory, and team leader Yang had no chance to get a word in. Li Zhang described the contents of the box concisely and clearly. In fact, even if he didn't say it, Lu Xingqian knew it. After all, Starry Night was his business, and the waiter even sent the first-person video to his mobile phone. Chapter 110. The Emperor is not in a hurry, but Li Zhang is in a hurry. At this time, the music in the box became much quieter. Almost all the participants of this project are here. The old professor was quite happy chatting away, and it was a relief after such a long experiment. On the other side were young people led by He Cheng and official researcher Yang Hang. But it was obvious that He Cheng didn't want to have too much conversation with these people. Lu Xingqian told her that he was very possessive, so she should try her best to avoid contact with men with ulterior motives. So a wave of young people divided the society into two circles, men and women. Brother Yang, this is not a solution. What can we, a group of men, talk about? A male researcher from the government looked eagerly at the 7 or 8 girls opposite him. Those who are good at studying are ugly. This saying obviously does not apply to these girls, except He Cheng, who have extraordinary family backgrounds. Although some of them do not have very good facial features, they grew up in the big city of High City. Their families are well off and willing to invest, so they all have fair skin, which can cover up all ugliness. Of course, the most beautiful among this group of girls is He Cheng, the iceberg beauty. She has fair skin, beautiful looks, and a pair of killer long legs. She is wearing pure white trousers with a black windbreaker. Although this outfit is very popular in Shanghai, which is about to enter late October, it looks quite pure and sexy on He Cheng, which makes her look more stunning than anyone else. Moreover, these boys had already guessed that the black stockings that could be vaguely seen through the trouser legs should be wearing boys' favorite Balenciaga clothing under the white trousers. This group of boys are also top-notch students. They are not too bad looking, and have good family backgrounds and academic qualifications. Some girls in the lab also noticed this. Normally everyone in the lab is in a state of tension and there is basically no communication. This is a rare chance to relax, and they must seize it. Sister Qing, there are boys over there looking over here. Do you want to play some games together to improve our relationship? Deputy He Cheng whispered. As soon as she said this, 2 or 3 girls at the scene looked at her, with interested expressions on their faces. Look at you guys, I don't often come to places like this. He Cheng glanced at the expressions of the girls next to her, put down the juice in her hand, and said indifferently. If today wasn't a project-ending dinner, she would never have come. Instead of wasting time, I might as well go home and have some sleep, then spend some time with Aiken. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Hong stood up and walked over to the boys, smiling and inviting, Professor He, may I have the honor to invite all the ladies to play a game with you, so that everyone can relax. It's boring to just chat. He Cheng nodded indifferently and turned to look at the women around her. They were all very interested as well. After a while, when Li Zhang came back, they were already sitting together. Hiss, why are they sitting together? Looking at the young people gathered in a circle, he caught a glimpse of Yang Hong next to the proprietress, separated by a girl, and took a breath. The old professor chuckled, what's going on? When will your little boss come over? This kind of competition is much more interesting to watch in real life than on TV. Li Zhang was speechless, but when he thought of Mr. Lu who had not given any instructions, he sighed. He doesn't understand the boss's mind. On the other side, the king's game has begun. The first person who was drawn was a girl. She designated her best friend and the man her best friend liked to look at each other for 1 minute, which was equivalent to an assist. The second person who was drawn was He Cheng. She glanced at her deputy who was winking at her, and said lightly, then you and the person at your 3 o'clock position should exchange seats. The beautiful assistant successfully moved to the side of the most handsome guy in the research institute, and then began her long whispering. The third person who was drawn was a boy next to Yang Hang. He saw Yang Hong raise 2 fingers from the corner of his eye. 2 skins. All right. He must help his good brother. He only has skin in his eyes. Women will only prevent him from becoming the number 1 in Dalmatia. Then I will instruct team leader Yang to choose a person of the opposite sex present and have a drink from the cup of wine together. Hearing this, everyone present started to make a noise. Everyone knows that team leader Yang has been pursuing Professor He Qing. As soon as this condition came out, Li Zhang next to him panicked. Just as he was about to stand up, he was grabbed by the old professor. Sit down, what are you in such a hurry for? It's not like you haven't participated in Xiaoyi's projects before, so you don't know her temper. This reminder woke Li Zhang up suddenly. He was really dazzled by Lu Xingqian's extremely high salary and benefits, and forgot how the boss's wife got the title of Ice Beauty. He then felt relieved and watched the show and gossiped with the old professor while eating melon seeds. The person involved, Yang Hong, glanced at the cold and beautiful He Qing beside him, swallowed silently, and his heartbeat instantly accelerated when he thought about what was about to happen next. Pretending to be unwilling, he awkwardly picked up the wineglass and stood up. He looked past the girl next to him at He Qing and invited her stutteringly but with great expectation. Professor He Qing, can I invite you to help me complete this task? As soon as he finished speaking, He Qing picked up the wineglass in front of him and drank it all in one gulp. I'll do the punishment for you. Go ahead. The emotionless voice sounded, and Yang Hang's hand, which he had extended, instantly stiffened, and he took it back awkwardly. Seeing this, the people behind him did not want to embarrass themselves. Those who can participate in this project are basically those who have graduated with a doctorate degree for many years and are not the idiots described in novels. Soon after, everyone ended the game and started to pull together the opposite sex who played well in the game to sing, drink and chat. He Qing was still sitting on the sofa nearby, drinking and chatting with the beautiful assistant. No longer interested? He Qing looked at her in surprise. The beautiful assistant pouted and whispered in a disappointed tone, "Don't mention it, I was thinking about chatting with him, but then I saw his boyfriend sending him a message. He didn't tell me about his forbidden love with his boyfriend." He Qing paused, glanced at the boy, and gave him respect and blessing. Soon, as we were chatting, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. He Qing also felt a little tired. Just as she was about to find an excuse to leave, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. She woke up instantly, opened her phone and saw the message from Lu Xingqian. Is the project over? Well, today just ended. I was having dinner with the project team at the Starry KTV. Wasn't your assistant there? Didn't he report to you? Then he will have his salary deducted. She didn't believe that Li Zhan was suddenly appointed as the person in charge of the docking between the Life Medical Technology Company and their project. It wasn't Lu Xingqian's idea, otherwise why would he come so diligently? Sitting on the bund, holding a sweet, sticky and golden roasted sweet potato, I took a photo. You said before that the old man on the bund sells the best roasted sweet potatoes. I booked it. Come and try it. After saying that, Lu Xingqian looked at the team coming over from the other side and nodded slightly.